Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 93, Chapter 92, Forced into Action. Koenji-san. Hirata saw Koenji stop Pseudo. He quickly ran to Chabashira-sensei's side, moving her back to a safe position. You. Pseudo's words were cut short as his vision went black, followed by a chilling pain from his back. Before he could react, his abdomen also hurt. Ah! Pseudo let out a piercing shriek. Koenji drove his knee into Pseudo's abdomen. He grabbed Pseudo's hair with one hand, pulling his face up to his. If your strength is lacking, you should learn to control your temper. After Koenji finished speaking, he stood up directly from Pseudo. Suddenly, Koenji sensed some movement behind him. He turned his head. Pseudo's left eye was struck by something. At once, Pseudo, who was in the middle of throwing a punch, stiffened abruptly. Seeing this, Koenji immediately delivered a direct punch to Pseudo's face, knocking him to the ground. I almost fell for that, Miyako-san, well done. This time, he didn't mix in any foreign words but praised Amane-san fluently. That last strike, whether it was the speed, the force, or the precision, truly impressed Koenji. Koenji compared it in his mind. If it were a stationary target, he was confident he wouldn't be inferior to Amane. However, to accurately hit Pseudo with such a rapid sneak attack. The other party must have practiced for a very long time, right? Koenji admitted that in this aspect, Amane was a bit more formidable than him. But as for almost falling for it, he was just saying that casually. Even without Amane's support, Pseudo was simply no match for Koenji. Eri, sitting nearby, saw something roll across the floor. She couldn't help but bend down to pick it up. It was a chocolate ball. She had just seen Amane's cool throwing motion. Originally, seeing someone as big as Pseudo flinch from the impact, she couldn't help but assume it must have been something like a steel ball. But she never expected it to be just a chocolate ball. This is too. Just as Eri was still astonished that Amane had hit Pseudo's eye with a chocolate ball, she saw Amane looking over. Then, her lips opened and closed, repeating the motion continuously. She seemed to be saying something. Eri quickly mimicked her. This costs 150 points. Eri couldn't help but laugh. Amane-san, really? Even in such a serious situation, she was still thinking about her 150-point chocolate ball. However, chocolate balls at this price point should be especially light. Pseudo was quickly taken away by the security guards. The first class was English. But seeing Class D in complete chaos, with many still whispering in despair, the teacher directly announced that this class would be self-study, allowing Class D to sort out their own matters first. The morning passed just like that. Even when it was lunchtime, no one left their seats without permission. Because Chabashira-sensei would soon arrive to take the remaining failing students to process their withdrawal applications. Why is this happening? Do we really have to withdraw? I just started getting popular with girls here and now. Yamauchi complained loudly. Hearing Yamauchi's complaints, many girls shot him disdainful glances, but no one said anything too harsh. After all, Pseudo was a cautionary tale. Koenji could beat Pseudo, and if Yamauchi went berserk, these girls would be no match for him. Is there really nothing we can do? I don't want to withdraw. A boy named Aotamura clutched his head, trying to seek help in anguish. But by this point, no one could spare him any attention. Among the girls, there were also many facing withdrawal. If so many people were truly withdrawn at once, Class D would undoubtedly suffer a severe blow. Hirata covered his ears. He squeezed his eyes shut. He could see, and he could hear. But the more he did, the harder it was to accept the fact that everyone he had spent so much time with would soon be leaving this classroom. They had only been together for less than 2 months and now they had to part. If anyone was genuinely pained and saddened by others leaving, it was probably only Hirata. But what made Hirata so despairing? It wasn't everyone's withdrawal. It was that as the class leader, he was utterly helpless. If it were withdrawals under other circumstances, he would undoubtedly step up to fight for one last chance for everyone. But if the reason for withdrawal was due to exam results, he simply had no reason to stand up and speak for everyone. He could complain about the school's strict rules. He could also blame Chabashira-sensei for not informing them in time that the exam questions had changed. But the most crucial problem still lay within themselves. Even after providing everyone with the correct answers, some people still managed to score only 10-something points. Hirata even wanted to ask them how they managed to score only 10-something points. One must know that even if one only filled in the multiple-choice questions, it would be at least 20 points. coupled with the fact that Chabashira-sensei had indeed stated from the beginning that those who failed would be withdrawn. Given this, even if he wanted to plead for everyone, he had no suitable reason. He could only cowardly choose to avoid the situation. Amane, do you think there's still a chance to reverse this withdrawal situation? Horikita had pondered deeply but still couldn't find a solution to break the deadlock. If she wanted to lead the class forward, she couldn't sit idly by while 1/3 of Class D was withdrawn. If so many people were truly withdrawn, Class D would become a laughingstock in the future. Well, there is one way, but whether it works or not is hard to say. Amane thought for a moment. She realized there was only one way to prevent such a large-scale withdrawal. That was to approach it from the school's perspective. While the school's regulations were established long ago. But looking at it from outside the school's circle, this school was merely a part of the social ecosystem. A large-scale withdrawal all at once, even the school would have to consider the related public opinion. What's your plan? Horikita grasped Amane's hand, asking eagerly. But before Amane could even begin to explain, Chabashira-sensei walked into the classroom. Why are you all still here? I only told the failing students to stay and wait for me. The rest of you, hurry up and eat and rest. Those who failed, come with me to process your withdrawal applications. Chabashira-sensei finished speaking and prepared to leave the classroom. Amane. Although Horikita didn't know what plan Amane had. But now that the situation was imminent, Horikita couldn't afford to think about the rationality of any plan, she could only forcefully push Amane into action. The duck being pushed was Amane. Amane originally didn't want to get involved in this matter. In her opinion, using the most irrefutable reason to clear out the underachievers in Class D would mean she wouldn't have to worry or work hard for them in the future. It would also make it easier for Horikita to lead the class. But now that Horikita was insistent on saving people, Amane could only reluctantly go along with it. However, there were some foolish individuals she had no intention of pleading for. Horikita should understand her, she thought. Amane raised her hand. Seeing Amane raise her hand even at this point, Chabashira-sensei, who had originally intended to ignore Amane, inexplicably stopped in her tracks as if possessed. Miyako-san, do you have something to say? Chabashira-sensei. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 94, Chapter 93, Student Council Intervention. Chabashira-sensei, I'd like to ask you a question. A very classic opening for delaying time. Chabashira-sensei understood immediately and glanced at Amane. Go ahead and tell me. If it's within what I can answer, I'll do my best to explain it to you. Chabashira-sensei felt a faint sense of anticipation. She had just seen Horikita chatting with Amane. Now Amane was speaking up. Horikita had no intention of stopping her, indicating that the question Amane was about to ask had already been approved by Horikita. In that case, Chabashira could confidently give such an answer. I'd like to ask, Chabashira-sensei, have you reported the current withdrawal procedures to the school? Amane's question truly stumped Chabashira-sensei. The rule that students who fail exams would be withdrawn had been established a long time ago, but for so many years, almost no students had been withdrawn due to failing exams. This led to the school being completely unprepared for anyone to be expelled. However, the procedures were all prepared in advance. Chabashira's current actions are following the pre-prepared procedures. Logically, the procedures are decided by the school, which should mean the school tacitly approves of such actions, but until now, the school probably doesn't know that so many people from Class D are going to be expelled. Only after the expulsion procedures are completed, that is, after all the expulsion application forms are submitted, will the school know how many people are to be expelled. I generally understand what you want to do, but these people really failed, and I don't think the school will change its rules because of these expulsions. If so, the game can't continue. Do you understand what I mean? Chabashira-sensei was surprised that Amane could find such an entry point. However, Chabashira-sensei, based on her experience, rejected Amane's idea. To put it simply, Amane hoped to inform the school about the large number of expulsions before filling out the application forms, thereby testing the school's reaction. Amane believed the school would not sit idly by while so many people were expelled. So, it was possible that the outcome of the expulsions could change. Chabashira-sensei, on the other hand, believed that the school's regulations were fair, just, and open, and everything she was doing now was to complete the procedures within those regulations. Upholding the principle of meritocracy was the school's hallmark. And the weak should be eliminated. Especially when it comes to academic performance, which is the most basic aspect for a student, not meeting the requirements. Even with a certain amount of public pressure, if the school were to change its rules to exempt those who failed even the exams from expulsion, then Ikusi would undoubtedly be equivalent to personally destroying the brand it had cultivated for so many years. Therefore, Chabashira-sensei judged that the school would absolutely not make concessions. Then why don't we just try to see the school's reaction? It won't waste much time anyway. Amane's method was indeed simple and convenient. Chabashira-sensei had no objection to this, so she sent an informing text message to the school's senior management in front of Amane. Then let's wait and see. Chabashira-sae sat at the podium, quietly waiting for news. All those who were to be expelled looked anxiously in Chabashira-sensei's direction. Amane and Wang Meiyu swapped seats. This position was closer to Chabashira-sensei. While waiting for the news, Amane also observed Chabashira-sae. She found that Chabashira-sae was a rather stubborn person. While she wanted her class to become a top-tier class, she was unwilling to provide special assistance to the class or its leader. To put it bluntly, the scales between her inner desires and her professional duties were constantly swaying. Whether it was Hirata or Horikita. As long as Chabashira-sensei provided some help. Even if they couldn't immediately rise to Class A, it would at least make the class gradually become stable, and only a stable class would be qualified to compete for rankings. But Chabashira's idea was to audit the leader's ability before everything started, and also arrange some setbacks to temper the class leader so that he would possess the ability to fulfill her wishes. The regrettable thing is, she overlooked one thing. Setbacks can indeed temper others. But at the same time, they can also destroy a class. This time, it was undoubtedly because Chabashira-sensei deliberately did not inform Hirata that the exam scope had changed, which rendered Hirata's study group useless, indirectly leading to a large number of average-performing students becoming failing students facing expulsion. This setback would indeed allow Hirata to grow, but the class suddenly lost 15 people. The cohesion of this class collapsed. A class without cohesion is useless, no matter how strong a leader you find. Chabashira-sae's actions were like picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons, making one feel ridiculous. However, upon closer thought, Amane could also understand Chabashira-sae's thinking. The fundamental reason Chabashira would choose to intervene in the class's actions from time to time was a sense of participation. Chabashira still wanted to experience the feeling of being the one who led the class to Class A. But such remote control was very fatal for the class. Beep. Chabashira-sensei's phone rang. The classroom immediately erupted into a clamor. Many people stood up, eager to know their ultimate fate. Chabashira-sensei also hesitated for a moment before daring to open her phone. Soon, a look of joy appeared on her face. Expulsion procedures suspended. The student council will re-examine the grades of Class D's expelled students. After confirmation, the specific handling plan will be fully managed by the student council. That's great. We finally don't have to be expelled. Yamauchi shouted excitedly. The expelled students also cheered one after another. It should have been a joyous occasion, but Hirata's expression was not so good. If the student council re-examines and confirms that the grades are indeed failing, and still approves the previous expulsion plan, what then? Hirata didn't want to pour cold water. But it wasn't yet time to relax completely. However, Yamauchi was dismissive. What's there to worry about? Isn't Horikita-san's brother the student council president? Horikita-san just needs to plead a little, and everything will go smoothly. After the last incident, everyone knew that the student council president and Horikita Suzune were siblings. They subconsciously believed that with this matter in the hands of the student council, everything would be foolproof. Although my brother is the student council president, I do not intend to interfere with his judgment. Horikita chose a neutral stance at this moment. Normally, she would at most be told she was too serious. But now, those people on the verge of expulsion would, on the contrary, become dissatisfied because Horikita chose neutrality. Horikita-san, what are you saying? Do you mean we deserve to be abandoned? Exactly. I can't believe Horikita, you're so heartless, you're not even willing to say a good word in front of the student council president. Your siblings, how could a brother not care about his sister's opinion? Ike also chimed in. Suddenly, the entire class was like a boiling pot. They chattered away, discussing. Most of it was still criticism of Horikita. In their eyes, a single word from Horikita Suzune could save them from expulsion, and Horikita Suzune not helping them meant she wanted to see them expelled. The scene suddenly became chaotic. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 95, Chapter 94, Kushida Kikyo's Performance Show. Amane watched Horikita's expression change continuously with the discussions in the classroom. Although she felt a little heartache, if she wanted Horikita to face reality, this was the best opportunity to let her clearly see what kind of people she wanted to protect. Only by facing reality would she know, what's the point of rising to Class A? Isn't it better to experience school life with her? That's right. Amane had always hidden her little intentions. She was already working towards Horikita's future ascent to Class A, with the goal of saving the time spent meticulously earning points. This saved time could be entirely used to accompany her. Since there was a faster way, why carry a heavy burden? Moreover, it was about moving forward with a bunch of ungrateful people. Horikita had no need to swallow her anger and do such a thankless task. Wait, could it be that Horikita was developing in an M direction? Just as Amane was still lost in thought. A sudden roar from the front startled Amane. Enough. Hirata angrily interrupted the class's discussions. Horikita-san and the student council president have a family relationship, but I believe he will not choose to act selfishly and deliberately favor Class D. But what are you doing now? Are you trying to force Horikita-san to plead? Forcing a girl to beg her brother on your behalf to prevent your expulsion, do you not feel ashamed? Hirata showed an angry expression for the first time. Seeing Hirata, who was usually a good-natured person, in a rage, the class immediately fell silent. Yosuke, calm down a little, everyone didn't mean it that way. Karuizawa quickly stood up, trying to hold Hirata back. But just then, Yamauchi actually chose to confront Hirata head-on. What kind of sarcastic remarks are you making? You're not the one who's going to be expelled. Only Yamauchi and Ike remained from the idiot trio. Although their relationship was only slightly more than just friends. But now, with the added title of the failing group and the expelled students, it inadvertently made their relationship even better. Seeing Yamauchi retort to Hirata, Ike was originally a little scared, but then he remembered that if he didn't fight for it, he would soon face expulsion. So he simply threw caution to the wind. And also spoke out in support of Yamauchi. If you want us not to ask Horikita-san for help, that's fine. Then, Hirata-san, how about you help us get exempted from the expulsion punishment? As soon as Ike spoke, he saw many people looking at him differently. Especially the girls. He hadn't expected to have a day where he was the center of attention. He should have known better than to let Yamauchi steal the spotlight. Hey! You too! Shinohara was about to finish scolding Yamauchi and Ike. But then she was stopped by Hirata. Enough, Shinohara-san, they are right. I can't help them avoid the expulsion punishment, and it's understandable for them to criticize and complain. Hirata sighed deeply. But Shinohara-san was a bit unwilling. Hirata-san clearly didn't do anything wrong, so why was he being blamed like this? Karuizawa also had a gloomy expression. She had no intention of giving the failing duo any good look. Seeing her chance, Kushida-san quickly got up to mediate. Everyone, please calm down first. Firstly, Hirata-san, I think Hirata-san has already done his best. The reason this situation has developed to this point is not Hirata-san's fault. And Ike and Yamauchi are being a bit excessive. If you want Horikita-san to help, shouldn't you ask her nicely? If you keep pressuring her like this, and you anger Horikita-san, do you really think President Horikita would let his younger sister be bullied? Kushida-san's words were, to put it plainly, just smoothing things over, offering no substantial advice. Moreover, at the end, she very insidiously hinted that Horikita might take revenge out of personal spite. This made both Ike and Yamauchi's expressions change. We didn't want this either, it's just that Horikita-san is too heartless. Ike tried to shift his responsibility to Horikita. And that's exactly what Kushida-san was waiting for. Seeing Ike start to pass the buck, Kushida-san went over to Horikita. With a pleading expression, she took Horikita's hand. Someone who didn't know them might think their relationship was very close, otherwise, such intimate behavior wouldn't be possible. Amane, for some reason, stared intently at Kushida-san's hand. She wondered what she was thinking. I know, Suzune, you hope President Horikita can disregard your feelings and handle this matter fairly, but everyone is a classmate. Please, I'm begging you on behalf of everyone who's about to be expelled, please help us, please help everyone in Class D, okay? I'm begging you. As Kushida-san spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Kushida-san. Wang Meiyu covered her mouth, looking at Kushida-san in surprise. She didn't expect her to care so much about those who were going to be expelled. That's right, Horikita, it wouldn't hurt to help a little, would it? Ichihashi Ruri also couldn't help but speak up for Kushida-san. Karuizawa had no objection, and for a moment, almost all the girls from the Karuizawa faction, Shinohara-san's faction, and Kushida-san's faction simultaneously attacked Horikita. And standing behind Horikita Suzune was only one person. That was Amane. Amane, I remember you and Horikita are quite close, aren't you? Please help us plead with Horikita-san too, okay? The deadly Ruri threw a direct pitch at Amane. If she caught the ball, she would gain the friendship of most of the girls in the class. And she would only need to explain it later, and even Horikita wouldn't pursue the matter further. But without a doubt, if she were to help others challenge Horikita in such a situation, at least in this classroom, Horikita Suzune would immediately become isolated. In contrast, if she refused to catch the ball, Amane would gain no benefits. Because of her relationship with Horikita, they were just one thin layer away. The stagnant favorability wouldn't increase because of this matter. Instead, it would drag her into this argument herself. She might even be ostracized by the entire class, especially the anger of those who were about to be expelled. It was obvious that once Amane chose to help Horikita, they would surely hate Amane so much they'd want to devour her alive to vent their anger. Wasn't the choice very simple? Hearing Ruri's words, many people finally realized that if there was anyone who could sway Horikita's will, it could only be one person. For a moment, everyone's gaze turned to Amane. They awaited Amane's choice. Amane also stood up under everyone's gaze. As soon as she stood up, Amane noticed several gazes with different meanings directed at her. If she wasn't mistaken, the two gazes behind her should be from Horikita and Ayanokoji, who hadn't spoken yet. And the gazes in front came from Hirata and Koenji. When did Koenji start paying so much attention to her? Amane smiled at the expelled students and those who hoped she would speak up and plead with Horikita. Suddenly, the entire class relaxed. Having Amane's help would be much more effective than their strenuous verbal persuasion. Amane slowly opened her mouth. So noisy. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 96, Chapter 95, Your sister is being bullied and crying, come quickly. So annoying. Amane's words plunged the entire class into a deathly silence. Chabashira-sensei's head began to throb slightly. She knew she shouldn't have expected Amane to cooperate in advancing the situation. But Amane's actions made Chabashira-sensei begin to doubt if she was suitable to be a homeroom teacher. Both the boys and girls in the class were left dumbfounded by Amane's single sentence. They couldn't imagine that Amane, who had always given the impression of being a sweet and naive girl, would say such a thing. Amane, you just... Kushida-san was about to twist Amane's meaning. But Amane immediately noticed it. I just said it's annoying. Seriously, all of you. You didn't do well on the test and you're going to beg for mercy, and you're so self-righteous about it. If you can beg on the street after being expelled with the same righteous demanding of charity, I might even look up to you. Amane shrugged. Such a gesture was very disadvantageous, and due to her height, Amane's movements actually looked a bit unnatural. However, Amane's temperament and cute appearance completely covered these flaws. If one were to ignore the sarcastic expression on Amane's face at this moment, one could only say that Amane's movement was perfectly appropriate. Ha 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 ha, well said. With you here, I don't feel like anything worth worrying about will happen. Koenji laughed and left his seat. After giving Amane a meaningful glance, he walked straight out of the classroom. Everyone felt a bit strange. However, Koenji was always a law unto himself, so at this moment, no one was concerned about his whereabouts. Miyako, you're not being expelled. I know I'm not. What school rule says I can't make sarcastic remarks? Yamauchi, you're about to be expelled, so you can only desperately beg Suzune, right? If you can kneel down and beg Suzune like Hirata, I can make sure you won't be expelled, you know. Amane's words immediately froze Yamauchi, who was about to attack her. Amane, you're joking, right? Wang Meiyu tugged at Amane's sleeve. She was clearly telling Amane not to say such unreliable things. I'm not joking, I'm serious. Yamauchi, seeing how pathetic you are, I'll give you this chance. Kneel down now and kowtow to Suzune, and I'll be merciful and make sure you won't be expelled. Amane's gaze pierced through the crowd and landed on Yamauchi. Huh? How is that possible? How could I possibly kneel to a woman? And by what right can you make me stay? Even Chabashira-sensei can't do that, so what makes you think you can? Yamauchi retorted loudly, his face pale. He would never kneel to Horikita, a woman, in public just to avoid being expelled. Besides, making him not be expelled sounded like pure bragging. Yamauchi judged that Amane was just trying to trick them with such a method. Because I am Miyako Amane. Amane pulled a strange badge-like object from her pocket and pinned it to her chest. Then, with one hand on her chest, she looked at Yamauchi with cold eyes. You're putting on quite a show. Do you think I'll play along with your childish games? I'll even expel you in the name of Yamauchi Haruki, ha 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 ha. Yamauchi covered his stomach and burst out laughing. He even tugged at Ike, who was beside him. Ike felt that Amane wasn't lying. But for a girl to say such things, it looked like bragging no matter how you looked at it. So you're refusing. I'm telling you now, this is your only chance. I don't care for your bragging opportunities. You can save them for yourself on the day you get expelled. Yamauchi decisively rejected Amane's charity. Oh dear, what a pity. Since you're refusing, I can only send you off. Amane took off the badge, gently wiped it, and then put it back in her pocket. She took out her phone and dialed Horikita Manabu's number. Is something wrong? Horikita Manabu's voice came from the other end of the line. However, it was a bit muffled. besides some background noise. There was also an almost imperceptible chewing sound. President Horikita, you must have heard about what happened in Class D, right? Amane didn't bother with pleasantries with Horikita Manabu and went straight to the point. As soon as he heard this topic, Horikita Manabu immediately stopped eating. I just received this notification. Horikita Manabu asked tentatively. He wanted to know the purpose of Amane's call. And how Horikita Suzune viewed the fact that the class she was supposed to lead was about to expel 15 people at once. What a ridiculous Class D, so when do you plan to start dealing with this matter? Horikita Manabu frowned. Logically, such matters should only be announced naturally once the student council is ready to take over. Amane's actions are out of line. However, Horikita Manabu thought about it and decided to inform her truthfully. At the earliest, it might be the 28th of this month. At the latest, the matter will be resolved before the 30th, so it won't affect the point distribution next month. Oh, I think I remember your class is prohibited from receiving points next month. Amane on the other end of the phone was speechless. Just state the time. Why go off topic? Isn't that just rubbing salt in the wound? So, the student council isn't ready to handle this matter yet. That's right. The incident was too sudden, and we weren't prepared at all. I was informed abruptly while eating. Preparing the relevant documents and conducting investigations will take at least 2 days. Are you calling to plead for them? Horikita Manabu showed an understanding expression. It was probably his sister, who was too afraid of losing face to speak directly, who asked Amane to call him to plead. Honestly. Is Horikita Manabu someone who would be swayed by mere family ties? Upon hearing Horikita Manabu's words, even Yamauchi covered his mouth, afraid to breathe loudly. At this moment, if Amane had just said yes, they might have avoided expulsion. But to everyone's surprise, Amane frowned. Your efficiency is truly slow. Can't you hold a meeting first to let everyone show their faces, and then you can investigate? Amane's tone made Horikita Manabu a bit puzzled. Are those pleading for others this assertive now? The student council has no such precedent. We will naturally notify your class representative for a meeting and discussion after our investigation is complete. It's too early now. Horikita Manabu replied with a standardized template. Horikita Manabu, stop with the officialese. Your sister is being bullied by those expelled delinquents. They're demanding that Suzune plead for them to avoid expulsion, and now they're even trying to use class opinion to pressure Suzune. As soon as Amane finished speaking, those who were about to be expelled immediately panicked. While they wanted Horikita to plead for them, they had never forced Horikita. This was slander. Horikita Manabu on the other end of the phone paused for a moment. If she can't even handle such a small matter, how does Suzune expect to get into Class A? Tell Suzune to apply for expulsion along with those expelled students. Don't let me be embarrassed at this school. Horikita Manabu finished speaking and was about to hang up dramatically. Suzune is almost crying, you know. Horikita Suzune, hearing Amane spread rumors about her to her brother right in front of her, immediately panicked and tried to snatch the phone. I'm not crying. But a voice came from the other end of the phone first. After school today, a disciplinary decision will be announced for the expelled students of Class D. Class D must have at least 3 representatives present to observe, and Chabashira-sensei, as the homeroom teacher of Class D, must attend. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 97, Chapter 96, This Brother Can't Be Kept. Amane. Horikita immediately ran over and grabbed Amane, shaking her back and forth. Why did you say I was almost crying? Horikita's face seemed a bit flushed. Is being told she cried in front of Horikita Manabu that embarrassing? But even if it was embarrassing, blushing was not allowed. Amane rubbed Horikita's face. It seemed to get even redder. Miyako-san. I didn't expect you to be such a petty person. I pointed at Amane and loudly rebuked her. During school, some people often like to tell on others to teachers. If it was just simple tattling, that would be one thing. Some people also like to exaggerate when they told on others. For example, if someone brought a phone, which was prohibited, to school today, and was accidentally seen by someone who liked to exaggerate when tattling. Then when he reported to the teacher, it might become, someone was playing games in class and even told us he brings his phone to school every day, and the teacher never finds out. In this way, it would be almost impossible for the teacher to allow the person with the phone to explain. The matter would be decided. Amane used what they considered the most despicable method, tattling and exaggerating. This was practically ensuring they couldn't avoid expulsion. Save it. Have you thought about what you'll tell your family when you call them? I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it, so is it my fault? You can tell on me too, you know. Amane shrugged like a rogue, even making a face. Ike was so angry he gritted his teeth, even clenching his fists, intending to teach Amane a lesson. Just then, Amane began to stretch. The crisp cracking sound of bones made Ike feel it was better to be reasonable. He suddenly recalled the girl who had used pseudo as a punching bag that day. Gulp, gulp. Ike continuously swallowed his saliva. But at this moment, Amane couldn't even be bothered to look at Ike again. Meanwhile, Horikita Manabu came to the return area with his meal tray. He happened to meet Tachibana Akane, who had also just finished eating. Just a quick glance at Horikita Manabu's meal tray, and Secretary Tachibana's face showed surprise. Horikita Manabu was always known for his frugality, so he rarely wasted food, always finishing his plate cleanly. She didn't expect him to leave so much this time. Manabu, are you not feeling well today? Yes, some things have made me lose my appetite. But now, I need you. Horikita Manabu looked at Secretary Tachibana seriously. How sudden, I'm not ready at all. Secretary Tachibana was a bit flustered and nervous, with a hint of happiness on her face. Sometimes things come so suddenly, catching people off guard. Yes, fate is like that, catching people off guard. Secretary Tachibana quickly echoed Horikita Manabu. But Horikita Manabu showed a puzzled expression. Fate. Secretary Tachibana, what are you talking about? I just plan to have you gather the student council for a temporary short meeting at 1:30. As soon as Horikita Manabu finished speaking, Secretary Tachibana's expression immediately fell. Oh. I understand, President. At 1:30 p.m. Whether they had eaten well, not eaten enough, or were stuffed, all student council members gathered here. Since Horikita Manabu hadn't told Secretary Tachibana why he was calling a meeting, Secretary Tachibana only gathered the core members holding positions in the student council to attend the meeting. President Horikita, did something happen for you to call us so urgently? Kiriyama, seeing Horikita Manabu appear, quickly asked. Recently, there had been a mistake in the promotion of the sports event he was in charge of, so he was a bit worried that this impromptu meeting was aimed at him. Horikita Manabu didn't explain much, he just copied the text message the school sent him and posted it in the student council's workgroup chat. Everyone was looking down, reading the message carefully. Not long after, Kiriyama's expression relaxed. Does President Horikita really need to get involved in such a small matter? As soon as Kiriyama finished speaking, he heard someone next to him sigh. Nagumo, do you have anything to say? The one who sighed was Nagumo Miyabi, the successor designated by the school for Horikita Manabu. So even Horikita Manabu could not ignore Nagumo Miyabi's opinion. Kiriyama is thinking too simply. Why would the school hand this matter over to the student council? Isn't it because the school finds it thorny? Why would expulsion be so easy, yet the school finds it thorny? Nagumo Miyabi glanced at Kiriyama next to him. Is it because there are too many people? Secretary Tachibana answered Nagumo Miyabi's question. Exactly, there are too many. Nagumo Miyabi snapped his fingers, then leaned back in his chair. So the problem arises, we need to reduce the number of expulsions without changing the rules, while also demonstrating the school's authority and saving its face. This is not an easy task. Nagumo Miyabi was very dissatisfied with the school's dragging its feet approach. In his opinion, a bit too many people. Clearing them all out would be the best option. A school that values ability, yet constantly has failing students, wouldn't that be a joke to outsiders? Nagumo has a point, but this time we must rise to the challenge. I plan to conclude this matter tonight. Horikita Manabu said in an unyielding tone. Under Horikita Manabu's immense pressure, Nagumo Miyabi reluctantly sat back up straight. If there was anyone he feared in this school, Horikita Manabu was undoubtedly at the top of the list. In terms of ability, Nagumo Miyabi did not think he was inferior to Horikita Manabu. However, he still couldn't see Horikita Manabu's true strength. This made Nagumo Miyabi hesitant to act rashly. Anyway, he was already the designated student council president, so there was no need to go against Horikita Manabu. After the student council matters were settled, the next step was to start gathering information about the failing students. At this moment, a little to the left. Is it here? Yes, a little more force. It's a little comfortable now, Amane, push harder. Amane next to her increased the pressure in her hands. Amane, who was massaging Horikita's shoulders, glanced at the time. It's almost time for President Horikita's scheduled meeting. Should we go? Since first-year Class D had a half-day off in the afternoon, almost everyone chose to return to their dorms. And Amane was currently being arranged by Horikita Suzune to, cough. Arranged to give a shoulder massage. They probably won't let the two of us go, right? After all, we've offended everyone in the class. Horikita gave a wry smile. Originally, Amane didn't have to care about her, but Amane still chose to stand up when she was being attacked by most of the class. Although they eventually needed outside help. But without Amane, she really didn't know how to resolve the situation. Now, those who were going to be expelled saw Amane and Horikita as the same. Or rather, Amane wanted them to get out even more than Horikita. No matter how they thought about it, they wouldn't allow Amane to attend the meeting. For Horikita, there was still some possibility. After all, Horikita Manabu was Horikita Suzune's older brother, and bringing Horikita Suzune might have an unexpected effect. That's not necessarily true. No sooner had Amane finished speaking than she received a text message notification. It told Amane to go to the student council office for the meeting. They called Amane but not her. Horikita Suzune looked at the sender's name with suspicion. My brother, he wouldn't really be with Amane. This brother can't be kept. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 98, Chapter 97, A Comeback. Yamauchi wants to show off too. Amane opened the door to the meeting room. With a click. All eyes in the meeting room focused on Amane. Amane awkwardly looked at the doorknob in her hand, feeling a bit lost. This. I don't have to pay for it, do I? Horikita Manabu gave Amane a speechless look. No, the meeting is about to start. Find a seat and sit down. Seeing that Horikita Manabu didn't intend to pursue the doorknob incident, Amane finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the meeting room was already full, she quickly ran to the last empty seat and sat down. The most conspicuous thing in the entire meeting room was the huge red lacquered beechwood round table that occupied 2/3 of the room's space. Horikita Manabu sat at the head of the table. Tachibana Akane stood behind him, seemingly in charge of presiding over this meeting for the review and decision of the expelled students. The members of first-year Class D attending the meeting sat to Horikita Manabu's left in a semicircular arc. There were 6 members from first-year Class D, including Chabashira-sensei. The student council member sat to Horikita Manabu's right. Surprisingly, Ichino's Hanami was also present, though she was at the far end of the right side. When Amane sat next to her, she even greeted Amane. Since everyone is here, this meeting regarding the review and decision of the expelled students from first-year Class D officially begins. After Tachibana Akane finished speaking, she pressed the remote control in her hand. The projector placed nearby began to operate. A large data chart was projected onto the whiteboard behind Horikita Manabu. It listed all the failing students, which meant the names of those about to be expelled, as well as their test scores for all subjects. And the failing score for that subject was highlighted in red. These are the detailed score data for those who meet the conditions for expulsion. After an urgent review of the test papers, all scores are confirmed to be correct. After Tachibana Akane finished speaking, her gaze turned to Horikita Manabu. Regarding the scores, they have been verified under Secretary Tachibana's coordination. These individual scores indeed meet the school's requirements for expulsion. However, the same result has already been rejected by the school, which indicates that the school is not satisfied with such an embarrassing result from first-year Class D. On this matter, I would like to hear your thoughts, as members of first-year Class D, on this result. Horikita Manabu's gaze fell on the first-year Class D attendees. Chabashira-sensei was about to speak when Yamauchi immediately stood up. To be expelled just for failing, isn't that too unfair? As soon as Yamauchi spoke, Amane couldn't help but cover her face. Why was this idiot here? Now, they were embarrassing themselves in front of the student council. Yamauchi. What nonsense are you spouting? Chabashira-sensei, seeing Yamauchi blurt out such naive words, felt her face redden and quickly reprimanded Yamauchi. It's fine. I said I wanted to hear everyone's thoughts, so naturally, anything said here is fine. Horikita Manabu first stopped Chabashira-sensei's reprimand, but just as he was about to encourage Yamauchi to continue, his words were also interrupted. President, although that's what you said, if the people from first-year Class D only bring up such foolish questions, we, as members of the student council, will also feel very troubled. How about I explain to this student, whose name is Yamawatsit? Nagumo Miyabi raised his hand. Then I'll trouble Nagumo-san to answer Yamauchi-san's question. Horikita Manabu gave the floor to Nagumo Miyabi. This was the first time Amane had really looked at Nagumo Miyabi. Beneath his blonde hair were decent facial features, and his body was clearly defined, suggesting he had exercised. Logically, he should have been a sunny type of guy, similar to Hirata. But for some reason, Nagumo Miyabi gave her an impression of frivolity and gloom, which was not good. Nagumo Miyabi looked down at Yamauchi with a condescending gaze. Yamauchi, who had just been full of anger, began to break out in fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Fair? Did no one tell you that if you fail, you'll be expelled? Nagumo Miyabi was ostensibly questioning Yamauchi. but the corner of his eye was glancing at Chabashira-sensei. Chabashira-sensei did say. Since it was said, I can assume you are very clear about the rules of this exam. This just goes to show that you and the others in your class started on the same starting line, and no one had a method to ace the exam in an extraordinary way. How could we have started on the same starting line? Hirata even posted the exam answers in the class group. As soon as Yamauchi spoke, the others looked at him with expressions as if he were an idiot. You mean, someone was involved in cheating, right? Nagumo Miyabi seized on the key issue. That's right. In the later exams, everyone in the class was cheating. Otherwise, how could they have scored so high? Only I truly took the exam based on my own ability. Even if my grades are failing, that's still much better than those cheaters. If those who followed the rules and took the exam are expelled, isn't that too unfair? Yamauchi's accusation made everyone in first-year Class D's faces darken. Nagumo Miyabi, who had originally been uninterested, now became intrigued. The charge of cheating is very serious. You could even be expelled. You can't just say such things unless you have evidence of their cheating. Nagumo Miyabi deliberately led Yamauchi on. Yamauchi, completely unaware of Nagumo Miyabi's intentions, directly took out his phone and opened the photos of several test papers that Hirata had sent in the group chat. Shimizu. First-year Class B. I don't remember there being such a person in the second year, President. Nagumo Miyabi looked at Horikita Manabu as if he was about to watch a good show. Shimizu is that male student from third-year Class D. It seems he leaked the school's exam questions and violated the school's rule against buying and selling test papers. Under such circumstances, Horikita Manabu could only conclude that the other party had violated school regulations. Privately buying and selling test papers was something no one usually bothered with, and the school even supported it, treating the buying and selling of test papers as one of the correct answers that allowed first-year newcomers to perfectly pass their first midterm exam, used to test the abilities of first-year students. However, this matter could never be brought out into the open, because buying and selling test papers was explicitly prohibited by school rules. It could be said that Yamauchi had suddenly found a way to break the deadlock. If it was determined to be cheating, then without a doubt, the scores of this exam would be invalidated, and their expulsion would still have room for reversal. Amane narrowed her eyes. Something was wrong. Very wrong. The whole thing felt strange. Was Yamauchi capable of coming up with such an argument? And outwardly, he seemed to be defending himself, but in reality, he was directly pointing the finger at Hirata. At a time like this, still not forgetting to play little tricks, it could only be that guy, right? Amane looked at the person she suspected. The other person smiled at Amane, seemingly admitting that Yamauchi's argument was indeed something she had taught him. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 99, Chapter 98, No one objects. Then I object. Horikita Manabu took the phone from Nagumo Miyabi's hand. When he confirmed that the content of the photos was indeed identical to the first-year midterm exam papers. Even Horikita Manabu had nothing to say. He looked at Hirata next to him. Hirata-san, do you know that you violated the school's rule against buying and selling test papers? And you are also suspected of leaking exam questions and answers. Such actions could invalidate the entire class's midterm exam scores. Horikita Manabu's words weighed heavily on Hirata's heart. Hirata clenched his fists, his face showing an unwilling expression. However, he still did not open his mouth to explain the true source of the test papers. President, isn't this matter easier to handle now? The entire first-year Class D is suspected of cheating, so couldn't they just retake the exam? Preparing new test papers and implementing them would take at least 3 days. Tomorrow is the weekend, so with 5 extra days to review, first-year Class D shouldn't have so many failing students again. Nagumo Miyabi's suggestion made Horikita Manabu nod in deep agreement. The school's current stance was that the rules could not be changed. However, first-year Class D absolutely cannot have 15 students expelled. Such a malicious incident would cause social uproar. The student council, caught in the middle, was already in a dilemma. But now, someone could actually produce evidence of Class D cheating. This way, they would only need to retake the exam, and the scores of the failing students would be greatly reduced. This would both comply with the school's regulations and punish Class D's failing students. It was simply the best way to handle it. As for Hirata, if he violated 2 school rules consecutively, he might only have expulsion as an option. Horikita Manabu felt a little regretful. However, one must bravely take responsibility for their actions. Hirata-san, if you have nothing to say, I will announce the student council's verdict on Class D, Horikita Manabu asked Hirata one last time. I have no objection to the buying and selling of exam papers. I sent the photos, and I bought the exam papers from an upperclassman. Even if I'm expelled, I don't care, But I hope that if there's a re-examination, the student council will allow me to participate in the final exam. Just give him time. He would definitely find a way to make everyone pass this time. Only he needed to be expelled. Dream on, Hirata-san. You're definitely going to be expelled immediately, right? Still want to take the exam? That's just wishful thinking. Yamauchi's sarcastic words continuously stung Hirata. Hirata lowered his head in pain but did not speak to defend himself. Chabashira-sensei, what do you think about this matter? It wasn't Horikita Manabu or Hirata who asked this question. It was Amane, sitting in an inconspicuous corner. Chabashira-sensei, who was drinking hot tea from a thermos, seemed surprised to be called out and glanced at Amane with a hint of astonishment. What can I say? The facts are as everyone sees. Some things, when brought up, are violations of school regulations. It's useless no matter how much you argue. Moreover, if there can be a re-examination, it might not be a bad thing for Class D. Chabashira-sensei shrugged. It was precisely this action that completely disappointed Amane in Chabashira-sensei. Did Chabashira-sensei really not know who bought the exam papers? Did Chabashira-sensei really not know what Hirata would face? Did Chabashira-sensei really not know how important Hirata was to Class D at this moment? No. Chabashira-sensei knew everything. But she had no intention of helping Class D at all. All she wanted was the best outcome for Class D. As for who brought it about, it wasn't important. Miyako-san, do you have anything else you'd like to say? Even though Horikita Manabu recognized Amane's ability, he still didn't believe Amane could turn the tide against such irrefutable evidence. You might as well state the student council's judgment on this incident first, and then I'll decide whether I need to express my opinion. The expression on Amane's face began to gradually disappear. Her entire being exuded an incredibly oppressive aura. The oppressive aura continuously spread, and the surrounding atmosphere also changed. Ichino's was the first to be affected. Goosebumps had already appeared on her skin, as if she were in a cold environment. The cold, silent atmosphere enveloped and consumed Ichino's. In just a few breaths, Ichino's felt her breathing becoming difficult, and her heart rate began to accelerate, as if something terrifying was about to happen. The unease and fear made Ichino's choose to distance herself slightly from Amane. Even though it was very rude behavior, she didn't hesitate. She knew that if it continued, she would be the one to lose composure in that room first. Such intense pressure made even Nagumo Miyabi, who had always been jovial, put away his expression and look at Amane with curiosity. Was there really such a person hidden within first-year Class D? Perhaps things would become a little more interesting. Nagumo Miyabi still had a somewhat dismissive expression on his face. But in his heart, he was on high alert. Yamauchi, sitting on Amane's other side, even fearfully moved a full 2 body lengths away from Amane. Amane merely looked calmly at Horikita Manabu and created such a stir. As the person being watched, Horikita Manabu felt his throat starting to become dry. He knew this was likely just his psychological effect at play. However, his body's instinct still made him choose to temporarily avoid the sharp-edged Amane, and his gaze began to dart away. In just a few breaths, Amane had suppressed everyone present with her aura. The student council's judgment and ruling on the expelled members of first-year Class D and other members of first-year Class D are as follows. During the investigation, it was found that Class D engaged in the egregious act of buying and selling exam papers for cheating. Therefore, the expulsion procedure is suspended, and the midterm exam scores of all first-year Class D students are cancelled. The specific re-examination date will be announced at a later time. First-year Class D student Hirata Yusuke participated in the buying and selling of exam papers for cheating and is hereby expelled. After Horikita Manabu finished reading, he looked up and surveyed the expressions around him. Hirata's somewhat pale face. Chabashira-sensei's indifferent expression. Yamauchi's smiling face. And Amane's coldness. We will also report these results to the school. The reply should be received as early as tomorrow morning. Even on a holiday, the student council can handle expulsion procedures. Horikita Manabu looked at Hirata. He felt some pity for this person who desperately wanted to lead his class forward. What a pity. He had met the wrong people. If first-year Class D were all people like Yamauchi, it would be impossible to become Class A, no matter what. Hirata couldn't do it, Suzune couldn't do it, and even he, Horikita Manabu, couldn't lead such a class to Class A. Does anyone have any further objections to this ruling? Tachibana Akane breathed a sigh of relief. This could finally end early. She asked everyone present according to the procedure. Usually, after the student council president has announced the ruling. Basically, no one would raise objections. So, Tachibana Akane had a slight smile on her face, not thinking that there would be any further surprises in this matter. Just as Tachibana Akane was about to announce the dismissal of the meeting, Amane slowly rose from her seat. I object. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 100, Chapter 99, Sacrifice. Sorry, you overestimate yourself. I object. Amane's objection left Tachibana Akane somewhat dumbfounded. She hadn't expected someone to actually stand up and object to the ruling issued by the student council president, Horikita Manabu, in such a situation where the overall outcome was already decided. The most crucial thing was that apart from the slightly severe punishment for Hirata-san, the decision for a re-examination was entirely in favor of Class D, and could even be said to have saved Class D. There were a few days of free time. As long as someone gathered everyone in the class for high-intensity tutoring, even if everyone passed, it wouldn't be incomprehensible. Tachibana Akane didn't understand why Amane would choose to object. Horikita Manabu felt a little emotional. He had seen determination on Amane's face just now. He had a premonition that Amane would refute the student council's ruling. But when she actually spoke it still gave Horikita Manabu an unreal feeling. Horikita Manabu even found Amane's actions somewhat incomprehensible. When people make certain decisions, it is often to achieve some goal for themselves. Even Amane was no exception. But what purpose could Amane have in objecting to the student council's ruling? After much thought, Horikita Manabu could only assume that Amane intended to save Hirata. Save Hirata. The goal seemed very simple and direct. But it was almost impossible. Firstly, Hirata had already admitted to buying and selling exam papers and leaking exam questions. According to school regulations, Hirata was bound to be expelled. And it was precisely Hirata's expulsion that brought about Horikita Manabu's extra leniency for Class D, a chance for all Class D students to retake the exam. Even if Amane saved Hirata, what about the 15 students in Class D who were going to be expelled? To save Hirata, the cheating results would have to be overturned. Sacrificing one person to save 15 people is completely different from sacrificing 15 people to save one person. If considering quality, even Horikita Manabu would not hesitate to choose to save Hirata. Because Hirata's value as an important talent surpassed that of the remaining 15 people who were about to be expelled combined. But unfortunately, this was just a simple numerical comparison. If Hirata were to be saved, it would mean losing 15 people at once. Such a cost was something Class D could not bear. Horikita Manabu was even confident that if all the students in Class D were asked whether it was better to save Hirata or save 15 people. If everyone in Class D could approach this matter objectively, Horikita Manabu could guarantee that at least 39 out of 40 people would choose to save the 15 people and abandon Hirata, simply because the cost of losing Hirata was smaller. These 39 people would even include Hirata himself. Because Hirata had long been prepared for expulsion, as long as his expulsion had value, he would have no regrets. Yet, Amane publicly expressed her objection. Miyako-san. I appreciate your kindness, but this is a glimmer of hope I painstakingly gained. I don't want. What you don't want has nothing to do with me. I just think what you're doing is very foolish, so I objected. Foolish. Hirata never expected it. Amane actually gave him a foolish evaluation. Miyako-san. You can say it's because of my poor decisions, or my lack of ability, that I couldn't lead the class to the end, but you can't insult me like this. Hirata couldn't quite understand why, even after choosing the path of self-sacrifice, his choice was still being denied. Hirata looked at Amane with confusion. Amane, however, met his gaze without changing her expression. What? Hirata, do you really think what you're doing now is correct? Amane's gaze met Hirata's, who was about to retort. Such a firm gaze made Hirata somewhat doubtful. Amane's gaze showed her firm will to save him. But even he himself had given up on self-salvation. Why did Amane think she could save him? Perhaps numerically, 1 is indeed less than 15, but that's not a reason to easily abandon that 1, let alone make a self-sacrifice for those idiots. It sounds incredibly ridiculous. Hirata, could it be that you're just doing it for self-satisfaction? Amane's somewhat harsh words stung Hirata's heart. Sacrificing me alone can buy Class D a glimmer of hope. I don't think what I'm doing is wrong. Everything I've done is for Class D to go further, not for self-pity. Hirata's explanation seemed to have used up all his strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Hirata slumped back into his chair, powerless. You're wrong, Hirata Yusuke. How do you know your sacrifice is definitely valuable? The most absurd reason you're wrong is that you equated the retake decision for cheating with your own expulsion decision. Cheating is already a done deal. No matter who initiated it, the fate of a retake cannot be avoided. Therefore, the one who granted Class D its last glimmer of hope was President Horikita, not you, Hirata Yusuke. Hirata's eyes suddenly widened. It seemed Amane's words also made sense. Since a retake was inevitable, why did he link Horikita Manabu's handling of the situation with himself? Just because he was the one to be expelled, did he have the right to say that his sacrifice brought about such a result? No, it shouldn't be like this. He was just the one being punished. He understood. Hirata finally understood. Although the outcome was inextricably linked to him, even if he were removed from the entire incident, the re-examination would still have to happen. His so-called voluntary sacrifice was based on his violation of school rules. Being punished for violating school rules simply didn't deserve the word sacrifice. Amane saw Hirata's gaze gradually brighten. She also knew that Hirata had completely understood. Now, she was going to start refuting Hirata's other foolish idea. Was it worth exchanging him for 15 people? The answer was no. Hirata, you're too easily trusting of others, which is why you accepted the theory that 15 people are greater than one person. If you were expelled now, who would organize the class to face the upcoming retake? Karuizawa. Or Kushida-san? Although what I'm about to say might be hurtful, they completely lack the ability to gather a disorganized group. Amane's words made Kushida-san's expression beside her turn sour. Although neither Horikita Manabu nor Hirata seemed to intend to change the ruling. Amane, however, gave her the impression that as long as she was willing, even something as almost unsolvable as buying and selling exam papers, which violated school rules, she could easily handle it. Everyone should cooperate with Kushida-san and the others to study hard. After all, if they still don't study seriously, even if there's a re-examination, those who fail will still be expelled. Hirata, at this point, still naively believed. As long as those who failed could be saved, they would study seriously for the upcoming exams, thereby avoiding the fate of expulsion. How ridiculous. Hirata, when will you stop being so naive? I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 101, Chapter 100, the ruling is done, and you say you're taking the blame. How ridiculous. Hirata, when will you stop being so naive? Amane let out a cold laugh. If it weren't for her fear that Horikita would get tired leading Class D alone. She really didn't want to bother with an idealist like Hirata. He thought too highly of others and conceived of solutions to problems too perfectly, yet he overlooked how few trustworthy people there are in reality. How many perfect solutions are there? Hirata-san, have you forgotten something? Rome wasn't built in a day, you must have heard that idiom. The first half of these expelled students' academic lives were spent in idleness. Can 2 or 3 days of tutoring make them realize that studying is actually for themselves? Didn't you invite them when you organized study groups? Do they really not know that failing will lead to expulsion? I believe you, Hirata-san, already have the answer in your heart. In that case. Amane glanced around at everyone present. Then her gaze refocused on Hirata. Why do you think others can do better than you, and help them review their schoolwork? And there's an even more realistic problem before you, even if they get lucky this time, what about next time? Do you naively believe that next time someone will still be willing to rescue them? No, they won't, because there's only one Hirata Yusuke, and their future is still expulsion. As soon as Amane finished speaking, Yamauchi immediately retorted. We won't be like that. As long as we can avoid expulsion this time, we will definitely study hard in the future and won't drag the class down again. Hirata hung his head. He was wondering what he was thinking. But from Hirata's expression, Hirata did not immediately refute. He had actually already accepted Amane's statement. Yamauchi's promise was even more superfluous. Even Hirata expressed doubt about it. After a long while, Hirata raised his head, his lips somewhat dry. Miyako-san, you're right. What sacrifice? It was just my self-pity. You're right, I was too one-sided. But what I did was. Hirata's voice abruptly stopped under Amane's gaze. He didn't know what he had said wrong again. But the expression Amane wore looked, no matter how you saw it, somewhat helpless. Hirata, are you too deep into character? Did you really buy the exam papers? Amane couldn't help but sigh. If she wanted to save Hirata, she had to find a way to deny the student council's accusation against him. Coincidentally, perhaps because Hirata voluntarily admitted his actions, the student council neglected the most crucial step. And it was a step that could overturn Hirata's case. That was evidence collection. The student council directly overlooked the evidence collection process. A slight investigation would not be enough to determine that Hirata's actions violated school regulations. Although this might be unfair to Ayanokoji, for now, Ayanokoji could only bear part of the responsibility. By continuously splitting the responsibility, Hirata would not be expelled. Hirata knew Amane was hinting at him, asking him to reveal the true person behind the purchase of the exam papers. When he first confessed, he actually didn't know that such an action would lead to expulsion, so he rashly took all the blame himself. But now that he knew that privately buying and selling exam papers for cheating was punishable by expulsion, he was even more unwilling to reveal the true mastermind. Ayanokoji's motivation was entirely out of goodwill. When he was in despair, Ayanokoji risked being caught to provide him with a solution that almost turned the situation around. The facts proved that the answers Ayanokoji provided played a huge role. If it weren't for Ayanokoji, Hirata couldn't even imagine how he would face a class where perhaps 2/3 of the people would be expelled. He also saw Amane's efforts. He was very grateful that Amane had always wanted to pull him out of the mire. But the crisis he now faced was a choice where one person had to be sacrificed to be saved. If he just shifted all the blame onto Ayanokoji, he could be spared from expulsion. But wouldn't that be betraying Ayanokoji-kun's good intentions? I don't understand what Amane-san is saying. Amane noticed the change in Hirata's tone. She knew Hirata still intended to sacrifice himself to protect Ayanokoji. However, he really was an idiot. Who said it had to be a sacrifice? President Horikita, I request a point audit for Hirata-san. If he purchased exam papers from an upperclassman, there would inevitably be transfer records. I believe the student council wouldn't overlook this as the most crucial link in the chain of evidence, would it? Amane did not continue to argue with Hirata. Facing someone like Hirata, she could only try to achieve her goal through indirect means. Granted. Secretary Tachibana, please retrieve Hirata-san's transfer records. After Horikita Manabu asked Secretary Tachibana to retrieve the records, his gaze turned to Hirata. Even if Hirata didn't admit it now, Horikita Manabu had probably guessed a bit of the truth of the matter. But this truth made it even more incredible. Because if the person who bought the exam papers was indeed someone else, it meant Hirata was taking the blame for someone else. If he had initially been unaware of the punishment and accidentally admitted to violating school rules, then what about Amane's guidance just now? If Hirata regretted taking the blame, wouldn't it have been better to just follow Amane's words and speak out? But Hirata rejected Amane's good intentions. Which meant, this newcomer who had just entered this school was truly prepared to be expelled as a sacrifice. Not long after, Secretary Tachibana walked over, holding 2 printed point statements, looking shocked. President. Hirata-san's personal point statement indeed shows no payment to Shimizu-san. Instead, a person named Ayanokoji Kiyotaka paid Shimizu a total of 15,000 personal points. Secretary Tachibana handed the point statement printed from the system backend to Horikita Manabu for inspection. Horikita Manabu took the point statement and carefully confirmed it, then looked at Hirata. Hirata-san, aren't you going to explain? Horikita Manabu's tone changed to one of admiration. There was actually someone who would take the blame for a classmate and face expulsion. Such a person must be utterly selfless, right? Hearing Secretary Tachibana's words, everyone present, except for Hirata and Amane, was stunned. They never expected that Hirata Yusuke, who had always been identified as the main culprit in this unexpectedly discovered cheating incident, was actually taking the blame for someone else. How could such a thing happen? Kiriyama couldn't help but raise his hand to ask a question. Kiriyama, do you have something to say? Horikita Manabu motioned for Kiriyama to stand up and answer. I want to ask Hirata-san, are you really taking the blame for someone else? You could be expelled for this. Kiriyama looked at Hirata, whose expression hadn't changed at all, in shock. He was actually planning to get himself expelled to protect someone else. What a joke. How could there be such a person? Could there really be someone who thinks of others so selflessly? I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 102, Chapter 101, Girl, I'm quite taken with you. Hirata slightly pursed his somewhat dry lips. His mouth was filled with bitterness. He had known all along that such a small trick wouldn't fool the student council's investigation. So, he chose to confess in an attempt to mislead them. After learning that he might be expelled, Hirata actually felt a bit fortunate. If he hadn't voluntarily admitted to buying the test papers himself, Ayanokoji might have been implicated as well. But now, Amane, in an effort to clear his name, had seized upon the loophole he had been deliberately avoiding. The truth of the matter was thus easily revealed. He had no intention of blaming Amane. Anyone would understand that Amane was standing against the student council and those who were to be expelled for his sake. However, Amane had no such obligation. Whether he, Hirata, left this class or not had no impact on Amane. Even though Amane and Hirata didn't interact much, Hirata had still learned some things about Amane from various sources. Such an excellent girl had no need to incur the wrath of the entire class. Whether it was for higher education or employment, in Hirata's opinion, these were very simple matters for Amane. She could completely choose a slightly more comfortable campus life. Even choosing Koenji's lifestyle wouldn't be a big deal. Yet, she was also enduring the pressure of being ostracized to speak up for him. Hirata was a little moved. He really wanted to say thank you to Amane, but that would seem too sentimental. Therefore, Hirata decided to remember this gratitude well. Alas, what would happen to Ayanokoji if he was exposed? Even though his own matters hadn't concluded, Hirata was already thinking about Ayanokoji's situation. Of course I'm scared. I came to this school with my own dreams, too. I want to get into a good university, and if there's an even stronger football team there, that would be even better. Hirata's face was full of longing and aspiration. Then why would you do something so foolish? That Ayanokoji, or whatever his name is, should bear the consequences of his own actions. If you get expelled, won't all your dreams and hopes turn into smoke? Kiriyama couldn't understand why there were such people in this world. Because there isn't a single team in the world that has only 10 players. Amane answered before Hirata could. That's what you wanted to say, right? Amane's words left Hirata stunned. That was indeed what he wanted to say. If this sentence had come from any football player, Hirata wouldn't have been surprised. But, he never would have expected such words to come from Amane's mouth. No team can keep playing with 10 people, and certainly no team can keep playing with 3 people. So, Miyako-san, why would you abandon the side with more people? Even if Hirata is a star player, a team that isn't at full strength doesn't even have the right to step onto the competition stage, isn't that right? Nagumo Miyabi immediately seized on Amane's words and launched an attack. He wanted to know if the girl named Miyako Amane in front of him could bring him enough enjoyment. Amane heard Nagumo's question and let out a soft snort from her nose. A bunch of weak team benchwarmers who can't even make the starting lineup, wouldn't it be more practical to get rid of them early for money? Amane's retort was extremely sharp. She directly stated that in her mind, those who were to be expelled were nothing more than useless benchwarmers on a weak team, easily replaceable. There was absolutely no need to care about them. Oh my, Miyako-san, speaking like that might displease certain people, you know. Nagumo Miyabi narrowed his eyes. This kind of personality was the type that could create enjoyment for him. Are they going to bite me or something? Amane glanced at Yamauchi, who was red-faced but dared not meet Amane's gaze. Mad dogs, when pushed to a dead end, can do anything, so it's better to be careful usually. If you really get bitten, it's not worth the trouble. Nagumo Miyabi despised good-for-nothings like Yamauchi the most. So, he deliberately used a sarcastic tone to warn Amane. Thanks, what was your name again? Nagumo Miyabi, currently the vice president of the student council. Miyako-san, I'm quite taken with you. Thank you for the compliment, but I don't like boys. Amane's single sentence instantly made the entire meeting room fall silent. What I mean is. I currently have no plans to date boys, hee. She didn't know if it was her imagination. Hirata felt as if Amane had changed into a different person in an instant. The oppressive atmosphere around them also became gentle. It was as if the Amane who had just dared to stand against the entire student council by herself had never appeared at all. What I mean is. Miyako-san, are you interested in joining the student council? In the student council? I refuse. Nagumo Miyabi looked at Amane, speechless. Couldn't she just let him finish his sentence? Did he, Nagumo Miyabi, the dignified vice president, have no face? And this person's refusal was a bit too decisive. One had to know that in the first year alone, over a dozen people applied to join the student council, but only Ichino's was accepted by him. Now, he had a rare moment of appreciation for talent and intended to bring Amane under his wing, but it ended before he even opened his mouth. The huge disparity made the smile on Nagumo Miyabi's face freeze. Seeing this, Ichino's quickly tugged on Amane's sleeve. However, Amane casually touched her hand. This instantly made Ichino's blush. But seeing Nagumo Miyabi look at her, Ichino's could only bite the bullet and try to persuade Amane. Miyako-san, Vice President Nagumo is the designated next student council president, you know. And joining the student council has many benefits. Ichino spoke in a soft, whispering tone, yet at a volume that everyone could hear, briefly introducing Nagumo Miyabi to Amane. Amane felt a little strange. Ichino's way of speaking clearly showed a disregard for Horikita Manabu. No matter how designated the vice president was, he was still the vice president now. The president was sitting right there, and to dare to speak like that in such a situation, truly, classmate Ichino's courage and chest size were both admirable. Oh. Amane simply said, oh, indicating she understood. Ichino's blinked. Amane also blinked. Ichino's, do you have anything else to say? Seeing Ichino's somewhat strange expression, Amane kindly asked. No need. I have nothing more to say. Ichino sat down with a bitter smile. This made Nagumo Miyabi even more frantic. I want to pull you into the student council, and you just say, oh. What does that mean? I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 103, Chapter 102, Ayanokoji's Answer. Seeing the atmosphere in the meeting room become awkward, Horikita Manabu could only look at Secretary Tachibana. Please trouble Secretary Tachibana again to notify Ayanokoji Kiyotaka from first-year Class D to come here. Understood, I'll go notify him right away. Now, the situation of Class D was laid bare. The issue of those who were to be expelled, which originally needed to be resolved first, now became the easiest problem to solve. Because re-examination was almost a certainty. This way, with ample time to review, if they were lucky enough, they could reduce the number of expelled students by more than half in one go. In that case, the school should also be able to accept such a result. And now, the most pressing issue Horikita Manabu needed to resolve was how to deal with Hirata and Ayanokoji. Horikita Manabu glanced at Amane, who had returned to her seat and was whispering with Ichinos. The reason she dared to stand up and protect Hirata was precisely because she had discovered a loophole in the school rules. No, rather than a loophole, it was more like playing a word game and exploiting a loophole in the school's regulations. The school's regulation states that anyone found cheating on an exam using purchased test papers will be expelled. This rule originally had nothing wrong with it. However, Amane did something that no one could have predicted. She essentially split a single sentence into two halves. Since Ayanokoji bought the test papers, then, logically, Ayanokoji should accept the school's punishment. But here's the problem. What would you punish him for? Ayanokoji did purchase the test papers, but he did not use them to cheat on the exam. Unless there's surveillance, it's hard to prove, his grades would only be subject to action if they were used for cheating. Otherwise, merely buying a test paper is not enough to meet the school's disciplinary regulations. As for Hirata, who committed the other half of the disciplinary violation, his responsibility shifted from purchasing test papers and using them to cheat to simply using exam papers to cheat. With Amane's intervention, even Horikita Manabu felt the difficulty increase significantly. Originally, it was a clear-cut case for expulsion, with a law to back it up. But what has it become now? The responsibility is split in two. Ayanokoji bears part of the responsibility for purchasing the test papers, while the other part falls on Hirata, whose dissemination and sharing led to the exam answers being known in advance by many, thus constituting cheating. This means that, if Ayanokoji's testimony is true, Horikita Manabu would even have to find a way to fairly and severely deal with the two of them for their actions on campus, without causing unnecessary public controversy. This is something that just hearing about it makes one feel a headache. Yet, the instigator of all these changes looked completely carefree. Will everything really go according to this little girl's wishes? Horikita Manabu narrowed his eyes. The final key to this matter is Ayanokoji. If Ayanokoji admits that he bought the test papers but did not provide them to Hirata, then the punishment for Ayanokoji would only be limited to purchasing exam papers, and not intentionally aiming to cheat on the exam. If Ayanokoji admits that he actively provided them to Hirata, then what awaits Ayanokoji might be an extremely severe expulsion. Amane also noticed Horikita Manabu's occasional glances at her. Naturally, she also knew what Horikita Manabu was thinking. However, this matter has now reached a point where it is somewhat beyond Amane's control. It's unknown whether Ayanokoji will even admit to purchasing the exam questions. Let alone whether Ayanokoji will try to shift the blame back to Hirata to avoid responsibility. If that happens, all her previous efforts would be completely in vain. Amane looked at her phone. It would have been great if she could have talked to Ayanokoji beforehand. Unfortunately, Horikita Manabu most likely wouldn't give her such an opportunity. Not long after, Ayanokoji Kiyotaka arrived at the conference room with Tachibana Akane. As soon as he entered, Ayanokoji's gaze went straight to Amane. He keenly sensed that the atmosphere in the conference room was a bit strange. Chabashira-sensei looked at Ayanokoji with a complicated expression. She was wondering what he was thinking. On the way, Ayanokoji's attempts to get information from Tachibana Akane all failed. However, he did learn that Amane was opposing the student council and the expelled students to protect Hirata. To some extent, she was quite an impressive presence. So, what's the current situation, and how far has it progressed? Ayanokoji-kun, you don't need to be nervous. The reason we called you here today is just to ask you some questions. You just need to answer truthfully. Hearing Horikita Manabu's opening statement, Ayanokoji immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. It must be said that Horikita Manabu had already been as benevolent as possible. Even if he wanted to catch Ayanokoji off guard, he would still give him some hints during the questioning. As for whether the latter could perceive it, that had nothing to do with Horikita Manabu. Ayanokoji precisely sensed the meaning in Horikita Manabu's words. So he immediately became alert. Answer questions based on facts. It sounded like a very ordinary phrase used during interrogations or questioning. But when this phrase appeared, it meant that there might have been a disagreement on the facts previously. What was urgently needed now was his testimony or evidence to change the outcome. And it also indirectly told Ayanokoji the seriousness of the matter, prompting him to think carefully before answering the questions. Ayanokoji raised his hand with some difficulty. Asking questions is fine, but if possible, please ask about recent events. I might remember them more clearly. You see, my memory isn't that great. Ayanokoji finished speaking and looked at Amane. Amane didn't speak, but her gaze met Ayanokoji's. That meaningful look made Ayanokoji start to ponder what kind of message Amane intended to convey to him. Amane's fingertips seemingly idly drew something on the table. Although the question we're about to ask is about something that happened a while ago, I believe it's something you would never forget. Did you previously purchase the midterm exam papers from your first year from Shimizu-kun, a third-year student? Facing Horikita Manabu's question, Ayanokoji felt a sense of certainty. It seemed there were only some issues with the test papers. Ayanokoji naturally knew that his actions did not comply with school regulations, especially with transactions like this that leave transfer records. Ayanokoji could say he had long anticipated this day would come. Yes, I purchased the exam papers from Shimizu-kun. Seeing Ayanokoji admit his actions, Horikita Manabu's face showed a satisfied smile. It seemed Ayanokoji was still relatively reliable. If Ayanokoji had pretended to know nothing at this point, denying that he didn't know anyone named Shimizu, Horikita Manabu's evaluation of him would have plummeted significantly. Under the irrefutable evidence of transfer records being found, any defense would be useless. This way, the subsequent questioning would be much easier, wouldn't it? But I don't think my purchase of the exam papers has anything to do with this midterm exam, does it? I'll be posting early chapters there so you can always stay ahead and never miss any new content. And if you're enjoying it, drop a power stone for me. Chapter 104, Chapter 103, Do you eat the same meal every day, kid? Hearing Ayanokoji's words, the expression on Horikita Manabu's face slowly disappeared. He didn't expect Ayanokoji to be like this as well. These first-year students really don't give anyone a moment's peace. Purchasing exam papers and saying it has nothing to do with the exam. Ayanokoji-kun, don't you think your statement is very flimsy? Kiriyama questioned Ayanokoji's statement. The premise of buying exam papers must be to prepare for an exam. And honestly speaking, among those present, including Class A, where Horikita Manabu belonged, who hadn't bought test papers during their first year, everyone knew the specific situation perfectly well. Ayanokoji's rebuttal seemed meaningless to Kiriyama. It could even be said to be akin to being unreasonable. Who is this? Ayanokoji looked at Kiriyama coldly. For some reason, Kiriyama frowned deeply. He had just been made to feel uneasy by this first-year newcomer. Just a newcomer, there's nothing to be afraid of. Kiriyama reassured himself, then tried to maintain his calm demeanor. Kiriyama from Class B, second year. Currently serving as the Student Council Sports Committee member. After Ayanokoji nodded, he scrutinized Kiriyama. Committee member Kiriyama, have you eaten? Facing Ayanokoji's perplexing question, Kiriyama paused for a moment. But he immediately responded instinctively. Not yet, I plan to eat after this meeting ends. Kiriyama was a bit confused for a moment. He didn't know what special meaning Ayanokoji's question held. Committee member Kiriyama, do you like bell peppers? Ayanokoji then asked another seemingly childish question. Kiriyama smiled. He thought Ayanokoji was deliberately asking questions to buy himself time to think. However, he didn't mind. After witnessing Nagumo Miyabi and Amane's confrontation earlier, he also wanted to show off in front of Horikita Manabu. But when he was about to answer, he hesitated. Do you like bell peppers? If you asked this question in this setting, anyone you pulled aside would tell you they don't like them. But this answer, in a formal setting, is only acceptable from children, who wouldn't be blamed. At most, they'd be lectured a bit about not being picky eaters. But now he was in this school. A place that champions meritocracy. In a meeting where the expulsion of students from opposing classes could easily be decided. Was he supposed to answer that he didn't like bell peppers, and then be laughed at for being a child and be ridiculed until graduation? This was something Kiriyama absolutely could not allow to happen. But is answering like really the truth? It's like not liking green peppers is an answer everyone secretly agrees with. But stating it openly would seem childish. Especially the type who claims to like them. They would be considered unreliable. Since when did something like being able to eat green peppers become something to show off? If you really did that, others would still think you dropped out of kindergarten. Committee member Kiriyama's forehead began to lightly bead with sweat. Just a simple question about eating green peppers, a topic that seemed more like small talk, yet social common sense was enough to corner committee member Kiriyama's reply. Horikita Manabu couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. Even Class D had quite a few promising talents. It's a pity they faced such difficulties from the start. It seemed their future achievements would be limited, perhaps reaching Class B was already a blessing from the heavens. His idiot younger sister would surely have a headache. However, with Amane there. Originally, Horikita Manabu had planned to entrust Suzune to Amane after graduation. But he was shocked by Amane's recent statement. Now he needed to re-evaluate whether Amane was truly trustworthy. After all, he still hoped to see his sister wear a white wedding dress one day. If Amane led her life astray, he would have nowhere to cry. Just as Horikita Manabu fell into deep thought, Kiriyama became even more nervous. He heard Horikita Manabu's sigh. He mistakenly thought Horikita Manabu was displeased with his hesitation. Immediately, he clenched his fists in anxiety. Ayanokoji-kun, whether I like green peppers or not has nothing to do with this meeting, right? And even when eating, it's not necessarily mandatory to eat green peppers, is it? There's no inevitable connection between them. As Kiriyama spoke, he felt something was off. But after recalling what he said, he found no problem. Yet, what was with that strong sense of déjà vu? If ingredients in a dish have no inevitable connection to eating, then do exam questions have a connection to the midterm exam? You're changing the subject. Can eating be compared to an exam? Kiriyama began to panic. He finally understood why he had such a strong sense of déjà vu. Ayanokoji had intended to lure him into this trap from the beginning, attempting to mislead him by changing the subject. Once he was rendered speechless by Ayanokoji's refutation, Ayanokoji might just get away with such sophistry and escape the penalty of buying the test papers. Horikita Manabu nodded. That Kiriyama could suddenly clear his head at this moment showed that he wasn't mindlessly following the other party's line of questioning. However, Horikita Manabu looked at Amane, who was smiling. He had a bad feeling. He knew that, at some point, Ayanokoji and Amane had formed a united front without communicating. In such a situation, were they really just trying to mislead Kiriyama? To prove that their method of changing the subject was effective? No. It shouldn't be just this. Interesting. Come on, my young juniors, let me see your strength. Committee member Kiriyama, are your dinner meals always the same? Amane, who was beside him, suddenly asked. Seriously? Why is it this kind of question again? Please don't ask questions unrelated to the exam. Answer me. Clap. Amane seized the initiative, forcefully slamming the table. Her entire body slightly bent, looking like a cheetah about to pounce. Facing Amane's sudden stern and sharp questioning, Kiriyama felt as if something had suddenly choked him. Nagumo Miyabi, beside him, took out his phone and looked down, playing with it. He seemed completely unconcerned by Kiriyama's pleading gaze. Miyako. Tachibana Akane was about to tell Amane to sit down. But Amane's cold gaze swept over her. Tachibana Akane's voice abruptly stopped. Cough. Horikita Manabu's light cough of reminder sounded. Only then did Amane turn her gaze back to Kiriyama. Tachibana Akane, as if granted a great pardon, quickly retreated a few steps and hid behind Horikita Manabu. At the beginning of the school year, she was clearly a well-behaved young lady. How could she possess such an intensely suffocating pressure? And she had only felt a hint of this similar feeling when Horikita Manabu was furious. Seeing that he had no way out, Kiriyama could only respond to the questioning head-on. Of course not. Who eats the same meal every day? Committee member Kiriyama knows that meals can't always be the same, so tell me, who would know that the midterm exam would also be the same? I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 105, Chapter 104, I didn't expect the chinos to take advantage of me. Your sophistry. How can eating be confused with an exam? Failing an exam means expulsion, and 15 people in your class D are about to be expelled, right? What right do idiots who can't even copy answers have to lecture me? Kiriyama's face turned red from being confronted by the first years. He couldn't help but roar hysterically. If it was just a debate, it wouldn't be much. But he found that the other party always managed to get the upper hand in their words. If it was just like this, it would barely be acceptable. After all, debates are about presenting both sides' views. But that girl named Miyako Amane was simply infuriating. Not only did she not give an inch when she had the advantage, but she also pressed him step by step into an awkward situation. It even reached the point where Kiriyama could only humiliatingly ask for help from those around him. But he didn't expect that these student council members would all turn a blind eye to it. He, Kiriyama Haruha, was the companion of these student council members. Now, being bullied by two first-year newcomers, not a single person spoke up for him. Even Tachibana Akane had Horikita Manabu backing her up, so what about him? Facing questions that, in his eyes, were completely incomprehensible, even nonsensical, Kiriyama simply emptied his mind. However, Amane then used facts to tell him. What the consequence of emptying one's mind is when debating someone stronger than oneself. The result was Amane simultaneously attacking Kiriyama with sarcasm and pointing the blame at the school, an action that left everyone present somewhat dumbfounded. After Kiriyama sobered up and realized he was completely caught in the other party's rhythm, he desperately tried to argue. But under Ayanokoji and Amane's tag team offensive, he was completely routed, and then the scene from the beginning unfolded. Amane glanced at Ayanokoji. Ayanokoji gestured for Amane to go first. Committee member Kiriyama, you actually knew that failing an exam would lead to expulsion. That's really impressive. Amane clapped her hands faintly, her eyes widening to their fullest with her changing mood. She looked very cute. Then do you know that not eating will also lead to death? When Ayanokoji-kun initially bought the test papers, he treated them as study materials. Who would have known that the school's exam questions would be identical to those from 2 years ago? I think it's clear whose responsibility is greater here without me having to say it. Amane crossed her arms, looking quite imposing. It was just that her chest felt a little constricted, making it hard to breathe. Review materials. When your review materials are identical to the test papers, did you still not notice the problem? Cheating is cheating. No matter what you say, you cannot hide the fact that you used previous test papers as a cheating tool. Kiriyama's chest heaved violently, clearly infuriated. Amane gave Ayanokoji a look. Excuse me, Kiriyama-senpai, what does cheating mean to the school? Huh? You don't even know the school's definition of cheating and you're spouting nonsense here. The school's definition of cheating is using unauthorized means during an exam. Kiriyama's words stopped abruptly. Why don't you continue? In that case, let me complete it for you. Ayanokoji pulled out a school regulation handbook from his pocket. This school's definition of cheating is using unauthorized means during an exam to obtain grades that do not belong to oneself and all improper gains. If an act of cheating occurs, all improper gains will be confiscated, and the student will be expelled, with all their past grades and contributions erased. Ayanokoji reiterated the content. You already knew. Kiriyama's face had turned a shade of liver red. He knew he had been caught in a loophole once again. Firstly, when the exam started, we didn't look at the content of the reference materials, so it doesn't constitute cheating at all. Moreover, before the exam, we couldn't know the specific content of the test papers, making it impossible to prepare accordingly, unless someone leaked the questions. As soon as Ayanokoji finished speaking, Amane took over. I remember that Chabashira-sensei seemed to know the content of the test papers, right? Committee member Kiriyama, do you think Chabashira-sensei leaked the questions to us? Chabashira, who was drinking tea, choked on her tea when she heard that Amane had brought her into it. Cough, 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 Miyako-san, what are you talking about? Cough, cough, cough. How could I leak exam questions to you? Didn't I only tell you the exam content right before the exam started? Chabashira-sensei's words had just fallen. Did you hear that? Chabashira-sensei is innocent. She merely failed to properly fulfill her duties as a teacher by not informing the students of the exam information in a timely and effective manner. This is merely dereliction of duty, not leaking questions. Amane's words made Chabashira-sensei's face change, and she quickly tried to defend herself, but she opened and closed her mouth, then opened it again before finally closing it. She had been so eager to clarify that she hadn't leaked the questions that she accidentally exposed herself, and now Amane was using it against her, publicly criticizing her for dereliction of duty. Although she was very angry, she couldn't find any way to refute it. So, Chabashira-sensei could only look to Ayanokoji for help. She tried to subtly hint to Ayanokoji to make Amane restrain herself a little. If this continued, Amane might even drag the school into this matter. However, Ayanokoji merely shrugged in response to Chabashira's subtle hint. Can't you see Amane has gone completely berserk? If you have the guts, go stop Amane yourself. But before Chabashira could act, she heard Amane already starting to criticize the school. The school also bears an undeniable responsibility in this exam. Why did the school use the same midterm exam paper as 2 years ago? It is precisely because the school used the same exam paper that our study materials became what you call cheating evidence. Doesn't the school need to bear some responsibility? Committee member Kiriyama listened, and his scalp tingled. Had she gone completely bloodthirsty? Even if the school had problems, did she really expect the school to come out and admit its mistakes? Moreover, let alone 2 years ago, the exam questions were exactly the same even the year before last. The school's first midterm exam questions for first-year students have never changed. There has never been any controversial incident, but this time, encountering Amane was a complete disaster. But even if the school's exam had problems, what then? As part of the student council, they couldn't change the school's exam regulations at all. I never thought you'd have the nerve to blame the school. By common sense, are exam papers considered study materials? Those are clearly cheating tools you bought with points. No sooner had committee member Kiriyama finished speaking than he saw Amane leave her seat and walk directly towards him. Wait, what do you want to do? This is the student council. And there are cameras. I advise you to quickly return to your seat. Amane-san, calm down. Ichino saw Amane raise her hand and quickly hugged Amane's waist, trying to prevent the impending violent conflict. But what she didn't expect was. Amane actually scratched her head. Ichino's, why are you hugging me? Eh? Wait, you're not trying to take advantage of me, are you? I didn't expect you to be like this, classmate Ichino's. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 106, Chapter 105, want to drop out together? As you wish. Ichino's, aren't you done hugging yet? Amane twisted her body and found that Ichino's was still holding on quite tightly. So she turned her head to ask Ichino's how long she intended to hug her. Ichino's face was slightly flushed. It sounded like she wanted to hug Amane. However, Amane-san's body did feel very comfortable to hug. It wasn't just the soft feeling of a girl's abdomen. Amane's abdomen seemed to have abs that weren't very obvious but felt very noticeable to the touch. This was the first time she had such an unusual feeling on a girl. For a moment, Ichino's hesitated. Amane-san, have you really calmed down? Ichino's asked softly, her face red, while subtly placing her hand on Amane's abs. I was always calm. Amane scratched her head. She had just intended to come over and reason with committee member Kiriyama. She really hadn't planned to punch him in the face or anything. Liar. Just now, Amane-san, you clearly intended to. Ichino's looked at Amane with an expression that said, I don't believe you. I just came over to reason with committee member Kiriyama. I promise I won't lay a hand on him, is that enough? Amane raised her hand and promised Ichino's that she wouldn't resort to violence. Really? Ichino's looked up at Amane, half believing, half doubting. Of course it's true. So many people are watching. If I really hit someone, I'd definitely be expelled. Ichino's thought about it and realized it seemed to be true. After she no longer had an excuse to continue touching. I mean, no longer had an excuse to continue stopping Amane. Ichino's reluctantly withdrew her hand. Amane rubbed her waist. Honestly, if you wanted to touch, you could have just said so. Ichino's face turned crimson when she heard Amane mumbling. As soon as she returned to her seat, she immediately lowered her head and remained silent. Amane's gaze, however, was fixed on committee member Kiriyama. The way committee member Kiriyama equated buying study materials with cheating made Amane find it laughable. Common sense. Committee member Kiriyama, is your common sense that exam papers are always the same? Did your middle school provide study materials, so you didn't need to buy them? Did the study materials you bought always match the exam papers exactly? Answer me, committee member Kiriyama. Amane stared closely at committee member Kiriyama. Amane's expressionless face brought an extreme sense of pressure to committee member Kiriyama, her sharp, peregrine falcon-like eyes seeming to pierce through the weaknesses in one's heart. Gulp, gulp. Committee member Kiriyama began to feel an inexplicable nervousness. This wasn't just being suppressed in argument. When the two stood there, their strength was simply evident. Committee member Kiriyama, who was significantly taller than Amane, was steadily suppressed by Amane's aura, to the point where he was cornered and couldn't even utter a word of resistance. Nagumo Miyabi, on the side, smiled. Committee member Kiriyama, that's enough. Nagumo? But she. Committee member Kiriyama still wanted to argue, but Nagumo interrupted him with a cold snort. Was she wrong? Committee member Kiriyama was speechless. He admitted that what Amane said wasn't too far off. Under normal circumstances, newcomers wouldn't know about the operation of buying exam papers. Even if they bought them, they would probably be half-believing, half-doubting, fearing all sorts of unexpected situations. Only those decisive individuals who, based on small test papers, dared to assert that the midterm exams would be the same, would be able to decipher this school's foolproof method for everyone to pass the exam. And thus lead their class to victory. In fact, Class D had successfully discovered this method and put it into practice. The only failure was that there were too many poor students, leading to 15 expulsions. If one were to truly determine whether previous exam papers counted as cheating tools. Even committee member Kiriyama found it a stretch. And the reason he had been holding on was simply that he couldn't save face. Seeing committee member Kiriyama speechless from his questioning. Nagumo directly looked at Amane, on behalf of committee member Kiriyama. I know you want to exonerate Hirata. From my personal perspective, I also believe he is innocent. However, Miyako-san, you must understand one thing, if an incident significant enough to affect the majority of people does not occur, even our student council is not authorized to initiate a re-examination procedure. Do you understand this? From the beginning, committee member Kiriyama's point of contention revolved around cheating. But what was the fundamental reason for pointing out Hirata's cheating? It was to facilitate the student council in initiating the re-examination procedure. Then let Class D retake the exam, ensuring that the vast majority of them would pass, so that more than half of Class D wouldn't be expelled at once. At the same time, it was also for the school to save face, so that it wouldn't be criticized by public opinion due to more expulsions this year than in previous years. Amane understood all of this. But why bother with those who failed? Is there really a need to save those idiots who couldn't pass even with the answers? Amane's words once again plunged the scene into chaos. Yamauchi, who had been afraid to speak, now shouted loudly. Why should we be expelled? Miyako, you bastard. We're classmates. Are you just going to watch us get expelled without doing anything? No sooner had Yamauchi finished speaking than Kushida looked at Amane with a sorrowful expression. Although I don't understand what you're saying, I know that Amane, you intend to abandon Yamauchi and them. Why would you do that? We are not only classmates but also close friends, aren't we? Don't you think it's too cold-blooded of you to constantly talk about abandoning everyone? If you really intend to abandon Yamauchi and them, I would rather drop out. I don't want to see familiar faces leave me one by one. I promised everyone at the beginning of the school year that I would be friends with everyone. Kushida covered her face and cried sadly. If it were the usual Amane, she might have panicked and tried to comfort Kushida. But Amane, who was now thinking with her head, completely ignored her feigned act. It must hurt to pinch your arm, right? There's a limit to fake crying to gain sympathy. Can someone crying bitterly still peek at my expression? How ridiculous. However, Kushida, your moving words did touch me. So, as you wish, please add classmate Kushida, making it a total of 16 people to be expelled. Amane's words made Kushida, who was still fake crying, freeze in disbelief. She never expected Amane to be so heartless, directly including her in the expulsion. Whether those trash like Yamauchi were expelled or not had nothing to do with her. She merely wanted to gain others' friendship and recognition by fighting for opportunities for these people and standing on the same side as the weak. Kushida enjoyed that feeling. But she overlooked one thing. Amane was not in the mood to play social games with her right now. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 107, Chapter 106, The Clam and the Snipe, Who is the Fisherman? Amane, how can you be like this? Aren't we friends? Saying something like that, I'm really sad. Kushida's eyes welled up with tears. She looked very pitiful. Precisely because we are friends, I will apply to President Horikita to fulfill your wish to drop out. If it were just anyone else, I wouldn't bother with her. Amane's words choked Kushida, leaving her speechless. Now, she couldn't advance or retreat. She could only stand there awkwardly, wiping her eyes. Do you really want your classmates to drop out that much? Nagumo Miyabi had just reached out to put his hand on Amane's shoulder, but in the next second, he was dodged with a step. Amane even looked at him with an expression of disgust, as if looking at a repulsive worm. It was the first time he had been looked at with such disdain. Nagumo Miyabi was also a bit awkward in the spot for a moment. His hand, suspended and nowhere to rest, dropped down sheepishly. Just talk, don't get handsy. As for expulsions, I also don't like anyone being expelled, but that's the school's rule. Although I'm sad, I still choose to respect the school's regulations. However, an expulsion like Hirata-san's, defined as cheating, I absolutely cannot accept. Amane dusted off imaginary dust from her shoulders, her gaze passing over Nagumo Miyabi and directly at Horikita Manabu. Horikita Manabu, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. You don't need to pressure me. I know what you mean. So, tell me your conditions. Upon hearing Horikita Manabu's almost compromising statement, Nagumo Miyabi frowned. President Horikita, the school has given us full authority to handle this matter, which means our student council is the final decision-maker. How could it change because of one person? As soon as Nagumo Miyabi finished speaking, Amane let out a tisk sound. Oh, I recall President Horikita previously announced that Hirata-san's actions were cheating, didn't he? But now the student council can't provide evidence to prove Hirata-san cheated. If such an irresponsible ruling were to become known to others. Amane's words made Nagumo Miyabi's expression instantly clear. He finally understood why Amane had remained silent before the student council's verdict, but then suddenly jumped out to defend Hirata-san when he was confirmed to have cheated. The reason was to seize a handle on the student council. To irresponsibly and arbitrarily declare Hirata-san a cheater without investigation or evidence. If such a thing were to get out, even Horikita Manabu would likely face criticism and censure. This is why Horikita Manabu, after Nagumo Miyabi and Kiriyama gave up arguing about the cheating, immediately asked Amane for her thoughts, attempting to compromise with her. Such a confrontation, is that girl really a newcomer? Fine beads of sweat began to appear on Nagumo Miyabi's forehead. The restless emotion in his heart made him want to unbutton his collar to let the cool evening breeze calm him down. Wait. So, that means... Doesn't that mean Horikita Manabu was also pushed to a dead end? But when he looked at Horikita Manabu's face remained serious and calm. He was completely unaffected by the unfavorable situation at hand. What you're doing is too obvious. Horikita Manabu looked at Ayanokoji. Is there a problem? Ayanokoji asked, puzzled. Your expression management is excellent, but unfortunately, your coordination is still too unpracticed. You, who had been unresponsive, specifically stepped forward when you heard Amane's recent words. If I'm not mistaken, you can take out your phone now, and the recording can be turned off. Horikita Manabu's words directly caused shocked gasps to echo throughout the conference room. I don't know what you're talking about. Ayanokoji, seeing his actions exposed, still tried to bluff with an unchanged expression. Petty tricks are useless against me. If I'm not mistaken, Amane looking down at her phone earlier was actually sending you a reminder message, right? Nagumo Miyabi fell into recollection. Apparently, when Secretary Tachibana went to find Ayanokoji, Amane did indeed pick up her phone with one hand and tap it twice. Then she put it down. It shouldn't be possible to send a reminder message in such a short time. Just as Nagumo Miyabi was about to retort, Kiriyama voiced his doubt for him. Seeing that Kiriyama was still stubborn, Nagumo Miyabi also relaxed a little. He was now afraid of being embarrassed on the spot by Amane's rebuttal. It's simple. She first swiped the screen twice, that action took her from the chat room on the screen to her friends list. Then she pressed the function key. When I ordered Secretary Tachibana to find Ayanokoji, she used voice search to find Ayanokoji's chat box. After Secretary Tachibana left, she pretended to check the time, but was actually quickly typing a word to alert Ayanokoji. Horikita Manabu felt a bit thirsty. Just as he was about to reach for his bottled water, Secretary Tachibana, who was listening intently, immediately handed him her water. Horikita Manabu glanced at Secretary Tachibana, opened it, and took a couple of sips to moisten his throat. But how could a warning be conveyed with just one word? And from their cooperation here, it looks like they came prepared. Kiriyama shook his head, thinking it impossible for Amane to convey so much with a single word. If I'm not mistaken, that word should be recording, right? Horikita Manabu's face showed a triumphant smile. If it were anyone else showing such an expression, Amane would tell him he was celebrating too soon, but Horikita Manabu's smile, though a smile, put immense pressure on Ayanokoji and Amane. Helplessly, Ayanokoji took out his phone and opened his chat with Amane. It indeed showed the two characters for recording. I don't understand, why would the single word recording make Amane and Ayanokoji-kun explain what happened here? Kushida asked, unable to comprehend. Nagumo answered. It's simple. Under what circumstances do you need to record? You often need to record when collecting evidence. And combining that with the student council meeting today about expulsions, a little imagination tells you roughly what's going on. Plus, Ayanokoji himself was the one who bought the test papers, so he would naturally be more vigilant. Nagumo Miyabi didn't want to admit that a first-year student could achieve such a level. But when reality was laid before him, Nagumo Miyabi couldn't help but admire Amane's every move. If Horikita Manabu hadn't exposed these little tricks, no one would have known that Ayanokoji was actually recording during the meeting. As expected of President Horikita, but what if it's discovered? The recording is already in hand, and I already have enough evidence to cause personnel changes in the student council. How does President Horikita plan to break this deadlock? Amane's face bloomed like a flower. She looked as if she had Horikita Manabu completely figured out. Amane, don't you think this handle came too easily? Horikita Manabu's lips curved slightly. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 108, Chapter 107, Horikita Manabu's Little Schemes. Amane, don't you think this handle came too easily? Horikita Manabu's lips curved into a beautiful arc. This made Amane can't help but, Miss Suzune. When she returned, she would definitely return all the bullying Horikita Manabu had inflicted on her. Is it a trap? If it was a trap from the beginning, does that mean deliberately designating Hirata-san as a cheater was just a coincidence? Without Hirata-san, there would have been someone else, or even someone openly made to take the blame in exchange for a chance to retake the exam. Ayanokoji understood all the connections in an instant. But what he couldn't understand was If Amane hadn't stepped forward, once no one pleaded for Hirata-san, wouldn't the handle have been solidified? What other methods did Horikita Manabu have prepared? What if I hadn't spoken up for Hirata-san? Amane asked, voicing her inner confusion. Only this point, she had no idea what kind of backup plan Horikita Manabu would have. I would have called Suzune. Then you still would have stepped forward to plead for Hirata-san. Horikita Manabu's answer made Amane puff out her cheeks in annoyance. Isn't that just being a rogue? If Amane didn't fall for it, he would use the sister offensive. Once Suzune knew that Hirata-san, one of the few talents in her class, was about to be abandoned, Suzune would definitely try every means to contact Amane, who was still in the conference room, and ask Amane to help save Hirata-san. If Suzune intervened, Amane could only agree to her request. Everything would return to Horikita Manabu's plan. Amane felt a little emotional. In her previous interactions with Horikita Manabu, she had gained a significant advantage. So, this time, seeing Horikita Manabu preside over the student council meeting, she hadn't taken it very seriously. But she hadn't expected that a moment of carelessness would lead to both Amane and Ayanokoji being outmaneuvered here. Amane, somewhat unable to swallow this, decided to see what Horikita Manabu looked like when flustered. Then I insist on reporting President Horikita for abusing his authority to falsely accuse the innocent Hirata-san of cheating. Miyako-san, don't be reckless. Seeing Amane intending to go all out against Horikita Manabu, Chabashira Sae felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. She had just witnessed Amane's powerful ability to maneuver in negotiations and debates, but she had also seen that Amane had no respect or reverence for anyone. Such a person was undoubtedly the type most likely to cause trouble. Currently, the entire Class D was on the verge of collapse. If Amane continued to act recklessly, Horikita Manabu might really go ahead and force nearly half of the students to withdraw. Amane, have you forgotten my introduction to the student council during the club orientation? Horikita Manabu adjusted his glasses, just about to continue speaking, when he heard a remark from Amane that made his blood pressure rise. I didn't really pay attention, I was busy talking to Suzune at the time. Horikita Manabu looked at Amane, somewhat speechless. She called Suzune more intimately than he, her own brother, did. However, thinking that he might have to ask Amane to look after Suzune in the future, Horikita Manabu decided not to delve into this matter. The student council is entrusted with important responsibilities by the school, and even more so the student council president. As long as I use my presidential authority, I can finalize your class's expulsion issue today. Even if there are complaints and accountability, I have ways to ensure that your class members complete the expulsion process before I leave office. Once the matter becomes a reality, the school will not be able to revoke the expulsion penalty no matter what. And at most, I would just take a bow and be relieved of my position as student council president. So, you have no right to bargain with me. Horikita Manabu finished speaking and stood up, looking down at everyone present. Perhaps some of you will become class leaders, pillars of your grade, or even well known throughout the school in the near future. You might even sit in this student council president's chair. In short, you are a group of people full of infinite possibilities. However, right now, in this conference room, I am still in charge. I will now announce the final verdict for Class D. Horikita Manabu's imposing speech left Amane and Ayanokoji with no choice but to listen quietly. The reason was simple. At this moment, Horikita Manabu had the right to speak such words. Next, a review team led by Nagumo Miyabi will be formed to re-evaluate the academic performance of Class D students for expulsion. This time, the standard for determining expulsion will be the average score across all subjects. I must have an answer by 5 p.m. this Saturday. Understood. I will start preparing immediately after the meeting. Nagumo Miyabi, facing Horikita Manabu at this moment, could only respectfully lower his head and obey the command. It's not surprising for a genius to manipulate another genius. But if an ordinary person manipulates a genius, he would be the focus of everyone's attention. But what if an ordinary person manipulates two monster geniuses at the same time? Nagumo Miyabi dared not imagine. Horikita Manabu was often teased as the aloof president because he had never shown his true strength in front of student council members. Thus, he was teased that the reason he didn't show his strength was because, in Horikita Manabu's eyes, no one worthy of his seriousness had yet appeared. But today, he made an exception for Amane and Ayanokoji. Does anyone else have any objections? President Horikita's gaze was directed at the wall behind the conference room. However, the oppressive aura he exuded made everyone uneasy and forced them to lower their heads to avoid his gaze. No objections. Then, meeting adjourned. After President Horikita finished speaking, he slowly left the classroom with his hands behind his back. Secretary Tachibana quickly jogged after him. The oppressive atmosphere in the conference room vanished without a trace. Damn it. Are you only happy if we get expelled? Yamauchi grabbed Amane's collar and questioned him loudly. His bloodshot eyes made him look like a gambler who had lost everything. Yes. Yamauchi didn't seem to expect Amane to answer his question so directly. Just as he was about to say something, he felt a pain in the back of his neck. Then he gradually began to lose consciousness. What a waste of my time. Amane complained, then stepped over Yamauchi and walked out the door after dinner. Kushida, who had been crying for a long time, now had swollen red eyes from crying. She had just wanted to join Yamauchi in questioning Amane. But when she saw Yamauchi knocked down by Amane in one blow, she gave up on that idea. She only wanted to gain others' trust. She wasn't stupid. What kind of friendship was worth fighting that hard for? Horikita Manabu and Tachibana Akane arrived at the student council's exclusive terrace. From this vantage point, they could see the entire view of the sports field. Tachibana Akane secretly watched Horikita Manabu's profile, several times wanting to speak but hesitating. Although her movements were very small, Horikita Manabu still noticed her. Is Secretary Tachibana trying to say something? Manabu. President, why did you say those words that are easy to be resented in the end? Tachibana Akane looked at Horikita Manabu's figure, which was constantly elongated by the setting sun, in confusion. Because, occasionally, I also want to show off my cool back to my juniors. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 109, Chapter 108, What if someone confesses to me? Student dormitory. Horikita Suzune was carefully cutting ingredients. Through the kitchen window, the faint streetlights could already be seen slowly lighting up. It had been almost 3 hours since Amane went to the meeting. Horikita Suzune wanted to call Amane, but she was afraid that calling her at this time would disturb her. So she could only constantly suppress the urge to call. The usually chattering living room was empty. There was no longer the urge sound of, "Suzune, isn't dinner ready yet? I'm hungry," every minute. For a moment, Horikita Suzune actually felt the dormitory was much colder. Although nothing in the room's layout had changed, it gave off a cold feeling. Just as Horikita Suzune picked up a carrot and was about to process it, a knock sounded at the door. Knock knock knock. The light and firm knocking sound definitely meant Amane was back. Horikita Suzune's face broke into a smile. Just a moment, Amane, didn't you bring your key? Horikita Suzune planned to finish cutting the carrot in front of her before opening the door. But just then, knock 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 knock. A series of urgent knocks made a vein throb on Horikita Suzune's forehead. Every time she was about to cut the carrot, the knocking sound seemed to deliberately interfere with her like a drumbeat. Helpless, Horikita Suzune grabbed a tool at random and walked to the door angrily to open it. She deliberately did not lean out. The outside was quiet for a few seconds. Suddenly, a wild Amane jumped out. He was still holding a flower in his mouth. "Suzune, I want to." Thump. Horikita Suzune dodged Amane's pounce directly, then casually tapped Amane on the head with the carrot. "Ouch, that hurts, I need a kiss to make it better," Amane said, making a move to kiss Horikita. Horikita helplessly stuffed the carrot directly into Amane's mouth. "You came back so late, and you still have the nerve to ask for a kiss." Horikita snorted, then bent down to pick up the fallen flower and brought it inside, finding an empty bottle to put it in. Just as she was about to turn back to get her carrot, she saw Amane had already started gnawing on it. It's just that the meeting ran late, really. President Horikita made things very complicated. Hearing Amane's words, Horikita Suzune hesitated. What is my brother's attitude towards those expelled from Class D? This was what Horikita Suzune cared about most. This was understandable. After all, Horikita Manabu's impression on her was that of a cold and ruthless person, and this time, not to mention that those expelled students indeed did not comply with the school's regulations. If she were to put herself in her brother's shoes, she would probably also choose to expel all of them. But if that were the case, the result was something Horikita Suzune could not accept. With so many people expelled at once, it was impossible to imagine still being able to rise to Class A. Amane did not reply, only continued to gnaw on the carrot. His gaze was very ill-intentioned as he looked at Horikita Suzune. Horikita Suzune immediately understood what he meant. Amane was getting naughtier and naughtier. Horikita Suzune sat closer to Amane and then gently poked her on the face. Is that enough? Horikita Suzune looked at the happily smiling Amane in exasperation. President Horikita said to reinvestigate and will give an answer tomorrow. Suzune, where are you going? I'm going to the kitchen to find a suitable knife. I'll be very gentle in a moment. No. Suzune, you need to calm down. So, you broke up with Kushida, right? Horikita Suzune, who was feeding Amane egg rolls, after hearing Amane's full description of the meeting, her first reaction was to ask about Kushida's situation, which made Amane a little strange. Because Kushida had cursed Horikita Suzune behind her back. Amane also knew about this, but Horikita Suzune shouldn't have known. Now that he thought about it, perhaps there had been conflicts between them before. Amane took a bite of the egg roll, a look of happiness on his face. Suzune, you seem to care a lot about Kushida. Seeing Amane's cowlick start to curl, she knew Amane wanted to ask something. Horikita Suzune's eyes darted around. Yes, I care about her very much. After all, she and I have known each other for a long time, and we were classmates at the same school before. Horikita Suzune said with emotion. Amane, why aren't you eating? Horikita Suzune moved the egg roll towards Amane's mouth. But Amane didn't continue to eat, and she deliberately asked curiously. How come I don't know about this? Suzune, you never told me you two had such a relationship. Amane suddenly brought his face close to Horikita Suzune's. Horikita Suzune gently pushed him back. You didn't ask. You. Suzune. Amane got up, stomped his feet, then pounced into Horikita Suzune's arms like a spoiled child, rubbing against her. Honestly, why did you suddenly start sulking again? Amane is truly a child who never grows up. Humph, I don't want Suzune to boss me around. Are you angry now? I'm angry. If you're angry, then I'll eat by myself, okay. Horikita Suzune picked up an egg roll and elegantly savored it. She had no intention of caring about Amane. Seeing this, Amane sat next to Horikita Suzune, looking wronged, and watched her eat with wide eyes. However, the two of them were too familiar with each other. Watching someone eat was nothing, they had seen everything there was to see. So Horikita Suzune didn't feel awkward and continued to eat as she pleased. Just then, Amane's phone suddenly received a text message. Amane, are you free now? Horikita Suzune immediately caught sight of such an ambiguous text message. Asterisk, who sent you that at this late hour? Asterisk. Horikita Suzune looked at Amane-san with some vigilance. Amane-san deliberately shifted her body, preventing Suzune from continuing to look at her phone screen. It's nothing, just a friend, Suzune, keep eating. Amane-san smirked, took out her phone, and quickly replied. I'm free. May I ask what it's about? After Amane-san sent the message, she deliberately glanced at Suzune. Horikita Suzune, of course, knew that Amane-san was deliberately provoking her. Originally, she intended to pretend she hadn't seen anything. Because she knew that if she showed any desire to know who had asked Amane-san out, she would have to ask Amane-san, and then Amane-san would regain the initiative. She would be bullied by Amane-san again tonight. That was absolutely unacceptable. That was her absolute bottom line. There's something I want to talk to you about alone. I'm downstairs at the dorm. If it's convenient, could we meet? When Amane-san saw the reply, she froze. A girl sends you a message late at night, asking if you're free, then says there's something she wants to talk to you about alone, and is already waiting downstairs at the dorm. She just wants to meet you. No matter how you look at it, it seems like a confession. Amane-san looked at the chat partner's name again. Ichino's Hanami. Suzune, what would you do if someone confessed to me? Horikita Suzune heard this and her chopsticks clattered to the floor. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 110, Chapter 109, Ichino's Mysterious Operation. Amane-san, what did you just say? Horikita Suzune bent down to pick up her chopsticks, intending to ask discreetly. But the chopsticks in her hand were gripped so tightly they were straight. It made Amane-san feel a little scared. And nothing. I was just asking casually. Amane-san was about to pick up an egg roll, but her hand was grabbed by Horikita Suzune. You're not hiding anything from me, are you? She knew that as soon as she spoke, she would be at a disadvantage. But Horikita Suzune only held out for 3 seconds before she couldn't resist asking Amane-san. Amane-san's gaze darted away. I was just joking, Suzune, you don't need to take it so seriously. Amane-san smiled very normally. But this made Horikita Suzune even more uneasy. I have to go out for a bit. If you're sleepy, Suzune, go to bed first. Amane-san finished speaking, stood up, and quickly walked towards the door. It wasn't until the sound of the door closing reached the living room that Horikita Suzune snapped back to reality. She didn't expect that Amane-san was actually starting to hide things from her. Was it to deliberately annoy her? Horikita Suzune also considered that Amane-san might be putting on a show to deliberately annoy her. But Amane-san's reaction was too real, and she had indeed seen someone sending Amane-san messages. Could Amane-san really be? Horikita Suzune slowly got up, went to the coat rack, changed into a black trench coat, and decided to follow Amane-san to see who was the scoundrel who dared to poach her corner. As soon as Amane-san exited the elevator, she jogged all the way to the outside of the dorm building. Under the dim light not far away, Ichino's was standing there looking at her phone. She seemed to be waiting for someone's message. Amane-san ran towards Ichino's without hesitation. At this moment, Horikita Suzune, who had just run down the stairs, arrived at the back door of the dorm building. After circling around, she finally found a hidden spot to secretly observe the two. Amane-san, you're finally down. I saw the message was read, but there was no reply, so I thought you might not be available today. Ichino's patted her chest. It was as if a huge weight had finally been lifted from her heart. I was delayed by some things. Ichino's, is there something you want to tell me, calling me out so late? Amane-san shyly turned her head away. The atmosphere between the two gradually became ambiguous. Originally, Ichino's intended to explain about the afternoon's events to Amane-san, but she didn't expect Amane-san's first words to be such an ambiguous question. Amane-san was indeed telling the truth. It was Ichino's who had asked her out late at night, saying she had something to tell her. But Amane-san's shy demeanor immediately made the situation take on a different nuance. Ichino's immediately noticed the change in atmosphere. She wanted to explain eagerly. But to her dismay, no matter from what angle, she couldn't find any fault with Amane-san's question. Yet, the atmosphere was already like this. Even if Ichino's wasn't going to confess, saying nothing would only make both of them awkward. Especially since Ichino's had no way to defend her reason, she was the one who made the appointment, and the time she called Amane-san out was at night. Even putting herself in Amane-san's shoes, if someone asked her to meet alone late at night, the greatest possibility Ichino's could think of was undoubtedly a confession. After Ichino's realized that Amane-san had misunderstood her intention, she began to ponder how to end this meeting without embarrassing either of them. And for Ichino's, who had no romantic experience, the difficulty level was comparable to being asked to lead Class B to Class A right now. She couldn't just say, "Hey, classmate Amane-san, I'm not confessing to you, don't overthink it," or "Please don't blush, I want to talk about serious matters." Ichino simulated it in her mind. Any person with a normal brain wouldn't use either of the above two answers, because no matter which one she used, the likely outcome would be Amane-san turning around and leaving immediately. Although Ichino's and Amane-san's relationship wasn't particularly close right now. Amane-san had initially helped Class B, and her personality was good, making her suitable to be a friend. Ichino's also had the idea of becoming friends with Amane-san. This was one reason. The second was that in the afternoon's meeting, Amane-san displayed extraordinary abilities, and Amane-san had previously made Ryuan stumble. Ichino's could basically conclude that if Class D could make good use of talents like Ayanokoji and Amane-san, rising to Class C would only be a matter of time. Instead of suddenly trying to improve interclass relations then, it would be better to become friends with Amane-san in advance. Amane-san saved Hirata, so it's likely that Hirata would listen to Amane-san's words in the future if anything happened. This way, Ichino's was confident she could maintain a relatively friendly relationship with Class D through Amane-san. Although in the current environment, thinking about such issues was somewhat rude. But besides being a student council member, Ichino's was also the leader of Class B and had an obligation to consider her class, so she judged that making an enemy of Amane-san at this time would definitely be a foolish act. Just then, Ichino's eyes suddenly lit up. Since there was no way to directly refuse, why not just make Amane-san retreat in the face of difficulty? "Classmate Amane-san, what do you think of me?" Ichino's decided to use herself as bait first to test Amane-san. "Classmate Ichino's is very cute." Cute? Everyone seemed to praise her that way. Ichino's, who originally thought it was just polite talk, for the first time seriously pondered whether she was really very cute. And, anything else? The thought of actually asking someone for their opinion of her. Ichino's couldn't help but blush. This made the already ambiguous atmosphere even more so, to the point where if a confession happened the next second, neither of them would be surprised. Anything else, still very cute. Ichino's was a bit at a loss for how to refute. Amane-san's words were the same twice. Was she really only cute? Ichino's realized that dragging this out would lead to big problems. So she directly used her ultimate move. "Classmate Amane-san, what kind of boys do you like?" Ichino's gave herself a thumbs up in her heart. If she asked whether Amane-san liked boys or girls, Amane-san might jokingly say girls, which would only make things worse. It was better to directly pinpoint the answer to the question. It turned into directly asking Amane-san what kind of boys she liked. Boys, let me think. Someone like classmate Ichino's, would that work? Ichino's had a very gentle temper, so many people liked to be friends with her. But with Amane-san clearly knew what she wanted to say, yet deliberately didn't point it out. This couldn't go on, it seemed there was only one way. If someone confessed to you, Amane-san, would you reject her? Seeing Ichino's ask such a direct question, even Amane-san couldn't help but freeze on the spot. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 111, Chapter 110, Overthinking is the most fatal. Ichino's idea was very simple. Since the atmosphere was already here, she might as well cover it up with a joke. How could anyone accept a confession from a strange girl? That's why Ichino's boldly asked Amane-san what she would do if a girl confessed to her. It was essentially a gentle way of breaking the ice, telling Amane that it was a misunderstanding, and then Ichino's could return to the main topic and apologize for a rude behavior that afternoon. But Amane's reaction, for some reason, caused a sudden unease to rise in Ichino's heart. Amane was actually thinking seriously. This kind of obvious joke shouldn't be taken seriously by Amane. Ichino's reassured herself. After a brief moment of thought, Amane looked up. Classmate Ichino's, are you trying to confess to me? Ichino's froze on the spot. Why did it turn out this way? Amane didn't follow her line of thought at all. A serious matter like a confession, when she casually brought it up, seemed like a joke no matter how she looked at it. Oh no. If Amane took it seriously, what should she do? That. Amane, listen to me, I didn't mean it that way, I was. Ichino stammered, her face red, trying to explain. At this moment, Amane showed a look of understanding. So that's it, Amane nodded, seemingly understanding Ichino's thoughts. A smile also appeared on Ichino's face. That's great. Amane understood her meaning, and this dilemma was resolved. Now she just needed to apologize for her actions this afternoon. I didn't expect you, Ichino's, to like girls, tsk. Amane's words left Ichino's stunned. What do you mean I like girls? Ichino's felt dizzy for a moment. Didn't Amane just look like she understood? How could she misunderstand it like this? No, Amane completely misunderstood her meaning. And no, it's not like that, I also like boys. So, Ichino's, you're the type who's open to both genders. I didn't expect you to be so open, Ichino's, I thought you'd be the model student type. Amane patted Ichino's shoulder. Ichino's felt a slight headache. Why? Why did things turn out this way? She just wanted to apologize for her rude behavior this afternoon. Why did it turn into her being bisexual, and bisexual sounds so embarrassing? Ichino's patted her burning cheeks. If this continued, she had no idea what other strange things Amane would imagine, so she could only get straight to the point quickly. Amane. Ichino's loudly called Amane's name. Her forceful shout made Amane stop. She looked curiously at Ichino's, whose gaze was gradually becoming resolute. Amane, let's get straight to the point. Ichino's clenched her small fists, her rosy cheeks giving her a vibrant feeling. Gulp. Amane couldn't help but swallow her saliva. The tense atmosphere replaced the previous ambiguity. I'm not ready yet. Can you give me more time? Amane said, for the first time, with a hint of unease. She was completely unprepared for what was about to happen. In fact, this was the first time she had made a request to someone else with a slight sense of awkwardness. No, this matter cannot be delayed. If we keep delaying it, I'm afraid something might change, so I must make it clear to you today, Amane. Apologies are something that absolutely cannot be delayed. If she kept putting it off, Ichino's might forget about it one day, so Ichino's decided to resolve the matter today. Seeing Ichino's so eager, Amane, on the other hand, became a little shy. Ichino's, you're a bit too impatient. I think it would be better if we understood each other a little more deeply before you make up your mind. Understand more deeply. Ichino's blinked, her eyes full of confusion. Does an apology require a deeper understanding? Just as Ichino's was feeling a bit confused, she suddenly remembered how the girls in her class discussed birthday gifts. A few days ago, a girl in Class B had her birthday. Ichino's and everyone in Class B gave her gifts, and they held a celebration party for her on her birthday. But the very next day, Ichino's happened to run into her discussing the birthday gifts her classmates had given her yesterday with a few close female friends. At first, the girl was all smiles, excitedly telling the two people next to her about the exquisite bracelet someone gave her, and the cute pillow another classmate gave her. But when the conversation turned to gifts from boys, a hint of awkwardness appeared on her face. Listen to this, among the birthday gifts I received yesterday, there was actually a fountain pen. Isn't that nice? It seems to suit your temperament. While that's true, I don't really like such gifts. Besides, it looks like just a few people pulled some points to buy a cheap fountain pen. It's not that I'm questioning their sincerity or anything. But if they understood me at all, they shouldn't have given me something I don't need at all, and it's also a waste of points. Understand, deeper understanding. Ichino's seemed to have a clue. Suddenly, Ichino's eyes widened. She understood Amane's meaning. The reason Amane said such things was because Amane didn't like her way of apologizing, which is why she deliberately changed the subject or pretended not to understand what she was saying. She was actually expressing her dissatisfaction, but because they were friends, Amane, despite some dissatisfaction with Ichinos, felt uncomfortable saying it directly. And she, Ichinos, was completely oblivious, ultimately forcing Amane to reluctantly accept the apology. This way, Amane's previous hint made sense. Amane was clearly somewhat dissatisfied, and she had almost shown it very obviously. But Ichinos thought Amane didn't understand her joke and didn't seriously interpret the atmosphere, leading her to forcefully demand Amane accept her apology. No wonder Amane said something about needing a deeper understanding. If translated, wouldn't it mean, as a good friend, you don't understand me at all? I think we should get to know each other more. It must be this. The thought of having put Amane in such a difficult situation. She felt immense self-reproach. But now was not the time to take responsibility. Instead, she, Ichinos Hanami, needed to find every possible way to make amends to Amane. Only then would she feel a little better. I understand what you mean, Amane. I promise I won't disappoint you next time. Ichinos said with full confidence. Amane looked a little dumbfounded at Ichinos Hanami, who had suddenly turned into an enthusiastic girl. Wasn't she going to confess? What is this all about? I'll be posting early chapters there so you can always stay ahead and never miss any new content. And if you're enjoying it, drop a power stone for me. Chapter 112, Chapter 111, Ichinos' first time. Horikita Suzune, hiding in the corner, felt a slight pang of jealousy. Due to the distance, she couldn't clearly hear what Amane and Ichinos were saying. However, from Amane's name being mentioned occasionally, Horikita could still sense Ichinos' affectionate feeling towards Amane. She calls Amane's name very skillfully. Horikita Suzune took out a small notebook from her pocket and began writing and drawing something in it. Her gaze occasionally drifted towards the two still talking. Ichinos, you don't have to be so excited, you know. And it's late, speaking too loudly will wake others up. Amane put her finger on her lips, making a shushing gesture. Ichinos quickly covered her mouth. Only then did she realize she had been a bit out of line. Making such a loud commotion late at night would surely incur everyone's displeasure. After calming herself down a bit, Ichinos began to think about how to make amends to Amane. First, Amane was dissatisfied with her way of apologizing. Ichinos thought about this for a moment and concluded that it was because she lacked common sense. She chose an inappropriate time to ask someone out. And how could one apologize empty-handed? Presumably, Amane felt that her apology lacked sincerity precisely because she came empty-handed. That's why she spoke evasively during their conversation. She must prepare an apology gift as soon as possible. The best way to resolve this would actually be to ask Amane what kind of things she likes. Giving a targeted gift would make Amane realize that Ichinos' apology was not perfunctory. However, there was no time left for her to buy a gift. Directly giving points was a very convenient option. And points, as the universally accepted hard currency at Koiku, serve the function of money. Giving points as a gift would be perfectly suitable. The only drawback is that it would make her seem insincere, as if she intended to appease the other person with points. Moreover, Ichinos observed Amane. Ichinos subjectively felt that Amane didn't seem like the kind of girl who was so focused on points, and since she had already given Amane quite a few points before, the points were completely sufficient for a short period. Giving too many points would seem to have ulterior motives, while giving too few wouldn't be appropriate. Ichinos hesitated for a long time. Finally, she chose to tentatively ask Amane. Amane, what kind of gift do you like? As soon as Ichinos spoke, she felt that asking this way seemed a bit abrupt. Suddenly asking what the other person liked clearly showed she had ulterior motives. But Amane's eyes lit up. A gift. Amane glanced at Ichinos' hands. It would indeed be strange to confess without a gift. Just now, Amane was thinking that since Ichinos intended to confess to her, she should at least bring a bouquet of flowers. Now it seemed Ichinos had clearly made a spur-of-the-moment decision and was unprepared. Otherwise, how could she ask the person involved what gift they liked? I can accept any gift Ichinos gives me. Amane deliberately exposed Ichinos' little secret. And Ichinos, embarrassed by having her secret revealed, averted her gaze. Seeing that Amane didn't avoid the topic at all, Ichinos smiled. As long as Amane didn't avoid the question, she would find a way to resolve it. However, Amane's request was still a bit vague. Since she had already brazenly opened her mouth, what was the harm in asking for more details? After making up her mind, Ichinos continued to ask. Then, Amane, do you have any ideas? Anything I can do, I can promise you, Amane. As long as it was a gift Amane wanted, if the price wasn't too high, she was fully capable of deciding how to use the points herself. Amane, on the other side, was startled by Ichinos' openness. Could it be that to deepen their understanding, Ichino's was actually willing to promise anything? Could it be Ichino's confession was serious? To be safe, Amane decided to confirm with Ichino's again, so as not to misunderstand Ichino's meaning. Ichino's, you're serious, right? Of course, I'm very serious. Seeing Ichino's answer, Amane finally felt relieved. Although accepting a confession now might be very dangerous. She might even be kicked out of the dorm when she went back. But getting to know Ichino's a little more deeply. He. Amane lightly covered her mouth. She looked like she was hesitating and thinking. In reality, the corner of her mouth, hidden by her hand, had already curved up high. Since Ichino's, you want to show something, why don't you? Amane pointed to her cheek. She believed Ichino's would understand her hint. Ichino's did indeed understand. But she was utterly dumbfounded. Why did apologizing require that? Was this a bit too much? Amane, isn't such a request a bit? Ichino said softly, a little embarrassed. Looking at Ichino's cute expression, Amane forcibly suppressed the urge to do something naughty. Now that Ichino's had finally made up her mind to do anything. Taking advantage of someone was shameful, but Amane always considered her integrity to be very flexible. Shameful was shameful, but not taking advantage when there was an opportunity was foolish. I only accept this kind of gift. Amane applied a little pressure. If Ichino's turned and left, Amane would be a little disappointed, but she would also feel much more at ease. At least she wouldn't have Suzune making an issue of this and bullying her when she got back. But if Ichino's agreed, then it would be a huge gain. Seeing Amane insist on such a demand, Ichino's was in a dilemma. She had absolutely no experience in this area, let alone kissing, even holding hands was only limited to good friends. It could be said that Ichino's was still slightly more traditional. Precisely because of this, Ichino's hesitated for a long time when faced with Amane's request. However, in the end, she nodded with a blush. Anyway, it's just kissing a girl, it shouldn't be a problem. Ichino's carefully looked around, ensuring no one was nearby. She gently stood on tiptoe and quickly pecked Amane's cheek. Is this okay? This was the most Ichino's could do at the moment. Amane touched her cheek, somewhat disbelievingly. No way. She thought Ichino's would get angry at such an unreasonable request and run away. She didn't expect Ichino's to go to such lengths for a confession. Did she really like her? Amane also scratched her cheek, a little embarrassed. No choice. It's truly annoying, how everywhere she goes, cute girls are lusting after her body. Sigh, being liked is too painful. Just as Amane was still a little proud of her charm internally. Ichino suddenly spoke with a serious expression. Can I apologize now? Ichino's seriousness, however, was met with Amane's confused expression. Apologize? Apologize for what? Ichino's, aren't you confessing? Co-confessing? I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 113, Chapter 112, Shiraba. Confession. Amane, is someone confessing to you? Horikita emerged from the dark corner. Although she wore what she thought was a friendly expression, Amane still felt a chill down her spine. And no, what confession? I don't know anything. Amane turned around, her face full of smiles, blocking Horikita's view. Her hands behind her back quickly gestured to Ichino's. Although Ichino's didn't know who the other person was, judging by Amane's expression, she seemed to be a close classmate. Did Amane's gesture mean she should go up and say hello? Hello, I'm Ichino's Hanami from first year class B. Please take care of me. Ichino's extended her hand towards Horikita. Horikita eyed Amane, whose smile was a bit stiff, out of the corner of her eye. This is first year class D, Horikita Suzune. Horikita directly blocked Amane and shook hands with Ichino's. Also first year class D. It seemed they were good classmates and friends. Luckily, she didn't guess wrong this time. Ichino's patted her chest in relief. Amane, however, had a bitter expression. Her gesture was for Ichino's to quickly escape, but she didn't expect Ichino's to face the challenge head-on and even greet Suzune. Their coordination couldn't be said to be non-existent, but there was basically no chemistry. Horikita watched Ichino's pat her chest, raising an eyebrow. It seemed the other party was prepared. Horikita thought for a moment and then decided on her next plan of action. I didn't interrupt your conversation just now, did I? Horikita looked like she felt apologetic for suddenly appearing and interrupting Amane and Ichino's conversation. In reality, she intended to observe their reactions. Amane immediately looked up at the sky. This was Amane's usual trick to muddle through. Horikita couldn't be bothered with her, and Ichino's originally wanted to say it was fine, but then she remembered that Amane had actually misunderstood her as confessing, and she couldn't help but blush a little. If this matter got out, it would definitely have a bad negative impact. President Horikita already didn't like her much, and she might use this as an excuse to kick her out of the student council. For a moment, the atmosphere became strange. Ichino's lowered her head, blushing, and remained silent. Horikita waited for an answer with an apologetic expression, while Amane looked up at the stars. Finally, Horikita realized there was a problem and, to keep the conversation going, Horikita turned her gaze to Amane. Amane, I just heard you talking about a confession. Can you tell me about it? Faced with Horikita's friendly inquiry, Amane could no longer pretend not to see her. Suzune, isn't it? I'm quite confident in my hearing. How should this be handled? Amane-san glanced at Ichino's. Ichino seemed to be deep in thought, her head bowed, remaining silent. It seemed Amane-san had to rely on herself. What if Amane-san just said it was a misunderstanding? Anyway, it was just one of those things, and if Amane-san explained it clearly to Suzune, she probably wouldn't think too much of it. If Amane-san kept being evasive, it would only make Suzune unnecessarily suspicious. Actually, this is just a misunderstanding. Amane-san observed Horikita Suzune's expression as she spoke. Horikita-san simply crossed her arms, raising her chin slightly, gesturing for Amane-san to continue. It was just a small misunderstanding. I mistook classmate Ichino's wanting to apologize to me as classmate Ichino's wanting to confess to me, and then some ambiguity arose. Amane-san finished, somewhat self-consciously scratching her cheek. Why did it sound so fake? However, Horikita Suzune's expression remained neutral. Was she dissatisfied? Or had she accepted such an outlandish explanation? Horikita Suzune was analyzing the credibility of Amane-san's words. Logically speaking, such a low-probability misunderstanding shouldn't just happen randomly. But if the subject was Amane-san, then it was hard to say. Through a long period of interacting with Amane-san, Horikita-san had long discovered that Amane-san had an inexplicable void in common sense. This led to Amane-san's thought process being rather erratic, often misunderstanding Horikita-san's intentions. So Amane-san's explanation seemed quite outlandish. However, Horikita Suzune still decided to believe Amane-san. Since it's a misunderstanding, it should be cleared up by now, right? Yes, Ichino's and I both know it was a misunderstanding, hee. Amane-san smiled and leaned closer to Horikita-san, hugging her arm. I'm feeling a bit cold. How about we go back? Horikita-san looked at Amane-san's fawning manner and sighed inwardly. This was clearly a little trick to get rid of her, but even though she knew it was Amane-san's little game, she always wanted to indulge Amane-san. Since you're feeling a bit cold, let's go back. Oh, by the way, classmate Ichino's, I heard Amane-san say you wanted to apologize to her. What was that about? Horikita Suzune just asked casually, giving Ichino's a topic to ease the situation. Ichino's only needed to chat about something inconsequential for a couple of sentences, and then everyone could happily return to the dorms. But what Horikita Suzune and Amane-san completely didn't expect was this. Ichino suddenly looked up sharply at Amane-san. It's like this, during the meeting this afternoon, Amane-san was about to get into a conflict with committee member Kiriyama. I instinctively wanted to go and stop them. As a result, because of my personal reasons, I couldn't resist doing something excessive to Amane-san's body. I came tonight specifically to apologize to Amane-san for this. I am truly very sorry, and I hope Amane-san can forgive my actions. Ichino's blushed and lowered her head, asking for Amane-san's forgiveness. Amane-san, on the other hand, was completely stunned. Did something excessive to Amane-san's body? Like what? Horikita Suzune mistakenly thought Ichino's had committed an act of violence against Amane-san. Her tone couldn't help but become more stern. How could Horikita-san suddenly get angry when they were just chatting nicely? Ichino's looked at the unusually serious Horikita Suzune with some confusion. When Ichino's gaze fell upon Amane-san, she seemed to wake up from a dream and waved her hands repeatedly. It's not what Horikita-san thinks. Amane-san and I are friends. I didn't use violence against Amane-san. Hearing Ichino's flustered explanation, Horikita Suzune observed Ichino's expression. Although Ichino's was somewhat flustered, her gaze didn't waver, and Amane-san also didn't react, so it could be judged that Ichino's words were credible. That's good. To be honest, I don't want Amane-san to be involved in violent conflicts. If she gets hurt, it would be even more disadvantageous. Horikita Suzune said, pinching Amane-san's cheek. Ichino's eyes widened. Was Horikita-san really that close to Amane-san? If it really came to a fight, I could take down their entire class by myself. Amane-san puffed out her chest, announcing proudly. Horikita Suzune and Ichino's both smiled. We know you're very strong. Horikita-san didn't take Amane-san's words seriously. No matter how good Amane-san was at fighting, taking down an entire class was a bit too abstract. Honestly, Suzune always coaxes me with that tone, like I'm a child. Amane-san hugged Horikita-san's arm tightly. Seeing that it was getting late, Horikita-san decided to end the conversation there, but she still had one curious question. If it wasn't an act of violence, then why did classmate Ichinos need to apologize to Amane-san? In Horikita-san's view, anything less serious than violence shouldn't warrant a special apology from Ichinos. I couldn't resist secretly touching classmate Amane's abs. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 114, Chapter 113, it's the season of beastly giggling again. Inside the dorm room. Amane-san obediently brewed tea for Horikita-san. Horikita-san, meanwhile, was casually flipping through a book. Her gaze did not linger on Amane-san at all. Suzune. As soon as Amane-san leaned in, Horikita-san flicked her forehead, sending her back. Woo-woo, that hurts. Amane-san deliberately made a noticeable sound. But she didn't expect Horikita-san to remain unmoved. Suzune, don't be angry anymore. Ichinos didn't do it on purpose, you know. Amane-san brought the tea to Horikita-san. This time, Horikita-san looked up at Amane-san. Are you starting to speak up for her now? Amane-san's body suddenly stiffened, and she instinctively wanted to slip away, but Horikita-san grabbed her. What is your relationship with Ichinos? Facing Horikita-san's question, Amane-san, whose cowlick was being held, thought for a moment. I guess we're friends. Friends are close enough to touch that kind of place. Horikita-san glared at Amane-san. She should have followed them during the meeting if she had known. Just this one time she wasn't watching Amane-san, she was taken advantage of by Ichinos, and what made Horikita-san even more annoyed was that this idiot was still speaking up for Ichinos. Did she not think that she herself had been taken advantage of? It was an accident. I told you it was an accident, Suzune, you just wouldn't listen to my explanation. Amane-san had tried to explain the complicated situation when she returned. But Horikita-san just covered her ears and refused to listen to Amane-san's explanation. This left Amane-san feeling a bit helpless. Are you saying this is my fault? Horikita-san placed the book in her hand on the table, her expression somewhat dejected. This isn't Suzune's fault either. No, this has nothing to do with Suzune at all. Amane-san tried to explain, but Horikita-san kept staring at Amane-san with a wronged look. Finally, Amane-san had no choice but to let Horikita-san do as she pleased. Don't be angry anymore, I'll listen to Suzune today, is that alright? Amane-san buried her head in Horikita-san's arms, rubbing gently as if she were cooing. Really? Horikita-san's somewhat suspicious gaze stung Amane-san. I said I'd listen to Suzune today. I'll definitely keep my word. Amane-san lifted her small head from Horikita-san's chest and said seriously. In that case, I want to touch too. Suzune, are you done? I feel a bit strange. My body temperature is rising, my head feels dizzy, and my face is hot. Amane-san said, her body suddenly contracting. Horikita-san, who was hugging Amane-san from behind, had a serious expression. Not yet. Please bear with it a little longer, Amane-san. But I didn't expect Ichinos' words to be true. Even if Horikita-san was a bit unwilling, she had to admit. The texture was indeed quite nice. After an unknown amount of time, this intimate interaction, which deepened their relationship, finally ended its exploratory journey amidst Amane-san's strange sounds. Suzune, just now, were you satisfied? Amane-san lowered her head, her white hair, damp with sweat, covering her face. It was all right, but your stamina, Amane-san, still needs work. I had just started to get into it, and you couldn't take it anymore. Horikita-san picked up her teacup, took a few sips of tea, and then turned to meet Amane-san's gaze. That's really not fair. Amane-san's voice had a coquettish quality to it. Horikita-san couldn't help but shiver. Amane-san, you. Suzune, you only thought about yourself. I'm feeling a little lustful now. Come on, let me experience a little bit of pleasure too, okay? Amane-san's situation was not right. Horikita-san was about to get up but was held tightly by Amane-san. Wait, Amane, you. Before Horikita could finish her sentence, Amane gently placed her on the bed. Horikita's mind hadn't yet processed the situation unfolding before her. Then she felt a burning sensation on her neck. The warm feeling steadily spread upwards. Finally, Horikita could only utter muffled sounds. Amane was not content with merely exploring the surface. She wanted to understand Suzune more deeply. Amane's slender fingers caressed Horikita's abdomen. Then downwards. Whoa. Horikita, who had been dazed, suddenly became alert. She was about to push Amane away when she realized that Amane, taking advantage of her sounds, had shamelessly begun a deeper exploration. At this point, her defenses completely collapsed. Horikita looked helplessly at Amane, who seemed to have lost control. Like a beast, she aggressively increased their intimacy. It was completely different from the usual feeling of teasing the soft Amane. The novel sensation stimulated Horikita's adrenaline. She began to give up resisting. She chose to trust Amane. Amane did not disappoint Horikita's expectations, proclaiming her absolute sovereignty over Horikita. But just as Horikita was about to experience pleasure, Amane suddenly lost all energy and lay motionless on Horikita. This scared Horikita to death. She was afraid that Amane was too excited and had gone into shock. But when she checked Amane's condition, she heard Amane's rhythmic soft snores. Horikita, a little bewildered, picked up her phone and checked the time. It was already early morning. It turned out it was Amane's rest time. No wonder Amane seemed to have been forcibly shut down. Seriously. It was just a little bit more. Horikita pouted, looking at the sleeping Amane in her arms. She couldn't help but extend a fingertip and tentatively poked Amane's soft face. Amane showed no reaction, not even her regular snores were disturbed. Based on Horikita's experience, if she woke Amane now, Amane would most likely still maintain her previous state, but who would wake someone up when they're already asleep? Just thinking about it felt completely absurd. After much hesitation, Horikita decided to give up punishing Amane for today and let her rest well. Tomorrow, ahem. Tomorrow's matters would be dealt with tomorrow. Horikita took a blanket and wrapped Amane up tightly. This way, she wouldn't roll off the bed onto the floor in the middle of the night. Amane was not at all well behaved in her sleep. At first, Horikita could treat Amane as a body pillow. After all, a sleeping Amane was soft and so cute, even if used as a body pillow, she wouldn't easily be woken up. So Horikita had always used the sleeping Amane as a body pillow, but what she never expected was that after Amane became familiar with her, her sleeping posture underwent a drastic change. At first, she just rolled back and forth. This was still barely acceptable. But later, things like her pressing down on Horikita started to make Horikita feel a little pressure. And what she could never understand was that Amane would even roll over her and then roll onto the floor herself. This caught Horikita off guard. So whenever Amane fell asleep first, Horikita would thoughtfully wrap Amane up tightly. After taking care of all this, Horikita finally got out of bed, simply put on a thin shirt, and went to the window, leaning elegantly against it. The cold moonlight and dim streetlights couldn't help but evoke feelings of loneliness and emptiness. Horikita Suzune was no exception. Feeling bathed in the cold moonlight, she looked at Amane on the bed. If only it had been a little faster. As soon as Horikita Suzune finished speaking, she quickly covered her flushed face as if she had received an electric shock. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 115, Chapter 114, Post-War Cleanup. When Amane woke up from the bed, she still felt a bit of a headache. It was like sleep fatigue caused by oversleeping. Just as Amane was about to stretch her body, she found something soft in her arms. She looked down. A sleeping Horikita was obediently holding Amane's waist. From her even breathing, it was clear that Horikita was sleeping soundly. Amane checked the time. It was already 8 in the morning. This time was already past Horikita's biological clock of 6 o'clock. This indicated that Horikita was so tired that even her own biological clock couldn't correct her sleep duration. Did something happen yesterday for Horikita to be this exhausted? Suddenly, scenes from yesterday replayed in Amane's mind. She seemed to have been, slightly, just a tiny bit, out of control yesterday. So, what was the outcome? Amane cared more about the result than the process. If she was lively at first but then got severely bullied back by Horikita, that would be too embarrassing. Although from Horikita's expression, she seemed satisfied, even her little face was red. So it should be her victory, right? Just as Amane was about to move her body slightly, Horikita seemed to be startled by Amane's movement, her pretty eyebrows twitched, and then a pair of somewhat dazed eyes looked at the two lumps in front of her. Suzune, are you awake? Amane's familiar voice made Horikita snap back a little. At this moment, Amane slid down, allowing herself to make eye contact with Horikita, and then, while Horikita wasn't fully awake, she gave her a strong peck on the cheek. Thump. A dull thud came from Amane's forehead. Amane covered her head with a wronged expression. Boo-hoo, Suzune, why did you hit me? I told you we can only kiss after washing up. Do I have to remind you every time? Horikita gave Amane a helpless glare and sat up from the bed. Amane also quickly sat up and hugged Horikita. Oh, it's all the same, isn't it? I'm going to wash up right now. Amane jumped off the bed in a bit of a panic. Then she rushed to the bathroom in a hurry. Horikita couldn't help but smile at Amane's eager demeanor. Stretching comfortably, Horikita then picked up her phone. She saw that the time had already passed her alarm. Horikita Suzune was not surprised. Just from the bright light, she could tell that she must have overslept. Horikita got out of bed and pulled open the curtains. Bright light instantly illuminated the room. She also opened the window. A gentle breeze, mixed with a hint of grass and earth, blew into the room, making the somewhat embarrassing smell in the room dissipate a little. It seemed she would have to thoroughly clean some bedding again today. While Amane was washing up, Horikita heated milk and bread. Because yesterday was quite satisfying, Horikita specially prepared a super large piece of thick-cut beef for Amane as a sandwich filling. After receiving the milk, Horikita tentatively checked its temperature. It was a bit too hot. Amane preferred room temperature milk. Putting it in the refrigerator now would affect the temperature inside the refrigerator. Horikita simply placed the milk on the windowsill. By the time Amane was almost done washing up, the milk's temperature would be just right. After preparing everything, Horikita waited for Amane outside the bathroom door. What would her first words be? Amane's silly smiling face appeared in Horikita's mind. Her first words should be, "Suzune, I'm done washing up, I'm coming." Probably something like that. "Suzune, I'm done washing up, I'm coming." As Horikita expected, a grinning face rushed out of the bathroom. Then, as expected, Horikita, who was lying in wait, reached out and cupped that still grinning face. Then, soft, with the cool sensation of toothpaste, a faint minty scent began to spread. After a long while, they slowly separated. "Amane, good morning." "Gee, good morning." Amane was caught off guard by the proactive Horikita. She became a little uneasy. "You go eat first. The milk is on the windowsill. You don't have to wait for me." After Horikita pinched Amane's soft and warm cheek, she entered the bathroom. Then the sound of the water heater came on. "Is she taking a shower in the morning?" Amane tilted her head, a little confused. Walking to the window, a bird, attracted by the sweet smell of milk, fluttered its head eagerly outside the window, its small eyes fixed on the milk in the glass. Amane opened the window, letting the little bird fly in. Amane found a mineral water bottle cap, poured a little milk for it, then ran to get her sandwich, planning to break off some crumbs for it. It was then that Amane noticed today's sandwich seemed a bit off. She opened it to look. A large piece of beef was sandwiched between plain toast slices. "Wow, eating this first thing in the morning, it feels a bit extravagant, hee hee hee." Amane sat by the window, breaking off breadcrumbs for the little bird while taking big bites of the beef. When Horikita came out of the bathroom, wiping her wet hair with a towel imprinted with a brown bear, she saw a scene that even surprised her. Golden light spilled onto Amane's silvery white long hair. The gentle summer breeze stirred up waves, constantly caressing Amane's long hair. Amane gently cradled the little bird, letting it taste the breadcrumbs in her palm, while biting her sandwich. Amane was so focused that she didn't even notice the salad dressing on the corner of her mouth. Suzune showered so quickly. Just in time. Before Amane could finish her sentence, the bird flapped its wings and flew away through the gap in the window. What a shame. Amane looked at the birds retreating back with some disappointment. This made Horikita unable to help but curl the corners of her mouth. It just came to freeload food and drinks. "Are you planning to keep it forever?" Horikita said pointedly. Her gaze was directed at Amane, clearly implying that the freeloader she was referring to was Amane. But to her surprise, Amane nodded. "Of course. Does Amane like keeping small animals?" Horikita became a little interested. Amane had never told her these things before. To be honest, Horikita currently only had a vague impression of all of Amane's preferences. She always felt that Amane's inner self gave off a hazy feeling. Birds are free and unrestrained. If you keep it, someone will be sad for it. Horikita Suzune just said it casually. But to her surprise, Amane's expression began to resemble how it was last night. "But I like it. If it can satisfy me, then even if it loses its freedom, it doesn't matter. And, ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. I would never lock up a cute bird. Suzune, hurry and eat, the milk will get cold, you know." Horikita's pupils contracted slightly. She could tell that the first part was not a joke at all. "Amane. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating." Chapter 116, Chapter 115, The Judgment of the Expelled Student. Hurry up, why are you moving so slowly? And you still want to save the princess?" Amane was lying on the floor, engrossed in playing a game. Although it was a bit noisy, Horikita had long since gotten used to it. So she just gently patted Amane's backside, signaling her to be a little quieter. It's over, I got a critical hit, healer. Before she could finish her sentence, Amane lay motionless on the floor. Clearly, the plan to save the princess had officially failed. I told you, if you want to play games, you can play in bed. Horikita picked up the listless and dejected Amane. She threw her onto the bed and stuffed the brown bear pillow into her arms. Just as Horikita was about to return to her desk to continue reading, her phone suddenly received a text message. Opening it, Horikita Suzune was surprised to find that it was a message from the school. It ordered all members of first-year Class D to gather in the classroom before 10 o'clock, as an important announcement was to be made, and those who were late without good reason would be expelled. Just for a gathering, they would be expelled. Horikita Suzune found it a bit unbelievable. She then checked the time, 9:45. That meant they only had 15 minutes to gather. Amane. Horikita was about to call Amane. But she saw that Amane had already put on her school uniform. Let's hurry up and go. If we're late, we might really get expelled, and we might even see President Horikita. Amane clearly already knew the content of this sudden gathering. Horikita Suzune thought for a moment and immediately realized that this was to announce the true punishment for the expelled students. From the harsh wording, it was not difficult to see that a considerable number of people were destined to be expelled this time. Horikita Suzune's mood suddenly became depressed. The thing she had always wanted to avoid had still become a reality. By the time Horikita Suzune and Amane arrived, a large portion of the class had already gathered. Amane and Horikita Suzune exchanged glances, then returned to their seats to wait. Not long after, most of Class D had gathered, sitting in their seats and discussing today's sudden emergency assembly. The students who had previously been identified as soon to be expelled were even more panicked, beginning to pray. Names of various domestic deities constantly poured out of their mouths. It seemed as if they had prayed to every deity they knew. Amane's gaze swept across the classroom. She noticed that 2 people were still absent from the class. One was Sudo, which went without saying. It was rumored that after he was taken away by the security department, he never returned, and the specific situation was still unknown. The other was Hirata. Hirata's absence made Amane a little concerned. She knew that Hirata was truly willing to be expelled for the sake of others. But in the current situation, even if he were expelled for being absent, it would not benefit the class or the other classmates. So Amane was concerned about Hirata's whereabouts. Did you hear? They say a lot of people are going to be expelled today. A piece of news that everyone knew but dared not discuss came from Sato. That people were going to be expelled today was something any normal person would know, but why was no one discussing it? Because. Sato, don't talk so much. Can't you see everyone is distressed about this? Yukimura warned her with a serious expression. But Sato snorted coldly. What does their expulsion have to do with me? No matter how bad my grades are, I won't be so disgraceful as to be expelled. Yukimura, didn't you get the 3rd best grade in the class? Why bother pretending to care about them? When Sato spoke, many people looked at her with angry eyes. But Sato still had a playful smile and an indifferent expression on her face. Yukimura glanced at Sato and chose not to retort. Because Sato's words, though unpleasant, were true. He actually didn't care much about those who couldn't even pass exams, but this time, most of the failing students were boys. Yukimura didn't want Sato to add fuel to the fire at this moment, especially since Sudo's incident was still fresh in his mind. Yukimura didn't want similar things to happen again. Sato, please try to be considerate of everyone. Although you passed this time, if someone really gets expelled, can you guarantee that you will pass the next exam, Sato? Kushida's words were on a completely different level than Yukimura's. Sato, though somewhat displeased after hearing Kushida's words, still shut her mouth, because when it came to popularity, Kushida's popularity in the class was something she couldn't even hope to match. Just when the class thought it could finally quiet down, intense footsteps echoed in the hallway. In an instant, everyone's heart leaped to their throats again. First to enter was a grim-faced Hirata. Although he seemed to be trying to hide it, the expression on his face was still too gloomy, which made many people start to worry. Following closely was Chabashira Sae. Teacher Chabashira stood at the first row as soon as she entered. She had no intention of going to the podium. It seemed that this emergency assembly was exactly as Amane had guessed. This emergency assembly and the announcements to follow would probably all be handled by the student council. Not long after, Horikita Manabu and Tachibana Akane entered, one after the other. Nagumo and Kiriyama could vaguely be seen outside the door. However, they suddenly turned around and left at the doorway. Only Horikita Manabu and Tachibana Akane entered Class D. As soon as Horikita Manabu entered Class D, he walked straight to the podium. He didn't even greet Chabashira-sensei. My apologies, I was 2 minutes late due to some matters. I thank everyone who arrived on time and kept their promise to be in this classroom. Horikita Manabu bowed slightly. Class D fell silent for a moment. No one knew what Horikita Manabu's opening meant. Next, I will announce the review results and explanation regarding the expelled students from first-year Class D. Horikita Manabu didn't care about the reactions of the Class D students. As if following a procedure, Horikita Manabu took the documents from Tachibana Akane and then scanned everyone in Class D with a condescending gaze. After an emergency review by the Student Council of all expelled students' grades in first-year Class D, it was found that the previous judgment criteria were somewhat inappropriate. Therefore, this review adopted a different method, and the final result is. Horikita Manabu deliberately drew out his words. For a moment, only the hurried breathing of many people could be heard in Class D. Even Horikita Suzune watched Horikita Manabu with bated breath. Only 3 people had different expressions. Hirata Yusuke was still caught between anger and despair. Ayanokoji Kiyotaka looked calm, with no expression visible on his face. Amane, on the other hand, had a slight smile, but her beautiful eyes were looking out the window. Horikita Manabu was a little helpless about Amane's reaction. Finally, he announced the final result. First-year Class D, the original ruling resulted in 15 expulsions. After review, the ruling is 6 expulsions. I will write the names of those expelled on the blackboard. They can then return directly to their dorms to pack their luggage, and the student council can process their expulsion on the same day. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 117, Chapter 116, The Expelled Students. Horikita Manabu picked up the chalk and wrote 6 names on the blackboard. They were Sudo Ken, Yamauchi Haruki, Aikanji, Hondo Ryotaro, Sakura Eri, and Ichihashi Ruri. As soon as the list was announced, many people showed happy smiles of relief. Only 6 out of 15 were expelled in the end, which was undoubtedly the most perfect outcome for Class D and the 9 who miraculously survived. However, people's joys and sorrows are not the same. Where there is joy, there is also sorrow. Eri, sitting at the very back, was stunned when she saw that she was still to be expelled. She first looked up at the blackboard, at her prominent name, Sakura Eri, written in white chalk, then lowered her head to look at her phone. The phone's background was the first photo she took when she arrived here. She was going to be expelled. A sense of unreality filled Sakura Eri's entire being. She helplessly looked around at the people nearby. She found that many of the students who had been spared were cheering joyfully. Even Kushida had a smile on her face. They had paid the smallest price to avoid what would undoubtedly have been a devastating blow to Class D. Everyone was cheering. No one cared about the underachievers who were about to be expelled. Yamauchi suddenly stood up. This isn't fair. Why? Why do they get to stay? Why do I have to leave this school? This is completely unfair to me. I haven't even shown my abilities. I'll complain. Yes, I'll complain to the school. You must be targeting me. Yamauchi roared hysterically, tears streaming down his face. The entire class fell silent instantly. Horikita Manabu adjusted his glasses. He had seen through Yamauchi's true nature back when the meeting was held, and his expulsion was within Horikita Manabu's expectations. However, what he didn't expect was for him to behave so poorly at a time like this. If you want to complain, that's your business. Before that, you need to complete the expulsion procedures. I won't go through the expulsion procedures. I haven't even shown my abilities yet. How can you expel me? Yamauchi continued to roar. Seeing that Yamauchi's fragile heart had collapsed, Horikita Manabu had no intention of continuing to talk to him. Horikita Manabu's gaze turned to the other expelled students. Besides Yamauchi, do the remaining expelled students have any questions? If so, I can answer them directly here. Aikanji looked at Horikita Manabu, somewhat timidly, but still raised his hand. The student in the back. Are we really destined to be expelled? I really like this place, even without points, it's fine. Please let me continue living here. Everyone, I beg all of you to plead for me. I know I did some things wrong in the past, but I promise I will definitely turn over a new leaf. That's impossible. Horikita Manabu looked down with a hint of pity at the pathetic wretch begging before him. He could understand these people's thoughts. If they were his classmates, Horikita Manabu might have softened, but unfortunately, his current position was the student council president, representing the school and announcing the punishment for the failing students of first-year Class D. Don't do this. Please. Please, everyone, give me another chance, okay? I will definitely study hard. Wah, wah, wah. Aikanji cried his eyes out. Yet, no one in the class spoke up to plead for Aikanji. Even Hirata could only close his eyes in pain, trying to escape. Just like last time. He had no grounds for objection. Horikita Manabu had even told Hirata the results in advance to prevent him from doing anything irrational. He also had Hirata review the test papers, and after Hirata's inspection, it was found that according to the latest calculation method, these people were indeed the bottom 6 in the class. This immediately deprived Hirata of an excuse to defend his classmates. These were not expulsions chosen by the students, but rather, when their efforts were reflected on the test papers to demonstrate their self-worth, their abilities were deemed worthless by the school. This was not an exam that necessarily led to expulsion, it was that all these people failed to seize this opportunity. Even with the answers in front of them, they were still careless, and the only outcome awaiting them was expulsion. Expelled is expelled, what's there for a grown man to cry about? How embarrassing. Sato's taunt made many people frown. Although everyone thought Yamauchi and Ike were somewhat embarrassing. But since they were about to be expelled, there was no need to make sarcastic remarks, especially since Sudo's incident was still fresh in everyone's minds. Yet, some people just didn't learn. What? Did I say something wrong? Ah. With a crash. Sato was directly hit on the head by a chair flying from the back row, precisely on target. Her entire body, along with her desk, fell to the floor. Yamauchi. What are you trying to do? Chabashira SAE rushed forward to check on Sato's condition, while simultaneously yelling at Yamauchi. It's all her. It's because of her that we're being expelled. Such a bitch cannot be forgiven. Yamauchi's words left Chabashira-sensei stunned. She understood every word Yamauchi said. But when put together, she couldn't comprehend the meaning of his words at all. Ike, beside him, quickly waved his hand at everyone. Yamauchi threw it, it has nothing to do with me. Committing violence in front of me. Horikita Manabu walked down from the podium, step by step. Yamauchi frantically picked up Ike's chair and continued to swing it at Horikita Manabu. However, Horikita Manabu directly and swiftly grabbed Yamauchi's throat. Yamauchi's arm immediately lost strength, and the chair in his hand slipped to the ground. Immediately after, Horikita Manabu first released his grip. Yamauchi, unwilling to give up, opened his mouth to bite Horikita Manabu, but Horikita Manabu delivered a swift back fist directly to Yamauchi's nose. Yamauchi instantly fainted. The students of Class D stared at Horikita Manabu, dumbfounded. They hadn't expected this seemingly refined student council president to be so strong. As a member of the student council, one must know some self-defense techniques. Horikita Manabu finished speaking and glanced at Tachibana Akane. Tachibana Akane immediately ran out to call the security department. 2 open acts of violence occurring within a month. It was likely that the school would crack down on this aspect next. Horikita Manabu looked around. This expulsion decision is irreversible and unchangeable. No matter how hard you try, there will not be a result where no one is expelled. Horikita Manabu finished speaking and looked meaningfully at Horikita Suzune and Ayanokoji Kiyotaka in the corner, and Amane, who had somehow fallen asleep on her desk. He hoped they would understand. If anyone in Class D could still create a miracle at this moment, the candidates would undoubtedly emerge from these 3. If the 3 of them joined forces, perhaps Class D really would have a day when it could rise to Class A. However, Amane didn't seem very interested in getting into Class A. So, whether the final outcome of this exam could be somewhat different depended entirely on his younger sister, Horikita Suzune. If it was his younger sister, she should definitely understand his intentions. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 118, Chapter 117, Shifting the Blame. Chabashira-sensei, I will take this student to the infirmary. I also need to trouble you to inform Hashinomiya-sensei about this matter. As for the subsequent expulsion procedures, they can be completed before 5:30 p.m. If the expulsion procedures are not completed after 5:30 p.m., the student council will enforce them. Enforced execution. The short phrase made Chabashira-sensei shiver. Leave it to me. Chabashira-sensei nodded, then dialed Hashinomiya-sensei's number. The school didn't have a permanent medical team, although there was a pharmacy and regular full-body checkups within the school. However, their response capability in emergencies seemed somewhat inadequate. Hashinomiya-sensei, despite being a homeroom teacher, was actually the most skilled health teacher in the entire school. If one hadn't met her in person, they would surely feel compelled to express their high regard for Hashinomiya-sensei. But once you met Hashinomiya herself, you couldn't help but wonder, is she really alright? Seeing the 2 leave one after the other, Tachibana Akane glanced at the chaotic classroom and couldn't help but sigh. Horikita Manabu had carried Sato to the infirmary, so Yamauchi, that idiot, couldn't just be left lying on the floor, could he? Tachibana Akane also felt awkward moving him herself, so she could only ask for help from the D-class students. Can someone help me take Yamauchi-kun to the infirmary? For a moment, D-class was silent. Most of those who were close to Yamauchi had basically been ordered to withdraw. They had no time to care for Yamauchi, and the others, having seen Yamauchi's recent frantic behavior, all kept their distance. At this moment, Ayanokoji raised his hand. "Please let me help." "Then thank you." Ayanokoji said nothing, picked up Yamauchi with one hand, and followed Tachibana Akane out of the classroom. After the student council members had completely left. With a whoosh, D-class erupted like a boiling pot into heated discussions. The most discussed topic was undoubtedly the 6 unlucky students. The boys didn't have much concern, but quite a few girls gathered around Ichihashi Ruri to comfort her as she cried profusely. Only Amane was still sleeping soundly, face down on her desk. Horikita couldn't help but sit in Ayanokoji's seat and gently patted Amane's back. "Amane, wake up. Is it mealtime?" Amane rubbed her eyes, turned around, and lay face down in front of Horikita. Her sleepy appearance made even Horikita think that Amane was very tired. "Ichihashi-san is about to be expelled. Aren't you going to comfort her?" Although Horikita wanted to take Amane straight back to sleep, she knew more or less that Amane and Ichihashi had a decent relationship. Therefore, she allowed Amane to say goodbye to Ichihashi. But Amane was uncharacteristically. She merely glanced at Ichihashi's direction and then ignored her, instead blinking at Horikita. "Suzune, do you still remember what Chabashira-sensei said on the first day of school?" Faced with Amane's sudden question, Horikita paused, not because Horikita couldn't remember what happened that day. On the contrary, precisely because the day was her first meeting with Amane, Horikita remembered everything that happened that day deeply. But even so, she didn't know which sentence Amane wanted to ask about. "It's that line. There's nothing in this school that points can't buy." "I remember Chabashira-sensei, you said that, right?" Ayanokoji Kiyotaka looked up and met Chabashira-sensei's gaze. "Oh. Did I say something like that?" Chabashira-sensei's face was full of admiration. But deep in her eyes, there was a hint of disappointment. The current situation was not something Ayanokoji alone could handle. "You did say that. How many points are needed to prevent their expulsion? I hope you can tell me the exact price." Ayanokoji continued to press with his question. Chabashira-sensei first looked around. Seeing that no one was approaching, she lit a cigarette with relief. "Ayanokoji, your approach is correct, but unfortunately, you cannot save them alone. The points needed to prevent one person's expulsion are 20 million points. If you can gather 120 million personal points, you can save all 6 of them. The question is, can you do it?" Chabashira-sensei's words made Ayanokoji frown slightly. He had long anticipated that the points needed to save one person would probably be a huge sum for him, but he hadn't expected one person to require 20 million points. It was no exaggeration to say that even if all the points of the first-year students were collected, it might not be enough to gather 20 million points. Let alone a terrifying number like 120 million points, which was unimaginable. Is there really no other way? This time, even Ayanokoji couldn't help but ask Chabashira-sensei. He didn't believe that there was no room for maneuver in this matter. Ayanokoji understood Horikita Manabu's hint. If someone absolutely had to be expelled, Ayanokoji could accept it. As long as the number of expulsions could be reduced as much as possible, it would already be the greatest effort. And Horikita Manabu did indeed hint that there was a way to save a few more people. Ayanokoji found a way. However, the cost of this method was something he, and even the entire first year, simply couldn't afford. Ayanokoji didn't believe that Horikita Manabu would hint at an impossible method, asking them to gather 120 million personal points. There must be something else. Something he had overlooked. Seeing Ayanokoji circling the correct answer, Chabashira-sensei was also a little anxious. She wanted to tell Ayanokoji the real answer directly. But that would be against the rules. She could only wait in agony for Ayanokoji to figure it out himself. Ayanokoji, deep in thought, suddenly seemed to remember something and abruptly looked up at Chabashira-sensei. "May I ask how many points they are short of to meet the passing score?" If they couldn't afford to buy people, then they would buy points. As long as the points exceeded the passing score, the expulsion penalty would naturally not be upheld. Chabashira-sensei's face broke into a smile. Ayanokoji had found the only answer, just as she had hoped. Sudo and the others, you don't even need to think about them. The only ones who can be helped right now are Sakura Eri and Ichihashi Ruri. Their total scores and average scores are exactly the same, which means... Chabashira-sensei, please sell me 2 0.5 points. I can only sell 1 whole point at a time here, and only once. Chabashira stated without reservation what she could do. Now it was up to Ayanokoji's decision. What is the price for 1 point? Although Ayanokoji already knew that the school would likely take precautions in this regard, what he never expected was that even buying grades with points was limited to 1 purchase. This meant that, even if he gave his all, he could only save 1 more person. 1 point costs 100,000 personal points. Can you afford it? Facing the number, Chabashira-sensei stated. Ayanokoji shook his head. I don't have that many points. Of course I know you don't, but just because you don't, doesn't mean others don't. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 119, Chapter 118, Ayanokoji's partner. Hello. Who is this? Ayanokoji. What a rare guest. I didn't expect you to call me. Is it important? I thought so too, otherwise, you wouldn't come looking for me. What time? Now. That urgent? It's convenient for me, yes, it is. Horikita Suzune glanced at Amane, who was playing on her phone under the covers. Amane, are you hungry? Not too hungry yet, and I'm a bit sleepy, so I plan to take a nap first. Amane placed her phone next to her pillow, then affectionately rubbed Horikita's pillow beside her. Then let's meet now. Amane is just about to rest for a bit. Horikita Suzune hung up the phone after speaking. Ayanokoji said he has something important to tell me. I'm going downstairs to meet him first. If you're hungry, there are instant sandwiches to tide you over. I'll cook for you when I get back. Horikita Suzune came to Amane's side, moved her phone from beside the pillow to the table, then lifted the covers, tucked the brown bear pillow in, and finally retucked the covers. Only then did she feel relieved enough to go downstairs. Suzune, never agree to anything beyond your capabilities, okay? Amane's voice came from behind her. Horikita turned back in surprise. Amane was showing a cute smile, tightly hugging her pillow. Even her eyes were closed. She looked as if she was very clumsy and hadn't said anything. I know. Amane, you stay in the room and don't run around, okay? After giving Amane a light peck on the cheek, Horikita put on her school uniform, opened the door, and walked out. Hearing the soft click of the door closing, Amane slowly opened her eyes. Ayanokoji, you really like to meddle. Amane murmured, then lightly sighed and closed her eyes. Anyway, Horikita would sooner or later be troubled by this matter. Rather than having Hirata cry and fuss to ask Suzune for help, it was better to let Ayanokoji ask for help, perhaps Suzune would accept it more easily. Horikita left the dormitory building and almost effortlessly spotted Ayanokoji Kiyotaka standing in the shadow of the large tree by the entrance. Ayanokoji's expression seemed to have barely changed since she had known him, and coupled with their usual lack of interaction, Horikita couldn't read any useful information from Ayanokoji's expression at once. Is there something you needed to call me down for in the middle of the day? Facing Horikita's question, Ayanokoji thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. I'd like to borrow some points from Horikita-san. Although Ayanokoji's expression hadn't changed, Horikita still detected a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Oh, it's just points, no need to be so nervous. I know it's hard for you boys to ask girls for points, but there's no need to be so cautious, is there? Horikita saw Ayanokoji constantly glancing left and right. He seemed to be wary of someone, which made her find it a bit amusing. Was it because he was afraid of others seeing his awkwardness in borrowing points? Boys really care about their image. Ayanokoji scratched his head a little awkwardly. He didn't try to defend his act of borrowing points. This kind of thing was actually quite common in D-class. D-class hadn't received points for a month, and due to the pseudo incident, they wouldn't receive points next month either. Even the most frugal student couldn't possibly still have points after 3 months. How much do you plan to borrow? 50,000. What? This number exceeded Horikita's expectations. She couldn't understand how, if it were for normal living expenses, it could possibly be 50,000 points right off the bat. Such a huge sum, not only did Horikita not have it now, even if she did, she couldn't possibly lend it all to Ayanokoji in one go. After all, everyone knew that the possibility of getting back points lent out was very low. If Ayanokoji only borrowed 5,000 or 10,000 points, Horikita might still accept it. 50,000 points was already beyond her tolerance. Suddenly, Horikita remembered Amane's warning. Don't agree to things beyond your capabilities. Did Amane already know that Ayanokoji was going to borrow points from her? What's wrong? Is it difficult? Ayanokoji saw the expression on Horikita's face constantly changing and roughly guessed the reason. Yes, I only have less than 30,000 personal points in my hand right now. Horikita said, opening her terminal to show her balance. She only had a little over 27,000 points, just over half of 50,000 points. These personal points were far from enough. I miscalculated. I thought a frugal girl like Horikita might still have some points saved up, but I didn't expect your expenses to be quite high too. Ayanokoji had heard a little about Horikita's frugality. But even Horikita only had less than 30,000 points left. He definitely couldn't borrow everything. In Ayanokoji's opinion, borrowing 15,000 points was already the limit, so what should he do about the remaining points? Chabashira's hint to him was to find Horikita. But Horikita's points, even combined with his, were not enough to buy a single point. Could it be that Chabashira-sensei miscalculated? No choice. I have to support 2 people, so my points are naturally spent more. Speaking of which, Ayanokoji, why are you suddenly borrowing such a large sum of money? You're not trying to buy a game console or something, are you? Horikita narrowed her eyes. If it were for daily expenses, she could lend Ayanokoji some, and at worst, gather a little from Amane to meet Ayanokoji's needs. But if Ayanokoji was borrowing points for entertainment, Horikita would never lend him the points. Actually, it's because Ayanokoji roughly described his conversation with Chabashira to Horikita. Horikita's first reaction after hearing it was to deny the idea of keeping everyone by spending 120 million points. This idea was simply unrealistic. No wonder her brother said that someone would definitely drop out this time. As for the later mention of being able to save either Ichihashi Ruri or Sakura Eri, Horikita Suzune thought for a moment. Although my points here aren't much, Amane's points are enough to support buying that 1 point for the grade. As for choosing someone, Ichihashi-san has a good relationship with Amane, so perhaps we can use this method to gain Amane's support. Horikita's analysis was very reasonable. Ichihashi was originally part of the Kushida faction and had always had a good relationship with Amane. If it were Amane, she should be willing to put out 100,000 points to prevent Ichihashi-san from dropping out. Then I'll leave it to Horikita. Seeing that Horikita Suzune already had an idea, Ayanokoji quickly went along with it and left the matter for Horikita to handle. Hey! Ayanokoji, that's a bit irresponsible of you. What do you mean, I'll leave it to you? Shouldn't you be the one to discuss it with Amane? Although Horikita was absolutely confident she could persuade Amane, she was still dissatisfied with Ayanokoji's hands-off attitude. I think a girl would find it easier to move Miyako-san. If I, a boy, were to ask her, I might just mess things up. Ayanokoji's excuse sounded like a pretense. But Horikita knew that Ayanokoji was absolutely right. So, now it was up to Horikita Suzune. Persuading Amane, wasn't that a piece of cake? I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 120, Chapter 119, Amane's Training Plan. After talking with Ayanokoji, Horikita returned to the dorm. As soon as she entered the dorm, Horikita was stunned by the sight before her. Amane was sitting at the table, wearing her school uniform, engrossed in a book. It was Crime and Punishment, a book Horikita Suzune also liked. However, Amane didn't seem interested in such things normally, so why did she suddenly decide to read today? I'm home. Welcome home. Amane looked up and smiled faintly at Horikita. Then her gaze returned to the pages of the book. Amane, aren't you still a bit sleepy? Why don't you go take a nap? Horikita stroked Amane's head and asked with concern. I was still a bit sleepy, but then I suddenly remembered some things, and the more I thought, the less I could sleep. So I decided to get up and read a book to cultivate some sleepiness. Amane's words made Horikita somewhat amused and exasperated. No wonder Amane suddenly thought of reading today. It turned out to be to cultivate some sleepiness. Honestly, she thought Amane was finally going to immerse herself in the joy of reading. Suzune, don't you have anything you want to tell me? Amane closed the book, still smiling at Horikita. Horikita was startled at first, then her expression also became serious. She was sure that Amane knew something, but from Amane's reaction, she seemed to be against such a thing. I do have something I need your help with, Amane. The thing is, Ayanokoji came to me and said. Horikita then repeated exactly what Ayanokoji had told her to Amane. During the listening process, Amane remained mostly silent, a faint smile still on her face. For a moment, even Horikita Suzune, who spent every day with her, couldn't quite figure out Amane's thoughts. So it's only a choice between two. That's a headache. Can't we choose a third option? Amane's words made Horikita Suzune's eyes widen. Amane, are you joking? 120 million points is a sum we simply cannot come up with. Horikita Suzune denied Amane's idea. 120 million points, even if all the points of the entire grade were added together, it might not be enough. So Amane's idea of saving everyone was somewhat unrealistic. But Amane shook her head. What I mean is, isn't there an option not to save them? Why should I save them? Amane's words made the entire dorm fall silent. Horikita's incredulous expression was very amusing to Amane. She probably thought she would definitely save someone. She might even guess that she would save Ichihashi-san, right? What's wrong, Suzune? Amane looked at Horikita with concern. I'm fine. It's just, if I remember correctly, Amane, aren't you and Ichihashi-san on pretty good terms? If it's 100,000 points, and Ayanokoji is willing to put in 50,000 points, that means you only need to put in 50,000 points to prevent Ichihashi-san from dropping out. Horikita couldn't understand why Amane would refuse such a proposal. If Amane had to pay 100,000 points alone, even if she had enough points, she would still need to think about it, and Horikita Suzune could understand that. But now Ayanokoji had already agreed to pay half the points. Amane only needed to pay the other half, so why would Amane still refuse? If it were someone she didn't get along with who was about to drop out, Amane's actions would be excusable. But Ichihashi Yuri often hung out with Wang Meiyu and Amane. No matter how she thought about it, Amane had no reason to refuse. If I save Ichihashi-san, what do I get? 50,000 points, if used sparingly, would last 2 months, wouldn't it? Is it really worth it for me to pay so many points? Is it worth it? Horikita Suzune fell into thought. She had never thought about this question. Is it worth it? Comparing people to points, there's no doubt everyone would think people are much more important than points. But once people are quantified or divided according to a certain standard, priceless people also become valuable. Within the same standard, everyone will be divided into different ranks, and at this point, equality for all becomes a joke. In such a situation, is it really worth it to redeem Ichihashi with 50,000 points? What if the class can't get to Class A because of fewer people? Horikita thought for a long time before coming up with a reluctantly reason. The next second, she was immediately refuted by Amane. If losing one person really means we can't get from Class D to Class A, then it means we've already failed. Since saving Ichihashi-san won't help us get to Class A, then why should I save her? In that case, the prerequisite for saving her doesn't hold. Amane's logic was very clear, and even Horikita couldn't find any fault with it. One person dropping out is dropping out, 6 people dropping out is also dropping out. Simply saving one person doesn't have a big impact on the entire class. What if Ichihashi-san can contribute to the class in the future and increase the class's points? Horikita changed her approach, trying to use Ichihashi's future value to persuade Amane. No one can predict the future, and precisely because of this, Amane couldn't deny Ichihashi's future value. Perhaps Ichihashi-san can indeed make some contribution to the class in the future, but compared to the elusive future, I value the present worth more. Ichihashi has been screened out as a dropout in 2 consecutive assessments. Can I not conclude from this that Ichihashi will always be a drag in future exams? Amane picked up the cup on the table and took a small sip of tea. From beginning to end, Amane's expression hadn't changed at all, and her eyes revealed a cold gaze. It didn't matter to her who dropped out. She wouldn't mind even if she spent 100,000 points to redeem someone. But she wanted to tell Suzune that there's no such thing as a free lunch. If Horikita Suzune truly wanted to lead Class D to Class A, she would eventually face the dilemma of making choices. No matter how she chose, she couldn't avoid one thing: value. Only by determining value could one make choices. This was common sense. Amane's analysis silenced Horikita Suzune. Amane's words indeed made sense. Ichihashi had been deemed a dropout twice, which fundamentally determined that this student had no value in terms of academic cultivation. Even if she was saved now, the same thing would happen next time. Amane wasn't a philanthropist, she had no obligation to pay for others' mistakes. But, Suzune, I'm helping you right now. Your goal is to get to Class A. If that's the case, why not use this opportunity to get rid of as many useless people as possible? We've already saved quite a few people. The remaining people already ensure the normal operation of Class D. Given that, why are you still agonizing over saving the rest? Being indecisive won't make you an excellent leader, you know. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 121, Chapter 120, A Sudden Confession. Horikita Suzune wavered. Amane's words were not without reason. Indeed, the remaining members were already enough to ensure the normal functioning of the class. Saving them or not saving them wouldn't have a significant impact on the entire class. If they couldn't advance to Class A because someone dropped out, then they've already been eliminated, so there's no need to even consider the question of saving or not saving them. Ichihashi-san's relationship with Horikita isn't as good as with Amane. Why must she save her? Can Ichihashi really bring the class 50,000 points worth of profit? Just thinking about it feels unrealistic. Looking at Horikita, who was visibly conflicted, Amane felt genuine joy. Suzune was starting to judge the value of her classmates. As long as she turned them from classmates into pawns with a clear price tag, Suzune would decide whether to keep or discard them herself. Since Suzune wants to play the Advance to Class A game, it seems okay to play along with her until she has accumulated enough points. However, it won't do if Suzune spends all day busy saving this person and that person, striving every day to help her so-called classmates become better, because Amane would get jealous. So, no. Perhaps it's better to discard useless people sooner rather than later. As for missing out on gold, that's an amusing joke. No. Amane, you're equivocating. Horikita suddenly looked up and met Amane's gaze. Amane's smile gradually faded, finally disappearing completely from her beautiful face. What are you talking about, Suzune? How could I mislead you? What I said is a fact, isn't it? Since you think I'm wrong, then Suzune, can you tell me what you plan to use to persuade me to spend these points? Amane's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, making even Suzune instinctively avoid her eyes, feeling an urge to lower her head. But, to lose to Amane just like this, she felt a bit unwilling. A girl's competitive spirit is sometimes just that strange. Horikita Suzune bit her lip hard, suppressing the fear in her heart, then slowly raised her head to meet Amane's gaze again. Amane's expression showed a slight surprise, as if she hadn't expected Suzune to be able to withstand the pressure she exerted. Ha, ha 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 Amane, you, ha 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 ha. Contrary to Amane's serious expression, Horikita Suzune started laughing. She had never laughed so happily before. Horikita Suzune, holding her stomach and laughing heartily, her behavior could even be called rude, but, let alone Amane, even Horikita Manabu, or perhaps even Horikita Suzune's parents, had probably never seen her laugh so happily. It must be said, Horikita Suzune still looked very beautiful when she laughed. Indeed, for a beautiful person, whatever expression they make is always a pleasing sight. What are you laughing at, Suzune? Amane first checked her outfit, then took out her phone to check her makeup. There were no problems. So what was Horikita Suzune laughing at? Amane couldn't find the answer she wanted based on her existing experience, and she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. The unknown made her uneasy. Indeed, only now do you give off a clear feeling, Amane. That cute demeanor, though charming, must be tiring, right? Facing Horikita's question, Amane shook her head. It's more tiring now, but in this state, I can think with absolute rationality. In this state, I won't be interfered with by external factors. Moi. Softly. Horikita Suzune smiled a little shyly, lightly covering her lips. She was kissed. What was Suzune's objective? To gain the upper hand in the upcoming conversation. No, perhaps, maybe she just liked her and kissed her, right? How could anything happen? I like Miyako Amane. Is that a confession? I don't know either. Horikita Suzune looked up at the ceiling. I'll take you seriously, you know. It's fine even if you take me seriously. But. Damn it. How am I supposed to bully you like this? Amane crossed her arms, pouting her cheeks in annoyance. Why do you want to bully me, Amane? Horikita Suzune looked at Amane, a little puzzled. It seemed Amane was always very insistent on bullying her. Does bullying her bring Amane some kind of joy? If so, Amane's preferences are a bit too strange. Beautiful flowers are most beautiful only at the moment before they wither. Thump. Don't talk like that. Ugh, I know, it hurts, quickly, help me look. Amane said, extending her head where she had just been tapped. Does it hurt a lot? I didn't even use much force. Horikita Suzune quickly parted her long hair, intending to see if the tapped spot was swollen or something. But the moment she parted Amane's hair, Amane suddenly lifted her head and quickly gave her a quick kiss. We're even. Amane wore a triumphant expression, like a cat that had stolen a dried fish. You. Horikita Suzune pouted helplessly. Amane's expression earlier was too convincing, so much so that even she thought she had really hurt her. But she hadn't expected Amane to still be thinking of ambushing her at a time like this. Really? I think it would be better if we continued our previous topic. If we keep fooling around like this, no one will be saved. Amane had a sudden idea, attempting to divert Horikita Suzune's attention. Horikita Suzune knew Amane was changing the subject, but she was helpless, because compared to fooling around, the more serious issue at hand was still the problem of the dropouts. Now, the only person who could save Ichihashi and Sakura was undoubtedly Amane, who had plenty of points. But Amane's attitude leaned towards abandoning the underachievers. Amane's idea wasn't necessarily wrong, but it wasn't the answer Horikita Suzune wanted. Then Amane, how can you help me save one of them? Horikita Suzune's phrasing changed to, help her save one of them. This way, Amane couldn't dismiss it with a single sentence of, it has nothing to do with me. If she wouldn't even help Suzune, there was no way to justify it. Then Suzune, can you first tell me why you absolutely must save another person? 50,000 personal points is enough for one person to live for 2 months, and 50,000 personal points is equivalent to 500 class points. I don't think Ichihashi-san has value equivalent to 500 class points. Amane's frank statement indeed made Horikita frown a little. Because this was an almost unassailable argument. Profit is the most realistic thing, the price paid must yield a certain return. This was Miyako Amane's code of conduct. What if I say, it's just because I want to try my best not to let them leave here crying? Would you accept that explanation, Amane? I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 122, Chapter 121, the first time always hurts a little. The reason Horikita Suzune gave did not satisfy Amane. Looking at Horikita's pleading gaze, Amane couldn't help but want to soften, but then she remembered that the purpose of her refusing Horikita's request was to make her face reality and grow better. How could she soften here? Then Suzune, have you truly realized that saving them is an unprofitable transaction no matter what? Saving them the first time means there's a high possibility of a second time. Do you have a way to protect them all the way until graduation, Suzune? Amane's tone softened slightly, but the content of her words was enough to make one despair. I can't guarantee I can protect them until graduation, but I can't not try just because I might not succeed. But what if you know the outcome of trying might not be favorable? Even if you save them, they might not remember your kindness. And once you save them, they will passively wait for you to save them a second and third time. They will feel that saving them is your obligation and responsibility, Suzune. Amane's rebuttal was far more effective than Horikita's defense. After several exchanges, Horikita had no choice but to fall silent. Her intentions were good, but it was indeed not certain that doing so would be a good thing. She was using Amane's points to save people, but she couldn't prove to Amane that what she was doing was right. This made Horikita fall into silence. Weak people also have the right to survive. Horikita Suzune thought for a long time and could only come up with such pretty words. No one is stopping them from surviving. They themselves failed to grasp the opportunity to survive. That is not your responsibility or mine. Amane blurted out a quick rebuttal to Horikita Suzune's pretty words. Seeing Horikita Suzune speechless, Amane realized the moment she had been waiting for had finally arrived. Suzune, who do you think is more important, a powerful leader or a group of mediocre people? Amane knew what answer Horikita Suzune would give. And she was waiting right here for Suzune to fall into the trap she had set. I don't deny that the power of an individual can change many things, but I still believe that the power of everyone surpasses the power of an individual. Suzune perfectly stepped into the trap. Then how about we play another game of chess? Faced with Amane's sudden suggestion, Horikita seemed a little hesitant. Chess. At this time, still playing chess. It was already 1:30 p.m., and in 4 hours, all dropouts would be forcibly expelled. With such limited time, Amane still wanted to play chess, which made Horikita I couldn't help but want to suspect that Amane intended to deliberately delay time. Ultimately, the established fact of 6 people being expelled would be reached, and by then, even if Horikita Suzune wanted to save people, it would be futile. It won't take long, and it won't delay you from saving people. Amane said, then stood up to look for the pieces. When Horikita saw the black and white pieces Amane was holding, her expression couldn't help but change. If it's go. Seeing the black and white pieces, Horikita mistakenly thought Amane wanted to play go with her. Although she didn't know Amane's skill level, the fact that she suggested it meant she had some proficiency in it. In that case, if both sides played seriously, 4 hours might not be enough to finish the game. It's not go at all, it's checkers. Amane placed the pieces and the board on the table. It was then that Suzune saw the black and white pieces were actually small cylinders, each engraved with different patterns. Horikita only breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that it wasn't go. Although she didn't know why Amane suddenly wanted to play chess, if it was checkers, she might not lose to Amane. As long as she won this game, Amane shouldn't have anything to trouble her with. Come on, let's make this quick. Horikita's confident demeanor made Amane's lips curve into a slight smile. Suzune, you're very confident. Of course. While I may not be good at fighting, when it comes to chess, Amane, you might not be my match. Horikita responded to Amane with a faint smile. That was a good answer. Amane set up the pieces and signaled to begin. Horikita wasted no time and moved a piece. Clack. A crisp sound echoed on the board. A black piece was removed from the board. Amane, however, ignored it and picked up the outermost piece, moving it 1 step forward. Horikita Suzune felt a little strange, but everyone's chess strategies and styles were different, so she didn't delve into it. She continued to move the white pieces. Clack. Another black piece was taken. But Amane still didn't react, only continuing to pick up the same piece and move it 1 step forward, capturing an insignificant white piece. Horikita Suzune continued to use a white piece to capture a black piece. With a clack, a black piece was taken off again. Amane still continued to move forward with that same black piece. If one couldn't see it in the first or second move, it would be inexcusable not to see it by the third move. Horikita completely understood Amane's intention. I understand what you're trying to tell me. You plan to let that black piece reach the bottom to become a king, and then use the king's rule-breaking movement to tell me that an individual's strength can be greater than that of ordinary people, right? Horikita Suzune's words were met with a slight nod from Amane. But, Amane, haven't you noticed that your pieces are getting fewer and fewer? Your advancement is accompanied by countless pieces you've sacrificed. Even if you, all alone, become a king in the end, what good will that do? Losing one piece means losing the entire game. Horikita Suzune's words were very earnest, but Amane merely reached out, urging Suzune to continue her move. Seeing that Amane was still unrepentant, Horikita had no choice but to get serious. Since she already knew Amane's strategy, she would just focus on taking as many of Amane's pieces as possible. In the end, with only one king left, she could trap her to death. Horikita continuously launched a wave-like offensive into Amane's territory with her white pieces. Black pieces were constantly being captured. For a moment, the entire board was almost completely occupied by white. Even Amane could only occasionally move other black pieces to buy herself time. Such actions, in Horikita's eyes, already indicated Amane was in a tight spot. The black pieces couldn't reach the bottom of the board to become kings immediately. And Amane's half of the board was in utter disarray. The victory was too easy, so much so that Horikita even considered offering a draw to save Amane some face. After all, if Amane started crying and making a fuss, she wasn't confident she could comfort her. Amane's idea was good, choosing checkers was perfectly suitable. The pity was, while Amane was trying to make a piece a king, she was also trying to manage other pieces, which resulted in her failing at both. Clack. Amane's last black piece reached the bottom and became a king. Amane had only one piece left, while Horikita Suzune still had 15 pieces. The outcome was decided. Was it really? Clack. Amane captured a white piece. Horikita Suzune didn't react much, the king piece's rules were quite dominant, so losing a few pieces was normal. But Amane showed no signs of stopping. Clack, 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 clack. As if a perpetual motion machine had been triggered, Amane's piece kept jumping, continuously harvesting white pieces, and one by one, white pieces fell into Amane's hand. At this moment, Horikita Suzune's eyes widened. She stared at Amane as if she had seen a ghost. How could this be? Could Amane defeat her in a single turn? Impossible. This shouldn't be possible. Amane only had one piece left, which meant Horikita Suzune was guaranteed to win on her next turn. But at this critical moment, Amane's black king piece began its solo performance. Clack. The last white piece was also captured. Horikita Suzune stared blankly at the ordinary black piece, her eyes filled with immense shock. Clatter, clatter. 20 white pieces scattered from Amane's palm onto the chessboard. Each sound struck Horikita Suzune's heart. Losing one piece means losing the entire game. Then I won't lose this one piece. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 123, Chapter 122, you can bully me however you want tonight. Horikita Suzune stared intently at the chessboard. A dazzling black piece sat there all alone. Outside the board were the white pieces scattered on the table, completely captured by Amane. To capture 15 pieces consecutively in one turn. How could such a thing happen right before her eyes? This was simply not a level of skill a high school student could possess. Although Horikita Suzune wanted to deny such a result, it was undeniably happening right in front of her. I won, Suzune. Amane gently hugged Horikita from behind, who was still somewhat lost in thought. Her hand slowly climbed up from her waist. Horikita seemed completely oblivious. Until Amane's efforts finally reached the peak. The burgundy bow tie was casually tossed aside by Amane. The golden buttons were also undone, revealing the thin white shirt underneath. Just as Amane began to unbutton the shirt, Horikita suddenly pressed down on Amane's hand. Now isn't the time for such things. Then when is? Amane tasted Horikita without further ado. She gently laid Horikita Suzune flat on the floor. Then Amane straddled Horikita. Just as Amane was about to make her next move, Horikita Suzune forcefully pushed Amane away. After this is over. Amane, you can do whatever you want, but not now. Hearing Horikita Suzune say she could do whatever she wanted, Amane's face showed a hint of a smile. Then it's a promise, okay. Horikita Suzune's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, so close that Amane almost didn't hear it. Amane stood up and tidied her clothes slightly. Horikita Suzune also took the opportunity to quickly straighten her clothes, which Amane had disheveled. But after both of them had tidied up, the entire room fell into silence again. Horikita Suzune was running out of time, she had to find a breakthrough. Horikita Suzune's gaze returned to the chessboard. Only by starting from this game of chess and proving the importance of the collective to Amane could she. Although she wasn't sure if she could move Amane, it was up to her to try. If she didn't try, she would never get the result she wanted. At this moment, Horikita suddenly noticed the black pieces she had captured next to her side of the board. Horikita immediately knew how to refute Amane. What she didn't know was that every one of her expressions was under Amane's watchful eye. Through their long time together, Amane understood her even better than Horikita understood herself. Suzune, are you going to tell me that without those sacrificed black pieces, I wouldn't have been able to hold out until the last black piece became a king, right? Horikita was somewhat surprised why Amane knew what she was going to say. Doesn't this just prove that every piece has its use? Horikita looked at Amane expectantly, as if grasping at hope. Suzune, are you misunderstanding something? I'm the one holding the pieces. I'm the one who made them sacrifice themselves in the right positions. If it weren't for me, they wouldn't even have had the chance to contribute, would they? Amane's words shattered Horikita Suzune's last hope. She truly couldn't find any other reason to persuade Amane. Seeing you so troubled, I actually have an idea. As Amane spoke, her hand unconsciously moved to Horikita's leg. Horikita's face was slightly flushed. Normally, Horikita would probably flick Amane's forehead. But now, Horikita, even though she knew Amane was taking advantage of her, could only remain silent and pretend not to notice. Tell me. Well, Ayano-koji is willing to offer 50,000 points, which means you're only actually short 50,000 personal points, right? Instead of wasting time on me, why not tell Hirata and let him organize a fundraising event for Class D? Who knows, you might gather 100,000 points. Amane said with a smile. Her fingers pressed slightly. Clack. Amane looked at her reddened hand in frustration. She should have touched it longer. Public fundraising, isn't that a bit? Horikita's expression was still conflicted, seemingly a bit troubled. A bit embarrassing. You're about to be expelled, what's there to worry about being embarrassed? The current situation is, with me refusing to provide 50,000 points for free, if you want to save someone, this is the only way, isn't it? 50,000 points was not a small sum for Class D at this time. However, it was not an impossible number to gather. As long as we squeeze. I mean, collect all the remaining points from everyone except Amane, gathering 50,000 personal points is not out of the question. That's true. Then I'll discuss it with Ayano-koji. But what if we can't gather 50,000 points in the end? Horikita looked at Amane expectantly. Amane never disappointed her. Then I'll make up the rest. Amane's words seemed to put Horikita at ease. It's a deal then. I'll go find Ayano-koji and Hirata to discuss this right now. Horikita left the dorm in a hurry after speaking. Amane, meanwhile, casually opened her point balance. Let alone 50,000 points, even 100,000 points was not difficult for Amane. But she just wanted Horikita to clearly see what kind of Class D was, and let her judge for herself what price she would have to pay if she wanted to lead such a class to Class A. When Horikita told Ayano-koji the news, Ayano-koji not only felt no relief but instead sensed a hint of abnormality. However, seeing Horikita's confident promise that Amane would make up the points even if they couldn't gather enough, Ayano-koji still chose to trust Horikita. The two of them called out Hirata, who was still suffering alone in his dorm room. When Hirata learned that there was a way to save one more person, he immediately agreed to Horikita and Ayano-koji's request with excitement. 4 o'clock sharp. Class D classroom. The Class D members, who had only recently separated, gathered together again. Their goal this time was to gather 50,000 points to save either Sakura Eri or Ichihashi Ruri. For fairness, Hirata even allowed both of them to be present to fight for their last chance. Now, only an hour and a half remained until the final deadline. Everyone in Class D had to discuss two things in such a short time. The first was to gather 50,000 personal points. The second was to decide who to give the points to. Hirata-san, is what you said true? Can we really buy a point from the teacher and save another student? Kushida's expression, a mix of excitement and joy, infected many. One by one, they looked expectantly at Hirata Yusuke on the podium. Ayano-koji-kun and Horikita-san told me this, and I also consulted Chabashira-sensei, who confirmed it. The problem we face now is, how to gather these 50,000 personal points. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 124, Chapter 123, Fundraising Event. Initially, everyone who had shown joy at the news of being able to save another student instantly changed their expressions upon hearing about gathering points, each looking troubled. Although everyone still had some personal points, due to the pseudo-incident, no points would be distributed on the 1st of next month. Basically, no one dared to spend points recklessly at this time. They usually maintained their lives by relying on the relief meals, vegetable set and free mineral water. Only when they absolutely couldn't hold on any longer would they buy a snack or some meat to reward their stomachs. The students of Class D were so strapped for cash. Hirata, while I know your intentions are good, we really don't have any points left. My points were all spent last month. A boy, whom Amane didn't remember well, was encouraged by those around him to speak. Hirata saw this scene unfold. He clearly knew that what this boy was saying at this moment was not just his attitude, but also the attitude of the small groups around him, and even the attitude of the majority of Class D. I know it's tough for everyone, but this time we're holding this fundraiser to save our classmates. I don't intend to force everyone to give all their points. I just hope that everyone will contribute as much as they can within their means. Please, everyone. Hirata bowed deeply, his pleading tone moving quite a few girls. My points are quite ample. I'll donate 10,000 points. Horikita Suzune took the lead, donating 10,000 personal points. Since Amane had instructed Hirata beforehand not to reveal their trump card too early, Hirata had not disclosed that Ayano-koji would contribute 50,000 points, nor that Amane would make up the remaining points. Everyone thought that only 50,000 points were needed to save a class member. Seeing Horikita Suzune immediately take out 10,000 points, many people showed envious expressions. Most of them only had a few hundred points left, or even none at all. And Horikita's immediate contribution of 10,000 points indicated that she definitely had more points remaining beyond that, which made some people look at Horikita Suzune with uncontrollable envy. Kushida, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow. I'll also donate 10,000 points. Kushida, unwilling to be outdone, also contributed the same amount of points. This gradually put at ease those who had been somewhat uneasy. With 2 tens of thousands of points already, how far could 50,000 points be? Perhaps they wouldn't even need to donate their few hundred personal points before the entire meeting was over. The third was Hirata himself. I'll donate 12,763 points. Everyone was surprised by Hirata's precise and odd number. Hirata-san, you didn't donate all your points, did you? Facing Kushida's question, Hirata nodded with a serious expression. To save a classmate we spend every day with, a few points are nothing. Hirata's words inspired many to take out their points and join the effort to save their classmates. However, even after everyone had stopped donating, the total points only amounted to just over 39,000. They were still short by a little over 10,000 points from 50,000. Kushida, Horikita, and Hirata alone contributed a total of 32,000 points, while the remaining dozens of people together only managed to gather 7,000 points. Hirata knew everyone had done their best, but he also knew that everyone still had some left in reserve. He could choose to end the donations now and let Amane make up the remaining points. But he was unwilling to accept why a significant portion of people refused to donate. Some even left the classroom before the donations ended. Hirata's expression was somewhat somber. Karuizawa, seeing Hirata in this state, could only reluctantly contribute some more points. Originally, she had pledged 1,000 points, which was only a tenth of the nearly 10,000 points she had on hand. She had initially thought of just contributing a small amount, assuming that with so many people, they would surely find a way to gather enough points. It was precisely because of this mindset that she only donated 1,000 points. Oh, I'll donate another 2,000 points. Speaking of which, as Class D students, after 2 months, most of our points are indeed used up. For the remaining points, why don't we try borrowing some from acquaintances in other classes? Karuizawa's suggestion immediately received agreement from some girls. Exactly. If we only rely on our own strength, we won't gather enough even by 5:30. Counting K's 2,000 points, we're at 41,000 now, right? If we only need 9,000 more, we can gather it by borrowing from a few more people. Shinohara's words were affirmed by Matsushita. I also think Karuizawa-san and Shinohara-san's suggestions are more feasible. Contacting acquaintances in other classes now might still be in time. Seeing that there were still people willing to act for Class D, Hirata finally felt a little relieved. He subtly glanced at Amane. Amane, seeing Hirata's implied look, gestured for him to calm down, then turned to Horikita, who had swapped seats with Ayano-koji. Suzune, what do you feel after seeing everyone's donations? Amane's question was like a thorn, piercing Horikita Suzune's heart. 1/3 of the seats in the classroom were already empty. These people had all chosen to leave, using the excuse of having no points. Some of them were even among the previous dropouts. When others needed help, these people chose to look away. Horikita sighed heavily. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even know what to do if such a situation arose. If she had rashly collected points from the class without Amane's promise, even though the students present had tried their best, they would still be short by several thousand points. If she, Horikita Suzune, were here, what would she do? Other than borrowing some from other classes for emergencies, she had no good ideas, as she, Horikita Suzune couldn't conjure points out of thin air. Do you still have the confidence to lead such a Class D to Class A? Amane deliberately chose to twist the knife for Horikita. Horikita gave Amane a glare. Once the arrow is shot, there's no turning back. At this point, I can only grit my teeth and push forward. If I give up now, my brother will definitely mock me. Horikita Suzune also realized that this class had various huge hidden dangers. The upward drive in her heart couldn't help but dissipate a lot. But when she thought of her promise to Horikita Manabu that night, how she had confidently declared to him that she would definitely lead Class D to Class A, a bitter taste filled Horikita Suzune's mouth. Now that things had come to this, she could only continue forward, otherwise, she would never be able to prove to Horikita Manabu that her excellence was not inferior to his. Seeing Horikita's thoughts change, Amane showed a satisfied smile. Then she slowly raised her hand. I'll contribute 10,000 points. Upon hearing that Amane was also contributing 10,000 points, the class erupted in an uproar. Even Wang Meiyu, who was sitting in front of her, couldn't help but turn back to look at Amane. Although it might not be good for me to say this, Amane, you should know that points donated are not repaid, you know. Wang Meiyu quietly reminded Amane. Don't worry, I have it under control. Amane winked at Wang Meiyu. Then she stood up. Next, shouldn't we discuss who these 50,000 points should save? I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 125, Chapter 124, Sakura Eri. After Amane brought up the crucial topic, the cheerful discussions in the class abruptly ceased. Yes, gathering 50,000 points was only the first problem they faced. Only by completing all challenges could they truly be considered to have overcome this difficulty. The atmosphere in the classroom became tense for a moment. Sakura Eri and Ichihashi Ruri, the two protagonists at the center of the incident, were also feeling uneasy at this time. After all, both of them had the same score, just 1 point away from being expelled, so they both seemed a bit nervous when faced with the final choice. Hirata didn't say much at this point. Because in his opinion, two classmates were equal, and if he had to choose, he would inevitably choose to replace the student who was about to be expelled. Amane and the others had considered this point, which is why they forbade Hirata from participating in the discussion of this issue. He could, as a D-class student, cast a vote of confidence for the person he supported. But he could not actively discuss related topics, to prevent Hirata from taking extreme measures or using his influence to affect everyone's true final choice. Now, through everyone's efforts, the 50,000 private points have been gathered, and the next step is the final discussion phase, which is for everyone to choose which classmate stays. I have brought the two students who are about to be expelled here, so let's hear what they have to say. Hirata kept his promise and did not express his personal opinion, thus preventing others from being influenced. The first to walk onto the podium was Ichihashi Ruri. As a member of Kushida's group, she was quite active socially, having good relationships with many people in the class, and she had always presented herself as an athletic girl, with her slightly tanned skin allowing her to blend into the class's gyro-style cliques. It could be said that she shone brightly outside of academics, and it seemed that those who supported Ichihashi-san staying might have an overwhelming advantage. Suzune, who do you think will stay? Amane turned her body and asked Horikita, who was behind her. Horikita recalled their performance in class and unhesitatingly chose Ichihashi. Although what I'm about to say might be a bit cruel to Sakura-san, Sakura-san has no chance of winning. Unless something happens that can reverse the current situation, it's hard to imagine Sakura-san being able to compete with the popular Ichihashi-san. Horikita's words were very fair. Amane thought so too. Just as the two were whispering to each other, Ichihashi Ruri walked onto the podium with a smile. One might have thought she was coming up to deliver an acceptance speech. Hello everyone, I am Ichihashi Ruri, a member of the expulsion group who failed this exam. Ichihashi immediately admitted that she was part of the expulsion group who failed the exam. This courage alone was far better than those like Yamauchi and Sudo who were unwilling to accept reality. At least she dared to face her shortcomings. In this exam, my performance was a bit off, leading to a low score, but this was not a result of me not studying. I am a member of the baseball club, and recently I've been training overtime to prepare for upcoming competitions, which diverted my energy from studying and led to this unexpected incident. Ichihashi Ruri finished speaking and glanced at the atmosphere in the classroom. Many people showed expressions of understanding. After all, a sports club is usually quite busy during high school, and it's understandable if one's academic performance is slightly less than ideal. So, after Ichihashi's brief introduction, many people cast their vote of support for her. But I didn't intentionally fail, there were indeed a few subjects I didn't have time to review, which led to the overall low score. As Ichihashi spoke, she took out her report card. More than half of her subjects received scores around 60 points. The remaining two subjects only got 20-something points each. This unfortunately led to her failing the second grade review and becoming an expelled student. Overall, it was understandable, there was nothing particularly outstanding, but for an average student, Ichihashi Ruri could already be considered a relatively excellent student. The results of this exam were a complete surprise to me. I really like this place, I like living here with everyone, working hard for the class together, and finally graduating from this school together. I'm truly reluctant to leave here, please help me. I promise I will turn over a new leaf, study hard, and no longer cause trouble for anyone. After speaking, Ichihashi bowed deeply to the audience. Her sincere actions moved many who were still hesitating. Kushida Kikyo, as the leader of her clique, immediately stood up and started applauding. This action immediately caused a chain reaction, and even if some people felt Ichihashi's words were too formulaic, they could only follow suit and applaud. However, what Ichihashi said was indeed quite impressive. Even Amane gave encouraging applause. Ichihashi walked off the stage with a satisfied expression and returned to her seat. Hirata's gaze turned to another D-class student, Sakura Eri. To be honest, Hirata had almost already concluded in his heart that Sakura Eri would undoubtedly lose this competition. Leaving aside academics, in terms of physical fitness, Ichihashi Ruri almost completely overwhelmed Sakura Eri. Just looking at her recent performance, Ichihashi first admitted she was a failure, then explained why she would be expelled from this midterm exam, while emphasizing that this was just an accident, and finally asked everyone to give her a chance to graduate with them. Such a speech, in Hirata's opinion, was entirely Ichihashi Ruri's extraordinary performance under the pressure of expulsion, where she maximized her abilities and social strengths. Now, without a doubt, the pressure of expulsion was on Sakura Eri. What kind of performance would this girl, whom the entire class usually unconsciously ignored whenever they saw her, bring to everyone? Sakura Eri cautiously walked onto the podium. Facing countless gazes, Sakura Eri took a deep breath and then opened her mouth. But she found that she didn't know what to say at all. Sakura Eri started to get nervous. Her tightly clenched hands were also nervously sweating quite a bit from her palms. But no matter how much she thought, she couldn't come up with the eloquent words Ichihashi Ruri had just spoken. Hello everyone. I'm Sakura Eri. Just stating her name, Sakura Eri had already used up all her courage. Looking at Sakura Eri standing silently on the podium, many people started whispering among themselves. When did we have a classmate named Sakura in our class? I don't know either. I always feel like I haven't noticed her before, it seems she's the type with a weak presence. Sakura Eri on the stage lowered her head deeply. She had nothing to refute. The description, weak presence, outwardly means having a low sense of presence, but its actual meaning is not fitting in. As the discussions grew louder, Sakura Eri tightly closed her eyes. If possible, ending it like this might not be so bad. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 126, Chapter 125, some things, if not said, will never have a chance. Sakura-san, can't you wear your clothes properly? It's obvious you're a girl who likes to tempt boys. I just changed into the school-issued swimsuit normally. Tempting, or anything, I'm not doing anything like that. Still making excuses. Then why does my boyfriend's phone have pictures of you? And I trusted you so much. From now on, we're done. We're no longer friends. Please wait, I don't know. I didn't. Fragments of her junior high school memories somehow surfaced in Sakura Eri's mind. She was clearly struggling on the verge of expulsion. At this moment, instead of saying a few words to fight for herself, she was still lost in thought. Sakura Eri chuckled self-deprecatingly. Nothing she said would be useful. She wasn't as eloquent as Ichihashi-san. Perhaps being eliminated without saying a word would be a bit more dignified. Neither in personality nor appearance, she was never able to gain others' approval. Mother always said that girls should be gentle, that way people will like them. But why, even though she was gentle to the point of being able to smile through harsh words, was she still ostracized? They said it was cowardice, not gentleness at all. They said it was timidity, and it was only natural for timid people to be bullied. She also wanted to be friends with everyone in the class. The boys gazed at her body with greedy eyes. That feeling made her very uncomfortable, even making her feel sick. As a former idol, especially one whose selling point was her figure, to be like this, Sakura Eri herself felt a bit ashamed. But the truth was, it was like that. Even though she wore plain glasses, even though she tried her best to hide her impressive figure under her school uniform, those gazes never disappeared. In contrast, there was the girls' disgust. At first, she didn't understand why the girls ostracized her, she was supposed to be one of them. Why did they use reasons like, not suitable, to exclude her from their cliques? It wasn't until one time in the restroom that she heard Shinohara-san complaining that during swimming class, the boys' eyes were all on the observation deck. Only then did she understand. The very thing she always disliked was, in the eyes of some girls, a symbol of approval. Facing boys, she needed to avoid everyone's gaze. Facing girls, she needed to hide everything outstanding about herself and any features that might cause others dislike. But even so, in the end, she was still alone. Constantly troubled by these trivial matters, she had no mind to concentrate on her studies. This resulted in her grades making no progress since she arrived here. The direct consequence was this expulsion crisis. Was she going to be expelled? She indeed failed the exam. Even if she was expelled, although she felt a bit unwilling, there was nothing to complain about. Even with the last chance, she didn't want to, she didn't know how to fight for herself. Only wanting to let things take their course, the consequence awaiting her was undoubtedly only expulsion. Such a big school, such a big class, why couldn't it accommodate a small Sakura Eri? Tears streamed down her face. Karuizawa, who was sitting in the front row playing on her phone, suddenly saw a tear on the floor. Seemingly realizing something, she slowly looked up. Sakura Eri, head bowed and sobbing, was forcing herself to cry silently, trying not to let her crying disturb others. Because she was looking down. Hardly anyone even noticed it. Not even Hirata realized that the girl standing on the podium was crying helplessly. The reason she was so skilled at it. Perhaps, she was used to it. Sakura-san. Are you okay? Karuizawa tentatively whispered, asking. Sakura Eri hesitated for a long time. Before finally replying, I'm sorry. Huh? What is there to be sorry about, really? Karuizawa unnaturally turned her face away. She couldn't bear to see Sakura Eri crying anymore. No one understood the meaning of the word helpless better than her. If nothing unexpected happened, Sakura Eri would ultimately face expulsion. Even if Karuizawa K voted in her favor, it would be futile. Instead, it would cause problems with Ichihashi-san. If it was serious enough, it might even create a rift with Kushida-san, with whom her relationship was already not very harmonious. For Sakura Eri, whose relationship with her wasn't very deep and who was almost certainly going to be expelled, Karuizawa K had no intention of offering help. Even if she did offer help, it would be useless, the weak are powerless to fight against fate. Karuizawa K had learned this truth back in middle school. The weak can only survive by depending on the strong. You're too loud, I can't hear what Sakura-san is saying. Amane's voice rang out from the back row. The person being reprimanded looked at Amane in annoyance, just about to stand up and speak, when they were pulled back by someone next to them. Miyako-san even dared to hit Sudo. There's no need to make an enemy of Miyako-san for the sake of an expelled student. But she, never mind. After Amane's cold gaze swept over them, the class fell silent once more. Sakura-san, it's okay to speak louder. Amane's words made Sakura Eri, who had been looking down, suddenly raise her head. It was then that everyone saw Sakura Eri's face, streaked with tears. Sakura-san. Kushida quickly took out a tissue and handed it to Sakura Eri. Amane watched Kushida's somewhat deliberate action but said nothing. Perhaps such false kindness was a luxury in Sakura Eri's eyes. She herself was a kind person, yet she had never been treated kindly by anyone. What? How did Amane know she was kind? When you're being picked apart by a group of idiots, ridiculed and insulted for your physical features, even if they determine your fate of expulsion, can you really remain silent and let them mock the body your parents gave you? It would be hard for anyone to endure. She was going to be expelled anyway, so what did she need to be afraid of? What did she need to tolerate? Sakura Eri could have retaliated against those people. But she didn't. She would rather cry silently by herself than make those idiots shut up. In Amane's eyes, such a personality was terrible. In fact, all it would take was gaining her trust, and Sakura Eri could even become a useful pawn who could be voluntarily sacrificed at will. However, Amane didn't want to use Sakura Eri in such a way. Because she was too naive. Just say what you just said out loud, don't feel ashamed or anything, because if you don't say it now, you might not get the chance to say it later. Amane's words made Sakura Eri hesitate for a moment. Finally, she gathered her courage. I want to stay. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 127, Chapter 126, Let's play a game. Ah, goodbyes are sad, it's true, but don't we only have one point of opportunity? Karuizawa's voice made some people who wanted to say encouraging words to Sakura-san close their mouths. Currently, Ichihashi Ruri had more support, undoubtedly holding an overwhelming advantage. To offend Ichihashi Ruri and Kushida Kikyo behind her for the sake of someone who was about to be expelled was an extremely unwise move. And so, Class D once again fell into a deathly silence. An atmosphere of despair began to spread. Almost everyone tacitly assumed that Sakura Eri would be expelled. if nothing unexpected happened. Since everyone has nothing to say, why don't we count the number of supporters? That way, we can end this torturous discussion, can't we? Amane's words caught Ichihashi and Kushida off guard. Even Horikita and Hirata couldn't figure out what Amane was trying to do. From Amane's performance just now, supporting Sakura, Ichihashi thought Amane might have a good private relationship with Sakura, so she chose to support Sakura. But Amane actually suggested counting the number of supporters at this time. This move left most people bewildered. Judging by everyone's reactions during the previous speeches, Ichihashi Ruri's support rate was much higher than Sakura Ari's. If Sakura didn't say anything more, and they counted supporters now, Sakura should undoubtedly lose. Was she plotting something? Horikita also found Amane's actions incomprehensible. Sakura-san, what do you think? Hirata looked at Sakura. Even when facing a classmate who was about to be expelled, Hirata still showed full respect. I'm fine, this is enough. It's my first time being able to say what I wanted to say. That's already enough. Sakura Ari smiled. Her gaze pierced through the crowd and landed on Amane, who had a cynical expression. If there's a chance, I must thank Miyako-san properly for her encouragement. No matter what happens next. Eri must never cry again. Hirata nodded silently. Then, Ichihashi-san, please come up as well. Ichihashi Ruri nervously scurried onto the podium, standing beside Sakura Eri. Those who support Ichihashi-san staying, please raise your hands. As soon as Hirata finished speaking, Kushida Kikyo impatiently raised her hand. But what was originally a sure thing took an unexpected turn. Sato and Shinohara, among others, followed suit and raised their hands. Even Karuizawa hesitated for a moment before raising her hand, and then a few more people gradually raised their hands. But that was all. More people were watching. Some people who wanted to raise their hands glanced at Amane in the back row. Amane had her arms crossed, clearly not intending to raise her hand. Seeing Amane's attitude, some people who had wanted to raise their hands quietly lowered them. Kushida Kikyo sharply noticed this scene. She couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Everyone had agreed to support Ichihashi-san, but now they were all changing their minds. Amane and Ichihashi's relationship could be said to be good, so why was she so determined to support Sakura Eri this time? Kushida couldn't understand. No matter how good her relationship with Sakura Eri was, it couldn't possibly surpass the bond she and her friends had formed since the beginning of the school year. Kushida looked back, and her pupils quickly contracted. Wang Meiyu, who was usually obedient, was now looking down and had no intention of raising her hand. At the same time, some of the mainstays among the class girls, such as Matsushita, Inokashira, and Mori, also had no intention of raising their hands. Compared to so-called friendship, they were more unwilling to provoke someone with strength. Whether it was violence or personal points, Amane had fully demonstrated her importance to everyone in the class. This meant that even if she didn't participate in any activities or group gatherings, she could maintain a certain degree of influence. It could be said that as long as Amane was willing, what if the whole class raised their hands? As long as Amane wasn't willing to spend points, to put it bluntly. Even if those who raised their hands now used both their hands and feet, it would be impossible to keep Ichihashi. Those who chose not to raise their hands did so precisely because they saw through the essence of the matter, which is why they openly stood on the same side as Amane. This discussion itself was not a game of social pretense. Instead, it was a real struggle of interests concerning personal points. Amane picked up her phone and sent a message to someone, not knowing who. Immediately after, under everyone's watchful eyes, Karuizawa-kei actually lowered her hand again. This was undoubtedly a humiliation for Ichihashi. Ichihashi Ruri's face instantly turned bright red with suppressed anger, but she couldn't erupt due to Hirata and everyone else in the class being present. Kushida Kikyo frowned deeply, she sensed something ominous. If she could, she would also want to lower her hand, but because her stance had been too clear when she expressed it, she was now in an awkward position. Ichihashi Ruri has 8 supporters. Next, those who agree to keep Sakura-san, please raise your hands. After Hirata finished speaking, the smart ones immediately looked at Amane. But to their surprise, Amane still had her arms crossed, with no intention of participating. Even Hirata didn't know what Amane was planning. He didn't raise his hand because he had promised Amane to remain absolutely neutral. So why didn't Amane raise her hand either time? At this moment, Horikita Suzune was the first to raise her hand. Ayanokoji saw Horikita raise her hand and followed suit. Next were Wang Meiyu, Matsushita Chiaki, Mori Nene, Karuizawa-kei. Sakura Eri supporters, 8 people. Excluding those who had already withdrawn and those who left early, there were 20 people remaining. Excluding Hirata and Amane, and the 2 parties involved, Sakura and Ichihashi, the remaining people actually voted to a tie. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Hirata-san, who do you support? Seeing the unfavorable situation, Kushida looked directly at Hirata, who had not yet expressed his stance, treating him as her last hope. Even if Karuizawa defected, as long as Hirata chose to support Ichihashi, it might be possible to make some people change their minds and support Ichihashi again. Unfortunately, Kushida's idea was beautiful, but it lacked the environment to be realized. I want both of them to stay, but it's clear that I'm just talking nonsense. Since I can't make everyone stay, all I can do is be fair to everyone. Hirata's righteous words directly blocked Kushida Kikyo's subsequent persuasion. At this point, only Amane had not expressed her stance. However, Kushida didn't have the courage to ask Amane. She was afraid Amane would say, "I support Sakura-san." If that happened, the situation would instantly change, and the balanced scales would immediately tip towards Sakura-eri. It was better to maintain the current stalemate between the two sides and throw the problem to Hirata to solve. This way, neither Kushida Kikyo nor Ichihashi Ruri would have to directly confront Amane. But there's no benefit to remaining in this stalemate. How about Hirata-san makes a choice? Whatever that choice is, everyone will respect it. Kushida Kikyo's voice was very gentle. Giving the choice to Hirata was clearly more reliable than giving it to Amane. Hirata didn't speak, his gaze turned to Amane. "Since the number of supporters is the same, how about we play a game?" Amane said, taking out a coin from her person. "I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating." Chapter 128, Chapter 127, She Still Cares About Me. Seeing the coin in Amane's hand, Kushida Kikyo seemed to recall something, and her expression couldn't help but change. "Amane, we're discussing who to protect from expulsion, not playing games here." Before Amane could respond to Kushida's accusation, Horikita retorted. "Then, Kushida-san, who do you intend to expel?" Seeing Horikita Suzune speak up for Amane, a trace of disgust quickly flashed in the depths of Kushida's eyes. However, a gentle smile remained on her face. "It is precisely because I cannot decide who should be expelled that I am troubling Hirata-san to cast the crucial vote." Kushida was still trying to drag Hirata into it, only then could she protect Ichihashi from expulsion. "Cannot decide. When you supported Ichihashi-san just now, I remember you raised your hand very quickly, didn't you, Kushida? Since you choose a neutral stance, then let's deduct one vote from Ichihashi-san. That should solve the current predicament." Horikita's suggestion made the smile on Kushida's face gradually freeze. She hadn't expected Horikita to corner her in such a way. Horikita-san may have misunderstood something. "My stance was neutral from the beginning. I did not favor anyone due to private relationships. The reason I voted for Ichihashi-san was entirely based on rational consideration." Kushida tried to change the subject, but this little trick was like a junior student showing off to a senior student, "My math is pretty good," in front of Horikita. "Oh. Then I'd like to hear what rational considerations led you to cast your valuable support vote for Ichihashi-san." Seeing Horikita intending to confront Kushida directly, Amane immediately moved behind Horikita Suzune. Anyway, with Suzune there, even if Kushida talked herself hoarse, she probably wouldn't be a match for Horikita. Horikita's tongue was very sharp. "Of course, it's about value to the class. Although Ichihashi-san and Sakura-san had the same total score this time, this was just a mistake on Ichihashi-san's part. In the pop quizzes, Ichihashi-san's score ranked in the top 20 in the class, while Sakura-san, if I remember correctly, was in the 30s, right? Not to mention the difference in physical ability." Kushida Kikyo was interrupted by Horikita before she could finish. "What value does she have now?" "Horikita, you're being too harsh." Ichihashi faced Amane, and since they were acquaintances, even with different stances, it was hard to say anything, but facing Horikita Suzune, she had fewer reservations. "I'm speaking with Kushida-san. Do you have the right to interject here? Even if you stay in the end, I only need to withdraw my 10,000 personal points, and you'll still be expelled. Recognize your position before you speak." Horikita Suzune glared imperiously. Ichihashi was immediately speechless. "Horikita-san, Ichihashi-san was just reminding you that you're speaking too harshly. Do you need to get so angry? Besides, even without your 10,000 points, do you really think I can't borrow 10,000 personal points?" Kushida retorted, unwilling to show weakness. "Is that so? Then go borrow them quickly. You have 15 minutes. Good luck." Horikita finished speaking and spread her hands towards Hirata. "You see, Kushida-san believes she has the ability to borrow the points to keep Ichihashi-san. This means we don't need to help at all, doesn't it?" Horikita Suzune directly put Kushida on the spot. "Horikita-san, you. Enough. Only 15 minutes remain. What I need is not arguments, but an answer. Whether it's Kushida-san or Horikita-san, please tell me who you intend to keep." Hirata, with bloodshot eyes, stopped the ugly bickering in front of him. Ichihashi-san. Sakura-san. Horikita and Kushida spoke completely different names. Hirata glanced at the time. Now only 14 minutes remained, and it was a 5-minute walk from here to the student council office. That meant, they only had 9 minutes left. I'll give you 1 minute to agree on an answer. If you can't, I'd rather trust Amane-san and determine the answer with a game. Hirata's words made Kushida's eyes widen. Hirata in her impression was not this somewhat cold person. The current Hirata could actually say he would decide the fate of a class member with a game. It was truly unbelievable. Hirata-san, this is not a game, we should be serious. Then give me an answer that satisfies everyone. Kushida was immediately speechless. She couldn't give Hirata the answer he wanted. In fact, this meeting could never have an answer that satisfied everyone. Horikita Suzune snorted and said no more. Amane quietly watched the farce from behind Horikita. The two sides were arguing fiercely over who would be expelled. The interesting thing was that neither Ichihashi Ruri nor Sakura Eri had the right to speak, their fates were firmly in the hands of others. Time passed minute by minute. 1 minute flew by in an instant. Hirata didn't bother to consult with Kushida and looked directly at Amane. Let's go with Amane-san's plan. Wouldn't it have been better to do this earlier? Amane walked over, tossing the coin. I want heads. Before Amane could speak, Ichihashi quickly said. She remembered that when Amane used to play games with her at the arcade, Amane always liked to play coin-tossing games and would most likely get heads. If they were going to gamble, they should bet on the side with the highest chance of winning. Then I'll take tails. Sakura said timidly. No, 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 who said we're playing heads or tails? The rule is, I'll throw the coin, and whoever picks it up first will receive 50,000 personal points in full. No need for everyone to donate. Upon hearing that Amane alone would provide all the donated points, the happiest person was undoubtedly Karuizawa. A few thousand personal points would be enough for her to live frugally for a long time. She originally didn't want to donate points to anyone, she only did so out of consideration for Hirata. Now that Amane had declared she would bear the personal points to protect the expelled student alone, Karuizawa was the happiest. Amane, we're still friends, right? A smile appeared on Ichihashi's face. Amane's game, in essence, was testing the physical abilities of the student facing expulsion. While Ichihashi's physical abilities were far inferior to boys and even to girls like Horikita, surpassing Sakura was incredibly easy. For a moment, Ichihashi even began to suspect that Amane's previous actions were actually a cover for this game, allowing her to showcase her strengths and gain recognition from many people. Of course, we've always been friends, haven't we? Amane responded with a smile. Amane's smile reminded Ichihashi of the captivatingly cute smile on Amane's face when she first met her. The current Amane was exactly like the Amane she first met. Was this an omen? Amane is still on my side. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 129, Chapter 128, The Big Picture. Is the big picture settled? At this moment, everyone's attention was drawn to the coin in Amane's hand. Is everyone ready? If you are, I'm going to throw it, okay. Amane pointed in the direction behind her. Class D wasn't large, the competition distance was from the first row of desks to the last row of the classroom. This distance was suitable for people with short distance bursts, while those good at long distance running would not have any advantage in this game. Coincidentally, what Ichihashi excelled at was short distance sprinting. If this game were only played in the classroom, there's no doubt she would have the greatest chance of getting the coin. Ichihashi's face showed a determined smile. Sakura, standing nearby, looked at Amane with hesitation. She was not good at sports, especially running. Even though the distance from the first row to the last was limited. Sakura still held no hope for her physical abilities. I'm ready. Ichihashi confidently took a sprinting stance, looking very professional. I'm ready too. Sakura showed a faint smile, but her body showed no other changes. This relaxed attitude alone couldn't help but make one suspicious. Kushida's gaze shifted back and forth between Amane and Sakura. She always felt that Amane's unusual behavior today was related to Sakura, or even clearly biased towards her. But for the final and crucial game, Amane chose the one most advantageous for Ichihashi. This didn't make sense. From Ichihashi's expression, it was clear she was completely off guard. If the game started normally, Ichihashi would definitely win, but if, now seeing Sakura's relaxed demeanor, Kushida's suspicion of Amane and Sakura intensified. Amane, can I be the one to toss the coin? Kushida knew she had just been deflated by Horikita, and now she was asking for the coin that would decide a dropout. She was clearly against such a game, yet she was now trying to use the game's rules to secure a victory for the person she supported. Anyone looking on would surely call her thick-skinned. But Kushida still stepped forward, attempting to increase Ichihashi's chances of winning. Amane didn't speak, directly tossing the coin to Kushida. "Don't worry, I'll toss the coin fairly," Kushida said with a smile, then moved to the aisle closer to Ichihashi. Since it was a coin-grabbing race, everyone sitting below, except for Koenji who remained motionless, actively widened the aisle. This allowed the two to start running simultaneously. Ready. The moment Kushida spoke, the coin in her hand was tossed out. Not just Ichihashi and Sakura, the participants. Even Horikita and Hirata were a bit stunned. Wasn't tossing a coin supposed to be accompanied by calling "start"? Why did she just say "ready" and throw it? Ichihashi was the first to react. Without anyone needing to remind her, she dashed out in a single stride. It was only then that Sakura seemed to awaken from a dream, realizing the final game had begun. But she stood rooted to the spot, unmoving. Had she given up? Horikita frowned. The opportunity Amane had so painstakingly secured was being wasted by her. Sigh. Horikita felt a little displeased, but seeing Amane standing there quietly without a word, a smile still on her face. She didn't feel it was appropriate to say anything at that moment. A few seconds later, Ichihashi's excited voice came from the back of the classroom. "I got it. I got it." Ichihashi excitedly waved the coin in her hand. As expected of Ichihashi-san. Kushida clapped her hands while triumphantly glancing back at Horikita. It was as if the overall situation, the big picture, was already decided. However, the classroom was eerily quiet at this moment. Many people were looking at Amane. Would Amane fulfill her promise to give Ichihashi 50,000 points to buy 1 point and save herself from expulsion? Or would Amane, seeing Sakura give up the game, become enraged and refuse to pay the points? Koenji narrowed his eyes. He had a premonition that the seemingly sweet-smiling girl in front of him would definitely deliver an unexpected surprise. Rhythmic applause broke out. Amane, with a brilliant smile, clapped for Ichihashi. This completely bewildered everyone. Only Ichihashi thought Amane was indeed on her side, and she quickly ran over and hugged Amane tightly. "I knew you didn't want me to be expelled, Amane." Ichihashi's words seemed like a casual remark after winning the game. But she was also probing Amane's true attitude. "How could I bear to let you be expelled? I'll transfer 50,000 points to you right now," Amane said with a smile, while operating the point transfer. When Ichihashi saw that her account balance really had an extra 50,000 points, she smiled so widely her mouth could barely close. "Thank you so much, Amane. Oh, I was really scared just now. Luckily, I managed to win the match. If there's a next time, I really don't want to play such a thrilling game again." Ichihashi complained to Amane with a smile, but her gaze turned to Sakura Eri nearby. "Don't worry, there won't be a next time. Lucky. Thrilling." Sakura hadn't even moved during the competition. How could it be called lucky or thrilling? "I'm heading back first." Horikita gave Kushida and Ichihashi a displeased look, then turned, greeted Amane, and walked out of the classroom. "Ichihashi-san, if you don't hurry and buy that point from Chabashira-sensei, you might run out of time," Amane kindly reminded her. Only then did Ichihashi realize that she still needed to buy the points herself, so she quickly ran towards the teacher's office. After seeing that the problem was resolved, Hirata announced their dismissal. Everyone's expressions were clearly a bit strange upon seeing the outcome, especially those who had sided with Amane. They never expected Amane and Ichihashi to be on the same side. Even the final competition was specifically biased towards Ichihashi's type, and Sakura didn't even run, just gave up the competition. This made them feel like they had been played by Amane and Kushida. Their relationship had been quite good before, so perhaps they teamed up to see who in the class had ill intentions. This was a brilliant move, exposing all of them at once. Their future days would likely be difficult. Just as everyone dispersed, burdened with their thoughts, a tall figure approached Amane. "You must have a backup plan, right? If it's just to catch all the noisy fish in one net, your method is far too laborious." Koenji looked down at Amane from above. Just as Amane was about to reply, Ayanokoji happened to come in from outside the door. "I didn't expect you guys to finish faster than I anticipated." Seeing that only Amane, Koenji, and Sakura were left in the classroom, Ayanokoji seemed a bit surprised. "Stop with the useless talk. Did you get the item? I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating." Chapter 130, Chapter 129, I'll make up for your regret. I didn't expect Miyako-san to care so much about this. I thought you'd choose to stand by. Please, don't look at me like that. I've brought the item, Ayanokoji said, pulling out a memo. Amane took the memo and read it carefully. She had originally thought that buying exam scores with points would be a troublesome matter, but she didn't expect it to be so easy when it came down to it. A memo, plus a sentence, the student has paid 100,000 personal points to purchase 1 point in the English subject. Signed by Chabashira SAE. It cost a full 100,000 points just like that. Chabashira was also very shrewd, writing on the memo, for school verification purposes only. Amane had originally intended to use this item for other purposes. But she didn't expect Chabashira to have anticipated this. To prevent Amane from doing anything too outrageous, Chabashira even specified the usage purpose on both sides of the memo and in the blank spaces of the text. Chabashira-sensei was truly cautious. Well done. After praising him, Amane casually handed it to Koenji, who was watching nearby. At first, Koenji was wondering when Ayano-koji had gone outside. But when Koenji saw the handwriting on the note, his pupils suddenly constricted. 100,000 points. I remember you, Ayano-koji, said it only takes 50,000 to save a dropout. How did it jump to 100,000 points? Koenji asked in surprise. If he remembered correctly, Hirata had said from the start that it only took 50,000 points to save a classmate, and there was also something about only being able to buy 1 point. Was all of this a lie? We said it only takes 50,000 points because Ayano-koji planned to contribute 50,000 points himself. The remaining 50,000 points were originally for me to help with, but I wanted to save some points, so I had Hirata organize a fundraising drive to gather everyone's strength. From beginning to end, we never said that buying 1 point only costs 50,000 points. Koenji was a bit dumbfounded. Wasn't this using the information asymmetry trick on their classmates? However, it did fit his perception of Amane. But if that's the case, Ichihashi-san is in big trouble. Everyone has already dispersed, and even if she wanted to gather the points, it would be very difficult to collect 50,000 points in just a few minutes. Koenji thought of Ichihashi's cheering expression when she grabbed the coin. It was quite ridiculous. Perhaps, but we didn't deceive Ichihashi. I said that the person who grabbed the coin first would receive 50,000 personal points from me, and I did transfer 50,000 points to Ichihashi. As for whether she can buy the points, that's up to her fate. Amane showed a beautiful smile. Koenji, however, subconsciously tensed up all over. This person, who looked harmless with her smile, was extremely dangerous. Koenji gave Amane a deep look, then returned the memo to her, and thoughtfully left the classroom. What a strange fellow. Ayano-koji's evaluation of him was strange. Rather than strange, I'd say unfathomable. I was just about to test his strength, but I didn't expect him to leave so decisively. It's a bit of a shame. Sakura Eri had been waiting for a chance to talk to Amane-san alone. Seeing that Ayano-koji and Amane-san's conversation had come to an end, Sakura Eri, who had been standing in the corner the whole time, finally dared to step forward. Is there something you need, Sakura-san? Amane-san thought Sakura Eri had overheard their conversation and wanted to ask about the 100,000-point memo. Today. I'm truly grateful to Miyako-san. I sincerely want to thank you. Seeing that Sakura Eri had come to thank her, Amane-san blinked. Thank you. I don't recall doing anything that would warrant your thanks, Sakura. On the surface, Amane-san, throughout the entire discussion, seemed to lean towards Ichihashi Ruri, except for her initial support of Sakura Eri. Even for the crucial competition segment, she chose an event that required physical prowess. These were all Ichihashi's strengths. To defeat an opponent in their area of expertise required more than just a momentary effort. And in the end, it was as expected. Sakura Eri lost terribly, even being forced to forfeit the final competition. Yet, even so, Sakura Eri had something she absolutely had to express gratitude for. Perhaps Miyako-san has forgotten, but for me, that was an encouragement I will never forget, no matter what happens in the future. It was because of Miyako-san that I had the courage to stand here and truly contend with Ichihashi-san for the last spot to avoid expulsion. Although I lost badly in the end. I'm still quite satisfied with this outcome. Sakura's words made Ayano-koji suddenly look at Amane-san. No matter how he looked at it, Sakura didn't seem to know that Amane-san had prepared a small gift for her. I'll accept your thanks, but are you truly satisfied with this outcome? You'll be forcibly expelled in 5 minutes, you know. Amane-san deliberately emphasized the word expelled. Sakura pondered for a moment, then nodded with some difficulty. I can accept this outcome. Although I'm very reluctant to leave everyone, I also know that all good things must come to an end. I'm happy to have met Miyako-san and... Sakura glanced at Ayano-koji. She didn't quite remember his name, but it felt a bit strange to only mention Amane-san's name in this situation. But do you think this outcome is perfect? Amane-san didn't believe Eri could easily accept the outcome of expulsion. No matter how beautifully she spoke, when she truly had to pick up her suitcase and leave the school, the expression on her face would definitely not be happy. Hearing the word perfect, Sakura clasped her hands in front of her, her two fingers nervously intertwining. Perfection. I haven't thought about such a thing. Life presents many challenges, and if you aim for perfection in everything, you'll live a very tiring life. Besides, isn't a life with regrets more worth remembering? Seeing Sakura Eri suddenly become somewhat different, a mischievous idea suddenly arose in Amane-san's mind. Then why didn't you participate in the final competition, Sakura? Although life can have regrets, isn't it more worth remembering to have pursued something with all your might, even if you ultimately failed, than to just give up like that? Amane-san asked the question she had wanted to ask since the competition began. Amane-san couldn't understand giving up victory so easily. Aside from the huge disparity in physical strength between Ichihashi-san and me, I saw that she really wanted to win. I've already come to terms with it anyway, so if Ichihashi-san wants to win, all I can do is help her. Sakura Eri smiled very happily this time. This idea sounded a bit foolish. However, if Sakura Eri said such a thing, even Amane-san had to admit that some people, no matter how weak, would always have a place of kindness in their hearts. Sakura-san, if I remember correctly, you said that a life with regrets is more worth remembering, right? Is there a problem with that statement? What would you think if I told you I bought a point for you, and that I've already made up for your regret? I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 131, Chapter 130, I'm more interested in your body. Sakura Eri's eyes widened. What did Amane-san just tell her? Amane-san bought points for her. That was a full 50,000 individual points. Moreover, Amane-san also gave Ichihashi-san 50,000 individual points. Even if Amane-san had more points, it would be impossible for her to squander 100,000 points like that. After all, both Sakura Eri and Ichihashi Ruri were essentially members of the expelled, as defectors from the flawed class. They could be said to have no value in being retained. Miyako-san, you're joking, right? Seriously. I almost believed you just now. I'm already about to be expelled, so please don't play such heart-stopping jokes with me. Sakura Eri smiled shyly, placing her hand on her chest, seemingly startled by Amane-san's previous statement. I'm not joking. Amane-san handed the memo to Eri. Eri hesitated for a moment but still took the memo with anticipation. It clearly stated that Amane-san had indeed purchased 1 point for the midterm exam and given it to Sakura Eri. This, why me? No, why would Miyako-san buy this point for me? And 100,000 points is just 2. Eri was so surprised she was incoherent. Her acquaintance with Amane-san could be said to be a mere one-time encounter. And that was when she was threatened by Amane-san on the swimming pool rooftop. It could be said that their relationship was nowhere near the friendship between Amane-san and Ichihashi Ruri. And it wasn't the 50,000 points mentioned earlier, but 100,000 points. Just looking at all those zeros after the number 1, Sakura Eri's heart rate accelerated. She had only seen so many points at the beginning of the school year. Upon learning that Amane-san had actually spent 100,000 points to buy a point for her, her first reaction was not joy. Instead, she wondered when she would ever be able to repay those 100,000 points. Do you like this gift, Eri? Amane-san softly asked in Eri's ear. Of course, I like it. There's no gift that could make me happier than this, but, am I worthy? Am I really worth Miyako-san spending 100,000 points to help me? Even if I'm lucky enough to stay this time, I won't be able to get high scores every time like Amane-san. I might face the same problem again in the future. Seeing that Eri's thoughts were starting to wander, Amane-san took Eri's hand. Perhaps due to nervousness or some other reason. Eri's hand was very warm. And soft. Cough, I also contributed 50,000 points. It was then that Amane-san noticed Ayanokoji's presence. I'll pay you back your points when we get back. Eri and I have something important to discuss, you see. Amane-san gave Ayanokoji a look. Ayanokoji, having had previous experience, made an okay gesture and then left the classroom, closing the door behind him. Miyako-san. Just call me Amane. Amane. Facing the unique situation of being alone with Amane-san, Eri seemed a bit nervous. There's not much time left, you know. We still need to inform the student council. Amane-san reminded Sakura Eri, who seemed unsure of what to do next. Oh, right, I forgot I still need to go to the student council. Amane-san, let's go now. Eri said, intending to run outside, but Amane-san pulled her back. Why go to all that trouble? Couldn't you just make a phone call? Amane-san said, then called President Horikita in front of Eri. Is this President Horikita? It is. Has Suzune managed to save the point yet? Seeing that it was Amane-san calling, President Horikita thought Amane-san had helped Horikita Suzune find the final way to save her classmate. But who knew Amane-san's next words almost made his blood pressure spike. Suzune couldn't get points from me. In the end, Ayanokoji-kun and I teamed up to buy 1 point. Upon hearing that his own sister couldn't even get points from Amane-san, President Horikita's face on the other end of the phone showed undisguised disappointment. It seems I overestimated Suzune. Who did you buy the points for? President Horikita knew Amane-san wasn't calling just for a casual chat. It was already this late, so the results should basically have been revealed by now. We bought the points for Sakura Eri. Although Suzune wasn't successful, she did try quite hard. Amane-san tried to defend Horikita Suzune. Humph, you don't need to speak well of Suzune. As her brother, I know very well where Suzune's limits are. Now, she even needs to rely on you to accomplish such a small matter. With that attitude, what is she talking about leading Class D to Class A? It's simply wishful thinking. President Horikita complained for a while, but then realized it was somewhat inappropriate to complain about these things to Amane-san. President Horikita immediately changed the subject. The person you're trying to save this time is Sakura Eri, right? I just looked at her profile, her data is surprisingly mediocre. How did you think of keeping Sakura Eri? The other person, Ichihashi Ruri, although her paper data still doesn't look good, she should actually be more valuable to the class. President Horikita compared their interview evaluations. Both of their evaluations were surprisingly low. Because Eri is very cute. Cute. President Horikita was somewhat exasperated. Spending 100,000 points to ultimately retain a relatively cute, but questionable and essentially worthless class member. Although incomprehensible, such behavior was indeed Amane-san's style. Seeing Amane-san say this, President Horikita decided not to ask further. After stating that he understood the situation, he hung up the phone. Seriously, President Horikita hung up so fast. I was originally going to ask, never mind. Amane-san put her phone back in her pocket. She looked up and saw Eri's face flushed red. Amane-san, did you choose to help me really because I'm cute? After asking, Eri quickly averted her gaze. Such a question seemed truly embarrassing to her. However, she really wanted to know the answer to this question. No. Amane-san answered very decisively. Eri then felt a little relieved. It seemed Amane-san must have seen other places in her that were worth investing in. If you want a reason, I'm more interested in your body, Eri. Body. Eri's expression stiffened slightly. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do anything too much to Eri. Amane said casually, as if making a joke. Eri forced a smile. Amane seemed to have been serious just now. Teacher's office. When Kushida Kikyo and Ichihashi Ruri rushed over. They happened to meet Chabashira, who had already packed her things and was about to end her overtime for the day. What are you two doing here? I'm off work now. If it's important, let's talk tomorrow or the day after. Chabashira-sensei, here are 50,000 points. I want to buy 1 point for the midterm exam. Ichihashi excitedly showed her point balance. But Chabashira-sensei seemed very calm. Points? Haven't you already bought 1 point? The school prohibits buying points twice, and besides. Chabashira-sensei's face showed a mocking smile, 50,000 points. You're underestimating the school too much. Even if there were still points available, the minimum would be 100,000 individual points for 1 point. Ichihashi-san, you've been eliminated. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 132, Chapter 131, The Ones Who Leave. Chabashira-sensei, what kind of joke are you playing? How could the points have already been bought? And 100,000 points? I've never heard of such a thing. Even Hirata-san said it was only 50,000 points, didn't he? Ichihashi Ruri questioned Chabashira-sensei loudly and emotionally. Ichihashi, if you can't calm down, our conversation will end here. You understand what I mean, right? Chabashira-sensei's words made Ichihashi calm down a little. Seeing that Ichihashi's emotions were still somewhat volatile, Kushida couldn't help but ask about the points. Chabashira-sensei, Ichihashi-san just lost control of her emotions because of the suddenness of the situation. We hope you can forgive her. However, we really haven't heard of 100,000 points. Hirata and Miyako-san both said it was 50,000 points. Is there some problem with the communication here? Hearing Kushida's question, Chabashira-sensei became a little more serious. After all, she certainly couldn't treat Kushida with the same attitude as Ichihashi. That's for you to ask yourselves if there was a problem in your communication. The points to buy 1 point have always been 100,000 points, and each class is only allowed to purchase once. Kushida nodded slightly after hearing Chabashira-sensei's words. While she listened to Chabashira-sensei's words, she couldn't accept such an irresponsible statement. If there were such a rule, wouldn't it have been better to inform everyone in advance? Now, Ichihashi came with the 50,000 points she had so painstakingly won, to buy 1 point for the midterm exam. But it turned out to require 100,000 points. Wasn't this a joke? Moreover, Chabashira-sensei's statement that it had already been bought made Kushida somewhat annoyed. She didn't believe that Hirata and the others would be completely unaware of this matter. Kikyo, what should we do now? There are only 3 minutes left. Ichihashi's tears were already flowing in anxiety. The opportunity to stay, so hard won, simply vanished into thin air. No one could calmly accept such a cruel reality. Don't worry yet, Chabashira-sensei, can you tell us who bought the points? Kushida initially suspected Amane. In the entire Class D, only Amane could possibly produce 100,000 points in one go. If it was Amane, it could basically be said that the situation was hopeless. Amane, who originally supported Sakura, would likely use this precious point on Sakura. So Kushida prayed that it wouldn't be Amane. As long as it wasn't Amane, then there was still a chance to buy that point from the other party. The one who bought the points was Ayanokoji Kiyotaka. What? Ayanokoji-kun? How could it be him? Kushida and Ichihashi, who was beside her, were both stunned in place. They had met Ayanokoji on their way here. Even though they were rushing to buy points, they didn't forget to greet him when they saw a classmate. But no one expected that Ayanokoji was actually the seller behind that 1 point. But if that's the case, Ayanokoji bought the last point. The inexplicable things would multiply. First, the most crucial question, where did Ayanokoji get so many points? 100,000 points was clearly not a small sum. How did Ayanokoji personally hold such a huge amount of 100,000 points? If this money was related to Amane, then why did Amane use these points so secretively, and why did she still lose 50,000 points to Ichihashi in the competition? The emergence of various questions seemed to be telling Kushida about the strangeness of these points, and advising her not to delve deeper. Kushida's face was gloomy. She felt so powerless for the first time. Even though Ichihashi was already squatting on the ground, crying loudly, she couldn't do anything. This amount of time wasn't enough for her to help Ichihashi gather 100,000 points, let alone the fact that they no longer had the qualification to buy points. Kushida, unwilling to give up, called Hirata, trying to question him about the points. However, she was told that behind the donation drive, Ayanokoji had actually implicitly contributed 50,000 points, and the remaining 50,000 was the donated amount. Kushida was completely silenced. All the evidence pointed to Ayanokoji. Yet they couldn't figure out the purpose of Ayanokoji's actions. Time passed by minute. Finally, it was past 5:30 p.m. Ichihashi's phone rang, and the dorm supervisor urged her to move out of the school. I didn't expect to lose in the end. Ichihashi resentfully wiped away her tears. Ichihashi-san. Kushida watched Ichihashi with a complex expression from the side. It can't be helped. I can only go this far in the end. I'll leave my points to you, Kikyo. Please use them well. By the way, I feel like this matter doesn't have much direct connection to Amane, but everything is under Amane's control, and she seems to be targeting you. I'm just a casualty, but unfortunately, it's just my guess, and I don't have any evidence. After Ichihashi finished speaking to herself, she transferred all her points to Kushida, then returned to her dorm alone to pack her luggage. Kushida, on the other hand, stared blankly at her balance, not knowing what she was thinking. Evening. Horikita's dorm. Despite a table full of delicious food, Horikita and Amane sat there motionless. Compared to Horikita's calm expression, Amane's demeanor was somewhat cautious as she secretly peeked at Horikita. Suzune, I'm hungry. Amane used a coquettish tone to probe. Then, Amane, have you thought about how to explain why there's another woman's hair on your shoulder? Horikita showed a gentle smile. He, I actually don't know why there is. Smack. The teacup Horikita had just drunk from was placed heavily on the table. Keep talking. Gulp, gulp. Sweat began to pour from Amane's forehead. She had only hugged Eri. But she didn't expect Eri's hair to get stuck on her. And Horikita saw it. Then, coincidentally, she learned from Ayanokoji about Amane's special care for the girl named Sakura Eri. All these actions combined gave Horikita a sense of crisis. Anxiety gnawed at Horikita's heart, but she didn't know how to express her dissatisfaction to Amane. So it turned into the current situation. Seeing Horikita's emotions fluctuating quite a bit, Amane quietly sat down next to Horikita. My dear Suzune, how about we eat first? Who's your dear Suzune? Don't use such sickeningly sweet words. You must be saying things like that to other girls too, aren't you? Horikita pushed Amane away with a look of disgust. Horikita Suzune. Amane suddenly looked at Horikita with a serious expression. This action made Horikita a little stunned. When did Amane become so brave, actually speaking to her so loudly? The next second, Amane tackled Horikita, knocking her to the ground. Amane, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Horikita tried to push Amane away in a bit of a panic. But the latter held her waist tightly. I don't care. If Suzune doesn't forgive me, I won't get up. Upon hearing Amane's self-righteous words, Horikita was speechless for a moment. Are people who admit their mistakes so unyielding these days? I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 133, Chapter 131, The Ones Who Leave. Chabashira-sensei, what kind of joke are you playing? How could the points have already been bought? And 100,000 points? I've never heard of such a thing. Even Hirata-san said it was only 50,000 points, didn't he? Ichihashi Ruri questioned Chabashira-sensei loudly and emotionally. Ichihashi, if you can't calm down, our conversation will end here. You understand what I mean, right? Chabashira-sensei's words made Ichihashi calm down a little. Seeing that Ichihashi's emotions were still somewhat volatile, Kushida couldn't help but ask about the points. Chabashira-sensei, Ichihashi-san just lost control of her emotions because of the suddenness of the situation. We hope you can forgive her. However, we really haven't heard of 100,000 points. Hirata and Miyako-san both said it was 50,000 points. Is there some problem with the communication here? Hearing Kushida's question, Chabashira-sensei became a little more serious. After all, she certainly couldn't treat Kushida with the same attitude as Ichihashi. That's for you to ask yourselves if there was a problem in your communication. The points to buy 1 point have always been 100,000 points, and each class is only allowed to purchase once. Kushida nodded slightly after hearing Chabashira-sensei's words. While she listened to Chabashira-sensei's words, she couldn't accept such an irresponsible statement. If there were such a rule, wouldn't it have been better to inform everyone in advance? Now, Ichihashi came with the 50,000 points she had so painstakingly won, to buy 1 point for the midterm exam. But it turned out to require 100,000 points. Wasn't this a joke? Moreover, Chabashira-sensei's statement that it had already been bought made Kushida somewhat annoyed. She didn't believe that Hirata and the others would be completely unaware of this matter. Kikyo, what should we do now? There are only 3 minutes left. Ichihashi's tears were already flowing in anxiety. The opportunity to stay, so hard won, simply vanished into thin air. No one could calmly accept such a cruel reality. Don't worry yet, Chabashira-sensei, can you tell us who bought the points? Kushida initially suspected Amane. In the entire Class D, only Amane could possibly produce 100,000 points in one go. If it was Amane, it could basically be said that the situation was hopeless. Amane, who originally supported Sakura, would likely use this precious point on Sakura. So Kushida prayed that it wouldn't be Amane. As long as it wasn't Amane, then there was still a chance to buy that point from the other party. The one who bought the points was Ayanokoji Kiyotaka. What? Ayanokoji-kun? How could it be him? Kushida and Ichihashi, who was beside her, were both stunned in place. They had met Ayanokoji on their way here. Even though they were rushing to buy points, they didn't forget to greet him when they saw a classmate. But no one expected that Ayanokoji was actually the seller behind that 1 point. But if that's the case, Ayanokoji bought the last point. The inexplicable things would multiply. First, the most crucial question, where did Ayanokoji get so many points? 100,000 points was clearly not a small sum. How did Ayanokoji personally hold such a huge amount of 100,000 points? If this money was related to Amane, then why did Amane use these points so secretively, and why did she still lose 50,000 points to Ichihashi in the competition? The emergence of various questions seemed to be telling Kushida about the strangeness of these points, and advising her not to delve deeper. Kushida's face was gloomy. She felt so powerless for the first time. Even though Ichihashi was already squatting on the ground, crying loudly, she couldn't do anything. This amount of time wasn't enough for her to help Ichihashi gather 100,000 points, let alone the fact that they no longer had the qualification to buy points. Kushida, unwilling to give up, called Hirata, trying to question him about the points. However, she was told that behind the donation drive, Ayanokoji had actually implicitly contributed 50,000 points, and the remaining 50,000 was the donated amount. Kushida was completely silenced. All the evidence pointed to Ayanokoji. Yet they couldn't figure out the purpose of Ayanokoji's actions. Time passed by minute. Finally, it was past 5:30 p.m. Ichihashi's phone rang, and the dorm supervisor urged her to move out of the school. I didn't expect to lose in the end. Ichihashi resentfully wiped away her tears. Ichihashi-san. Kushida watched Ichihashi with a complex expression from the side. It can't be helped. I can only go this far in the end. I'll leave my points to you, Kikyo. Please use them well. By the way, I feel like this matter doesn't have much direct connection to Amane, but everything is under Amane's control, and she seems to be targeting you. I'm just a casualty, but unfortunately, it's just my guess, and I don't have any evidence. After Ichihashi finished speaking to herself, she transferred all her points to Kushida, then returned to her dorm alone to pack her luggage. Kushida, on the other hand, stared blankly at her balance, not knowing what she was thinking. Evening. Horikita's dorm. Despite a table full of delicious food, Horikita and Amane sat there motionless. Compared to Horikita's calm expression, Amane's demeanor was somewhat cautious as she secretly peeked at Horikita. Suzune, I'm hungry. Amane used a coquettish tone to probe. Then, Amane, have you thought about how to explain why there's another woman's hair on your shoulder? Horikita showed a gentle smile. He, I actually don't know why there is. Smack. The teacup Horikita had just drunk from was placed heavily on the table. Keep talking. Gulp, gulp. Sweat began to pour from Amane's forehead. She had only hugged Eri. But she didn't expect Eri's hair to get stuck on her. And Horikita saw it. Then, coincidentally, she learned from Ayanokoji about Amane's special care for the girl named Sakura Eri. All these actions combined gave Horikita a sense of crisis. Anxiety gnawed at Horikita's heart, but she didn't know how to express her dissatisfaction to Amane. So it turned into the current situation. Seeing Horikita's emotions fluctuating quite a bit, Amane quietly sat down next to Horikita. My dear Suzune, how about we eat first? Who's your dear Suzune? Don't use such sickeningly sweet words. Humph, you must be saying things like that to other girls too, aren't you? Horikita pushed Amane away with a look of disgust. Horikita Suzune. Amane suddenly looked at Horikita with a serious expression. This action made Horikita a little stunned. When did Amane become so brave, actually speaking to her so loudly? The next second, Amane tackled Horikita, knocking her to the ground. Amane, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Horikita tried to push Amane away in a bit of a panic. But the latter held her waist tightly. I don't care. If Suzune doesn't forgive me, I won't get up. Upon hearing Amane's self-righteous words, Horikita was speechless for a moment. Are people who admit their mistakes so unyielding these days? I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 134, Chapter 132, Do you want to have 10 children? How do you make disobedient children obey? This is a seemingly ordinary, but deeply meaningful question. The best way, of course, is to reason with them first, trying to tell them to be good through logic. But what if the other party still does something annoying at this time? One should slightly physically discipline them, and if necessary, even use tools to vent one's anger. But what if even discipline doesn't faze the other party, and they continue to try to court disaster? Of course, one should choose to inflict physical punishment, but not do it too excessively. After punishing the other party until they cry, one should also appropriately show loving care. Only then can one's child become obedient. The above is excerpted from an undated record of Horikita Suzune. Night. Student dormitory. Horikita Suzune wiped the sweat from her forehead with a tissue. Having just finished exercising, she was covered in sweat, and it seemed she needed another shower. After Horikita Suzune's criticism and education, Amane became unusually well-behaved. However, the price was that Horikita Suzune felt a bit exhausted. Even though it was almost summer, Amane was still unusually active, as if it was that season. Moreover, Amane's combat power was gradually increasing. Just now, she had been overturned 3 or 4 times, and only barely managed to regain some face in the end. Horikita, wearing a white shirt, frowned as she looked at the messy bedsheets. Sigh, having to wash the sheets every day, Amane is really a troublesome person. Suzune, I'm hungry. Amane's soft voice, which sent hormones soaring, rang in Horikita's ears. If you're hungry, go heat up the food yourself, I'm going to take a shower first. Fearing that her heart would waver, Horikita Suzune didn't even dare to glance at Amane lying on the bed, and casually grabbed some clean clothes before heading into the bathroom. Seriously, I have to heat up food again, I'm so tired. Amane, not wearing a stitch, lay on her side on the bed. Her purple eyes were filled with a triumphant expression. Today's battle was fruitful, with a little more effort next time, she should be able to completely turn the tables. Thinking this, Amane couldn't help but hum an unknown tune. Getting out of bed, Amane casually put on an apron and started heating the food. Anyway, she was in the dormitory, and no one else would peek. Amane's attire was exceptionally daring. Hee hee, Suzune will like it, right? And so, Amane began heating the dishes. By the time Horikita had finished showering and stepped out of the bathroom, she smelled the delicious aroma of food, and instantly, her previously unsettled emotions vanished without a trace. Just as Horikita was still drying her hair, a beautiful figure suddenly entered her line of sight. Suzune, you're done showering. Do you want to eat first, or sleep first, or eat? Amane first. Amane held a glass of iced drink in her left hand. In her right hand, she held thinly sliced potatoes, fried crispy by Amane, essentially potato chips. Just a sprinkle of salt was enough to bring out the food's original flavor to its fullest. Looking at Amane's appearance, Horikita Suzune froze in place. Amane, wearing only an apron from head to toe, made one's gaze involuntarily drift towards the chest area of the apron. The narrow, gathered design simply couldn't conceal Amane's assets as a girl. Large expanses of creamy white skin were exposed to the air. As Amane moved, the apron swayed slightly. Every now and then, one could even catch a glimpse of a hem. Such an ambiguous and alluring Amane made Horikita instinctively walk towards her. Amane, you really do understand me. After saying that, Horikita Suzune mercilessly extended her unfeeling iron hand and picked up the iced drink, taking several large gulps. Then she reached for the potato chips on the other side, putting a few slices into her mouth and chewing. The taste was quite good, it had that feeling of store-bought potato chips. However, the only flaw was that for some reason, the flavor seemed a bit too strong this time. You put too much salt. Horikita picked up the drink again and took several big sips. Only then did the saltiness in her mouth slightly recede. When did Amane's cooking become so strong-flavored? In just a few moments, the small glass of drink was completely empty. But for Horikita, it still wasn't quite enough. Just as she was about to pour some tea from the kettle on the table to quench her thirst, Amane leaned her face close. Suzune, do you want water? You can just tell me, you know. After saying that, Amane actually lifted her apron. Horikita Suzune's head buzzed for a moment. She hadn't expected Amane could play like this. Amane, wait, huh? Just as Horikita reached out to cover herself, she saw Amane pull out a bottle of drink from where the apron strings were tied around her waist. She casually refilled Horikita's glass to the brim. You, Amane, why would you tie a drink to your body? Horikita Suzune's face was slightly flushed, she almost thought Amane was going to, ahem. Because I couldn't carry it in my hands. Amane tilted her head, looking completely matter-of-fact. Horikita was about to retort, but on second thought, it did seem to be true. Let's eat together, I was so craving it just now. I love Suzune's cooking the most. Amane smiled and placed the tray aside. Then she served Horikita a full bowl of rice. And then served herself a full bowl in a larger bowl. Horikita Suzune felt a little amused and helpless seeing Amane's eager expression. Every time she saw Amane eat, it was as if she hadn't eaten for ages. Yet, it had only been a few hours since their last meal. Amane was largely responsible for why her points were being spent so quickly. I'm going to eat. Horikita had just picked up a small piece of meat and put it into her mouth when she heard a strange sound from Amane's side. Ah, it's so delicious. Amane's strange voice made Horikita feel a little out of control. Just eat properly. Don't make strange noises. Horikita Suzune glared at Amane, who was grinning mischievously. She knew Amane was doing it on purpose. However, Horikita Suzune was very confident in her self-control. Horikita lowered her head and quickly shoveled down her rice. Seeing that Horikita was already starting to waver, Amane deliberately squeezed closer to Horikita. Then she picked up a piece of tofu and put it into her mouth. Hot hot hot. This time, Amane was indeed scalded. Amane, are you okay? Seriously, you should just eat. Horikita Suzune watched as Amane covered her mouth, her body heaving violently. Especially since the apron, with her movements, was no longer serving its original purpose. It made Horikita Suzune feel a little parched. Amane, why are you wearing an apron to eat? In that state. In that state, who could still eat? Because if I take it off, I won't have any clothes on, and wearing a school uniform to eat is too restrictive. Amane's words instantly left Horikita Suzune speechless. On second thought, what Amane said didn't seem to be wrong. But when put together, it always felt like something wasn't quite right. To make Amane realize the danger of doing this, Horikita thought of a very terrifying statement. Amane, do you know? If you were to go out dressed like that, you might have 10 children. Horikita Suzune looked at Amane with a serious expression. 10 children. Amane had a shocked expression. She must have been scared, right? Perhaps this way, Amane would dress a bit more properly usually. I can give birth to 10. That sounds amazing. Horikita Suzune felt a little dizzy. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 135, Chapter 133, The Stalker. A rare day off was used up. As a member of Class D, Amane naturally wouldn't waste the last precious day of her holiday. After making arrangements with someone in advance, Amane happily changed into the little dress she had recently bought with Karuizawa's aesthetic approval, intending to go out for her appointment. Suzune, I'm heading out. After greeting Horikita, Amane was about to leave, but Horikita stopped her. Where are you going dressed like that? Horikita looked at Amane, who was dressed very lightly, with a suspicious look in her eyes. Isn't that outfit for a date or something? I'm planning to go shopping at the mall with a friend. If there's still time, we'll just wander around. Is there a problem? Amane began to examine her attire. It didn't seem like there was anything wrong, her light makeup made her look very cute. Everything was perfect in Amane's somewhat critical gaze. So what was Horikita concerned about? Going out to play together, that's fine, I don't have anything to do today, would it be convenient to bring me along? Horikita's words startled Amane. Eh? Suzune, you're actually planning to go shopping with me? Amane looked at Suzune with some surprise, as Suzune had only gone shopping with her alone a handful of times. What on earth happened to make Suzune, who was clearly a homebody, want to go shopping with her? If it were any other day, Amane would have agreed without hesitation. After all, such an occasion was extremely rare. But today, it didn't seem possible. The person she was meeting was a shy girl, and suddenly adding another person might make her overthink things. However, she didn't seem to have a good reason to refuse Horikita. It was originally a perfectly normal gathering. If she tried to hide it, Horikita might overthink things. Is it difficult? Horikita saw that Amane seemed a little troubled, so she asked. A little bit, yes. The other person's personality is, it might be hard for her to accept an activity that suddenly changes from 2 people to 3. Even if she doesn't say anything, I don't think she'd have much fun. How about we go out alone another day? Amane politely declined Horikita's request. But seeing Amane seriously considering it, she judged that it wasn't about going out with some ill-behaved girls, which made her feel a little relieved. But 2 people. It looked like a date, but Amane's open demeanor didn't suggest she was secretly dating a girl behind Horikita Suzune's back. Maybe she really did have something important, and since she didn't like crowded places anyway, she wouldn't join in the fun. Alright, then we'll go out together when we have time. But, don't secretly develop any strange relationships with other girls, do you understand what I mean? Horikita Suzune pinned Amane against the wall. Her gaze met Amane's. Amane blinked her pretty eyes in response. The other person is also a girl who doesn't like social activities. I helped her with something before, and she probably invited me out today to thank me. It's fine. Upon hearing that the other person was inviting Amane out to thank her for her help, Horikita Suzune completely dropped the idea. After all, if it were her, and she invited someone to thank them, but they brought another acquaintance along, she wouldn't say anything, but she would definitely feel that the other person didn't respect her. Moreover, a thank you gathering like this usually wouldn't last long, as the relationship between the 2 parties might not be very close. An hour or so would be enough to run out of things to talk about. There was also no need to worry about Amane being led astray by others. Horikita Suzune had considered basically all scenarios. But she overlooked one crucial point. She forgot to ask Amane the other person's name. And that person's name was Sakura Eri. Sorry, I'm a little late. When Amane arrived at the agreed location, she realized she was about 10 minutes late. If she had explained it to Horikita earlier, maybe she wouldn't have been able to come at all. Amane had long felt that Horikita didn't think much of girls with Eri's personality. Plus, Amane had gone to great lengths to save Eri, to the point where Horikita was even a little jealous. With these factors combined, if Horikita had really come along this time, then this outing would probably have become the most awkward social activity for her and Eri. Under Horikita's low pressure, Eri would definitely not dare to say a word. It's okay, I just got here too. Amane-san, where are we going to play next? Although I occasionally go out and about, I'm always alone. Eri looked a little nervous. Amane directly put her arm around Eri's shoulder. Don't be so nervous, I won't eat you. Since we're out, let's just wander around. Amane's words seemed to encourage Eri. Gradually, Eri's expression became less tense. Just wandering around like this isn't a solution. Is there anywhere you want to go, Eri? Amane, holding Eri's small hand, didn't seem to realize that another pair of eyes was staring intently at Eri nearby. And so, Amane and Eri walked along the commercial street, chatting and laughing. Not far behind them, a male figure quietly followed. It's her after all, there's no mistake. In a somewhat dark corner, the man took out a stack of letters and repeatedly kissed them. His expression was quite fanatical. Hey, old man, what are you looking at? Just as the man was about to continue following Amane and Eri, a hand suddenly clapped him on the shoulder. The man's legs immediately went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. You, who are you? Looking at the man and woman in front of him, the man hadn't yet recovered from the shock of being suddenly greeted. Ah. Of course we're students from this school. What are you doing, old man? Stalking. The shorter girl beside him spoke up, scolding him in dissatisfaction. Ibuki. Ryuin glared at Ibuki, displeased. Before reaching a conclusion, one should not jump to conclusions easily. Ibuki pouted. If she hadn't been sharp-eyed and seen this man furtively following the girl named Miyako, Ryuin probably wouldn't have noticed this guy until now. Just as Ryuin was about to continue questioning him, the man suddenly became bolder in his wickedness. He actually took advantage of Ryuin looking back at Ibuki and punched Ryuin in the face. Ryuin, watch out. Bang. The next second, the man's hand was firmly gripped by Ryuin. Ryuin's expression was slightly twisted as he looked down at the man, whose fist was tightly held and unable to move. Old man, don't underestimate me. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 136, Chapter 134, Someone must be thinking of me. Old man, don't underestimate me. Ryuin's playful laughter made the man's face flush with embarrassment. He hadn't expected his sneak attack to be parried by a high school student, and he immediately felt humiliated. Let me go. The man just instinctively yelled loudly. He never really expected the other party to listen to him and easily let him go, but Ryuin, like a good child, obediently released his grip. The man hesitated for a moment, then chose to turn and run. He knew from that punch that there was a huge disparity in strength between him and the boy in front of him. If he got caught again, he might not be so lucky for the other party to let him go. You don't think you can get away, do you? I recorded the entire time you were following them. You perverted old men, just wait to be expelled from school. Ryuin held up his phone and shouted loudly at the man's retreating figure. Ibuki looked at Ryuin curiously. Then she looked at the 2 bottles of drinks in her hand. Wasn't he just drinking? When did he start recording? Perhaps it was a guilty conscience, or perhaps he was afraid of actually being expelled. The man actually stopped in his tracks. Ryuin walked over unhurriedly, looked around, and saw that there were no surveillance cameras in this small alley not far from the restaurant. And besides the side door of the restaurant, no one would deliberately appear in this place. The man had, in his panic, run to the most advantageous position for Ryuin. Slap. A crisp slap echoed. Ryuin didn't hesitate, slapping the man to the ground. Run, go on, show me you can keep running. Ryuin squatted in front of the man, revealing a smile that combined cruelty and excitement. He grabbed the man's hair, forcing him to look at him. What had he done to be deceived by such a simple lie? Why would he rather endure the humiliation of a high school student than be expelled? Ryuin smelled something unusual. It seemed this weekend wasn't as boring as he thought. Please, let me go. I'll do anything as long as you don't tell anyone. The man, facing Ryuin, who was so much younger than him, actually knelt on the ground, begging for mercy incessantly. Ryuin was not only unmoved by the man's pleas but sneered instead. Anything? Then give me what you just hid in your arms. Ryuin had seen the old man kissing something with his own eyes. He knew without a doubt that it was probably something related to those girls. If it was private photos or some scandalous love letters, he would immediately have leverage over someone. That thing is not allowed. That is my love for Shizuku. How could I give it to a vulgar person like you who only uses violence? The man shouted at Ryuin with a righteous look. Ryuin responded with 3 merciless punches, instantly knocking the man down so he couldn't even lift his head. Vulgar. Does a pervert who has thoughts about high school girls have the right to call me, Ryuin Kakeru, vulgar? Ryuin directly took out the item the man had just hidden in his arms. Opening it, he found that all of them were unopened letters. The letters bore the man's name, Kusada. The recipient, however, was Shizuku. This name made Ryuin frown. He didn't remember anyone in the first year having the character Shizuku in their name. To know more information, he would have to open the letters. No, please don't look at those letters. They are all my love. Ah. Kusada was kicked in the eye socket, and finally, out of necessity, he quieted down. Hey. Ryuin, what are you doing? What if he, with such heavy hands? If he reports me, I'll make his secret crush on a high school girl known to everyone. By then, the girl he likes might even spit on his face and call him a pervert. Ryuen held the letters, a satisfied smile on his face. It turned out that Sakura Eri from first-year Class D was actually an idol. Her name was Shizuku, and the idiot crying at his feet right now came to this school just to be with the idol he admired. How truly ridiculous. Leaving aside whether this idiot had the financial means to support an idol. Would someone who could be called an idol even look at this good-for-nothing idiot? Don't joke. Ryuen Kakeru stopped dreaming such unrealistic dreams back in kindergarten. Ibuki's expression turned ugly. Clearly, she was disgusted and found it hard to accept that Kusada had a crush on a girl the same age as her. You're lucky you ran into me. If you had met anyone else, they would have sent you, old man, to the police station. You have pretty good luck, I must say. Rip. One by one, the confession letters were torn to shreds by Ryuen right in front of him. Kusada lay on the ground, crying over his helplessness, but it was futile. He could only watch as Ryuen tore up almost all the letters. When he tore the last one, Ryuen suddenly thought of something. He put the letter away. Ibuki, let's go. All right, all right. Ibuki glanced at the still crying Kusada and quickly followed Ryuen's pace. When she finally walked side by side with Ryuen, she suddenly caught a glimpse of Ryuen's cruel smile. With this, we can watch a good show. I hope Miyako Amane doesn't disappoint me. Ryuen hated remembering people's names. In his opinion, only names with value were worthy of Ryuen Kakeru remembering. But the name Miyako Amane, even if he deliberately tried to forget it, would inexplicably pop up at his happiest moments to ruin his mood. Not only was he scammed out of 400,000 points by her and that girl from Class B, what was her name again, but later, when he tried to be clever, she outmaneuvered Ryuen, causing him to lose another 50,000 private points down the drain. Although Class C had a stronger foundation than Class D, it couldn't withstand Ryuen's level of wastefulness. At that time, Yamada was still resisting him, and his mistake almost made all his previous plans go to waste. Fortunately, he had now subdued Yamada Albert. Next, Ryuen planned to seriously contend with Amane. Are you still going to provoke that guy? Although she seems a bit unreliable, from all the information we've gathered, isn't she the type that's super difficult to deal with? Ibuki got a headache just hearing Amane's name. The first time, it was because Amane caught her with leverage, and Ryuen was blackmailed out of so many points to protect her. Thinking about this, Ibuki's teeth ached with anger. But if it came to deliberately targeting Amane, Ibuki didn't feel confident either. The harder she is to deal with, the more I must swing my sword at her. Only by probing the behavior of threatening people at the beginning can we avoid being caught off guard by suddenly rising individuals later on. To put it another way, even if we fail, it's just paying tuition. Class D doesn't have the strength to step on us to rise. Ryuen's confidence infected Ibuki beside him. Although she didn't like Ryuen's way of doing things, Ryuen gave her the feeling that with him around, there was nothing he wouldn't dare to do. Perhaps under Ryuen's leadership, Class C could also reach Class A one day. Achoo. Achoo. Amane, who was walking along the road, suddenly sneezed twice. Eri, who was eating cotton candy nearby, immediately looked over with concern. Amane, are you catching a cold? Although it's already summer, it's still quite cold at night, so you should pay more attention to staying warm. At night, staying warm for that kind of thing is hard. Why do I feel like someone is talking about me? How strange. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 137, Chapter 135, Kiryuin, you took advantage of me. June 1st. The start of a new month should have been a happy occasion for all classes, as this was the day the school distributed private points to each class. Only first-year Class D remained as lifeless as ever. This month's points were, without a doubt, still 0. If the points remained unchanged, it would at most cause pain and dissatisfaction. However, the steady increase in points for the other three classes brought endless anxiety to some who wished to improve. Class A. Class B. Class C. Class D. If the scores of the first three classes looked like the top three in a running race, striving to be first and chasing each other diligently. Then looking at Class D's score, it was undoubtedly a minor character who had been left behind by who knows how many laps, and could even be said to have been eliminated. But despite this, there were still people like Hirata and Horikita who were working hard for Class D to one day overtake and become Class A. As for Amane. No, I can't, Suzune. Amane, who had agreed to run together, was flapping like a dehydrated salted fish behind Horikita after only one lap. Along the way, she attracted many strange glances from passing students. Horikita, running ahead, was already starting to regret bringing Amane out to exercise. Seeing Amane's half-dead state now, Horikita had made up her mind not to look back, no matter how much Amane called. Horikita was already starting to regret bringing this embarrassing person out. Despite having incredibly good physical fitness, she was also lazy to a new extreme. With the recent hot weather, Amane was even more listless every day, even clinging to Horikita to feed her during meals. It was not easy to persuade Amane to come out for a run together in the cool evening. But Amane pulled this stunt on her. If she had known, she would have let her stay in the dorm and enjoy the air conditioning. After running about another 200 meters, Horikita felt like something was missing. Amane's voice seemed to have disappeared. Horikita quickly turned around to look for Amane, only to see Amane had fallen face first onto the nearby lawn. Sigh. Horikita Suzune lightly stroked her forehead. Amane, are you all right? After dragging Amane from the edge of the track onto the lawn, Horikita simply sat down beside Amane. After all, leaving Amane there didn't make her feel at ease. What if someone picked her up? I'm fine. Amane rolled over and slowly climbed onto Horikita's lap, even finding a comfortable position to lie down. You're like this after only one lap. How much exercise do you lack? Horikita pinched Amane's rosy cheek. I've exercised enough in the past. It wasn't easy to come to school, and now you still want me to exercise. Woo, I'm so miserable. So, Suzune, you should kiss me to comfort me properly. Amane blinked her eyes. With that little scheme, perhaps she was intentionally faking unconsciousness just now. Thinking about Amane's energetic appearance now, even a simple idiot like Sakura wouldn't believe she would faint. Horikita reached out and flicked Amane's forehead. It's like this every day. Don't you ever get tired of it? Ever since the first time she couldn't resist, it became unstoppable. If this continued, Horikita highly suspected that Amane would one day get tired of her. Now that you mention it, it does seem a little. Ouch, 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 I'm kidding. Just kidding. Amane's eyes were teary, and she rubbed her even redder cheek. Don't make such jokes again. Why not? Huh? How dare you ask why? Just as Horikita Suzune was about to use virtue to persuade Amane and reason with her properly, an unfamiliar female voice suddenly rang out. Isn't this Amane? How did you end up like this after a few days? Kiryuin held a hot dog in one hand and an iced drink with white frost on the bottle in the other. Horikita couldn't help but narrow her eyes. First, she looked at Kiryuin's hair, then rubbed Amane's hair, then looked at Kiryuin's eyes, then poked. You can't poke eyes. Fuka, what are you doing here? Amane, lying on Horikita's lap, looked at Kiryuin with a relaxed expression. What do you mean, what am I doing here? This is the school's athletic field, there's nothing stopping me from coming. But you, why is it that every time I see you, the girl beside you is different? Kiryuin said, deliberately raising her voice. Oh no. Amane felt a chill down her spine. Her head stiffly turned towards Horikita-san. Suzune, let me explain. No need to explain, I understand everything. Horikita-san gently patted Amane's cheeks, then lightly stroked Amane's slender neck. Gulp. Amane swallowed with difficulty. Damn Fuka, hurry up and explain it clearly. Seeing the culprit, Kiryuin, smiling smugly and clearly intending to watch the show, Amane couldn't help but get angry and shouted directly at her. Wasn't I just telling the truth? Kiryuin squatted beside Amane and reached out a finger, intending to poke Amane's face, but Horikita-san slapped Kiryuin's hand away. Talk all you want, did I tell you to touch her? Horikita-san looked at Kiryuin with an unpleasant expression. From the moment they started using such intimate names, Horikita-san had been somewhat annoyed. Now they even wanted to flirt in front of her, did they think she was a wooden dummy? Sorry, I was just joking. Seeing Kiryuin's attitude, which was almost identical to Amane's, Horikita-san felt a bit jealous. A cold snort clearly expressed her hostility. Even Kiryuin had to stand up and maintain a distance from Horikita Suzune. Seeing Kiryuin hit a wall with Horikita-san, Amane immediately became smug. See? My Suzune is super fierce. If you slander me again, I'll let Suzune. Thump. Horikita-san casually tapped Amane's forehead. Amane instantly quieted down. Kiryuin watched this scene with great surprise. The Amane from before was not as docile as a kitten as she was now. Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Horikita Suzune's inherent low-pressure aura failed to stop Kiryuin's steps. She sat down very close to Amane, practically right next to Horikita-san. Second year B class, Kiryuin Fuka. Fuka, aren't you in second year A class? No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Kiryuin glared at Amane in annoyance. Second year? Then how do you know Amane? Horikita Suzune was somewhat concerned about how similar their appearances were. Ah. Kiryuin first sighed, then said earnestly, actually, I'm Amane's long-lost older sister, you know. Bah. You damn Fuka, you're taking advantage of me, you're. Woo woo woo. Horikita Suzune, who was tightly covering Amane's mouth, seriously scrutinized Kiryuin Fuka. You do look quite similar, but I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 138, Chapter 136, Fuka, yours is a bit small. If you only look at their appearances, they do look very similar, but you are clearly much smarter than this idiot. Horikita Suzune raised her guard. She didn't know why she felt wary of a strange senior, but her intuition told her that the senior in front of her was a very dangerous person. Woo-woo. Amane, whose mouth was covered, resisted unhappily. The next second, Horikita-san, finding her noisy, simply pulled her into her embrace. Amane quieted down instantly. Interesting, it seems you've already learned how to control this fellow. Kiryuin's lips curved slightly, appearing to be a light smile, but coupled with her somewhat arrogant expression, it gave off a sense of disdain. Does Kiryuin-senpai have any advice? Horikita Suzune retorted. But no matter how much she showed her displeasure, the other party's demeanor still perfectly matched Horikita Suzune's perception of elegance. It was hard to imagine this girl showing an angry expression. But if she really got angry, she might be quite ferocious. Although Horikita Suzune was also aloof and proud of her own abilities, in front of Kiryuin, this was merely child's play. Even if she was just someone chasing after Amane, she wouldn't feel pressured by Horikita Suzune's actions. I wouldn't dare to give advice. It's just that I haven't seen this child in a long time, and I missed her. I happened to meet her here, so I came to see her. What? Horikita-san has already claimed her as her own property. As Kiryuin spoke, she pulled Amane directly into her embrace. Her speed was so fast that even Horikita-san didn't clearly see her movements. Amane, who had just been in contact with softness, was instantly covered by another softness. It must be said that Kiryuin was quite bold to do something like that in broad daylight. Let me go back, Fuka, yours is a bit small and not as soft as Suzune's. No way. Kiryuin's expression changed in a second, and she immediately pressed Amane onto her lap. The fierce expression she showed for an instant indeed startled Horikita-san. It seemed the other party was very sensitive about physical weaknesses. Amane doesn't seem to want to be close to you, senpai. Horikita Suzune folded her arms, looking at Kiryuin with a sneer. Kiryuin, who was tidying Amane's hair, paused her movements for a moment before they became fluid again. Is that so? Amane doesn't seem to be resisting, does she? Kiryuin pointed at Amane, who was intimately rubbing against her thigh. As someone skilled in kicking techniques, she would intentionally strengthen her leg muscles during training to give her legs more explosive power, making them exceptionally elastic, which is not something ordinary girls possess. Moreover, because she focused on technique and instantaneous explosive power, she didn't need to deliberately train her legs to be full of muscles. This gave Kiryuin's legs a unique aesthetic. Especially when wearing over-the-knee socks or similar items, even just walking on the street, people's gaze would unconsciously drop before they even noticed her face. Horikita Suzune felt a bit annoyed looking at Amane, who wasn't standing up for her. She secretly resolved that she would definitely teach Amane a good lesson when they got back. It seems Kiryuin-senpai wasn't just passing by, was she? Oh. Was I seen through? I thought I disguised it quite well. Kiryuin patted Amane's little head. Amane immediately sat up. An idiot wants to see you. Kiryuin's abrupt remark left Amane somewhat confused. Who would be so bored as to want to see her? And to go through Kiryuin, meaning the person was very close to Kiryuin, so they should be a second-year student. But she knew very few second-year students. If she had to name them, it would be those few second-year students in the student council. But why would they be looking for her? Fuka, stop playing games. Who's looking for me? Just tell me directly, okay? Amane was hooked back by Horikita-san's finger. You'll know when you see her, won't you? Kiryuin rolled her eyes at the spineless Amane and turned to leave. Eh? Going to see her now? This time is a bit. Amane was about to say it was almost dinner time. But seeing Horikita-san's displeased expression, she swallowed the rest of her words. If Horikita-san had to cook again today, Amane wouldn't dare to eat it. Come or not, it's up to you. Anyway, I've delivered the message. She didn't tell me I had to bring you. She. Horikita Suzune pricked up her ears. She had a feeling something wasn't right. Fuka, you're too unreliable. Suzune, I'll go with Fuka to take a look. Horikita-san originally felt something was strange and didn't want Amane to go. But she was also afraid that someone genuinely was looking for Amane. If she stopped Amane from going, she might miss something important later. Reluctantly, Horikita Suzune could only nod in agreement. Remember to come back early. I'll go back and prepare dinner for you first. Horikita-san rubbed Amane's head. MHM. And, be careful. Horikita-san specifically emphasized this point. Be careful. You should tell others to be careful. Don't let her foolish look fool you now. When she gets serious, even I would be knocked out with one punch. Last time it was like that. Amane stared at Kiryuin Fuka, who was exposing herself, with an expression like she was looking at an idiot. Last time. I remember now. Last time was when you called Amane to transfer money. Huh? What are you talking about? I don't seem to remember anything at all. Amane, let's go. Kiryuin strode away from the sports field after speaking. Amane turned, waved to Horikita, and then skipped along after her. Sigh, I just hope Amane is careful. Who said danger always involves violence? Beauty can also be a trap. Amane originally thought the meeting point would be very close. At most, it would be just outside the sports field or something, but it wasn't until Amane saw Kiryuin go to change her shoes that she realized things might not be as simple as she imagined. First, she followed Kiryuin to change shoes, then they arrived at an experimental teaching building. Because this teaching building was used infrequently, most of the classrooms were sealed off. It was completely dark by then. Walking down the corridor of the teaching building, only the faint light from the emergency lamps guided them. From time to time, the sound of wind whistling and rodents scuttling echoed from all directions of the empty building, making one feel eerie. Kiryuin, usually quite talkative, became unusually silent once they entered the building. She led Amane forward without a word. Throughout, only Kiryuin's footsteps, da-da-da, could be heard. Hey, Fuka, how much further is it? Amane looked at the gloomy teaching building and felt a hint of. Kiryuin didn't speak, she just pointed upwards with her hand, then started walking up the stairs, step by step. Da. The lonely footsteps of the girl echoed in the dark, empty teaching building. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 139, Chapter 137, The Mysterious Trophy. Listening to the lonely footsteps, Amane's eyes grew brighter. Just as she was about to follow her up, Kiryuin suddenly started running without a word. Hey! Fuka! Amane's shouts did nothing to make Kiryuin stop. Soon, Kiryuin's footsteps disappeared into the teaching building. Amane twitched her ears. Kiryuin's running footsteps, though seemingly noisy, didn't go very far. This teaching building, including the rooftop, only had 6 floors. The sound of Kiryuin's footsteps disappearing was roughly at the 4th floor. Moreover, Kiryuin was wearing small leather shoes, even walking would produce a sound, and she could hear even the slightest sound. At this moment, Kiryuin's footsteps had vanished on the spot. This indicated that Kiryuin had suddenly stopped around the 4th floor. Or perhaps, she had taken off her shoes and was walking. Either way, her behavior seemed very strange. One might ask, what was the purpose of her doing this? No one would make such a peculiar move without reason. Especially since Kiryuin had acted quite normally just a moment ago, it couldn't be that she suddenly became mysterious upon arriving here. Kiryuin's actions had only one purpose, to lure her upstairs. Amane barely had to guess to know that Kiryuin had something prepared for her upstairs. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. Knowing the other party's intentions, any normal person would choose the most effective way to break the situation. If Amane were to turn back now, all of Kiryuin's actions would appear like those of a clown in the eyes of others. However, Amane was no ordinary person. You're the one who started this game, so don't blame me. Amane slowly ascended the steps. Kiryuin, standing at the 4th floor stairwell, had her head lowered. Her silver-white long hair covered her face. One could vaguely see red liquid constantly flowing down from her purple pupils. Amane arrived at the 4th floor, step by step. She saw Kiryuin, standing at the stairwell on the 4th floor, facing Amane, her hands and head hanging limply. What kind of trick are you playing? Amane's calm voice made the other party move. Kiryuin suddenly lifted her head. Her pale face gave an unreal feeling. With her mouth wide open, she seemed to be roaring, but unfortunately, no sound came out. Creak, creak. A faint sound of gears whirred. Amane's ears twitched. Just as she was about to go forward and check on Kiryuin, Kiryuin suddenly bent her knees and forcefully made a springing jump. While Amane was still wondering what Kiryuin was going to do, she saw Kiryuin's feet gradually lift off the ground, and she began to float upwards. Seeing this, Amane quickly ran over. Kiryuin's ascent speed also suddenly increased. Just as Kiryuin was about to float up to the 5th floor, Amane lunged and hugged Kiryuin's thigh. Kiryuin's upward momentum abruptly stalled. The creaking sound also disappeared. Fuka. Playing like this is asking for trouble. Amane's icy voice came from behind Fuka. Gurgle. Kiryuin's throat was constantly moving, looking as if she was swallowing something. Due to the hot weather, sweat began to appear on Kiryuin's forehead after being hugged for a while. The sweat continuously washed over Kiryuin's face, leaving streaks on her pale complexion. Suddenly, the creaking sound became agitated. Kiryuin's body was forcibly ascending. Amane's feet were also off the ground. Seeing that something was wrong, Amane's eyes darted around, and she looked up. Kiryuin was wearing a skirt, and she wasn't wearing safety shorts. Fuka, you brought this upon yourself. Amane smiled mischievously, pulled hard with both hands, then suddenly let go. Ah! A scream came. Kiryuin's body quickly ascended. After about 5 or 6 seconds, the creaking sound disappeared again. It seemed she had reached near the rooftop. If it was just one floor up, about 2 or 3 seconds would be enough. But that strange sound had lasted for a full 5 or 6 seconds. It looked like she must be on the rooftop. Amane looked at the trophy in her hand, a triumphant smile on her face. With this, Kiryuin would definitely come looking for her. Next, she would have a good time with her on the inevitable path. How dare she pretend to be a ghost to scare her? The last person who scared her like that was instantly defeated by Amane. Amane even had to ask her to be strong and not to die. Achoo! On the rooftop of the teaching building. A white-haired girl, gazing into the distance, suddenly let out an unexpected sneeze. The girl beside her quickly put her hand to her lips. Sakayanagi, be quieter. If we're exposed, won't all our efforts be in vain? The girl called Sakayanagi showed a slight apology on her face. My apologies, my voice was a bit loud. Even on a summer night, there's still a hint of chill. I might have caught a slight cold. The girl beside her spread her hands helplessly. Sakayanagi, is your body made of paper? You catch a cold from such a small breeze. Kamuro-san, is that how you speak to me? Sakayanagi didn't look at Kamuro. Despite her petite stature, she exuded an almost innate sense of pressure. Leaning on her cane, she didn't look like someone who could win people over with physical prowess in any way. This meant that Sakayanagi relied purely on her other abilities to control a girl like Kamuro. TSK, you just boss me around. I'm going to see what's happening with Kitu and Hashimoto. Kamuro, feeling somewhat uncomfortable next to Sakayanagi, said this and, without waiting for Sakayanagi to speak, immediately walked away quickly. Immediately after, footsteps echoed from behind. Fuka, you shouldn't have made that sound. Sakayanagi's stern gaze made Kiryuin, who was already feeling a bit guilty, flush slightly. I encountered an unexpected situation. Hearing Kiryuin's excuse, Sakayanagi became somewhat interested. For you to call it an unexpected situation, could Amane have seen through our plan? Impossible, right? With a prepared mind against an unprepared one, according to my estimation, the chances of success are at least 50%. Sakayanagi said with a serious expression. It was either she saw through it or she didn't. So, it was indeed 50%. Seeing that Sakayanagi was actually interested in this, Kiryuin inwardly screamed and quickly tried to change the subject. What if she sees through it? Kiryuin's worries were, in Sakayanagi's eyes, not worth mentioning. What's there to be afraid of? For this plan, I've called Kitakuen, Hashimoto-kun, and Morishige-kun to be on standby on the 5th floor. Even if it's seen through, Fuka can change from a planner to a player, adding some difficulty for Amane. Regarding Sakayanagi's confident plan, Kiryuin was full of black lines. You're saying she'll follow your game rules, right? But the problem is, have you told her what the next rules are? Of course, I left the clue in the room on the 5th floor. Morishige-kun is in charge of that. What's wrong? Sakayanagi was clearly still in her excitement, overlooking the simplest problem. What if she goes straight to the rooftop? You wouldn't want to cry in front of her again, would you? I never cried. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 140, Chapter 138, The Knight's Demeanor. The 5th floor of the school building. Since this was the only floor being used in the school building, it appeared much cleaner and tidier than the other floors. There were 3 classrooms on the 5th floor. Except for the chemistry lab door being securely locked, the doors of the other 2 classrooms were left open. The lights inside the classrooms were off, and the desks and chairs were neatly arranged, showing no signs of activity, which made it all the more eerie. Classrooms no one had entered, yet their doors were open. If one classroom door was forgotten, what about the second one? Amane walked into one of the classrooms and flicked the light switch. As the switch was pressed, the entire room remained pitch black. Amane guessed that the circuit breaker had probably been turned off. Who would go to such lengths to prank her? Amane pondered all the suspicious individuals in her mind, but none fit the criteria. The reason she confirmed it was a prank was that she had just seen traces of a wire harness on Kiryuin's waist. Recalling the strange sounds she heard earlier, someone had probably installed a pulley system on the rooftop, attempting to use the dark environment to conceal the use of the wire harness. If Amane remembered correctly, this equipment was terrifyingly expensive, and essentially a one-time tool, with not many opportunities to use it again. Who would be so idle as to spend such a large sum just to play a prank game with her? The best answer right now was to go directly to the rooftop, and then all the mysteries would be revealed. But Amane didn't want it to end so quickly. Amane walked towards the storage cabinet at the back of the classroom. After glancing at the storage cabinet, she, being observant, saw a piece of paper on a nearby desk. No violence allowed. Eh? The person who wrote this really loves to joke. It seemed the other party planned to play a guessing game with her on the 5th floor. How boring. Amane tore the note into pieces. Just as she was about to throw it into the trash can, Amane suddenly turned and walked to the storage cabinet. She jammed the shredded paper strips into the ventilation slot above the storage cabinet. Then she picked up a lock nearby and locked the cabinet. That looks better. Then came the sound of footsteps receding and the classroom door closing heavily. Silence returned to the classroom. After a long time, heavy breathing began to emanate from inside the storage cabinet. Morishige Takuru was originally just dragged along to be a bystander. After leaving the rule note, he could leave and meet up with his other companions. But what he didn't expect was that Amane came too quickly. In his haste, Morishige could only hide in the storage cabinet. Just now, when Amane walked in front of the storage cabinet, he even felt that he had been seen through. No. She must have seen through him. The ventilation slot of the storage cabinet faced outwards. Once blocked, there was no way to get fresh air from inside. And whether Amane did it intentionally or not, she deliberately placed the paper strip on top. If tape was used, he would have no chance of escape. But if it was a paper strip, he just needed to blow hard, and the strip would fall. However, this faced the risk of exposure. Morishige could only endure it bitterly. As soon as he finally heard the door close, Morishige eagerly blew off the paper strip, then pressed his entire face against the ventilation slot, desperately breathing in fresh air. Just then, he suddenly heard a creaking sound from behind the cabinet. It sounded like a knife scratching glass. In the dead of night in the quiet classroom, locked alone in a storage cabinet, he suddenly heard strange noises. Who's there? Is that Miyako-san, right? I was just kidding. Sakayanagi had previously instructed them to surrender immediately if the prank failed. That way, they wouldn't get beaten. Morishige's panicked voice sounded particularly harsh in the empty classroom. But no one responded to him. Suddenly, the scratching sound from behind the storage cabinet began to intensify. The scratching sound, right next to his ear, scared Morishige so much that he forcefully banged on the cabinet body. Help! Help! Someone help me! Morishige's voice reached the laboratory on the other side. The two people also hiding in a cabinet exchanged glances. Then they took out their phones and squatted down, making sure the light wouldn't be discovered. Even though they were so close, they still had to communicate in this way. It seems Morishige has been discovered. Should we go help? Then what about over here? We just finished setting up. Kitu frowned. Things were going beyond the plan. According to Sakayanagi's estimation, after Amane checked the nearby classroom and found clues, she would definitely come here to examine valuable items. At this time, the small props that Kitu and Hashimoto were responsible for placing would play a certain role. Although both of them expressed doubts about the effectiveness of the props. But since Sakayanagi insisted on playing this way, they couldn't do anything about it. In desperation, Kitu could only send a message to Sakayanagi. Sakayanagi felt a little uneasy after receiving the message. She couldn't predict what had happened to Morishige. His screams were clearly audible even on the balcony. It was evident that some accident had occurred. Why don't we just confess? Anyway, I don't think Amane was scared. Kiryuin had a hint of wanting to retreat. Now her skirt felt a bit cool, and she just wanted to end this boring game quickly. No, I haven't lost yet. Since there's a problem with Morishige, doesn't that mean Amane intends to accept our prank? Sakayanagi narrowed her eyes. She knew Amane had seen through that someone wanted to play a game with her. Otherwise, given Amane's personality and ability, going straight to the balcony wouldn't be an impossible feat. Morishige had shouted himself hoarse, but no one came to rescue him. Somewhat despairing, Morishige suddenly heard the scratching sound behind him begin to disappear. Morishige's heart, which had been hanging, finally eased a little. But just then, a click-clack sound, like leather shoes walking, came from inside the classroom. Morishige curiously peered out through the ventilation slot, but the classroom was still dark and empty. Ah! A sharp female scream suddenly rang in his ears. Morishige directly slammed his head against the ventilation slot. He ignored the pain and quickly squatted in the corner of the storage cabinet. Then he frantically pulled out his phone from his body. Hello. Help me. I'm. Morishige tried his best to explain the strange things he was encountering, things beyond his comprehension. But the more nervous he got, the more he couldn't speak. He could only make gurgling sounds from his throat. Sakayanagi on the other end of the phone immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Don't worry, speak slowly. There's nothing to be afraid of. You must remain calm, understand? Morishige was in such a state, it seemed he had been severely startled. If Sakayanagi didn't comfort him soon, she feared he might have a heart attack. It's like this. Creak, creak. The scratching sound started again from behind the storage cabinet. It was spine-chilling to hear. This time it was also a bit different from before, the sound even started coming from the top of the cabinet. Accompanied by faint thumping sounds, like a child jumping and stomping on the top of the cabinet. It made Morishige, a male, so scared that he could only curl up inside the cabinet at this moment. I met Miyako-san, she seemed to have found me, but she locked me in the cabinet and left. But now, something eerie is happening. There's nothing in the classroom, yet I hear someone walking around, and the cabinet is being scratched by something, and there's a monster jumping on top of the cabinet. Come save me. Morishige roared loudly. Sakayanagi moved her phone a little further away. Listening to the fantastical claims on the phone, Sakayanagi was also a bit dumbfounded. It must be Amane playing tricks. You tell her the game is over. Another ear-piercing scream. Morishige, caught off guard, was so scared that he fainted. Sakayanagi's face on the other end of the phone turned pale. That sound just now almost sent her away too. Morishige. Are you still conscious? Morishige. After Sakayanagi called out several times without a response, the other end of the phone suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Sakayanagi silently hung up the phone. Something doesn't seem right. Sakayanagi recalled the scream just now, feeling that it didn't sound like something a high and mighty young lady like Amane would make. What do we do now? If we really run into something, we're on the rooftop, there's no way we can escape. Kiryuin said, while stretching her limbs. However, a chill under her skirt made Kiryuin quickly reach down to hold her skirt. Let Kitu and Hashimoto go check. Sakayanagi said, then immediately dialed Kitu's number. Kitu had heard the sound from next door just now, and even he, who feared nothing, felt a little intimidated at this moment. However, he glanced at Hashimoto behind him. With two people, he felt a bit bolder. The two of them, using flashlights, arrived at the laboratory next door. The main door was tightly locked, but through the window, they could clearly see the locker overturned on the ground. However, there was no sign of Amane or Morishige. This discovery made Kitu swallow hard several times. If he really encountered something supernatural, none of the techniques he had learned would be of any use. Hashimoto. Kitu gave Hashimoto a look. Hashimoto gritted his teeth and stepped forward to open the door. Clearly, Kitu intended to use Hashimoto as a scout. No matter how scared Hashimoto was, he showed no intention of refusing. He knew very well that Kitu's physical abilities far surpassed his. If there was any accident, as long as Kitu had time to react, he might be able to turn the tide. Conversely, if Kitu walked in front and was attacked, Hashimoto behind him would have no chance of escaping unscathed. It was precisely because he realized this that Hashimoto willingly served as bait. The door opened. Nothing happened. Hashimoto cautiously stepped inside. It looks like nothing. Before Hashimoto could finish his sentence, he collapsed to the ground. Kitu immediately bit off his glove with his teeth and assumed an attacking stance. A white-haired girl slowly emerged from behind the door. I knew someone was playing tricks. We were just joking around, and although there might have been some fault, we shouldn't be treated this way. Since you've laid hands on my companion, you should know what price you have to pay. Before Kitu could finish speaking, Amane slowly lay on the ground, body facing up, but her limbs supported her in a bizarre way. The terrifying memories in his mind instantly made this martial artist somewhat at a loss. Just then, Amane's head twisted at a strange angle. Ah! A piercing scream rang out again. Kitu turned and ran without hesitation. But what he didn't expect was that Amane was moving rapidly on the ground, using all four limbs. This was the first time he had encountered such a terrifying thing. Without thinking much, Kitu ran directly towards the rooftop. Sakayanagi and Kiryuin both heard Kitu's urgent sounds in the hallway. Gee, there's a monster. Kitu stumbled and crawled out of the door. He directly fell in front of Sakayanagi. Seeing her most capable subordinate so terrified, Sakayanagi felt a little fearful. Could it really be that she encountered Amane, who was lying on the ground, slowly crawled out of the door leading to the rooftop. Kiryuin fainted directly upon seeing Amane like that. Kitu stood up, wanting to resist, but he didn't know where to start. Finally, he gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and swiftly threw a punch based on instinct. Kitu Hayato's punch had immense destructive power. The piercing sound of air being torn made Amane somewhat wary, and she could only roll over to dodge Kitu Hayato's full-force blow. Then, before Kitu Hayato could react, she delivered a chop to the back of his neck. Not knocked out. One more chop. Seeing that Kitu wasn't knocked out, Amane couldn't help but inwardly praise him as a brave warrior, then delivered another chop. But whether Kitu was too nervous or something else, neither of the two hand chops managed to knock him out. Amane bent down and picked up a broom nearby. With a loud thud, she completely knocked out Kitu Hayato with a single strike. At this point, only Amane and Sakayanagi remained standing. Oh! Arisu. After recognizing the other's identity, Amane ran over excitedly, directly tackling Sakayanagi to the ground and affectionately rubbing against Sakayanagi's face. You idiot, get off me! Sakayanagi angrily pounded Amane with her small fists. But it clearly had no effect. Seriously, you came without even saying hello beforehand. Come on, give me a kiss. Wait. That's not allowed, I'm still a veer. Amane licked her lips, looking at Sakayanagi Arisu, who was covering her mouth, with a half-smile. Sakayanagi then realized that Amane was doing it on purpose. Amane, you idiot. Didn't I tell you it was my first kiss? What are you doing? Even with Sakayanagi's refined upbringing, she broke down instantly. She had painstakingly preserved her purity for over a decade, only for Amane to take her first kiss. What happened? Kiryuin rubbed her head and slowly sat up from the ground. Then her face turned crimson. Sakayanagi's white slip dress's strap had slipped off her shoulder at some point, revealing her fair shoulder. One could vaguely see the unspeakable things that were just peeking out. Most importantly, Amane had shown her some riding skills. However, Sakayanagi didn't seem very happy about it. So, what exactly happened while she was unconscious? I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 141, Chapter 139, First Encounter with Amane. Fuka, you're here too, I thought you had already gone back. Amane, who was being affectionate with Sakayanagi, looked up and saw Kiryuin, who was still a bit confused. Before the latter could speak, Amane pounced on Kiryuin as well, tackling her to the ground. Get off me. You're so heavy. I'm not heavy. This is clearly a normal weight for a girl. Amane retorted loudly. What she got in return was Kiryuin's eye roll. Normal. Amane, do you have some misunderstanding about what's normal? Wait, let's talk properly, why are you unbuttoning my clothes? Seeing that Amane seemed to be trying to take off her clothes, Kiryuin, startled, quickly clasped her hands over her chest to try and prevent Amane from succeeding. Tisk, look how stingy you are. Touching won't make you pregnant. It's precisely because you're so stingy, Fuka, that you're so small. Amane's contemptuous expression successfully drew hostility. Kiryuin gritted her teeth, glaring at Amane, wishing she could punch her annoying face directly. However, while punching her might be easy, Amane wouldn't go easy on her if she started to bully her. Just as Kiryuin was somewhat unwillingly searching for a way to retaliate against Amane, her gaze fell upon Sakayanagi, who was still staring blankly at the starry sky nearby. What about Arisu then? Arisu still needs development, unlike you no longer have room for growth. Crunch, crunch. Kiryuin made a grinding sound with her teeth. Amane quickly distanced herself. If she angered Kiryuin and Kiryuin actually bit her, that would be a huge loss. She couldn't possibly bite back, though biting back didn't seem like a bad idea. Hehehe. Kiryuin sighed deeply, looking at Amane, who was suddenly giggling foolishly in place. This girl was probably thinking strange things again. Can't you two bicker without involving me? Sakayanagi sat up, tidied her attire slightly, her gaze full of confusion and helplessness. The confusion was because, in her eyes, the current Amane only resembled Amane in appearance. Her inner self had transformed into an improper, idiotic girl. She and Amane hadn't seen each other for only a few months. A few months ago, Amane was perfectly fine, so why did she change so much upon arriving here? The helplessness was, to get revenge for Amane's prank of scaring her to tears on Halloween. Sakayanagi had spent several months meticulously planning this bizarre trap, after numerous rounds of screening. However, Amane didn't play by the rules. Not only did Amane not get scared, but Sakayanagi even lost her first kiss, and she had just seen a tooth mark on a certain tender part. This was what made her feel most ashamed. She didn't even know when Amane had left it there. Sakayanagi clutched her chest tightly. Touching that spot would remind her of that tooth mark. She wouldn't be able to face anyone again. Huh? You have the nerve to say that. Wasn't this whole plan overseen by you? Now you've lost both the wife and the army. Kiryuin's words made Sakayanagi Arisu's small face flush crimson. Who would have known Amane would be like this now? Besides, my trap didn't even get a chance to be used before it ended. I guarantee those props would have been effective. Sakayanagi wasn't the type to be a sore loser, but she didn't want to lose in front of Amane. Because Amane had been her natural enemy since childhood. There was a man who fantasized about cultivating ordinary people into geniuses. Such an idea was ridiculous, but after seeing those terrifying training methods, Sakayanagi had to admit that such hellish cultivation could indeed create individuals who were not inferior to geniuses, and even surpass them in some aspects. Yet, deep down, she was filled with contempt for these people. To surpass a genius through acquired effort was simply like a fool's dream. However, calling them the natural enemies of a genius like Sakayanagi was an overstatement. Because they didn't have that qualification. As a born genius, she greatly looked down on these man-made, fake geniuses, believing that even if the best among them could become excellent individuals, they would not be her match. Therefore, her feelings towards these people were more of pity than hostility. She pitied them for losing their parents' care from birth, enduring inhumane torment here, and eventually becoming neither human nor ghost. Amane, however, was different from these people. As a natural darling like Sakayanagi, Amane's talent was even far superior to Sakayanagi Arisu's. And it wasn't just intellectual talent, it was more about an innate athletic talent that Sakayanagi Arisu could never hope to match. So much so that from a very young age, she heard her father mention Amane more than once. Since Amane was a genius, Sakayanagi was naturally interested in competing with her. After all, there were differences even among geniuses. Her wish was quickly granted. The first time she met Amane was when she was 7 years old. It was purely by chance when her father visited a friend. She still remembered it was a snowy winter day. Her father stood at the door for a full hour before being invited inside. As soon as they entered, her father bent at the waist, following behind a butler-like figure, constantly moving through the corridors. When had the Sakayanagi family, a prominent name in the education world, ever been so obsequious? Sakayanagi Arisu was displeased with her father's attitude, but she also knew that her father had met his own father, and was now asking for a favor. So, even if the other party asked her father to kneel at the door, he would probably agree to such a condition. Because his father was facing a life-or-death threat. She naturally couldn't interject in adult conversations. While waiting in the courtyard, she met Amane. She was clearly a cute girl, yet she stood alone, coldly, in the courtyard. The swirling snowflakes were blocked outside. Inside, all she felt was a constant temperature and the fragrant scent of flowers and plants. Before coming, she had inquired about Amane's situation. She herself was already in elementary school, but Amane was still receiving elite education arranged by her father at home. Amane's father was collaborating with that man with the sinister eyes whom she deeply disliked. That man wanted to turn ordinary people into geniuses, or even surpass them, through acquired education. Amane's father, on the other hand, wanted to use acquired effort to make geniuses into beings who transcended mortals. To put it simply, her incompetent father hoped that his daughter could become an omnipotent god admired by all. It sounded completely like an unrealistic pipe dream. But Amane's father regarded this as his lifelong pursuit. Even Sakayanagi's father couldn't help but sigh over such a tragic matter. Ordinary people could become geniuses through elite education. Then what about geniuses? What would a genius become after receiving so-called elite education? I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 142, Chapter 140, Kill Her. The answer was a machine. Yes, that was her first impression of Amane. Amane stood there silently, her expressionless face a stark contrast to the chirping birds around her. This led Sakayanagi Arisu to even mistakenly believe she was just a machine doll. She even pinched Amane's cheek, and although Amane remained silent at the time, Sakayanagi recognized that she was a living girl. The taciturn, icy lowly back then was a world apart from her expressive self now. She still remembered the first word Amane said to her. Who? That was the first thing Amane said when she looked at Sakayanagi after her cheek was pinched. Even though she was in a temperature-controlled courtyard, surrounded by birdsong and fragrant flowers, with vibrant greenery everywhere she looked. Yet, she felt as if everything around her, including the temperature, had been stripped away in an instant. As if she were standing naked in a world of ice and snow. That feeling left Sakayanagi Arisu unforgettable to this day. Who? Amane repeated the simple, monotonous word. Sakayanagi thought for a long time before realizing that Amane should be asking for Sakayanagi's name. My name is Sakayanagi Arisu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Miyako Amane. Amane said coldly and then intended to turn and leave. Just as Amane passed by her, Sakayanagi, as if possessed, reached out her hand. Amane looked at Sakayanagi Arisu with confusion. I want to be friends with you. No need. She was bluntly rejected by Amane. Sakayanagi felt a little disappointed. Usually, she was the one rejecting others, but today she was rejected by Amane. Just as Amane was about to leave, a maid came and told Amane that guests were being received in the living room, and her father wanted her to interact more with Sakayanagi Arisu. From the maid's unfriendly gaze, Sakayanagi Arisu clearly understood the implied meaning. Her reputation sometimes brought trouble upon herself. But no matter what kind of competition, as long as it wasn't physical, Sakayanagi Arisu had never feared anyone. However, Amane's next words left her completely stunned. Should I kill her? No, Miss Amane. Please, absolutely do not do that, otherwise, it will cause considerable trouble. Grandpa will handle it, won't he? Although that's true, but please try to communicate with the other party using non-physical methods. The maid was forced to reveal her intentions in front of Sakayanagi Arisu. This could completely be described as showing her true colors. However, Sakayanagi Arisu was still immersed in Amane's initial words about killing. I understand. After the maid left, fearing that Amane might misunderstand something, she specifically prepared various chess pieces to facilitate a competition between the two. They should be able to finish their discussions by the time a game of chess was over. Choose. Amane still pointed at the chess pieces coldly. Sakayanagi Arisu unceremoniously chose international chess. She originally thought this would be a long battle. But to her utter surprise, Amane won 3 consecutive games in a short amount of time. This completely extinguished the temper of Sakayanagi Arisu, who had always prided herself on her chess skills. However, compared to losing the game, she was more curious about Amane's words. You said you would kill me, that was a joke, right? I was serious. Amane's fingers gently stroked the king chess piece, and a cruel smile, unbefitting her age, appeared on her face. This was the beginning of what Sakayanagi Arisu later called a fated, ill-fated relationship. Hey. Arisu, are you asleep? When Sakayanagi came back to her senses, a large face was pressed against hers. Her wide, purple eyes looked watery. Very captivating. But Sakayanagi was startled. Why are you so close? Sakayanagi pushed Amane away with a look of disgust. I just saw you spacing out. Amane stood up, dusted off her uniform, and then extended her hand to Sakayanagi Arisu. Sakayanagi gently took Amane's fingertips. A strong hand then pulled Sakayanagi's light body up. What about me? Kiryuin saw Amane helping Sakayanagi up. She, who was already halfway up, lay back down and looked at Amane with anticipation. Get up yourself. Tisk. Kiryuin pouted and stood up on her own. Now, the question was how to clean up the mess. What do we do now? Kitakuin was knocked out by you. Hashimoto and Morishige are probably in dire straits too. How do you plan to handle this? Sakayanagi looked at Kita Hayato, who was lying motionless on the ground, feeling quite speechless. He was supposed to be Class A's strongest fighter, yet he was utterly dominated by Amane. It was truly too unsightly. Can't we just wake them up? Amane asked tentatively. Sakayanagi glared at her in response. Do you think you can just wake them up by saying so? I didn't use much strength. What kind of look is that? I was very gentle. Hey. Aren't we friends? Trust me. Amane seemed to want to prove that she hadn't used much force, so she picked up the broom she had just used to knock out Kita Hayato, to show that she hadn't used much force. But embarrassingly, the moment she picked up the broom, the handle broke into 2 pieces. Ah, that was an accident. Kitakuin, wake up. Kitakuin, don't die. Kitakuin. Seeing Amane busy trying to wake Kitu, Sakayanagi Arisu felt a headache coming on. She regretted setting up this whole scheme. Originally, her idea was for the aloof Amane to find the clue and then say, a guessing game. Humph, just what I wanted. But who knew that the current Amane would just use a hand chop on anyone she saw? If a hand chop didn't knock them out, she'd immediately resort to a broom. It was so simple and crude. This made Sakayanagi look like an idiot. Speaking of which, I enrolled first. What exactly did she go through in that last year? Didn't she live at your house? How did she end up like this? Kiryuin still couldn't accept that the slightly goofy idiot in front of her was the Miyako Amane she once knew, who was so high and mighty in her eyes. Ahem, I just taught her some adult knowledge. You're quite bold. It's all right. While the two were still chatting, Amane finally used ancient physical care to wake Kitu. What happened? My neck hurts so much. It's good that your neck hurts. I mean, maybe you slept too long and got a stiff neck. Kitu was stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. It did feel like a stiff neck. But when he saw Sakayanagi's speechless expression, he finally remembered his task for the day. You're not. The game is over. Call Morishige and Hashimoto over. Sakayanagi Arisu said, leaning on her cane, as she approached Kitu. It's over. I understand. Are you alright staying on the rooftop alone? Kitu Hayato looked at Sakayanagi Arisu with concern. He clearly didn't consider Kiryuin, who was beside them, as a combatant. But who knew that Sakayanagi Arisu's face would suddenly turn red? Alright. There's no way it would be alright. Amane would definitely take advantage of her. Definitely. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 143, Chapter 141, Come back with me tonight. I'd better go with Kitakuen. Sakayanagi, afraid that Amane would openly take advantage of her when no one else was around, quickly agreed to Kitu's suggestion to go with him to find the remaining classmates. Then I'll go too. Amane smiled and leaned closer again. But Sakayanagi immediately pushed her away with her cane. The practiced movement showed that Sakayanagi had a lot of experience in this area. Then I won't go. I'm feeling a bit sleepy, so I'll head back to the dorm. Kiryuin felt the cool sensation under her skirt and couldn't help but want to retreat. If a boy saw her, her reputation would be ruined, and everyone would say that Kiryuin was an absolute pervert and deviant. This was all Amane's fault. There's nothing we can do about it, Fuka. You can go back first. Sakayanagi didn't have any objections. After all, it was getting late, and if Kiryuin was sleepy, it was understandable for her to go back and rest early. Eh? Fuka, aren't you coming with us? Amane showed a devilish smile. I won't, she felt a cool touch gently pat her buttocks. Fuka, you wouldn't want others to know about your current state, would you? Amane whispered devilish words into Kiryuin's ear. Kiryuin's entire body tensed up. I'll go, alright. That's the spirit. Amane said, then happily ran to the front to lead the way for everyone. Before long, they found Hashimoto, who had been knocked out by a hand chop. After a series of physical forced reboots by Amane, Hashimoto slowly regained consciousness. Seeing that Hashimoto could still regain consciousness, Amane breathed a slight sigh of relief. Next was Morishige in the locker. It was only then that Amane realized a problem. Eh? Don't any of you have keys? Amane had locked the locker to scare Morishige. She originally thought there must be a key, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to open the locker door. Is there a possibility that the person holding the key is locked inside by you? Kiryuin rubbed her forehead helplessly. Only one person entered this classroom, so it should be that person who had the key. Is that so? Amane showed a surprised expression. Are you an idiot? Kiryuin gave Amane an exasperated look. Woo-woo, Fuka called me an idiot. Arisu, only you are the best. Amane pounced into Sakayanagi's arms and rubbed against her for a long time. Even though she knew Amane was fooling around, Sakayanagi enjoyed Amane's intimate actions with her. However, in the next second, Sakayanagi realized what it meant to be playing with fire and that Amane was beautiful, but she just had to open her mouth. Tisk, so small, no feeling at all when rubbing against it. Amane left Sakayanagi with a look of disdain. Ha ha ha, no, I can't, Arisu ha 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 ha, I knew it. Kiryuin dramatically covered her stomach and burst out laughing. Knew what? Sakayanagi looked at Kiryuin with a dark expression. Nothing. Kiryuin immediately put on a serious expression. As if someone else had been laughing just now. Since you locked it, Amane, you have to solve it. Remember, you can't damage the locker lock, okay? Sakayanagi deliberately gave Amane a difficult problem. She wanted to see if the current Amane could open the locker without damaging the lock. If I can open it, what reward will you give me, Arisu? Amane licked her lips. It had to be said that Amane making such a mature expression looked incredibly lewd, which was probably related to her overly developed body. Still wanting a reward. You're the one who locked the locker. Sakayanagi heard Amane trying to take advantage of the situation and demand benefits, and couldn't help but puff out her cheeks in anger. She had never seen such a thick-skinned person. Today, she had truly gotten to know this fellow again. I locked it, yes, but I don't guarantee opening it. Besides, you all wanted to scare me, which is why I'm here, isn't it? Amane snorted, her purple eyes narrowing slightly. giving off a dangerous feeling. What do you want? Arisu, let's sleep together tonight. It's been a long time since I slept with Arisu. If you say that, I'll call the security department. Then a kiss is fine, right? You're not a first kiss anymore anyway. Amane even dared to bring that up. You bastard, how dare you even mention it? Whose fault is it that I lost my first kiss? Sakayanagi's eyes widened. Ahem, the moon looks nice tonight. Amane turned her head away, trying to whistle, but no sound came out after a long while. What an idiot. Kiryuin tapped Amane's head with the back of her finger. Arisu is shy, if you can open that locker for me, how about I spend the night with you, Junior? Kiryuin pinched Amane's chin, then leaned in for a kiss. Sakayanagi, Kitu, and Hashimoto, who were standing by, were all dumbfounded. What was happening? Hee, leave it to me. The cowlick on Amane's head bounced around, showing her high motivation. Amane looked at the ground for a long time, picked up a paperclip, straightened it with force, and then, in just 3 short seconds, Amane picked the lock of the storage locker. Why do you even know how to pick locks? Sakayanagi was a bit surprised. Did the Miyako family require their children to learn skills like lockpicking? My teacher taught me this, saying it might be useful if I ever got kidnapped. But after all these years, no one has ever kidnapped me, so it's a shame it's never been put to use. Amane opened the locker with a regretful expression and handed the fainted Morishige to Kitu to look after. Don't feel regretful about not being kidnapped. Speaking of which, if someone kidnapped you, wouldn't that cause huge problems? Kiryuin couldn't stand Amane's strange thoughts anymore, so she started to complain. How much courage would it take to kidnap Amane? Even someone at their wits' end probably wouldn't dare to have such an idea about Amane, unless they wanted to suffer after death. And Amane, that idiot, actually felt regretful about not being kidnapped because she hadn't used a skill. Headache. How did she even grow up like this? Reward. Hey, are you listening to me? Reward. I know, come back with me tonight. Kiryuin sighed helplessly. Sure enough, Amane's mind is full of improper things. Sakayanagi had long seen through Amane's true nature. Don't think I don't know that Amane becoming like this is your doing. If you hadn't taught her adult things, would she have turned out like this? Kiryuin rolled her eyes at Sakayanagi. I didn't know she'd turn out like this. I just thought it was too boring to have a poker face all day, so I wanted to see the young lady's fallen appearance. But now it seems, she's fallen a bit too fast. Sakayanagi glanced at Amane with a guilty conscience. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 144, Chapter 142, I'll dote on you next time. Just as the group was about to leave, Hashimoto suddenly remembered something. Sakayanagi, what about the things in the room next door? We can't just leave them all here, can we? Hearing Hashimoto's reminder, Sakayanagi remembered that she had also set up some small props to prank Amane in the next room. Unfortunately, none of them had been used. We should take them back. Someone might get very angry if they're pranked. Prank? Are they prepared for me? Amane's eyes sparkled. Yes, I originally thought I could give you some small surprises, but now it seems it was all for naught, and it cost me quite a few points. What a shame. Sakayanagi said, pushing open the door to the adjacent laboratory. Inside, the desks were covered with many strange props. Amane immediately spotted a beautifully wrapped gift box, adorned with a pink ribbon. Can I open it? Amane pointed at the gift box with a hopeful expression. If you want to open it, go ahead. Sakayanagi shrugged. Since the prank had failed, it didn't matter if Amane opened it. Arisu, the prank prop you prepared is too old-fashioned, isn't it? Would anyone really fall for it? Kiryuin recognized it at a glance as a boxing gift box used to prank people when they were children. When opened, boxing gloves would hit the face of the person unwrapping the gift. This was already a widely known prank prop, and Amane wasn't an idiot, so how could she fall for it? If it were anyone else, I'd also find this prop a bit ridiculous, but if it's Amane, it might be very effective, you know. Sakayanagi Arisu had great confidence in her judgment. What a joke, Amane, no matter how stupid she is, couldn't possibly fall for it with a warning, could she? Although Kiryuin always called Amane an idiot, deep down she believed Amane wasn't someone who would easily fall for tricks. But the very next second after Kiryuin's words fell. Bang. A boxing glove hit Amane's face. Woo-woo, Arisu, Fuka. Amane pointed tearfully at her red, swollen face. Sakayanagi shrugged. See, I told you. Sakayanagi walked over to Amane, rubbed Amane's face, and then picked up some beef jerky from the table and offered it to Amane. Have a piece of beef jerky. Amane took the beef jerky, tore open the packaging, and put it in her mouth, chewing. This beef is a bit tough, it tastes better than the premium beef we usually eat at home, but why can't I chew it up? Amane chewed with some difficulty. Logically, beef shouldn't be this tough. Kiryuin was completely speechless. Is there a possibility that you're eating a teething toy? Huh. Amane froze, a look of despair on her face. This immediately drew a light chuckle from Sakayanagi. By the time they parted, it was almost 10 o'clock. Amane followed Kiryuin to her dorm room. The room, with a base of silver gray and sky blue, looked full of futuristic flair. The first thing Amane did upon entering was to throw herself onto the soft blue bed and roll around. Do you want something to eat? Kiryuin asked casually. Fuka, can you cook? Amane asked tentatively. Cooking is too difficult for me. I knew it. Creak, creak. Kiryuin looked at Amane through gritted teeth. Forget it, I can't afford to provoke her, so I'll endure it. Kiryuin rummaged through her refrigerator and only found a bowl of instant bento, which was almost expired, so she simply fed it to Amane. After dinner, Amane, tired from the day, lay on the floor motionless. Fearing she might catch a cold, Kiryuin even had to get her a blanket. Speaking of which, how did you force Morishige into that state? Kiryuin was curious how Amane managed to scare a boy unconscious. I used a recording of you walking in the hallway, then I used the tips of a few paper clips to continuously scratch the back of the locker, occasionally screaming a few times and punching the top of the locker. Then there was no more movement inside. Amane said it very nonchalantly. But Kiryuin's face turned pale after imagining the scene at the time. Morishige was first locked in the locker and then subjected to such inhumane torture. If it were her, she might also be scared to the point of collapse. Then how did you crawl on the ground? Kiryuin was most concerned about this, because she had fainted after seeing Amane's bizarre posture. So she wanted to know how Amane managed such strange movements. Is it like this? My body is very soft, you know. Amane demonstrated again. Indeed. Amane's body was softer than expected, and the feeling of touching it. Fuka. Memur, you're too impatient, at least wait until I take off. Amane's face flushed slightly. Kiryuin then realized that her hands were unconsciously. It's not like that. I'm not interested in girls. I like boys. Kiryuin argued loudly. I understand, I understand. What do you understand? Kiryuin withdrew her hand in annoyance. But a hint of embarrassment appeared on her face. The feeling just now, so comfortable. Is this what a girl's body feels like? But why didn't she feel this way when she touched herself? How strange. Fuka, do you have a charger here? On the nightstand. Amane crawled onto the bed and plugged in the charger. Because she had been playing the recording continuously, Amane's phone had died early. The moment she turned it on. 99 missed calls. The missed calls were from Horikita Suzune. Oh no. Amane suddenly remembered that she had promised Horikita she would be back for dinner. What's wrong? Kiryuin had just looked up when she felt a gust of wind blow past her. Amane quickly put on her shoes and opened the door. I'll grace you with my presence next time. I'm off now. With that, Amane slammed the door shut. Kiryuin was left blinking, looking bewildered. What do you mean, I'll grace you with my presence next time? Miyako Amane, you scoundrel. Kiryuin's face flushed red as she roared. At this moment, Amane was completely unaware of Kiryuin's roar. Too late to take the elevator, she ran directly down the stairs to Horikita's room. After taking a deep breath, she took out her key and opened the door. I'm home. Inside the room, Horikita Suzune first saw a single cowlick enter through the door. After a few seconds, a pair of legs wearing black over-the-knee socks followed. Finally, Amane's grinning face appeared. Oh, so you still remember how to come back, huh? Horikita Suzune casually picked up a magazine nearby and slowly rolled it up. Well, some minor things happened, so I was delayed a bit. Amane composed herself, took off her shoes, and walked over to Horikita Suzune. The next second. Horikita Suzune sniffed Amane's body. Delayed? Does that mean you have the scent of two different girls on you? Horikita Suzune tapped the rolled-up magazine against her palm, making rhythmic thudding sounds. Amane was completely dumbfounded at this point. Horikita just sniffed and knew that two girls had been close to her. When did she learn such a skill? How was she going to mess around in the future? I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 145, Chapter 143, Shiraha's Confession Plan. Good morning, classmate Ichinos. Hearing a familiar voice from behind, Ichinos turned around and greeted Shiraha with a smile. Good morning, Shiraha-san. Seeing Ichino smile at her, Shiraha was very happy. Unfortunately, Ichino's smile only lasted a few short seconds in front of her eyes. Ichino's then turned around again and repeated the same gesture with other people. It turned out that smile wasn't exclusive to her. Shiraha Chihiro's smile slowly began to fade. She should have known this long ago. Classmate Ichino's is so gentle with everyone. But, she always couldn't help but want to monopolize classmate Ichino's gentleness, wanting to be doted on by classmate Ichino's. However, perhaps this was just her fantasy. Could classmate Ichino's really accept her? Shiraha Chihiro lowered her head in dejection. Three boys watching Shiraha from a distance exchanged glances, their faces showing malicious expressions. At this moment, Shiraha Chihiro was not yet aware that she had been targeted again. Shiraha mustered her courage and wrote a letter to Ichino's. It was a letter full of love. Hesitating over the signature, Shiraha finally decided to write her full name. As long as I'm with classmate Ichino's, she'll only show that adorable smile to me, right? Ah, it sounds so embarrassing. Shiraha felt the temperature of her cheeks rapidly rising. To cheer herself up, Shiraha forcefully patted her cheeks. Then, while Ichino's was still chatting with her classmates from Class B, she quietly slipped the confession letter into Ichino's shoe locker. Ichino's didn't have the habit of bringing a bento, so she would definitely go to the cafeteria for lunch, which meant, by noon at the latest, Ichino's would receive her affection. Would she accept her love? Or would she refuse? Classmate Ichino's is so gentle, she shouldn't make anyone sad, so she'll definitely accept, right? Shiraha kept trying to encourage herself. As if doing so would make Ichino's accept her confession. Noon. Amane, who was enjoying being fed by Suzune on the rooftop, suddenly received a call from Ichino's. Ichino's actually called her. In her impression, after she and Ichino's became friends, they hadn't chatted much. Why would Ichino's choose to call her at this time? Amane first glanced at Suzune opposite her. Horikita glanced at the screen and put the pork chop that was being sent to Amane's mouth into her own mouth. If you want to answer, go ahead. I'm not that petty. Amane gave Horikita a meaningful look. Why are you looking at me? If you hesitate any longer, she might hang up. A call at this time might be to invite you to lunch. You know how to answer, right? Horikita Suzune pointed to the bento she had personally made. Amane immediately nodded rapidly. Don't worry, leave it to me. Horikita Suzune saw that Amane had given her assurance, then nodded, silently picked up the bento, took out a rice ball, and bit into it in small mouthfuls. Hello. Hello. Is this Amane? Ichino's tone seemed a little anxious. It seemed something urgent had happened. It's me. Hanami, have you encountered anything? In Amane's opinion, if Ichino's encountered trouble, there were many people she could ask for help, such as Hashinomiya-sensei, or President Horikita Manabu. These were all people capable of helping Ichino's resolve most things that happened at school. Yet Ichino's sought Amane's help. This could only mean that she might have encountered a thorny problem, such as a problem that only Amane could handle. Amane's first reaction was that Ichino's was being followed or something similar. Amane, is it convenient for you to talk there? Even with Ichino's urgent tone, she still asked if it was convenient for Amane at this moment. This suggested that the problem Ichino's encountered was likely the most sensitive kind. That is, a matter involving personal privacy. Amane glanced at Horikita, who had stopped eating her rice ball. It's convenient for me here. Because Amane hesitated for about 1 to 2 seconds. Ichino's on the other end of the phone obviously realized something. If two people who are good friends are together, and one of them is asked, is it convenient for you to talk now? That person must answer that it is convenient, no matter what. Even if that person already knows the other party wants to talk about private topics, when it comes to the privacy of others versus showing distrust in front of a good friend, most people know how to choose. Ichino's also realized that Amane's current environment was clearly not convenient for talking, so she could only try to invite her out. It's like this, I happen to have some free time today and wanted to treat you to lunch, Amane. Is now a good time? Oh no. Amane's heart sank. She knew that Ichino's had noticed someone was with her, so she was trying to invite her out to talk this way. But the reason was specifically for a meal. Just now, Horikita Suzune had hinted that if she didn't eat her bento today, she would suffer terribly. Amane's stomach twitched slightly, and she could only look towards Horikita Suzune. Horikita sighed, took out her phone, and typed, "Go ahead." It would be very easy for her to keep Amane there. However, Horikita also knew that Amane was different from her. Even with Amane's strong attitude within the class, which had caused some dissatisfaction, she always found a way to maintain good relationships with certain people. Amane's social circle was no smaller than Kushida's or Karuizawa's. It was just that Amane usually stayed in the dorm with Horikita, which created the illusion that her social circle consisted of only a few people. So, making Amane become just like herself. It would be better to let her interact with more people, that way, Amane might also be happier. Are you eating? I haven't eaten yet, where are you? I'll come find you right away. Upon hearing Horikita agree, Amane immediately happily arranged a meeting place with Ichinos. After they hung up, Amane immediately pecked Horikita on the cheek. Then I'm off. Before I change my mind, disappear from my sight. Horikita Suzune stuffed a piece of fish into Amane's mouth, then waved her hand, signaling her to leave quickly. Amane smiled and quickly jogged away from the rooftop. Listening to her footsteps gradually fade away. Horikita Suzune picked up a rice ball and, imitating Amane, stuffed it whole into her mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Unfortunately, she didn't have Amane's natural talent and was immediately choked, unable to breathe. She poured a cupful of miso soup from Amane's thermos, which helped her swallow the rice ball. Damn it, I'm regretting it a little. Horikita Suzune gave a self-deprecating laugh. Just a minute ago, she had feigned generosity, telling Amane to leave quickly. How long had it been, and she was already regretting it? Horikita Suzune, without Amane, you're still that lonely person, aren't you? Horikita mumbled to herself, her face full of self-mockery. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 146, Chapter 144, Confession. In an open space not far from the second sports field, Ichino's Hanami was pacing back and forth anxiously. It wasn't until she heard the sound of rapid footsteps that her somewhat uneasy heart finally calmed down. Because she saw that familiar figure. Amane, you're finally here. Ichinos quickly stepped forward and greeted Amane. What's so urgent that you needed to secretly ask me out? Although Amane had run a considerable distance, her breathing was very steady, not at all like the breathless state she was in when she ran with Horikita. This showed that she was only pretending to be weak because she wanted a lap pillow. Look at this. Ichinos showed a troubled expression, and finally simply handed a letter directly to Amane. Clearly, Ichinos also didn't know how to describe what had happened this time. Amane took the letter and looked at it. Heh. It looked like a love letter. Damn it. Was Ichinos planning to show off the love letter someone gave her? You scared me, I thought something had happened to you. Isn't a love letter a good thing? It means Hanami, your charm has captured someone's heart. Could it be that the person who wrote this letter is harassing you? Amane quickly thought of another possibility. Love always makes people lose their minds. There are always some extreme individuals who, with the extreme thought of, if I can't have it, no one else can, then do extreme things. If such a thing happened, it would indeed be quite troublesome. A gentle girl like Ichinos would have no way to protect herself. But Ichinos' expression was very subtle. Not really, Amane, look at the name of the sender. Ichinos seemed to have something difficult to say. Amane, prompted by Ichinos, glanced at the sender's name. Shiraha Chihiro. If I'm not mistaken. Shiraha-san is a girl, not a boy who looks like a girl, right? Amane asked hesitantly. Shiraha-san is definitely a girl, sigh. Shiraha-san said she would confess here at 1 o'clock, but I really don't know how to face Shiraha-san. Ichinos Hanami lowered her head, looking troubled. How to face her? Eat her, of course. In this day and age, there are still idiots who deliver themselves. Ahem, I mean, if you reject her, Shiraha-san will be very sad. Can you bear to see her cry? Most importantly, once the news that she confessed to you and was rejected gets out, she won't be able to survive in this school. Maybe. Amane leaned close to Ichinos' ear. Shiraha-san might suffer a mental breakdown due to public opinion and drop out because you rejected her, you know. Amane's words made Ichinos' face turn pale. Then I should accept her, right? But I've never been in a relationship, let alone with a girl. Ichinos started to speak incoherently. This showed how much impact this incident had on her. Amane looked at the time, there were less than 5 minutes left until the time Shiraha had written in the letter. If Ichinos couldn't make up her mind now, she might fall into an even longer period of indecision later. That depends on you. If you accept, there's no doubt that, from your current performance, you're not at all prepared for this. But if you reject her, you also have to face the potentially negative consequences that might follow, such as Shiraha turning love into hatred, targeting you, or retaliating against the class. You need to consider all such possibilities. Unlike ordinary people. As the leader of Class B, Ichinos also needed to consider the stability of her class. Shiraha-san shouldn't be that extreme, should she? Ichinos seemed to disbelieve that Shiraha would do such a terrible thing. She was rejected after confessing, and she confessed to a girl and was rejected, you know. Who knows what she might do? You can't just gamble on her being able to calmly accept being rejected, can you? Amane's words also made some sense. Ichino's felt her head beginning to throb. Why did she have to encounter something like this? Ichino's gaze turned to Amane beside her. What if you, Amane, encountered such a situation? Ichino's was somewhat curious how Amane would handle it if someone confessed to her. First, eat them up. Then keep the good-looking ones, and break up with the not-so-good-looking ones. Ah. Amane's words completely stunned Ichino's. So classmate Amane was that kind of girl. But what counted as good-looking? Ichino's was curious, but she couldn't use other classmates as examples, and she knew very few classmates around Amane. So Ichino simply used herself as an example. Amane, what is your definition of good-looking? For example, do I count as good-looking? Ichino's was a little insecure. She thought her looks should be quite good. But looking at Amane, she always felt that she was still quite lacking in temperament. Amane's eyes lit up when she heard Ichino's question. If you, Hanami, confessed to me, you probably wouldn't be able to escape. Amane's frank words made Ichino's cheeks quickly flush. She should have known better than to use herself as an example. Classmate Amane was still a bit mischievous, but she was very reliable when it mattered. Just as Ichino's was still thinking about Amane, Shiraha's figure in the distance became clearly visible. It was then that Ichino suddenly remembered that she had been so engrossed in talking with Amane that she had forgotten the most crucial thing. Amane, what should I do? Just deal with it. I'm leaving. Don't go. Stay with me a little longer. I don't dare face Shiraha-san alone. While the two were still bickering, Shiraha Chihiro had already walked up to them. Classmate Miyako is here too. Are you looking for Ichino's for something? Shiraha became a little nervous when she saw Amane was also there. After all, she had heard a little about Amane's rumors. Her own level was simply no match for Amane. If Amane were to confess to Ichino's first, Ichino's might choose Amane, it's not impossible. I was just passing by here and happened to meet classmate Ichino's. Amane's words brought a smile to Shiraha's face. As long as Amane wasn't confessing to Ichino's, whether she was passing by or whatever didn't matter. However, there was still one situation. How could she get Amane to leave so she could confess to Ichino's? I told Amane everything. Ichino's, fearing that Amane would leave her alone, immediately chose to betray her teammate the moment she spoke. Amane glared at Ichino's, annoyed. Damn Hanami. She actually learned to betray her teammate. Eh? So, classmate Miyako knows about my feelings. Shiraha's face instantly turned bright red. She had never imagined that her intention to confess to Ichino's would actually be told to Amane by Ichino's. What should she do next? Shiraha gritted her teeth. It had come to this, no matter what happened, she couldn't back down now. I like classmate Ichino's. Please go out with me. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 147, Chapter 145, the one I like is Amane. I like classmate Ichino's. Please go out with me. Ichino's was dumbfounded by such a confession and couldn't help but cast a pleading look at Amane-san. Amane-san, meanwhile, hid to the side, lightly covering her mouth, waiting to watch the show. Shiraha-san, your confession is a bit sudden, I haven't mentally prepared myself yet. Only half an hour had passed from receiving the confession letter until now. Ichino's felt that deciding on such a major life event as dating in such a short time was a bit rushed. Classmate Ichino's, do you dislike me? Shiraha-san didn't choose to badger her about whether to accept, instead opting for a roundabout approach. How could I? I don't dislike classmate Shiraha. Then, Ichino's, if you don't dislike me, can I assume you've accepted my confession? Only then did Ichino's realize she had been taken advantage of. Although there were many reasons to refute Shiraha-san. The options of not liking and hating were all unavailable. In this situation, trying to refuse while not disliking would inevitably make her feel guilty and unable to speak up. I think we might not be suitable. I don't mean that classmate Shiraha is bad or anything, but I currently have no plans to date anyone. Ichino's clutched at this like a lifeline. Sure enough, this answer made Shiraha-san pause. But at the previous gathering, didn't Ichino's say she hoped to date someone she liked at school? Is Ichino's deceiving everyone? Shiraha-san's questioning gaze grew sharper. Especially the word deceiving made Ichino's flustered. She tried hard to recall the circumstances under which she would have said such a thing, and after a moment, she remembered that when they were discussing relationships, she had indeed said she wanted to find someone she liked to date. It's over. Ichinos hadn't expected Shiraha-san to still remember something from so long ago. I haven't deceived anyone, it's just. Ichinos again looked to Amane-san for help. Amane-san, who was enjoying the drama from the side, ignored Ichinos' pleading gaze. Seeing that Amane-san really wasn't going to help, Ichinos had to figure out a way herself, searching for a method to refuse her confession without hurting Shiraha-san. Classmate Ichinos, do you like me? Shiraha-san directly asked the crucial question. This question could actually end the confession quite easily if she was firm in her attitude. But Ichinos had already given up the right to use all negative words from the start. Meaning her answer could only go two ways. One was liking, but answering this way would undoubtedly lead her into a trap, and the only outcome would be accepting the confession, otherwise, it would be impossible to end it perfectly. The other answer was to emphasize that she didn't dislike her, which was to avoid the topic of whether she liked her and play Tai Chi with the other person. Someone with a bit of insight would understand Ichinos' attitude and thus end the confession. But for someone who had made up their mind, not even a sliver of an opportunity would be let go. Which would Ichinos choose? I don't dislike classmate Shiraha, but I think our relationship as classmates would be easier to maintain. Ichinos spoke very clearly and politely. If it ended like this, it seemed acceptable. However, Ichinos clearly hadn't anticipated that Shiraha-san was the type of person who wouldn't give up until she hit a wall. But we haven't even dated yet, Ichinos, how do you know that kind of relationship wouldn't be better than now? Shall we try it? If Ichinos can't adapt then, couldn't we just break up? Shiraha-san placed her hands on Ichinos' arms, looking at her with a pleading expression. Amane-san on the side took out her phone and quickly recorded Shiraha-san's confession. Seeing that the confession encountered obstacles, she tried to dilute the concept of dating and blur it into an attempt by two people. It sounded like a good suggestion, to try being together first and break up if it didn't work out, if one thought that way. Then congratulations, you've already fallen into the trap. Because the moment you agree to try, the meaning of dating has already been achieved. As for breaking up if it doesn't work out, isn't that just breaking up? It's just a more easily accepted way of saying it. So, would Ichinos agree to Shiraha-san? Initially, Ichinos' heart fluttered when she heard Shiraha-san's suggestion, but after she regained some rationality, she immediately realized that this was no different from dating, and she hesitated for a moment. I'm sorry, I can't reciprocate, classmate Shiraha. Ichinos ultimately chose to reject Shiraha-san. Shiraha-san, despite being mentally prepared, still couldn't help but shed tears the moment Ichinos refused. Why? Why do you refuse me, Ichinos, when you don't dislike me? Do you know how sad I am? Even if you just give me a reason to refuse me. Watching tears continuously stream down Shiraha-san's cheeks, Ichinos was at a loss for what to do. If she didn't give Shiraha-san a reason, classmate Shiraha would probably not give up, coupled with the terrifying analysis Amane-san had given her earlier. Ichinos took a deep breath and looked towards Amane-san. At this moment, Amane-san was still waiting for the confession to conclude. She completely failed to notice the hint of apology in Ichinos' gaze towards her. I'm sorry, Amane-san, I'm afraid only this explanation will make classmate Shiraha give up. Because I like Amane-san, it's impossible for me to date classmate Shiraha, you understand that, right, classmate Shiraha? Ichinos said loudly. Eh? Why am I being dragged into this? Ichinos, you like classmate Amane? Amane-san and Shiraha-san looked at each other in shock. Amane-san was even more dumbfounded, she was just watching the drama, and Ichinos directly threw the blame on her. This was completely undeserved trouble. Wait, classmate Shiraha, let me explain. Seeing Shiraha-san's gaze at her turn strange, Amane-san quickly intended to explain. No need to explain, I understand everything. What do you understand? Amane-san felt a bit dizzy. If Ichinos' words today reached Suzune's ears, she would probably have to pack her bags and be kicked out by Suzune to live in a different dorm again. No wonder Ichinos rejected my confession, it turns out she fell for classmate Amane. If it were anyone else, I might still be unconvinced, but classmate Amane. But Amane, don't get too smug. I will snatch classmate Ichinos back one day. Shiraha-san declared war loudly to Amane-san with a serious expression. Amane-san silently pressed Ichinos, who was beside her, and pushed her in front of Shiraha-san. I'm giving her to you now, do you want her? If you do, take her away quickly. I can't do that, I don't need my love rival's pity. I will snatch Ichinos back from you with my own hands. After saying that, Shiraha-san turned around and gave Ichinos a deep, affectionate look. Wait for me, Ichinos, I'll do my best. Oh, okay, good luck then. Ichinos no longer knew what she was saying. Apparently, things were a tiny bit different from what she had imagined. But, it should be fine, right? I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 148, Chapter 146, Physical Compensation. It seems like everything has been perfectly resolved, thanks to Amane-san's help. If there's nothing else, I'll just... Ichino's, with a smile on her face, intended to leave, but was stopped by Amane-san. I didn't realize, Hanami, you liked me. Amane-san's ambiguous gaze scrutinized Ichino's. It had to be said that Ichino's figure was quite impressive, and most importantly, her face was very cute. Amane-san had always wanted to find an opportunity to pinch her cheeks, but unfortunately, she never had the chance. Now that Ichino's had conveniently come over, she felt it would be a huge loss not to tease her a bit. This was just to reject classmate Shiraha, you know. How about I treat classmate Amane to bubble tea? As an apology. Ichino's awkwardly offered to treat Amane-san to bubble tea as compensation. You think 1 cup of bubble tea can bribe me? Hanami, you underestimate me too much. Amane-san rubbed her hands, eyeing Ichino's body with mischievous intent. Then what kind of compensation do you want, Amane? Ichino's covered her chest, somewhat warily putting some distance between herself and Amane-san. Of course, I want Hanami, you. No, we can't do such a thing, and besides, with classmate Amane, you. Selfie. Ichino's took a full 3 minutes to recover. Selfie. Amane, do you mean you want my picture? Ichino's repeatedly confirmed with Amane-san. She was afraid that Amane-san's intention wasn't just to get a photo. That's right, I just want Hanami, your selfie. Hanami, your reaction is very strange, you know. Amane-san's teasing gaze made Ichino's face flush crimson. I thought Amane, you wanted to. Oh, how about I send you the selfie tonight, Amane? Right now, Ichino's just wanted to escape this place quickly. Unlike Shiraha-san, who liked to be direct. Amane-san was extremely skilled at playing cat and mouse, and after a few rounds, Ichino's was already red-faced and eager to leave. I want it now, preferably in a gym uniform or swimsuit. Seeing that Amane-san was still making demands. Ichino's originally wanted to haggle, but then she remembered that she had just used Amane-san as a shield, so it didn't seem too much for the other party to make a few demands. Alright, but I need to go to the changing room to change first. I'll go with you. The reason Ichino's agreed to Amane-san was that she also realized that her casual remark, while making Amane-san take the blame, also put her in Amane-san's debt. If it were a classmate, it would be fine, but if she rashly incurred a favor from someone in another class, Ichino's judged that if there was a way to repay it, it would be better to do so as soon as possible. After all, as a member of the student council, if Amane were to use that favor in the future to ask her to help with something that violated school rules and principles, it might be difficult for her. If she refused to help, it would affect their relationship, so considering both fairness and friendship, it was necessary to repay such a favor as soon as possible. That's why Ichino's agreed to this request, which was slightly intrusive. First, let me say, if possible, I hope Amane you won't spread these photos of me casually. At least don't let people recognize me, or I'll die of embarrassment. Ichino's reminded her, a little uneasy. Even though they were normal photos of her in sports clothes, if they were to spread, she could imagine some people looking at her strangely. Don't worry, I wouldn't share such a beautiful Hanami with anyone else. Amane's words made Ichino's shyly turn her head away. I'm not that pretty. Being praised so directly by Amane for her looks made Ichino's, who was originally a little confident in her appearance, blush crimson. You look good even when you're shy. Amane gave Ichino's a thumbs up. You're annoying, Amane. If you keep this up, I won't let you take pictures. Ichino's feigned anger, which finally made Amane stop teasing her. But Ichino's quickly discovered a new problem. Amane was actually staring at her from behind. Amane, I'm going to change. I know. This isn't a matter of knowing or not knowing. Amane, could you wait for me outside the door for a moment? I'm still a bit shy. Ichino's even used the excuse of being shy. Even Amane could only scratch her cheek. Alright, what a shame. What are you regretting? Ichino's felt a little tired. She always felt like she kept encountering strange people at this school. Just as Ichino's was changing, she suddenly looked back alertly. The wardrobe next to her seemed normal. But a white cowlick was stuck outside the door. Amane was peeking. Ichino's originally wanted to angrily pull Amane out. But on second thought, if she exposed her like this, Amane might lose face. Anyway, they were both girls, so there was nothing to hide. Ichino's continued to change her clothes. Amane, who had originally thought Ichino's figure was quite good, had her eyes blinded by a pair of creamy white snow-like breasts the next second. This size seemed to be quite a bit larger than hers. It must feel very comfortable to touch. I mean, it must be very strenuous to run with, it's really hard for her, so I should definitely have a good chat with her when I have time. However, the shape was a bit too erotic. Amane looked for a few minutes before hastily averting her gaze. She was afraid that if she looked any longer, she wouldn't be able to control herself. Ichino's put on a white tracksuit and blue form-fitting sports pants, a perfect standard outfit for physical education. Then she deliberately left the room first, giving Amane a chance to come out. I feel a bit ashamed like this. It's fine, you'll get used to it. Get used to it. Ichino's blinked, seemingly not understanding Amane's meaning. Put your hands behind your head, I'll tie your hands, don't worry, I won't use force, okay, move your leg this way a bit, lift your hips up, yes, just like that. Click, 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 click. Ichino stared blankly at Amane's incredibly fast hand speed, as if she was pressing the shutter button so hard it would spark. Wait, Amane, didn't we agree on just one picture? Ichino's asked in a panic. I didn't say it was just one, how about 100 to start? No. Absolutely not. I heard the millefeuille mousse cake at the bakery is delicious lately, I can treat you. Ichino's resistance paused. If she remembered correctly, that seemed quite expensive, one costing nearly 10,000 points. It wasn't that Ichino's couldn't afford the cake. But such an expensive item seemed quite uneconomical to Ichino's, as it would be gone after eating. So, when she occasionally passed by, she would just crave it and then move on. I don't really like cake, and I need to lose weight lately, so. 2. Then strawberry it is. Hee, then let's change poses. However, what Ichino's didn't know was that these photos of her would spread in the school in another strange way, even causing a very enthusiastic craze. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 149, Chapter 147, is it New Year's Day? On the schoolyard after school. Perhaps because the weather hasn't been very good lately, many clubs had cancelled their activities. The schoolyard was deserted at this time, with only a few students who loved sports still sweating out their youth. But there are exceptions to everything. A girl named Shiraha Chihiro came to this schoolyard, which she wouldn't even glance at after school on normal days, just to vent. The unfortunate thing was that her physical fitness was too poor, even much worse than Amane, who deliberately slacked off. She was out of breath after just a few laps of jogging. Forced to leave the schoolyard. She originally thought exercise would make her a little happier, but later, she found out that wasn't the case. She wanted to run because she was feeling vexed. But in the end, not only did her vexation not decrease, but she also felt frustrated because of her lack of talent in physical fitness. Could she really defeat Amane and win back classmate Ichino's? Although she hadn't seen Amane's athletic ability, she easily dodged all of Ibuki's attacks just by relying on evasion. That miraculous scene was something Shiraha Chihiro would never forget. Hey! Don't you watch where you're going? An angry roar startled Shiraha Chihiro, who was lost in thought, back to reality. Although she didn't know what happened, the 3 boys in front of her all looked ferocious and seemed difficult to deal with. Shiraha Chihiro, who had no self-defense ability, immediately chose to bow her head and apologize. I'm very sorry. Seeing Shiraha bow her head and apologize, the 3 boys exchanged glances, a triumphant smile on their faces. Do you think blocking my way can be forgiven with just an apology? Blocking the way. Shiraha subconsciously looked around. She was currently on her way to the changing room. The corridor was very wide, and there would be no problem even if 4 or 5 people walked side by side. How could she be blocking the way? Before Shiraha could react, a hand pinched Shiraha's chin. Oh, this is my first time seeing such a cute girl. We're planning to go to karaoke. How about you come play with us, and we'll let this go? The leading boy arrogantly offered conditions that Shiraha could not possibly accept. Please don't do this, I've already apologized to you. If you continue like this, I'll call Hashinomiya-sensei. Shiraha suddenly stepped back, breaking free from his hand, and then loudly rebuked the 3 of them. But unexpectedly, the 3 of them exchanged glances and then burst out laughing, clutching their stomachs. Ha, little girl, are you trying to make me die of laughter? Hey, Komiya, Kondo, did you hear that? She actually said she's going to call the teacher. Ha, girls nowadays are really funny. I'm going to give her a good time later. Call the teacher. First of all, you were in the wrong. Where's your phone? Where did you put it? Could it be there? Kondo stared lewdly at Shiraha's shorts. It was then that Shiraha remembered that her phone was in the changing room, and she was currently wearing clothes convenient for sports. Oh no. Not only did she fail to scare them off, but she also exposed that she had no other trump cards. Shiraha frowned. All she could think of now was to shout for help. However, because the weather was bad today, there was hardly anyone on the schoolyard, and this was the girls' changing room. Hoping to coincidentally meet someone who could stop the three boys in the girls' changing room seemed unrealistic. Ishizaki, what do you think we should do next? The girls' changing room is right next door. Even if strange noises come from there, no one would dare to go in rashly, right? Or should we just do it right here, hee. Kondo smiled timidly. Shiraha suddenly realized what they were discussing, and quickly turned to run away, but her path was blocked by Komiya. Ishizaki and Kondo, one on the left and one on the right, formed a triangle, cornering Shiraha against the wall. Please wait, I've already apologized to you, please forgive me. Shiraha said, looking pitifully at Ishizaki in front of her. Yes, you apologized, but did this big shot say he forgave you? Originally, if you came to sing with us, this would have been over. Since you're unwilling, let's do something else. Ishizaki's smile was somewhat suggestive. It seemed like all three boys had their brains controlled by desire. But if one looked closely, one would find that despite all their verbal teasing, not one of them had made a move. And not far from Shiraha, there was a discarded iron water pipe. If Shiraha wanted to resist, it would actually be very easy. Although Shiraha would certainly be defeated if the three of them were serious, she wouldn't be bullied into crying in the corner like this. Seeing that Shiraha had no intention of resisting, Ishizaki became a little anxious. If she didn't resist, he would become the one harassing a girl and would undoubtedly be dealt with severely. But if they had to use violence to force her to resist. Looking at Shiraha-san's small frame, none of the three dared to make the first move. If he couldn't control the force of his punch, he'd be looking at jail time. And so, the four of them remained in an eerily tense standoff. After a long while, Shiraha-san wiped her tear-streaked red eyes. Please don't do that to me. I'm willing to sing for you. What a coward. No. Could it be that he was too fierce? Or perhaps the water pipe wasn't obvious enough. Ishizaki gave Kondo a look. Kondo understood and walked over to the iron water pipe, kicking it to Shiraha-san's feet. Now we don't want to hear singing. How about we play something interesting with this? Can you guess how to use it? Kondo deliberately pointed to the curved part of the pipe's joint. Shiraha-san's entire small face turned deathly pale with fright. She instantly collapsed to the ground. She clutched her head in terror. No, not that. Please, please let me go, please. Ishizaki glared at Kondo. We're acting, who told you to be yourself? Now the person is crying, what do we do next? Ishizaki scratched his head, feeling a bit speechless. Ryuen hadn't told them what to do if this happened. Just then, there was a sound from the changing room. The few of them were initially flustered, but then their faces lit up with joy. This person named Shiraha-san didn't dare to fight back. What if the girl who came out saw Shiraha-san crying and, fueled by a sense of justice, attacked the three of them? Even if it was just making a commotion by calling for help, that would be fine. After all, their mission was just to divert attention. The real action depended on Ryuen's side. Isn't that Shiraha-san? Why are you crying? What are you guys, planning to play a delinquent game? Seeing a girl dare to mock them. Kondo grabbed the water pipe and pointed it at the person in front of him. This doesn't concern you. If you don't want to get beaten, get out of our sight immediately. Otherwise, I, your big brother, wouldn't mind playing some adult games with you. Just as Kondo stepped forward to threaten her, Ishizaki's heart sank. The last guy who dared to talk to me like that went to hell, you know. Amane-san said, starting to stretch her body. She had been feeling quite bored lately, and now someone was delivering themselves to her for a good workout. Was it New Year's Day today? I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 150, Chapter 148, I'm not clean anymore. The moment he saw Miyako Amane, Ishizaki knew that Ryuen's plan could no longer proceed. Anyway, they were just bluffing. Even if it failed, it wouldn't affect Ryuen's subsequent plans. Hey, Kondo, let's go. Ishizaki. Komiya looked at Ishizaki, whose face was not quite right, in surprise. Even a fool should have realized by now that the situation was not right. But Kondo was completely oblivious to all of this. She looks very fierce. Isn't a person like that perfect? Kondo was originally not very keen on working under Ishizaki. Seeing Ishizaki planning to tuck his tail and run away, Kondo realized his opportunity had come. If he could accomplish what Ryuen had arranged, especially something Ishizaki couldn't complete, he would undoubtedly gain Ryuen's appreciation and trust. And he wouldn't have to be a mere grunt following this big oaf Ishizaki anymore. Kondo. I'll say it again, let's go. Ishizaki looked at Kondo with anger. But the latter completely ignored Ishizaki's anger. Amane-san. Just then, Shiraha-san escaped through a gap between the several people and threw herself into Amane-san's embrace. The soft impact felt quite comfortable to Amane-san. Shiraha-san, how could you be bullied by them? Looking at the three delinquents in front of her, who didn't look very intelligent, Amane-san curiously asked for the reason, lest she give them a lesson of love and then get it wrong. That would be ridiculous. They said I blocked their way and demanded I sing for them as compensation. When I refused, they planned to do that to me. Shiraha-san recounted, sobbing. Amane-san felt a bit strange listening to her. Although the motive and everything else were clear, just delinquents harassing a high school girl. The problem was, in this school, would anyone really dare to do such a thing openly? Even the karaoke here was incredibly proper. If she just shouted, these three idiots wouldn't be able to escape. Amane-san didn't believe their motive was that simple. Furthermore, the guy with the weapon wasn't very obedient, as if someone was instructing them to do this. She already agreed to us just now. I advise you not to meddle. Kondo casually brandished the weapon, looking quite intimidating. However, whether his hand slipped or something else, he made a mistake, and the weapon in his hand fell to the ground. His acting was too clumsy. You three bullying a little girl, have you no shame? There are surveillance cameras here. If you're caught on camera, you might even be expelled. Amane-san intended to test whether these people were truly foolish or if they were deliberately intimidating Shiraha-san with a premeditated plan. Ha 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 ha, surveillance. If there were surveillance cameras, would we be doing this here? Shut up, Kondo. Can't you see she's trying to trick you? Ishizaki quickly spoke up, exposing Amane-san's little scheme. Amane-san couldn't help but look at Ishizaki with a bit more respect. It turned out that not everyone who liked to bully others with violence was brainless. Kondo immediately reacted after hearing Ishizaki's warning. However, there was no way he would admit to being tricked by a little girl. Damn it, of course I know what she's thinking, but there's no surveillance here anyway, right? Even if we do something, you won't have any evidence. Kondo said, placing his hand on Amane-san's cheek. Could you please remove your hand? Amane-san showed a gentle smile. Ishizaki quickly stepped forward, trying to pull Kondo away. Are you crazy? She's Miyako Amane. That ibuki was played like a monkey by her. Ishizaki was interrupted by Kondo before he could finish. Ibuki is a good-for-nothing anyway, isn't she? Her pathetic skills, Ishizaki, you're not even scared of a girl, are you? Don't forget the task Ryuen gave us. You're the one who forgot the task, you bastard. Ishizaki hadn't finished speaking when he heard a snap. Kondo's arm was twisted into a strange shape by Amane-san. Oh dear, I didn't expect you to be Ryuen's subordinates. I thought my name was already known to everyone. Daring to act all high and mighty in front of me when there's no surveillance, do you really think you're something? Amane-san finished speaking and delivered a spinning kick directly to Kondo's face. Ishizaki, standing nearby, was completely stunned. Kondo was from the basketball club, so he should definitely have superior physical ability and height compared to Amane-san. Yet, such a big guy was actually kicked to the ground by Amane-san with a single blow. It was truly. He had seen Ibuki use that kicking technique countless times, but Ishizaki had never once felt the power contained within such a seemingly soft kicking technique up close before. The woman in front of him was a monster. Ishizaki. She attacked. Let's take Kondo and go. Komiya shouted excitedly. He had personally seen Amane-san's kick directly knock Kondo down. Such power would definitely leave a mark. In that case, they had already completed the task Ryuen had given them. They had to make the other party strike first, no matter what, without leaving any evidence. After seeing Amane-san's somewhat exaggerated kicking technique, Komiya also knew they couldn't win against her. So he quickly ran to pull Kondo up, intending to leave. Did I say you could leave? Wait, Amane-san, don't hit him anymore, that's enough. Shiraha-san tried to grab Amane-san's arm, to stop her next move. But she was pushed away by Amane-san with one hand. Provoking me comes with a price. Ishizaki saw that Amane-san was coming with ill intent. The two of them, supporting Kondo, couldn't get away at all, so he simply turned around, trying to block Amane-san. Quick, call Ryuen. I'll try to hold her off for a minute, no, 30 seconds. Seeing this, Komiya didn't waste words and quickly pulled out his phone, ready to dial Ryuen's number, but the next second, his phone was taken from his hand. Oh dear, a little mouse is planning to do something bad. Amane-san squatted down mockingly, meeting Komiya's eyes. How could this be? Ishizaki, he. Komiya turned his head stiffly. Ishizaki, beside him, had already fallen to the ground, motionless. You should worry about him. Last time, I found my stunning technique wasn't very skilled, so this time I hit the back of his head. I hope he has a comfortable sleep. Next up is you. Amane's voice abruptly stopped. Kondo, who was being dragged, suddenly tightened his grip around Amane's neck. Quick. Attack her or run, either is fine. Kondo hadn't even finished speaking when the corners of his mouth began to twitch from the pain in his arm. Oh. You want to play a life or death game with me? Commendable courage, but unfortunately. I've been having my neck choked since I was 6. You're too weak, without enough strength, all your techniques are just for show. Amane delivered a heavy elbow strike to Kondo's abdomen. Kondo didn't cry out. But anyone who witnessed the scene could imagine how painful it was. Kondo's entire body curled into the shape of a shrimp, his mouth wide open, and all the features on his face were scrunched together, looking quite terrifying. Amane didn't look at Kondo, she simply walked up to Komiya, a hint of apology on her face. I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. Well then, next. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 151, Chapter 149, everyone move aside, it's my turn to perform. Amane-san, you. Shiraha's small face turned pale. Her gaze was filled with shock as she looked at the 3 people lying on the ground. Even though they were both girls, Amane seemed to be in a place she could never reach. I still couldn't resist using violence, could I? Perhaps the old man was right, reasoning isn't really suitable for me. Amane scratched her hair, looking a bit troubled. What do we do next? Shiraha was at a loss for a moment, she had never experienced a situation like this before. Eri, did you get the evidence? At this moment, Amane suddenly called out towards the changing room. Eri, holding a camera, timidly scurried over. I only took the very first shot. Eri said, handing the camera to Amane. That shot was precisely of Kondo reaching out to touch Amane's face. This one will do. Damn it, looks like I'll have to wash my face thoroughly when I get back. Shiraha, you call Hashinomiya-sensei and Ichinos now and tell them someone was trying to do bad things to you. Eri, you call Chabashira-sensei, then send a message in the class group, asking Hirata to come over. Originally, Amane had planned to have a few more people from Class D come over, but then she thought, even if that group including Kushida came, would they really be effective? They might even take the opportunity to cause trouble. However, Amane didn't have Eri send a message to Hirata alone, that would seem too deliberate, which is why she had Eri send the message to the class group. Next. Amane first looked around. Because it was near the girls' changing room and shoe lockers, there were no surveillance cameras nearby. It was just as they had said. Ryuin's actions must have been meticulously planned to specifically target someone. Amane had suddenly decided on a whim today to meet Eri in the changing room to take photos, Ryuin couldn't possibly have accounted for that. Which means, the person Ryuin could have been staking out was Shiraha. Although it must be admitted that Shiraha is indeed easy to bully. But, what was the purpose? Was bullying her just to get revenge for last time? Amane didn't think that was the case. If it really was revenge, he should have sent a bookie. That way, even if a fight broke out, Ibuki's actions could be understood by others, and it's easier for girls to let their guard down, making it easier to do something. Choosing 3 big men was undoubtedly a blunder. No. Ryuin's goal wasn't revenge, was he trying to frame someone? Interesting. Then she would play along with him. While Shiraha and Eri were calling for help, Amane reached out and grabbed Ishizaki's hand, placing his hand on her collar, then tugged hard. Her school uniform collar was immediately pulled out of shape. Then Amane adjusted the directions in which Komiya and Kondo had fallen. Amane, who originally thought this was enough, seemed to feel it wasn't quite enough, so she simply used Ishizaki's hand to pull off several buttons of her inner shirt, letting the black buttons scatter and roll away. This should be enough, right? Just as Amane was feeling satisfied with her preparatory work. Suddenly, the sound of running footsteps echoed in the distance. Miyako-san, are you all right? Huff, huff. Although club activities were cancelled today, Hirata was still practicing alone on the soccer field. He was taking a break to drink water when he picked up his phone and saw Eri's request for help, saying that Amane was being bullied by 3 boys, and it was happening not far from him. Hirata rushed over, sprinting, without even having time to change his shoes. Hi Hirata-san. I almost got. Seeing Amane's collar and shirt disheveled and even at risk of exposure, Hirata quickly took off his school uniform jacket and draped it over Amane's chest to cover her. Don't be afraid. Where are the people who bullied you? Do you remember which class they're from? Hirata had just finished speaking and hadn't walked 2 steps when he saw the 3 unconscious boys. Hirata froze for a moment. Then he took out his phone and carefully confirmed the message Eri had sent. Huh. Did he see things wrong? It clearly said Amane was being bullied by 3 boys. Not Amane bullying 3 boys. Just as Hirata was still wondering what to do, another figure rushed directly from outside the school building. Amane, are you all right? Seeing Horikita arrive, Amane returned Hirata's clothes to him, then burst into tears and threw herself into Horikita's arms. Wah, Suzune, 3 people from Class C wanted to bully me. There, don't be afraid, I'm here. Horikita saw that Amane was still somewhat exposed and quickly took off her jacket to shield Amane's chest. Suzune is the best. Hirata looked at Amane, who was clinging to Horikita and acting spoiled, then looked at his own jacket. Something didn't seem quite right here. Horikita kissed Amane several times before Amane stopped crying. It was then that Horikita noticed Hirata. Hirata-san, who exactly were the people who bullied Amane? Hirata scratched his cheek, then pointed to the corner. Horikita, curious, put her arm around Amane and walked a few steps forward. The 3 people were lying neatly in a row. Horikita quickly bent down to check their breathing. Good. They were all still breathing. She had wondered why Amane felt a bit off. Horikita recalled Amane, who had restrained Pseudo with one hand. It was impossible to imagine this person being bullied to the point of crying. She had been tricked again. Just as Horikita was still thinking about what to do next, a large group of people crowded into the hallway. Unlike the few Class D students who came as friendly extras, Shiraha must have said something. Hashinomiya-sensei had brought the entire Class B over. There were 30 or 40 people, overwhelming Amane. Wait. How was Chabashira-sensei mixed in there? However, everyone, like Hirata, was dumbfounded upon arriving at the scene. Amane certainly looked like she had been bullied. But the 3 people lying on the ground had definitely been beaten. What was even worse was that there was no surveillance nearby. What exactly happened could only be inferred from Amane and Shiraha's testimonies. So you mean these 3 people were trying to force Shiraha-san to do something, and then you bravely stepped forward to stop their evil deeds, but they turned around and assaulted you, and you subdued them in self-defense, is that right? Hashinomiya, standing nearby, blinked. This little Chabashira is still so biased. With that opening statement, those Class C students would probably need full audio or video recordings to avoid expulsion. After all, forcing girls is an extremely egregious act, and the school would certainly not tolerate it. Yes, Chabashira-sensei, look, my clothes were all torn by them, boo-hoo-hoo. Amane started crying, covering her face as she spoke. Her cries were so pitiful that Ichinos couldn't help but hug Amane and gently comfort her. But Chabashira-sensei's expression remained calm. If it were anyone else, she would have believed it, as Amane's performance was so relatable to Chabashira, who was also a woman. But if it was Amane, her, Chabashira-sae didn't believe a single word. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 152, Chapter 150, Hurry Up and Pay Up. What's happening here? Horikita Manabu was originally organizing documents at the student council. Suddenly, he heard that 3 boys were openly bullying girls. Horikita Manabu immediately put down his official duties and rushed over. But when he saw that the person being bullied was Amane, if there weren't so many people watching him, he would have turned around and left. If someone truly exists who can bully Amane, even the student council would probably be unable to restrain them, and would have to call the security department. Brother. President Horikita, why are you here? Horikita Suzune seemed much more reserved after seeing Horikita Manabu. Horikita Manabu glanced indifferently at Amane's somewhat disheveled appearance. Then he looked at the 3 people lying on the ground. Who is the victim? Horikita Manabu's question came out immediately. This was also the question everyone who had rushed over to watch wanted to ask. Who was the victim of this incident? Of course it's me. Look, my clothes are all torn. Amane said loudly, displeased. Was it not obvious that she was the victim? But don't you think those 3 students who are still unconscious look more like victims? Horikita Manabu pointed to the Ishizaki trio nearby. Amane turned her head away, refusing to look at Horikita Manabu. Horikita Manabu knew there must be a problem, but as the student council president, he couldn't handle issues based solely on intuition. Hashinomiya-sensei, are they 3 all right? Seeing Hashinomiya checking their physical condition nearby, Horikita Manabu felt a little relieved. With Hashinomiya, the health teacher, there shouldn't be any major problems. But unexpectedly, Hashinomiya waved her hand, signaling for the 2 of them to step outside to talk. Horikita Manabu, with a look of confusion, went to the sports field with Hashinomiya-sensei. Are the injuries very serious? Seeing Hashinomiya-sensei's expression turn serious, Horikita Manabu couldn't help but feel nervous. If the injuries were too severe, even in self-defense, Amane would have to bear some responsibility. One of the boys has a fractured arm and a cracked rib. To be honest, I suspect there were other people at the scene. It's probably impossible for a single girl to cause such injuries. The perpetrator's technique was very skilled, delivering a direct, heavy blow without any wasted movement, severely injuring that student. He might need to be hospitalized outside. Hashinomiya's words made Horikita Manabu frown. Was there a third party present? If Amane was covering for others, the nature of the incident could become very serious. Hashinomiya-sensei, do you have any other evidence? Is it perhaps a bit premature to judge solely based on the injuries? Horikita Manabu didn't finish his sentence, but his attitude clearly indicated something. The other two were knocked down with a single blow and have no other injuries. Do you understand what I mean? To knock down a person who is 1.8 meters tall with one blow, one's height must be similar. Otherwise, the power relying solely on the arm would be greatly reduced, not to mention needing to jump to attack. However, other possibilities cannot be ruled out, such as Miyako-san being pinned down. When Miyako-san retaliated, she wouldn't need to consider height. Hashinomiya-sensei's words made Horikita Manabu feel a hint of unease. He planned to investigate Amane beforehand. You are Sakura-san, right? Sakura Eri. Ichino suddenly spoke to Eri, who was hiding in the corner. Yes, I'm Sakura Eri. You are. My name is Ichino's Hanami, and I'm a trainee member of the student council. May I have your contact information? Hearing that the other party was from the student council, Eri didn't hesitate to give Ichino's her contact information. After Ichino's obtained the contact information, she sent it to someone who wasn't present. Thank you, Sakura-san. It's no trouble at all. I wanted to ask, how will today's incident be handled? Eri provided a photo of Kondo reaching out to touch Amane. With this, it could already be proven that Amane did not act violently towards the three without cause. As for other testimonies, further investigation and verification were needed. Ichino's looked up at the sky, a troubled expression on her face. It will probably be difficult to get a result today. We must wait until the three individuals regain consciousness before questioning them. After listening to Ichino's explanation, Eri nodded. She had only intended to take a photo, who knew she would encounter such a thing. But Amane was really amazing. Should she tell Amane about that matter? Even though Eri and Amane had a very good relationship, Eri's account of herself to Amane was missing an important detail. She had actually been a print idol before. Eri was afraid that Amane would treat her differently because of this identity. Furthermore, ever since she met Amane, she had stopped posting her photos on those social media platforms, effectively withdrawing from the idol world. So, it should be fine not to tell Amane, right? After arranging for specialized personnel to take the Ishizaki trio for treatment, Horikita Manabu intended to speak with Amane alone. Horikita Suzune, fearing that her brother would bully Amane, insisted on coming along. However, at the door of the meeting room, she was locked out by Horikita Manabu. Please sit down. Before Horikita Manabu could finish, Amane found a seat and sat down obediently. Her clothes were brought to her by Horikita Suzune from the dorm. Fortunately, everyone had 2 sets of school uniforms and shirts, otherwise, it would have been difficult to find clothes to wear on short notice. Wearing casual clothes would not allow entry into the teaching building, which also made Horikita Manabu feel awkward. Amane's original clothes, on the other hand, were taken for examination to see if any fingerprints or similar evidence could be found. Currently, the only evidence was a single photo from Sakura Eri, which seemed somewhat insufficient. Would you like something to drink? Tea is fine. I thought girls would prefer cocoa more, or like Suzune, prefer coffee. Horikita Manabu personally brewed a pot of tea for Amane. Do you have any other drinks here besides tea? No. If you don't, why even ask? Amane couldn't help but roll her eyes at Horikita Manabu. Ahem, let's get down to business. Horikita Manabu clearly realized that his answer had made the atmosphere a bit awkward, so he shifted the topic to the incident that afternoon. Regarding this afternoon's events, I have a general understanding, but I want to confirm something with you. You must think carefully before answering me honestly. If you conceal anything, even if you are in the right, you will become liable. Seeing Horikita Manabu speak so seriously, Amane's playful expression instantly dropped, and she looked at Horikita Manabu with a serious face. President Horikita, please speak. I will try my best to answer everything I know truthfully. As if. The people who were knocked down, after investigation, are Ishizaki, Komiya, and Kondo from Class 1C. Besides you, Shiraha, and Sakura-san, was there a 4th person present? Horikita Manabu's words made Amane's previously serious expression instantly fall. I thought it was something serious. Don't you trust my fists? I broke the doorknob of your meeting room, you know. At the mention of this, Horikita Manabu's eyes lit up. Oh, speaking of the doorknob, Secretary Tachibana told me last time that the doorknob you broke cannot be reimbursed. This is considered deliberate damage because the school's budget doesn't include a category for deliberate damage. So, I paid for the doorknob repair myself. The repair cost 6,700 points. Please transfer the points to me first. Horikita Manabu said, opening his phone's photo album and showing the payment receipt for the repair record. Nanny. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 153, Chapter 151, Meeting the Parents. The points have been transferred. Watching Amane reluctantly pay the points, a faint smile appeared on Horikita Manabu's face. It was rare to see Amane look so flustered. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Amane looked at her rapidly decreasing points, feeling as if her heart was bleeding. She regretted bringing up the doorknob incident. She had really spent a lot today. First, she bought 2 cakes for Ichinos, totaling over 20,000 points. Then, she still owed Eri afternoon tea. Finally, in the evening, she was fleeced by Horikita Manabu again. Are you in such a hurry to leave? This incident might be very troublesome for you, you know. You were too heavy-handed. The chairman might personally intervene. You should prepare yourself mentally in advance. Horikita Manabu's words made Amane's steps falter. The chairman personally intervening. How could Horikita Manabu possibly guess the chairman's thoughts? It could only mean one thing. After Horikita Manabu reported the situation, the chairman responded to the matter. Was she going to meet him so soon? Oh, I'll prepare for it. And I'll also complain that Arisa never splits the bill when we go out to eat, always making me pay, and she doesn't even let me take advantage. It's too much. Amane grumbled as she left the student council meeting room. Horikita Manabu sat silently in his chair. His gaze was fixed on the seat Amane had occupied. This inquiry only asked one question. That was whether there was anyone else involved. As for other details, Horikita Manabu was no longer interested in asking. Until Ishizaki and the other 2 woke up, asking more questions would be useless. In fact, Horikita Manabu was concerned about Amane's attitude towards the chairman at the end. He, Horikita Manabu, had guessed correctly. Amane indeed had an unusual relationship with the chairman. In that case, entrusting Suzune to Amane would allow him, Horikita Manabu, to feel a little more at ease. He had less than a year left until graduation. Could Horikita Suzune grow to be as capable as him within a year? Although Horikita Manabu was now acknowledging Horikita Suzune's abilities, she was still too naive in his eyes. Originally, he wanted to express his intention to entrust Suzune to Amane. However, he gradually discovered that Amane seemed to be constantly hiding her true abilities, always dealing with things in a simple and crude manner, and occasionally, a flash of insight in her approach would look like she was just being clever. Therefore, Horikita Manabu had never made up his mind. If one relies too much on brute force without any backing, major problems will eventually arise. Now that it has been confirmed that Amane and the chairman do indeed have a relationship, he, Horikita Manabu, can finally put his mind at ease. I hope Suzune can learn something useful from Amane. Horikita Manabu's mind conjured up an image of Amane's silly grin. He couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. At that point, he would be thankful if Suzune wasn't led astray. First year Class C, Ryu and Kakeru. The clock on the classroom wall had already reached 8:30. Ryu and Kakeru sat alone in the classroom, deep in thought. The classroom lights were off, and the room, already dim due to the weather, was now pitch black. They're all useless trash. Ryuin already knew what had happened that afternoon. Yet, he couldn't quite decide whether it was a success or a failure. According to Ryuin's original plan, the Ishizaki trio only needed to provoke the girls or anyone who came to help, creating the illusion that they were being beaten. The reason for choosing Shiraha, besides the desire for revenge and to help Ibuki save face, was that this tactic was closely related to Class B and Class D. If handled properly, the relationship between the two classes might rapidly deteriorate, and then he could either pull Class B to suppress Class D or pull Class D to suppress Class B. What? Ryuin's reputation isn't good. They won't cooperate with him. In the face of absolute self-interest, enemies do not exist. Although the Ishizaki trio's humiliating performance angered Ryuin, it was undeniable that the Ishizaki trio had indeed completed Ryuin's task. And they even overperformed by dragging Sakura Eri into it as well. In that case, they just needed to wait for the plan to fully unfold. Classes B and D would immediately be on the verge of conflict. And Sakura Eri would become the real fuse, and eventually, even the matter of the Ishizaki trio might be resolved effortlessly. Don't celebrate too early, the real show has just begun. The next morning, the Ishizaki trio, who had gradually woken up, were summoned by the student council. Amane, on the other hand, was summoned by Chairman Sakayanagi. Amane was still a bit reserved as she arrived at the chairman's office door. After all, the other party was someone of her father's generation, and being too casual would inevitably lead to gossip. Amane gently knocked on the door. "Come in." As the familiar voice sounded, Amane took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Upon entering, Amane was a bit stunned. Why was she called for a private talk, yet there was another man in the room? Seeing that Chairman Sakayanagi's expression was not very good, clearly, their conversation had not been pleasant, Amane cast an inquisitive glance at the men wearing glasses. "Oh, Amane, you're here. Please, have a seat." Chairman Sakayanagi showed a slight smile upon seeing Amane. Although the Miyako family had helped him a lot, he didn't need to be so polite to a junior. The reason for his kind attitude was that Amane had grown up with Sakayanagi Arisu since childhood. Although Sakayanagi Arisu was a renowned genius girl, no one was willing to play with her due to her physical condition. Only Amane would climb over the wall to play with Sakayanagi Arisu after training. Chairman Sakayanagi's career had suffered a major setback at that time, and he was doing his best to revitalize the family business, so he naturally couldn't pay attention to Sakayanagi Arisu. It could be said that it was precisely because of Amane's presence that Sakayanagi Arisu was able to grow up healthily. Although in the end, his own daughter led Amane astray, their friendship was indeed genuine. "Chairman Sakayanagi, are you sure you want to invite a student to join our conversation?" From Amane's demeanor, the men could tell that the girl came from a prominent family, but she was certainly far from comparable to the men behind him. "Oh. Tsukishiro, does Ayanokoji-sensei not even care about the Miyako family now?" Chairman Sakayanagi looked at Tsukishiro with a surprised expression. Only then did Amane realize why Chairman Sakayanagi had called her over. It turned out she was meant to be used as a tool. Ayanokoji-sensei, that name sounds a bit familiar. Sakayanagi Narimori, it's well known that you depend on the Miyako family. Everyone has their choices, and choosing the Miyako family is understandable. But if you think you can scare me with a woman from the Miyako family, you're underestimating me too much. Tsukishiro adjusted his glasses. Immediately after, he saw Chairman Sakayanagi's half-smile. His heart skipped a beat. Amane pinned the only item she could bring into this school onto her chest. "Now, do I have the right to speak with you?" When Tsukishiro saw the badge on Amane's chest, symbolizing the Miyako family's heir, his eyes widened considerably. What a joke. Miyako Bangdian would actually let a girl be his heir. And bypass his firstborn son to choose his granddaughter. He must be old. "Tsukishiro, you'd better speak with more respect. If you want to die, please leave the school, don't dirty the land here." The Miyako Bangdian you speak of, even Ayanokoji-sensei would respectfully address him as Prime Minister now. "It's very dangerous not to understand your own position, Tsukishiro, you should know that better than I do. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating." Chapter 154, Chapter 152, Tsukishiro and Sakayanagi's confrontation. Tsukishiro looked at Chairman Sakayanagi with some displeasure. Chairman Sakayanagi, who had clearly been at a disadvantage in their conversation just moments ago, had surprisingly regained the upper hand in the conversation due to the arrival of a young girl. This made it difficult to bring up the request to expel Ayanokoji Kiyotaka. "Sakayanagi-senpai's reminder is correct, I was rash just now." Tsukishiro, understanding the situation, changed his address for Sakayanagi to senpai, clearly intending to claim some connection. After all, both of them had worked under Ayanokoji-sensei, so calling him senpai still carried some association. Seeing Tsukishiro's discomfiture, Chairman Sakayanagi remained calm. He knew that Tsukishiro was not someone who would easily lower his stance. The reason for this was partly because he had caught Tsukishiro in a verbal slip, and partly, he probably had a favor to ask. "Aren't you going to reintroduce yourself?" Amane rotated her chair so that her entire body faced Tsukishiro. Amane leaned back in the chair, looking lazy, her previous demure, well-bred demeanor completely gone. Normally, Tsukishiro wouldn't even bother to glance at a child like her. But now, with her identity and family background laid out, even Tsukishiro, who had illegally lived in the shadows, had to lower his proud head to introduce himself to Amane. "My apologies, I am Tsukishiro Tsunenari, currently employed under Ayanokoji-sensei." Tsukishiro tried his best to make his voice neither humble nor arrogant. But his bent waist and lowered head simply wouldn't straighten. "Ayanokoji Atsuomi, huh? Is he not dead yet?" "Thank you for your concern, Ayanokoji-sensei is in very good health." Tsukishiro's respectful demeanor made Amane feel a bit disgusted. She lost interest in continuing the conversation after only a couple of brief exchanges with him. "Speaking of which, Tsukishiro, you came to see me about something today, didn't you?" Chairman Sakayanagi offered a lifeline to Tsukishiro, who was still standing as if being punished. Tsukishiro quickly sat back down. The matter is this: Ayanokoji-sensei's child was admitted to Koiku without the guardian's permission. Ayanokoji-sensei believes this does not comply with Koiku's admission regulations and goes against the wishes of Ayanokoji-sensei, the guardian. Therefore, he hopes that Ayanokoji Kiyotaka, Ayanokoji-sensei's child, can be expelled. After speaking, Tsukishiro subconsciously glanced at Amane. He only breathed a slight sigh of relief after seeing no change in Amane's expression. As long as it didn't involve the Miyako family shouldn't intervene. Moreover, expelling a student was just a matter of a single word. Sakayanagi also had no reason to refuse him. Amane, who was nearby, was quite surprised to learn that Ayanokoji Kiyotaka was actually the son of that scoundrel Ayanokoji Atsuomi. She had long wanted to cause trouble for Ayanokoji Atsuomi. Now his son was her classmate. Wouldn't that make it even easier to act? What? Why target Ayanokoji Atsuomi? Because that scoundrel was the one who proposed the White Room plan to Amane's father, and used Amane as a test subject to experiment whether the White Room's training methods could contribute to the growth of a genius. It was that guy who ruined Amane's childhood. Even Amane's mother couldn't accept such methods and angrily returned to the Kiryuin family. This left Amane with almost no memories of her parents from her childhood. All she had was endless studying and daily training. It was precisely because of this that Amane could never forgive Ayanokoji Atsuomi, who ruined everything for her, and that scoundrel father. As long as a student does not violate school rules, Koiku always respects the student's personal wishes regarding whether to withdraw. What neither Amane nor Tsukishiro expected was that Chairman Sakayanagi flatly rejected Tsukishiro's request. But his admission itself did not comply with regulations. Tsukishiro frowned. He was too confident in his ability to persuade Sakayanagi. So, he hadn't prepared thoroughly before coming here. Once the discussion turned to whether it complied with regulations, Tsukishiro was clearly hesitant. No, Ayanokoji-kun's admission complies with regulations. Whether it was the entrance exam or the interview, Ayanokoji-kun's scores met Koiku's requirements. Moreover, I spoke with him individually, and his personal wish is to study here. He is old enough to engage in social activities and choose his own school based on his own ideas, without needing any guardian's opinion. Chairman Sakayanagi, as expected of someone from the Sakayanagi family, a leader in the field of education, immediately put the unprepared Tsukishiro at a great disadvantage. Are you refusing Ayanokoji-sensei's proposal? Tsukishiro, seeing that the soft approach wouldn't work, immediately changed his tactic. He used officialese with a hint of menace to force Chairman Sakayanagi to make a choice. That's right. Chairman Sakayanagi was not intimidated by Tsukishiro's threat in the slightest. Ayanokoji Atsuomi had already lost his influence, although he had teamed up with Amane's father to trick Onijima. That was merely a fleeting resurgence. The old hand Miyako Bangdian would not give these new players any chances. Therefore, he no longer needed to submit to Ayanokoji Atsuomi's will. You'd better think carefully. The position of Koiku chairman can be replaced at any time. Besides, I remember your daughter's health has always been poor since childhood. You should pay a little more attention, lest any accident occurs and you regret it for a long time. Tsukishiro revealed a cruel smile. As someone who had always been in the shadows, Tsukishiro had always been responsible for doing the dirty work that important figures disdained. He had seen too many people like Sakayanagi. He had dealt with too many of them, to the point where it could even be said to be effortless. Are you threatening me? Chairman Sakayanagi looked calmly at Tsukishiro. You're joking, how could I dare to threaten you? I'm just worried about your daughter's personal safety. After all, Arisu's health has always been much worse than average since childhood. Even if she unfortunately passed away, people would probably just lament that the Sakayanagi family's genius had withered, wouldn't they? Tsukishiro's threat was now openly stated. But Amane couldn't understand where Tsukishiro got the confidence to speak like that. Is it really appropriate to say these things in front of me? Amane's gaze turned to the confident Tsukishiro. These matters should be mere trifles to you. After all, I've heard even more terrifying rumors about the Miyako family. And you've also seen that we haven't done anything to harm Sakayanagi's interests, yet he inexplicably obstructs Ayanokoji-sensei from letting his child withdraw from school. Such a chairman would only affect Koiku's development and reputation, wouldn't he? Tsukishiro smiled triumphantly. In their circle, interests came first. If one party interfered without harming the interests of the other, it would be tacitly considered deliberate obstruction and hostility. Therefore, Tsukishiro was certain that even if Chairman Sakayanagi complained to the Miyako family, at most, they would just send someone to warn Tsukishiro or Ayanokoji-sensei. The Miyako family would never rashly increase their enemies over such a minor matter. But what he didn't expect was, all of his schemes required others to abide by the commonly accepted rules to achieve the desired effect. And Amane was never someone willing to abide by so-called rules. Slap. The loud sound of a slap made Chairman Sakayanagi, who was about to get angry, open his mouth in shock. Amane, with her arm still raised, looked indifferently at Tsukishiro, who had fallen to the ground. I'm not interested in playing important people's games with you. What I believe in is, whoever intends to lay a hand on my friend, I'll punch them first. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 155, Chapter 153, Want a White-Haired One. Tsukishiro was stunned for a long time before realizing that he, an adult, had been hit by a child. Just as he was about to retaliate, he suddenly remembered the other party's identity. Despite being seething with anger, Tsukishiro still forcibly suppressed the rage in his heart. How rude. Is this the upbringing of the Miyako family? You've completely disgraced the Miyako family. Tsukishiro attempted to use the Miyako family to suppress Amane's arrogance. Manners are for people. You're just Ayanokoji Atsuomi's dog. Do you even deserve to talk about manners? Weren't you planning to lay a hand on Arisu? Now, in front of me, say what you just said again. Damn it. Tsukishiro cursed inwardly. He realized he had fallen completely into a trap. No wonder Sakayanagi Naramori, that old fox, had called this little girl to listen in on their conversation this time. Tsukishiro had originally thought Sakayanagi Naramori just wanted to use the Miyako family's name to pressure him, but he never expected Sakayanagi Naramori's daughter to be her friend. If he had known earlier, even with 10 times the courage, he wouldn't have dared to directly threaten Sakayanagi Naramori with Sakayanagi Arisu. Friends from prominent families were not like those fair-weather friends outside. Especially childhood friendships, which were incredibly strong. Sakayanagi Naramori had already prepared a fallback for his daughter from the beginning. No wonder he had such confidence. Suddenly, an uneasy feeling surged into Tsukishiro's heart. What if Sakayanagi Naramori died here after meeting him? What would happen? Whether or not Tsukishiro did it, as long as Sakayanagi Arisu asked Amane for help, the Miyako family crushing him would be no different from crushing an ant. Could it be that Sakayanagi Naramori, that old geezer, was planning to set him up? Thinking of this, even Tsukishiro, who had been immersed in the underworld for many years, felt beads of sweat break out on his forehead. For Tsukishiro to be drenched in sweat in an air-conditioned room was, to say the least, a spectacle. Please allow me to apologize for my previous rude remarks. However, I also came here at Ayanokoji-sensei's request. If I cannot bring Ayanokoji Kiyotaka back, I'm afraid sensei will not let the matter rest. Tsukishiro almost without hesitation performed a dajiza, kneeling before Amane with his head touching the ground, begging for forgiveness. A classic saying circulated in their circle. When faced with a problem, first use your brain to solve it. If your brain can't solve it, use your fists. If your fists can't solve it, then use your knees. This was their way of survival. Won't let the matter rest. That's great. It's been a long time since I've seen him. Go back and tell him to come and get the person himself. Oh, and remember to tell him to wash his neck. I won't be as polite to him as I was to you. Polite? Tsukishiro couldn't believe what his ears had just heard. Amane actually said that such humiliation was already polite. Amane caught a glimpse of Tsukishiro's expression, kicked him over, and then returned to her seat. Now get out. Remember to deliver my message. Yes. I will definitely deliver your message. Tsukishiro glared resentfully at Chairman Sakayanagi, then lowered his head and quickly left the office, afraid of getting further entangled with Sakayanagi Naramori. Amane then looked at the Sakayanagi uncle in front of her. Uncle, you're quite the schemer. That address feels a bit formal. Can I change it? Sakayanagi Naramori, who hadn't anticipated Amane becoming so assertive, smiled somewhat awkwardly. Of course, you can. When you come here, it should feel like coming home. The way we address each other can also be more relaxed, without so much formality. Sakayanagi Naramori's words brought a smile to Amane's face. That would be wonderful. It was really a mouthful just now. Old man, did you call me here just to be your shield? Amane's somewhat street punk-like address left Sakayanagi Naramori stunned for a long time. Hey, answer my question. Amane impatiently tapped the table. Startled awake, Sakayanagi Naramori immediately began to ponder how to answer the question. He had originally thought Amane was still the quiet, elegant, and reserved young lady he remembered. So even if he used her a little, Amane wouldn't say anything openly. But now, in front of him was a sullen-faced, tightly clenched-fisted, volatile girl who looked ready to punch him in his old face if he said something wrong. This huge contrast made all the excuses Sakayanagi Naramori had prepared seem unsuitable. After much thought, Sakayanagi Naramori decided to be frank and have a good talk with Amane. To be honest, I did intend to use your identity, Amane, to block the pressure from Ayanokoji-sensei. You know that although his power is not what it once was, his prestige remains. Plus, he has a close relationship with your father. If I want to stick to my ideas, I must rely on your strength. Sakayanagi Narimori's words were sincere. But they only earned a cold laugh from Amane. Have you also learned this trick of 90% truth and 10% lies to fool ghosts? Or have you always been like this, old man? Seeing Amane immediately expose his little scheme, even Sakayanagi Narimori, who had seen many storms, couldn't help but blush. You found me out, huh? Alright, I admit I wanted to leverage your grandfather's prestige. At nearly 80, he can still take office. This is undoubtedly a miracle in the political world. Ayanokoji-sensei originally thought that by bringing down Onijima, he could take the position himself or support your father. But he never dreamed that Miyako Bangdian's prestige was too great, ultimately causing his efforts to be in vain. He had Northwest choice but to place his last hope back on the White Room. Sakayanagi Narimori's words were interrupted by Amane before he could finish. Stop rambling. I know you mean to persuade me to help you keep Ayanokoji Kiyotaka, but the problem is, given my relationship with Ayanokoji Atsuomi, I'd rather he drop out of school sooner. Asking me to protect him, don't you think that's like a fool's dream? Amane expressed her opposition to Sakayanagi Narimori's idea. She had no reason or motivation to protect Ayanokoji Kiyotaka. If I'm not mistaken, you dislike Ayanokoji-sensei, right? Of course. Then you need to protect Ayanokoji Kiyotaka even more. Because sensei wants him to withdraw, are you willing to satisfy his request so easily? What's more, that child, Kiyotaka, doesn't get along with his father. Sakayanagi Narimori said with a hint of deeper meaning. Do you mean Ayanokoji Kiyotaka is in his rebellious phase? Amane asked tentatively. That interpretation is fine, after all, he escaped. Upon hearing this, Amane's purple eyes couldn't help but light up. She hadn't expected that Guy's child wasn't on the same page as him. After going to great lengths to cultivate his child into an artificial genius surpassing natural geniuses, did this artificial genius actually escape his control? She wondered what Ayanokoji Atsuomi would think when he found out. However, Ayanokoji Kiyotaka escaping here for refuge, was he planning to deny his father's achievements? How interesting. Although watching Ayanokoji Kiyotaka gradually deny his father, and even deny his own existence, would be very interesting. But for Amane, this small pleasure was not enough as compensation. However, Sakayanagi Narimori clearly had a backup plan to get Amane to agree. Not long after he made a phone call. The office door was knocked. Come in. Father, why did you call me so urgently? Why are you here too, Amane? I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 156, Chapter 154, no points. Then let's just give up. The moment Amane saw Sakayanagi Arisu, she knew what Sakayanagi Narimori was planning. Trying to tie her down with just an Arisu, his calculations were a bit too good. Amane. I told you not to always pat my head. It'll stop me from growing taller. Sakayanagi Arisu swatted away Amane's hand with a look of disdain. But Arisu, you're not tall to begin with, so patting you won't make a difference. Arisu's hair feels so nice and soft, completely different from mine. Amane touched her own hair, feeling a bit dejected. Although it looked soft, her hair texture was rather tough, only slightly smooth, but not very much so. Sakayanagi Arisu's hair, however, felt incredibly smooth, like touching silk, slippery, and it accidentally slid onto Arisu's face. Precisely because I'm not tall, you shouldn't mess with it. Sakayanagi Arisu lightly tapped Amane's head with her cane. Every time Amane saw her, she would hug her and mess her hair up. Now, the students in Class A looked at her with a somewhat strange gaze. And the root of all evil was Amane. By the way, father, is there something urgent you called me for? Sakayanagi Arisu only then remembered that her father said he had something important for her to come to the office. But after she arrived, her father strangely didn't say a word to her. It's nothing, I just haven't seen Arisu in a long time, and I wanted to see you. How have you been adjusting to life recently? Although Sakayanagi Narimori spoke of fairness, he still paid a lot of attention to Sakayanagi Arisu in private. It's alright, I quite like this place, it's just missing something. Sakayanagi Arisu's gaze turned towards Amane. Oh. Is there something incomplete with the school facilities? How should I put it, the saying, a father knows his daughter best, is not false at all. With just a glance, Sakayanagi Narimori knew his daughter's thoughts. No, I just feel that there's a lack of confrontation between classes. If the school could strengthen the competitive aspect, I believe I could have a very pleasant time with Amane at this school. Sakayanagi Arisu showed a knowing smile, as if Amane had already been defeated by her. Even if the competitiveness is strengthened, your wish will probably fall through, because I'm not very interested in getting promoted to Class A. Amane's words made Sakayanagi Arisu's expression turn grim. Isn't it something to be proud of, to lead the Class D, which is called the worst in history, and overcome all obstacles to become Class A? Sakayanagi Arisu thought this would ignite Amane's unyielding personality. But unexpectedly, Amane just lay back in her chair and waved her hand. It sounds like a lot of trouble. Why do we have to become Class A? Then Class B is fine too. As long as you want to move up, you'll inevitably run into Class A. At that time, I'll crush you without mercy. Sakayanagi Arisu looked at Amane with a serious expression. Amane, however, still had that lazy look. I think Class D is pretty good. What's so good about Class D? This year's Class D is known as the worst class. Up until now, it hasn't even accumulated a single class point, which shows it's a place where defective products gather. Sakayanagi expressed her disdain for Class D. In fact, Sakayanagi wasn't wrong. Although several problematic students in the class were expelled, the remaining ones lost their fighting spirit and became listless. If things continued this way, it would be impossible to rise to a higher class. As long as Class D has no points, you don't have to worry about gaining or losing points. Isn't living like that comfortable? Amane suddenly hugged Sakayanagi Arisu. Let go quickly. Father is still here. It's fine, it's normal for girls to play around. But it's also normal for Arisu to be thin-skinned and shy. I'm not shy, it's this Amane fellow. She was too embarrassed to say what Amane had just done to her, so she just punched Amane hard, then quickly got up and moved away from Amane's embrace. Since you want to wallow, I'll see how long you can wallow. If you don't get any points, you'll have to eat the wild vegetable set meal. When school first started, Sakayanagi Arisu, out of curiosity, tried the wild vegetable set meal. She only took one bite and knew why people said the purpose of the wild vegetable set meal was simply to keep people from starving. I have quite a lot of points. Even if I don't have points, if I come to Arisu for a free meal, would you really turn me away? Sakayanagi Arisu frowned. Had Amane become so shameless now? If she had no points, she would go for a free meal. She couldn't believe Amane would come up with such a method. However, if Amane really came for a free meal, she truly couldn't just shut Amane out and let her starve. Though she thought this internally, Sakayanagi wouldn't hold back with her words. Isn't that only natural? Nothing makes me feel better than seeing you starve. Watching the two bicker, Sakayanagi Naramori felt as if he had returned to many years ago. He remembered Amane and Arisu arguing over the placement of a single chess piece. What was completely different from now was that Amane back then was so aloof that one could barely detect any change in her emotions. Only Sakayanagi Arisu was chattering and arguing. However, even that scene made one feel very warm. Now, looking at the very expressive Amane, Sakayanagi Naramori also unconsciously smiled. People change, and thus possess infinite possibilities. It was precisely because he firmly believed this that he had steadfastly remained in this position for over a decade. His goal was to witness the growth of each student, who would eventually enter society and become valuable members of it. To achieve this goal, Sakayanagi Naramori would actually deliberately interfere with class assignments to a certain extent in private. Amane was assigned to Class D because of his intervention. No one knew better than Sakayanagi Naramori what kind of students were gathered there. He had originally hoped that Amane would understand the importance of teamwork. But only a few months after school started, Sakayanagi Naramori discovered an extremely serious problem. The standard of Class D was truly too dreadful. Losing all 1,000 class points in just 1 month was already astounding, and later, more than a dozen students failing and facing expulsion gave him a huge headache. Although Amane also played a role in the class, due to a continuous string of negative events, no matter how hard Amane tried, she couldn't change the class's trajectory. Gradually, the entire Class D became a scattered mess. If this continued, Amane might really become decadent in Class D. It seemed necessary to have Horikita Manabu lead the student council to organize some small activities to stimulate the enthusiasm of the entire first year. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 157, Chapter 155, An Unidentified Letter. Classmate Shibata wants to meet me. May I ask why? Eri looked at Hirata in front of her with some confusion. She didn't know why someone from Class B would ask Hirata to find her and request a meeting. She and Shibata were not familiar. Eri didn't even remember who Shibata was. Unfortunately, even Hirata had no clue this time. I'm very sorry, Sakura-san, I know it's very abrupt to come to you without clarifying the specific situation and ask if you want to meet. However, classmate Shibata said something about keeping it a secret, and I couldn't get any useful information from him. If you don't want to go, please feel free to refuse without considering my feelings. Hirata also couldn't understand why Shibata suddenly mysteriously asked him to contact Eri. To be honest, if it weren't for the previous expulsion incident, Hirata would probably only remember someone named Sakura. But Shibata knew Sakura Ari's full name, which clearly meant he had been paying attention to her. Because Hirata didn't know the purpose of Shibata's meeting with Ari, out of caution, Hirata also advised Ari that she could choose to decline Shibata's invitation. And fearing that Ari might worry about Hirata losing face if she refused Shibata's invitation, and thus feel compelled to agree to the meeting, Hirata specifically stated at the outset that she didn't need to consider his, Hirata Yusuke's, position. All she needed to consider was whether or not to meet the unfamiliar Shibata. How is that classmate Shibata as a person? Ari hesitated for a moment but decided to first inquire about the other person's character. Hirata thought for a moment. Do you know classmate Ichino's? Ari nodded. She had seen Ichino's a few times when she was with Amane. She was a very gentle girl. Classmate Shibata has been praised as the male version of Ichino's. If he had such high praise, it meant he wasn't someone who would act recklessly. In that case, she could feel a little more at ease. Since that's the case, I'll agree to meet classmate Shibata. Seeing Ari agree, Hirata still felt a bit uneasy and cautioned her. Sakura-san, when a boy asks a girl to meet, and it's all mysterious, it's most likely a date or a confession. You should think carefully before making a decision. Ari also thought of this. It's all right. I currently have no plans to date anyone. Although classmate Shibata might be a very good boy, I will still refuse him. Seeing Ari's firm attitude, Hirata nodded and said no more. Whether to agree or refuse, that was Ari's right. When Hirata brought the news to Shibata, he seemed very happy. Thank you so much, Yosuke. Otherwise, I would still be a bit too embarrassed to meet Sakura-san. From Shibata's attitude, it was highly likely he was going to confess to Sakura-san. Hirata couldn't help but remind him. Sakura-san seems a bit shy. Don't be too enthusiastic when you meet her, it might scare her. Hirata's advice surprised Shibata a bit. Ah. Is Sakura-san very shy? I couldn't tell. But since it's Yosuke, I trust you more. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Despite feeling that something wasn't quite right, Hirata chose to let nature take its course. After all, he trusted Shibata's character quite a bit. That afternoon, Sakura met Shibata behind the agreed-upon school building. Hello, you must be Sakura-san, right? You look even cuter than in the photos. I'm Shibata from first year class B. I never thought I'd have such a cute fan. Even though Shibata was trying to restrain himself, his overflowing enthusiasm still made Ari feel a bit uncomfortable. I am Sakura Ari of first year class D. What is it that classmate Shibata wants to talk to me about? Seeing Ari ask so directly. Shibata, on the contrary, felt a bit embarrassed. I saw your letter. I appreciate your feelings, but I currently have no experience in relationships. If I were to rashly accept your request, I feel it would be irresponsible. Besides, how can a boy let a girl confess first? So, I asked Hirata-san to arrange a meeting with you. Even if it's a confession, it should be me who confesses. Shibata pulled out a bouquet of fresh flowers from somewhere. He looked at Ari in front of him with deep affection. But Ari's mind was completely blank at this moment, she had no idea what to do. She kept reminding herself to calm down, trying to regain her composure. She understood every word classmate Shibata said, but strung together, she completely failed to grasp what classmate Shibata meant. What about seeing her letter? What confession? What was he even talking about? Classmate Shibata, please wait a moment. I don't recall writing you a letter. Ari's words made the smile on Shibata's face stiffen slightly. Ah, was I rejected? It's all right, I understand. After all, we don't know each other well yet, and a sudden confession might indeed be difficult for you. I apologize, I was inconsiderate. How about we start with a date to get to know each other better? Shibata thought Ari's previous reaction was just an excuse to reject him, so he didn't take it to heart. No, I completely don't understand what you're saying, classmate Shibata. What confession? What letter? I genuinely know nothing about it. Ari quickly and flusteredly explained. Initially, Shibata was a bit disappointed. It was rare for someone to confess to him, only for it to slip away because he was too proactive. However, after he carefully observed Ari's expression, he immediately concluded that Ari wasn't lying. The other party seemed genuinely startled. Sakura-san, please calm down first. Firstly, I'm not joking, nor am I playing a prank. Secondly, wasn't this letter written by you to me? Shibata produced a letter, looking puzzled. Ari's hands trembled as she took the letter. The moment she saw the contents of the letter, Ari's entire head buzzed, and her consciousness began to go blank. Sakura-san. What exactly happened? Seeing Sakura Ari suddenly acting strangely, his intuition told Shibata that something seemed to be about to happen. He quickly reached out to grab Eri. He managed to catch Eri just before she collapsed. "Are you all right?" Shibata didn't know what had happened and quickly asked about Eri's condition. Eri, however, held up the letter, looking dazed. "This letter really wasn't written by me. I only met classmate Shibata today. How could I possibly write such a shameless letter? But the handwriting on it is indeed mine. Why is something like this happening?" After seeing Eri becoming somewhat incoherent, Shibata could only call Hirata. Over the phone, Shibata briefly explained the general situation of the incident to Hirata. Hirata, also realizing there was an issue with Eri's situation, quickly called Horikita, hoping she could come to assist him. A crisis silently descended upon two innocent classes. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 158, Chapter 156, The Confession Letter Controversy. Amane, why have you been so listless lately? Horikita looked at Amane, who was walking and feeling sleepy, and felt puzzled. Amane's sleep schedule had been quite stable recently. Perhaps it was summer now. After spring, Amane had also reined herself in a bit and wasn't clinging to Suzune every night for hugs like before. Even with this restraint, Amane still looked perpetually half asleep. "I don't know either, I just feel so sleepy." Amane yawned and then leaned against Horikita's shoulder. "I can't stand you. Doing that suddenly while walking could make you fall." Horikita felt her shoulder sink. Without looking, she knew it must be Amane using her shoulder as a pillow again. "I know." Amane's perfunctory reply made Horikita sigh helplessly. "What do you think about this matter with Sakura-san?" Horikita casually asked Amane for her opinion on Eri's confession letter incident. Hearing it was about Eri, Amane finally opened her eyes and lifted her head from Horikita's shoulder. "No need to think, someone is definitely meddling behind the scenes, but the timing in that confession letter make me feel a bit strange." Seeing Amane rarely show such a serious expression, Horikita Suzune simply sat down on a nearby bench. Anyway, they were just strolling around now. If Amane wanted to think about something, she should just let her think. Otherwise, if she walked while thinking, Amane might bump into a lamppost. Hee hee. Seeing Horikita sit on the bench, Amane quickly jogged a couple of steps and lay horizontally across Horikita's lap, rubbing her face against it comfortably. "Aren't you afraid someone will take a picture of you like this? If people found out that such a cute Amane acts so immodestly in public, it might disappoint many people." Recently, Horikita Suzune had received several charts from Ayanokoji. They were all rankings of things boys were interested in, such as which girl was cute, which girl had a good figure, which girl had big breasts, and other gossipy rankings. In these rankings, Horikita Suzune's name only appeared once on the beauty ranking list. However, Horikita Suzune clearly had no interest in such gossip lists, but what surprised her was that Amane could rank in the top 3 on every list. She even managed to surpass Ichino's Hanami to take the top spot on the cute ranking list. It was only then that Horikita realized that perhaps Amane, who constantly bothered her to the point of annoyance, was unexpectedly a highly popular beautiful girl in the eyes of others. But Horikita could guarantee that anyone who got to know Amane more deeply would find their perfect image of Amane completely shattered. Because Amane was truly too annoying. She was probably the only one who could tolerate Amane. Anyone else might have been driven to a nervous breakdown by Amane. What do their disappointments have to do with me? I just like resting on your lap, Suzune. It's bouncy and soft, very comfortable. Idiot. Don't say such things out loud. Horikita blushed and poked Amane's cheek. Amane let out a cute, ow, sound. Horikita then stopped her actions. Despite still having a look of disdain, Horikita had long grown accustomed to Amane's behavior. "Oh, right, we were just discussing Eri's matter." Amane, who was rubbing against Horikita's abdomen, suddenly remembered something. "I feel Class C is the most suspicious in this matter." Horikita first stated her opinion. Yesterday, she and Amane went to the scene together to investigate the situation. Hirata stated that he was completely unaware of such things. He didn't even know the purpose of Shibata asking Eri out when he made the request on Shibata's behalf. Therefore, Hirata merely played the role of an intermediary. There was no need for him to get involved in this matter. And Shibata was even more bewildered. He didn't even know the letter was fake before he confessed. However, he couldn't be blamed for this, let alone Shibata not thinking of it. Even Amane didn't expect someone to deliver a fake confession letter. Such a prank was truly a bit boring. The only thing that was different from those commonplace fake love letter pranks was, the handwriting on that letter was actually Sakura Eri's. Sakura Eri also admitted that it was indeed her handwriting. But she said she could guarantee that she absolutely did not write the confession letter. It was precisely this point that made the incident so perplexing. The reason it was called perplexing. was because, in Class B, besides Shibata, Kenzaki Ruji, the second in command, also received a confession letter from Eri. This caused Class B to be extremely displeased with Eri. They even believed that Eri was deliberately toying with the boys of Class B. The girls of Class B even spontaneously went to her, further escalating the matter. Now, almost the entire first year knew that Eri had sent confession letters to 2 boys in Class B simultaneously. This led to Eri receiving a considerable amount of criticism. At the same time, although Shibata came forward to explain that it might be someone else's prank. Compared to the good-natured Shibata, Kenzaki was much stricter. He insisted that no one would mimic the handwriting of an unknown girl from Class D and then deliberately play a prank by confessing to 2 people in Class B. Kenzaki firmly believed that Eri was the kind of unchaste girl, attempting to maintain romantic relationships with multiple people, only to be exposed during her attempts. Otherwise, how could one explain that the handwriting on the confession letters all belonged to Sakura Eri? Would someone really be bored enough to play such a prank? Kenzaki's criticism was the root cause of the incident escalating to an unmanageable degree. Under immense pressure, Eri even took sick leave from Chabashira-sensei, staying alone in her dorm and not daring to go out. Even when Amane went to see Eri, she was turned away. I also feel it should be Ryuan's doing, but the timeline is very strange. Amane could almost certainly conclude that Ryuan was behind it. However, this time she couldn't find any evidence of Ryuan's involvement. Firstly, Eri, as one of the witnesses to the Ishizaki incident, had such an incident occur at the critical juncture when Ishizaki and his group were about to be discharged from the hospital. Regardless of the final outcome, it would inevitably affect Eri's state. When the student council convenes a bilateral meeting, whether Eri can come forward to testify is a problem. And coincidentally, the targets of the confession letter prank were from Class B. This raises the question of whether Shiraha's stance will waver. Even if Shiraha firmly stood with Amane. Class B currently has strong opinions against Class D, making it almost impossible for them to work together as before. Once infiltrated by self-interest, this fragile alliance could immediately fall apart. So, no matter how you look at it, this confession letter prank is a very clever move. The problem is, Shibata received the confession letter a week ago, and Ishizaki received his 5 days ago. They both received their confession letters before the Ishizaki incident. No matter how brilliant Ryuan is, there's no way he could have known Eri would be there that day, right? This is the root of Amane's confusion. Note: Happy Lunar New Year, everyone. I wish you all a year filled with blessings, success, good fortune, and happiness. Important announcement. I will be on Lunar New Year holiday starting February 15, 2026, and will return on February 23, 2026. During this time, I will focus on resting and spending time with my family. During my break, I will prepare some new chapters, which I will post regularly after the holiday ends. Please stay tuned, the following parts are very interesting. Thank you so much for your incredible support. Wishing you a happy, healthy, and prosperous new year. Chapter 159, Chapter 157, Your names are something else. I didn't expect there'd be anything that could confuse you. Horikita pinched Amane's cheek, a little surprised. I'm not a god, how could I be omniscient and omnipotent? But this matter is too strange, I have no leads on it at all right now. Amane sighed, looking troubled. I'm so tired, I don't want to deal with it anymore. I'll leave this matter to you, Suzune. Amane had a sudden idea and said to Horikita with a smile. Don't joke like that. I asked you for help precisely because I had no ideas. If you dump it back on me now, things will just stagnate. Horikita was quite helpless at Amane's sudden act of giving up. But I don't have any solutions either. Besides, I've already helped Eri once. Although I think this incident might be related to Ryuan, I don't believe for a second that Eri isn't involved. In such a situation, to break the deadlock, we can only start by working on Eri's mindset. Just thinking about it is troublesome. Amane scratched her hair in frustration. Horikita, however, smiled. This is the charm of this school, unexpected situations can arise at any time. And as the bottom-ranked class of the first years, we can only push forward with grit. Hearing Horikita say this, Amane pouted. But I just want to enjoy my school life comfortably. In a person's life, countless choices are made, and countless difficulties are faced, resulting in either overcoming them or being defeated by them. These can be experienced anywhere, anytime, but school life only happens once. Suzune, you should learn to enjoy it. Amane rolled over, lying flat on Horikita's lap. She slowly reached out her hand, seemingly wanting to grasp something. Rays of sunlight, filtering through the tree branches, quickly slipped through Amane's fingertips. In the end, Amane didn't catch anything, but her face was full of smiles. You don't necessarily have to get something to feel satisfied. Sometimes, meaningless actions can also bring joy. As soon as Amane finished speaking, Horikita gently poked her nose. That's because you're too easily satisfied. Ever since I was little, I've been chasing my brother's footsteps. Every time I felt like I was just one step away from him, that man would run desperately, leaving his sister mercilessly behind. It took so much effort, and now I've finally reached the same track as him. Although the starting points are different, I know we're now at the final stage. Instead of thinking about giving up now, it's better to run with all your might. Horikita Suzune's voice paused. I also want my brother and you, Amane, to see me chasing with all my strength. You eat too much. Get up, my leg feels a bit numb. Horikita Suzune rolled her eyes at Amane and started to push her off. I only lay down for a little while. But I'm the one who's suffering. If you're not happy, go find someone else willing to give you a lap pillow. Horikita flicked Amane's head, just about to leave. But a familiar voice came from behind her. Yo, isn't that Amane? My lap happens to be missing someone. Want to come? Kiryuin was sitting on the bench with her legs crossed. Her gaze passed through Horikita to Amane, who was covering her forehead. TCH, I'm not interested. Amane was just about to turn and follow Horikita away. Then she saw Kiryuin, that old trickster. I mean, that bad woman, actually taking off her shoes and pulling black over-the-knee socks from her pocket to put on. Whether intentional or not. When Kiryuin's fingers traced her legs, it always seemed to deliberately accentuate the perfect lines of her legs. Kiryuin definitely surpassed Horikita in leg flexibility and elasticity. After all, she had trained her leg flexibility and strength since childhood, which was a completely different level from Horikita Suzune, who only learned some basic self-defense techniques for self-protection and to emulate Horikita Manabu. Gulp. Seeing her Amane staring at the other's legs with a perverted look. Horikita had a look of disappointment. Cough. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. Suzune, do you have pollen allergies? You weren't coughing just now. Looking at Amane's worried expression. Horikita was both relieved and angry. Relieved that Amane finally looked away from the other person's legs, for her sake. Angry that she only reacted after her third cough. She was clearly almost completely captivated. How were your whispers? Senpai will make you very comfortable, you know. Seeing that Amane's will was still quite firm. Kiryuin smiled, emphasizing the word senpai. Actually, the term senpai is just a normal honorific to others. It doesn't have any substantial meaning. But to Amane, well, let's see what kind of impression Amane has of senpai in her mind. It seems there isn't a single proper image. Oh. Isn't that Horikita-san and Miyako-san? A tall woman happened to walk over and greeted Horikita and Amane as soon as she saw them, followed by a boy and a girl, both second years in uniform. You are, AC Cup, I think. You must be President Fujiwara, right? Amane recognized the other person at a glance. Even Fujiwara was startled. After all, they had only met once. The reason she recognized Amane was because Amane's expressiveness was too exaggerated, a presence that no one has surpassed even now. Especially her terrifying arm strength left Fujiwara in awe. I'm glad you still remember me. Since you do, why don't you come to the Kyudo Club when you're free? Anta and Kyuko miss you too, right? Fujiwara looked back at the two who were following her like attendants. Anta and Kyuko quickly nodded. Hearing Kyudo Club brought back some vague memories for Horikita. She didn't expect Amane to have such a good memory, remembering people she had only met once. I'm a first-year student, and I've been quite busy lately, so I haven't found the time to visit. Next time I'm free, I'll definitely visit the Kyudo Club. Visit. If someone else had casually said such an indifferent remark, Fujiwara would have immediately gotten angry without hesitation. Because it was a clear act of disrespect towards the Kyudo Club. But when Amane said it, Fujiwara only felt slightly awkward. After all, their skill in Kyudo was indeed far inferior to Amane's. Then I'll look forward to you coming to visit me. As a third year, Fujiwara gave off a very approachable feeling, like a warm older sister. By the way, President Fujiwara, where are you planning to go with Anta-senpai and Kyuko-senpai this time? Since all three were wearing school uniforms, they were clearly going to the school building, and it was probably related to the Kyudo Club. Otherwise, these three wouldn't be moving together. Oh, it's like this. Horikita Manabu, that bastard, said he's cutting the Kyudo Club's budget. How outrageous. I'm going to settle accounts with him. Fujiwara said, rolling up her sleeves. Horikita Suzune, who had been indifferent, couldn't help but start to worry about her brother when she saw Fujiwara's muscular, unfeminine arms. By the way, Anta-senpai and Kyuko-senpai haven't mentioned their surnames, have they? It seems a bit inconvenient to address them like this. Horikita Suzune quickly changed the subject from discussing Horikita Manabu. Sure enough, when Anta and Kyuko were mentioned, Fujiwara's face showed a troubled expression. They're famous good-for-nothings in the second year, almost everyone knows them. Their reputation is even big among the third years, so everyone usually calls them Anta and Kyoko. They're used to it. You two should properly introduce yourselves to your juniors, Horikita-san and Miyako-san. Show off your charm to your juniors, okay? Hearing Fujiwara's encouragement, the two exchanged glances and simultaneously sighed helplessly. They had always asked people to call them by their first names instead of their surnames precisely because their full names sounded like they were easy to bully. I'm Anta from Class A, second year. Yagami Anta. I'm Kyuko from Class D, second year. Kusanagi Kyuko. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 160, Chapter 158, Shiraha Chihiro's Betrayal. Seeing Amane and the others show surprised expressions, Kusanagi's face immediately fell. I told you, my name sounds like it's easily misunderstood. Yagami, beside her, nodded. I was afraid people would want to bully me if they heard my name, so I always asked people to call me Anta. Watching the two still discussing how unpopular their names were, Amane's head was buzzing. Are you sure your names won't scare away the people who want to bully you? They don't look like they'd be bullied at all. Oh dear, it's getting late. I still need to have a good talk with the president before the student council finishes work. We'll be going ahead. President Fujiwara, please go ahead. I'll come to the Kyoto Club when I'm free, okay? Always welcome. Watching Fujiwara's slender waist disappear, Amane became a little melancholic. Why aren't all the pretty girls in her class? Amane, are you thinking something terribly inappropriate? Horikita poked Amane's abdomen with her elbow. This brought Amane's gaze back. How is that possible? My mind is filled with Suzune, you know. Oh, by the way, where's Fuka? It was only then that Amane realized Kiryuin had long since disappeared. How annoying. She had promised to let her use her lap as a pillow, but after flirting, she just ran off. Next time she saw her, she would definitely make her realize her mistake. In various ways. Your Kiryuin-senpai seemed to have left while you were chatting with President Fujiwara. What? Are you going to look for her? Horikita's voice was cold and clear, without a hint of emotional fluctuation. I'm not going to look for her. She's not as good as Suzune. Come on, let's go home. I'm hungry. Horikita snorted lightly and said nothing more. Horikita Suzune stated that she was already immune to Amane's words. Early the next morning, Amane received a message from Horikita Manabu. As the Ishizaki trio had recovered from their injuries, a judgment meeting regarding the Ishizaki harassment incident was scheduled for 17:30 this afternoon in the Student Council conference room. Since this incident involved 3 classes, a public trial would cause unnecessary waste of resources and energy. Therefore, apart from the class advisors, only 3 people from first-year classes D, C, and D were allowed to be present. This single restriction put Class C at a great disadvantage, because Ishizaki and his group were exactly 3 people, which meant that at the judgment meeting, Class C, apart from their advisor, had no one to speak for them. All they could do was defend themselves. Compared to Class C, Class B and Class D could prepare very thoroughly, and their chances of winning seemed quite high. However, Eri, as one of the witnesses, definitely had to attend the meeting, but her current state was very worrying. Moreover, the recent public opinion was intensifying, and there were even rumors that Eri used to be an idol, with many past events being dug up. From these small actions, it was not difficult to see that someone was deliberately trying to use the Eri incident as a tool to divert others' attention. Currently, almost all first years were discussing Eri's gossip, which led to this serious incident of harassing a girl receiving little attention. To some extent, Class C had indeed done well. Soon, it was time for the meeting to begin. By the time Amane and Horikita arrived at the conference room, Eri and Chabashira-sensei were already waiting there. The attendees from Class D were Chabashira Sae, Sakura Eri, Miyako Amane, and Horikita Suzune. Originally, Chabashira-sensei wanted Hirata to participate in this meeting, but Hirata politely declined, so Chabashira reluctantly chose Horikita to replace Hirata. What made Eri a bit awkward were the attendees from first-year Class B. Ichino's Hanami, being a student council member, did not occupy a spot among Class B's attendees. Therefore, the people present from Class B were Hashinomiya-sensei, Shiraha Chihiro, Kenzaki Ruji, and Shibata So. This arrangement of personnel immediately plunged Eri into absolute silence. Class C consisted of Sakao-sensei and the 3 main individuals involved in this case, Ishizaki, Komiya, and Kondo. Without Ryuin and Shina, Amane wasn't too afraid of the threat from Class C. What truly made her uneasy was Class B. Ichino's Hanami couldn't possibly be unaware of the recent widely discussed confession letter incident. How could she arrange for classmate Kenzaki and Shibata to appear simultaneously, knowing that Eri would definitely be present? Unless it was Thank you all for attending this meeting as scheduled. The meeting will be presided over by Student Council President Horikita Manabu, with Vice President Nagumo Miyabi, Secretary Tachibana Akane, and Service Committee member Ichinos Hanami serving as members of the judgment panel. Due to the extremely serious nature of this incident, if found guilty, the school will contact the police. Please be aware of this. After Tachibana Akane finished speaking, she looked at Horikita Manabu, whose expression was not very good. Horikita Manabu was somewhat displeased after learning about first-year Class B's arrangements. The primary purpose of this incident was for the school to verify the specific circumstances of the event, to facilitate the school's next steps based on the actual situation. However, Class B was attempting to interfere with the judgment using such underhanded methods. This was what displeased Horikita Manabu. This incident occurred on June 17, around 18:30 in the afternoon, at the school's second sports field. The general course of events was that 3 individuals from Class C, led by Ishizaki, verbally harassed and intimidated Shiraha-san from Class B. After being discovered by Miyako-san from Class D, the 3 Class C individuals still chose to verbally provoke and engaged in physical contact. For self-preservation, Miyako-san knocked down the 3 individuals. Does any class have any objections to the above account? After Horikita Manabu finished speaking, his gaze primarily rested on Class B. In his opinion, neither Class C nor Class D would change their stance, and the only potential for change would be Class B. Sure enough, as soon as Horikita Manabu finished speaking, Shiraha Chihiro immediately raised her hand. Shiraha-san, do you have something to say? It's like this. Actually, I wasn't bullied that day. The cause was that I bumped into Ishizaki-san and his 2 companions, which then led to a series of verbal arguments. Later, Amane happened to pass by and mistakenly thought I was being bullied, so she got into a fight with them. Shiraha kept her head down the entire time. She didn't dare to look in Amane's direction at all. Then, did those 3 lay hands on Miyako-san? Horikita Manabu asked with a serious expression. No, Amane is very strong. She knocked down one with a single punch. Ishizaki-san and his companions had no room to retaliate, so there was no question of them laying hands on Amane. This incident itself was actually a misunderstanding. Shiraha's voice grew softer and softer. Sakao-sensei adjusted his glasses, and a look of certain victory had already appeared on his face. He knew how much effort Ryuin had put in behind the scenes, even though he didn't have a spot at the meeting. Now that Class B had directly changed their testimony, he wanted to see how the kids from Class D would cope with Ryuin's meticulously planned scheme. What a joke. That's not what you said that day. Horikita Suzune slammed the table and loudly questioned Shiraha. Only Amane shook her head almost imperceptibly. She was caught off guard, wasn't she? I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 161, Chapter 159, A Sudden Backstab. It's not Class D's turn to speak yet. Class D, please maintain meeting discipline. Please remain silent when others are speaking. Horikita Manabu looked at Horikita Suzune's furious expression, and his own expression turned a few shades colder. Even Amane hadn't spoken yet, and his foolish younger sister had already raised an objection. Was such an objection useful? Since the other party had already chosen to change their statement, they must have prepared an excuse to fob off Class D, otherwise, wouldn't that be slapping their own face? If she couldn't even think of this, could Suzune really lead Class D to Class A? Even if entrusted to Amane probably wouldn't be able to make Suzune lead the class to continuous victories. Warned by her own brother, even Horikita Suzune could only swallow her anger and sit back down for now. Shiraha-san, do you have anything else to add? Horikita Manabu's gaze turned to Shiraha. Shiraha gently shook her head. Then please have Shiraha-san take a seat. Does the Class D representative have any objections to Shiraha-san's statement? After Shiraha obediently sat down, Ichinos finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it was just Horikita Suzune, it would be fine. She was worried that Amane would directly choose to conflict with Shiraha-san. Shiraha already felt some guilt, and if Amane played the emotional card, it was predictable that Shiraha would definitely have her psychological defenses broken by Amane. At that time, perhaps the promise she made to Ryuin would change. She should have communicated with Amane after all. Amane. Horikita Suzune quietly reminded Amane. Amane, however, shook her head. Seeing this, Horikita Suzune could only stand up herself to answer for Amane. Regarding this harassment incident, we submitted evidence long ago. Everything can be spoken through evidence. Even if someone is driven by profit to change their testimony, we still have one witness who can prove what happened that day. Sakura-san, would you please recount what happened that day? Horikita Suzune looked expectantly at Sakura Eri beside her. But she didn't notice that Sakura Eri's expression was a bit off. Say whatever you want to say. No matter what you say, I won't blame you, Ari. Amane patted Ari's hand, encouraging her to speak. Amane already knew what Ari would say, but even so, she hoped Ari could bravely face her choice. Amane-san. I didn't see anything that day. I just took a photo and then hid in fear. I don't know what happened at all. I'm sorry. Who was this apology for? Sakura. Ari's words even made Chabashira-sensei a bit unsettled. Sakura, this isn't a playhouse. What we're discussing now are just supplementary proofs for this case. The true situation still requires further investigation and verification. If found to have committed perjury, the consequences will be very serious. Chabashira-sensei's warning made Ari lower her head like Shiraha, biting her lip tightly. After a long hesitation, she finally replied. I know. Bastard. What the hell happened? How could you betray your own classmate? Amane saved you once. If it wasn't for Amane, you would have left Class D last time. Is this how you repay Amane? This is just. Horikita Suzune's furious scolding made Ari start to cry softly. Secretary Tachibana, please take Sakura-san to the next room. Suzune, your current state is not suitable for continuing the meeting. Ichinos, please take responsibility for escorting Horikita Suzune out temporarily. Horikita Manabu spoke with disappointment and issued his orders. Tachibana Akane comforted Ari and left the conference room. Ichinos was about to get up when Horikita Suzune directly turned and left the seat. You don't need to see me out. With a bang. The conference room door was heavily shut. What rude behavior. I can't imagine such a person attending a meeting like this. Kenzaki Ruji crossed his arms and offered his assessment of Horikita Suzune. Classmate Kenzaki. Ichinos originally wanted to persuade Kenzaki to exercise some restraint. If others didn't know, how could she not know how highly Horikita Suzune was regarded in Amane's heart? Kenzaki's rash evaluation would only provoke Amane, forcing Amane and Class B into an adversarial position. Ichinos, I know you're a kind person, but when facing such a rude individual, your kindness won't change her. Have you said enough? Amane's cold voice came from the opposite side. Nagumo Miyabi showed a satisfied smile. Yes, this was it. Last time he had suffered a setback at the hands of this demon, and Kiriyama had even developed Amane's post-traumatic stress. As soon as he heard that Miyako Amane would also be attending this meeting, he directly took sick leave and didn't come. What a pity. He was probably going to miss something spectacular this time. Kenzaki Ruji closed his mouth. It was his first time talking to Amane-san face to face. Unlike the cute image of Amane-san that circulated privately, the Amane-san in front of him now exuded an intimidating aura. Since you've said enough, it's my turn to speak. Amane-san stood up from her seat and looked around. The three students from Class C remained silent throughout, heads bowed, as if under instruction, letting Classes B and D speak freely. This alone indicated that all the unusual changes today were inextricably linked to Class C, very impressive. Amane-san's words stunned everyone who was prepared to listen to her speak. I had considered that Class C might play some tricks, but I didn't expect your actions to be so swift, and to even get Sakura-san to change her testimony in such a short time. I have to admit, Ryuin is indeed a step ahead, there's nothing more to say about that. However, doing this carries considerable risk. Are you prepared for it to be exposed? Amane-san's cold gaze turned to Kenzaki and Shibata. Miyako-san, you had better watch your words. You said Ryuin made Shiraha-san and Sakura-san change their testimonies. To me, that's simply absurd. Do you have any evidence? Sakao-sensei tapped the table lightly with her fingertips, trying to put pressure on Amane-san. I will find the evidence. Please don't be impatient. I'm actually looking forward to seeing where you'll put that old face of yours when I present the evidence. After Amane-san finished speaking, she didn't even look at the purple-faced Sakao-sensei. She casually picked up her and Suzune's backpacks, then walked out of the conference room. Horikita Manabu frowned. With the absence of two witnesses from Class D, the meeting couldn't proceed, meaning another meeting would have to be scheduled. Wait. Horikita Manabu suddenly realized something. This person, who appeared to be unhappy with the others recanting, was actually retreating to advance, intending to buy time to gather evidence. A good judgment. However, Ryuin is a difficult person to deal with. I wonder if Amane-san can find his weakness. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 162, Chapter 160, The Truth Behind Class B's Betrayal. Amane-san, why did you come out so quickly? Horikita, who was sulking outside the door, was puzzled when she saw Amane-san leave the conference room just a few minutes after her. A bad premonition followed. Shall we go back? Amane-san proactively took Horikita's hand. Unlike Amane-san's warm little hand, which Horikita could touch anywhere, anytime in the past. Horikita couldn't help but flinch after just one touch. Amane-san's hand was very cold. Only then did Horikita carefully examine Amane-san. Although Amane-san had a faint smile on her face, her eyes were terrifyingly deep. Her rosy cheeks had lost their usual color, and her lovely lips were also colorless. Amane-san was not as accommodating as she appeared on the surface. To Horikita, those things were simply unforgivable. Are you really okay with it? Horikita held Amane-san's hand and asked with some heartache. She guessed that Amane-san might be pretending to be strong to reassure her. After all, from the moment she met Amane-san, Amane-san always seemed optimistic in front of her. But this time. Do you believe me, Suzune, if I say I don't mind? Amane-san sighed. That heaviness also made Horikita breathless. I'm sorry, this was my oversight. I should have expected them to make a move, but I overlooked human nature. I've been defeated by human nature again. It's truly laughable. Amane-san smiled very brightly. But Horikita always felt that Amane-san's smile was very sad. Perhaps she wasn't sad about her own oversight. But rather, she had been betrayed by someone she trusted. Whether it was Eri or Ichino's. This idiot, who was as innocent as a child, truly treated them as friends. She understood the value of interests better than anyone. And she knew better than anyone that human nature cannot withstand tests. Yet, she still chose to believe. As expected, Amane-san suffered a crushing blow here. Let's go. Classmate Amane, please wait. Just as Amane-san and Horikita were about to leave, Ichino's chased after them. What are you still doing here? Horikita Suzune, fearing that Ichino's might provoke Amane-san again, immediately stepped in front of Amane-san. With just one glance, Ichino's knew Horikita was skilled. There was a hint of surprise in her eyes. I have something I'd like to discuss with Amane-san alone. Despite being somewhat wary of Horikita, Ichino still bravely stated her purpose. What's there to say now? Are you planning to continue deceiving her? Suzune. Amane-san just called out Suzune's name. Horikita's anger gradually dissipated. Do whatever you want, but Amane-san, you should also know that this person is not as innocent as she appears. Keep your phone recording on. Horikita Suzune reminded Amane-san to turn on her phone's recording in front of Ichino's. This clearly showed extreme distrust towards Ichino's. What made it even harder for her to accept was that Amane-san actually turned on the phone recording. We are friends, aren't we? Ichino's eagerly wanted to hear Amane-san's answer. Perhaps, or perhaps not, classmate Ichino's, shall we get straight to the point? Amane-san gave Ichino's an ambiguous answer. Ichino's face turned pale. She knew that some things, once even a tiny crack appeared, could never be fully restored. Even if they looked perfect on the surface, like new, their essence had already changed. They had become irrevocably altered. It's like this, the reason Shiraha-san changed her testimony this time was at my request, and it was also the collective idea of the entire first-year Class B. Ichino said, glancing at Amane-san's expression. Even after bringing up Class B, Amane-san remained unmoved. You mean the entire Class B believes that changing the testimony is the right thing to do? Of course not. Facing Amane-san's questioning, Ichino's immediately denied it. There was no way she could admit to such a statement. We never believed that changing testimony was the right thing to do, but in the face of class interests, any personal grievances must be put aside first. Do you understand what I mean when I say this? Ichino's wanted to tell Amane-san as subtly as possible, without leaving evidence, that they were forced to make such a painful decision for the sake of their interests. As expected of classmate Ichino's, you can make betrayal sound like such a reluctant act. I'll emphasize one point, the fact of betrayal has already been established, and I resorted to violence to protect someone from your class. I've helped you more than once, yet this is the outcome I receive. Since you've made such a decision, I think you should be clear, you are gambling with all of Class B's reputation for 3 years in this school. Amane-san's words left Ichino speechless. Once the news spread, Class B's reputation could be said to be like a rat crossing the street, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration. Someone who helped Class B twice, sold out for a mere profit. Who would dare to cooperate with Class B in the future? So, Ichino's action this time was undoubtedly a huge gamble. Gambling on what? Gambling that she herself could appease Amane-san. To make Amane-san accept reality. Amane-san, please listen to me first. If you can agree to just accept the new testimony, I have a small gift for you as compensation. Also, you won't be held accountable for hitting someone. How does that sound? Ichino shed her gentle demeanor. Standing before Amane-san now was the leader of first-year Class B, Ichino's Hanami. How generous. What I want to know is, if the gift alone for me is 500,000 points, what kind of benefits did you receive? Amane-san directly revealed the number on the anonymous white card. Ichino's immediately showed an awkward expression. Because Amane-san was recording, many things couldn't be said too explicitly. But if they weren't explicit, Amane-san wouldn't believe them. This immediately put Ichino's in a dilemma. After much hesitation, she still decided to tell Amane-san part of the plan. We gained 100 class points, and we also learned the truth about Sakura-san's confession letter. As long as you, Amane-san, are willing to accept Class B's small gift, you will be our friend in Class B. In the future, if you need anything, you can come directly to me, and we will do our best to help Sakura-san through this difficult time. How does that sound? Ichino's tone of negotiation made Amane-san very uncomfortable. However, the content of what she said made Amane-san somewhat admire Ryuan's boldness. 100 class points. It seemed Ryuan really bled a lot. Then those 500,000 personal points were probably Class B's hush money for her. Don't underestimate 100 class points, it only means an extra 10,000 personal points per person per month. But Class B has 40 people, so that's 400,000 per month. Conservatively, they could still receive it for 32 months. This means that these 100 class points would allow one person to receive 320,000 personal points until graduation, increasing Class B's liquid points by 12.8 million. What a terrifying number that was. Moreover, with these 100 points, they were only a step away from Class A. No wonder even someone like Ichino's would support betrayal. Because the benefits outweighed her bottom line. That was all. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 163, Chapter 161, even an idiot has things they can't forgive. Seeing that Amane had understood her, Ichino's expression softened slightly. You should take these points, consider it compensation from Class B to you, Amane. Class B will also help with the follow-up matters. Ichino's words were interrupted by Amane raising her hand. Wait a moment, please allow me to ask one more question. Amane's expression was serious and earnest. Ichino's heart immediately tightened again. Amane, you go ahead and ask. Class B chose to accept the proposal of receiving 100 class points to change their stance. What is your attitude towards this, Ichino's? Amane's surgical precision in questioning immediately cut to the place Ichino's least wanted to answer directly. The matter has already happened, so my attitude is no longer important, right? I certainly don't want you, Amane, to fight alone, but... Ichino's stammering words and evasive gaze all told Amane that the truth was exactly as Amane had imagined. Who am I speaking to, Ichino's Hanami, or Ichino's Hanami of first-year Class B? Amane once again posed a seemingly incomprehensible question. They were both Ichino's Hanami, so what was the difference in adding the class prefix? The intelligent Ichino's, however, understood. She hesitated but still chose to answer Amane. I am Ichino's Hanami of first-year Class B, Amane. You should understand that since I was chosen by everyone to lead Class B, it's impossible for me to act solely on my personal will. Ichino's explained sincerely. But did Amane truly not understand? Amane had been exposed to these things since childhood and understood them far better than Ichino's. Amane's repeated confirmation had only one purpose. So, it was Ichino's Hanami of Class B who supported doing this, then. Amane's gaze became somewhat profound. Although Amane stood there without moving or any change in expression, it was as if in an instant, Ichino's felt that the Amane in front of her seemed to possess a heavy feeling of having experienced and carried many things. That's right, I admit, I was swayed. As the leader of the class, I must strive for the greatest collective interest for Class B. In fact, if I wanted to refuse, it would have been quite simple. As long as I opposed it, even if the entire Class B supported it, I would have a way to reverse everyone's thoughts and make them make the same decision as me. However, this time I chose to support the transaction. As a friend, I don't want you, Amane, to be abandoned, but as a leader. I also have no right to regret. Agreement signed in the name of the class must be absolutely fulfilled. I hope you can accept my selfish reasoning. If you can't accept it, I can only apologize to you, Amane, and do my best to compensate you. Besides that, I have no other way. For a class leader to speak so clearly and thoroughly with Amane showed that Ichino's had indeed opened her heart to her. However, Amane was actually never a sentimental person. To put it nicely, she was carefree. To put it harshly, she was stone-hearted. No matter how emotional the words, in Amane's ears, they were nothing more than an equal exchange of interests. In the choice between known immediate benefits, uncertain future benefits, and the unknowable value of friendship, Ichino's chose the most direct immediate benefits. Would Amane feel sad about such a decision? No, she wouldn't. What bothered Amane was being stabbed in the back by a friend. The title she cherished so dearly was merely a disposable bargaining chip in others' eyes. This was what displeased Amane. But what was interesting was that Amane believed that even if she were in Ichino's position, she would not hesitate to abandon a friend for immediate gain when making a choice. The future? God knows what the future holds. Sometimes, people just have to live in the present. So Amane's current mood was a complex one. She could understand and empathize with Ichino's actions, but she was also angry about Ichino's betrayal. The compensation for Amane was probably requested by Ichino's herself, otherwise, she wouldn't believe that the guys in Class B would be kind enough to give her such generous compensation. But the betrayal had indeed happened. Ichino's Hanami had admitted that she played a huge role in it. It was truly difficult. However, no matter what the final outcome of the matter was, Amane would not easily let go of those who betrayed her. Understanding is understanding, but understanding cannot be eaten. Hanami, did you ever consider that I might do something excessive to your Class B by doing this? Amane asked in a joking tone. Of course we did, but our Class B is still relatively united. Ichino smiled reservedly. She said nothing, yet it was as if she had said everything. The implication was clear. Ichino's had never seen Amane's true methods, she had only seen Amane take advantage of a loophole in words to trick Ryuan once. That was all. Ichino's obviously didn't think that Amane, a mere individual, could pose any threat to a unified Class B. This was Ichino's Hanami's confidence. Coincidentally, Amane loved to trample on the dignity of those who were confident. You all take care of yourselves. Amane casually threw the card Ichino's gave her onto the ground. Was 50,000 points a lot? Not a small amount, but to Amane, it was like charity. You hit someone with a slap and then try to settle it with money. I'm not that worthless. Amane finished speaking and turned to leave the school building. Only Ichino's remained, staring blankly at the card on the ground, letting out a deep sigh. Was sacrificing a friend for 100 class points really worth it? The answer was yes, it was worth it. If sacrificing a friend could truly exchange for 100 class points, Ichino's might exchange all her friends outside her own class for class points. This was human nature. Was her judgment wrong? Ichino's actions were, surprisingly, the most normal and rational ones. Where are we going next? Horikita Suzune saw Amane stop walking and, realizing that Amane didn't intend to go back, turned to ask Amane for her thoughts. Suzune, you go back first. I'm going to chat with a few people. Chat. Horikita narrowed her eyes. I'm going to see boys. Suzune, you don't believe me. Amane puffed out her cheeks, an expression that said, I'm very angry, what are you going to do about it? Ahem, I wasn't worried you'd do something rash. Just remember to come back tonight. Horikita pinched Amane's cheek. The two said goodbye downstairs in the dormitory building. After watching Horikita Suzune get into the elevator, Amane went to the stairwell. She didn't want Horikita Suzune to get involved in her plans either. Just as Kushida Kikyo didn't want others to see her true self, Amane also didn't want Horikita to see her other side. Upon reaching the floor where the other party was located, after confirming there were no passers-by in the hallway, Amane arrived outside a dormitory room and, without any hesitation, knocked on the door. A voice quickly came from inside. Who is it? Miyako Amane. Ayanokoji-kun, please open the door quickly. It would be very troublesome if someone saw us. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 164, Chapter 162, Collaborator. Miyako-san. Why are you? Before Ayanokoji could finish speaking, Amane quickly slipped into his room. Oops, we almost got caught, huh? What were you just about to say? Amane blinked. She vaguely remembered Ayanokoji seemed to be about to say something to her just now. Ayanokoji silently closed the door. Then he went to the kitchen. Miyako-san, would you like something to drink? A glass of milk, please. I only have barley tea here. Eh? Then, water is fine. You're really not picky, are you? Ayanokoji walked over with the hot water kettle and poured Amane a glass of water. From how quickly the steam occupied the inner wall of the glass, it was clear that the water was quite hot. And since the hot water kettle had no insulation, Ayanokoji had most likely just been boiling water. What made you think of coming here today? I thought Miyako-san would be more interested in girls' rooms. Ayanokoji Kiyotaka's sharp tongue was not to be underestimated. Amane picked up the glass and her gaze wandered around the room. It's quite normal to occasionally get tired of delicacies and try some coarse grains for a change, isn't it? Amane took a sip of water. From Ayanokoji Kiyotaka's perspective, Amane's every movement, compared to her lively demeanor in class, possessed an added elegance and composure befitting a young lady. Even when just drinking water, her unhurried manner was as if she were savoring coffee or some other uniquely flavored beverage. Is Miyako-san planning to take my virginity? Amane spat out a mouthful of hot water. Cough cough cough, Ayano-koji. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly be interested in you in that way? My heart belongs to Suzune, wholeheartedly. I'm loyal, you have no chance. Amane originally wanted to say wholeheartedly, but halfway through, she suddenly thought of something and changed to a more cautious way of speaking. What a shame, I thought I was finally going to have some romantic luck today. Ayano-koji said regrettably, but his expression didn't change at all. This made him seem a bit strange. Romantic luck. It seems hard to associate you with that word, right? Speaking of which, you're not bad looking. I originally thought I'd see girls without clothes when I came to your dorm or something. Amane said casually, bringing up a slightly suggestive topic. How could that kind of thing happen? Frankly, I can't even imagine what a girl without clothes would look like. Ayano-koji's response was a bit stiff, but he was still able to have a normal social conversation. I thought boys were good at imagining this kind of thing. It's okay if you can't imagine what a girl looks like, but can you remember what Tsukishiro-chanching looks like? As soon as Tsukishiro was mentioned, Ayano-koji's eyes sharpened. You've met him. Ayano-koji's voice didn't have any fluctuations, but intuition told Amane that he was nervous. Indeed. Ayano-koji knew that Tsukishiro's purpose in coming to the school was to take him away. He wants Ayano-koji Kiyotaka to drop out of school. Amane directly stated Tsukishiro's intentions. Ayano-koji was about to say something when he saw Amane's half-smiling expression. He knew that Amane had set a trap for him. Once he answered rashly, he might fall into Amane's trap. This is really an unexpected disaster for me, so what was the final result? No matter what happened, Tsukishiro must have ended in failure. Otherwise, with Tsukishiro's position and strength, he would have done everything possible to make Ayano-koji Kiyotaka drop out of school. The fact that Ayano-koji was still safe and sound now showed something. I easily made that guy run back crying. Ayano-koji was first a little surprised, then sincerely happy, and then returned to calm. It was hard to imagine these emotional changes appearing on a person's expressionless face. If he leaves, he will definitely not let it go. Next, he may bring a guy who will give everyone a headache. Ayano-koji looked out the window at the scenery in the distance. Isn't it Ayano-koji Atsuomi? Why are you making it sound so mysterious? Seeing Amane blurt out that man's name, Ayano-koji Kiyotaka breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, he was planning to find some way to prevent his father from interfering with his rare campus life here. Seeing Amane's confident look, he knew that Amane had a way to help him, otherwise she wouldn't have suddenly visited him, but it might require him to pay a certain price. Do you know that man? Even without saying his name, Amane knew that this was Ayano-koji's test. Testing Amane's attitude towards Ayano-koji Atsuomi. Of course I know him. Ayano-koji Atsuomi, that bastard, is the culprit who made my childhood terrible. I will never let him go no matter what. Now that we've gotten straight to the point, I hope Ayano-koji-kun can answer a question for me. Do you want to be taken back by him? As soon as Amane asked the question, she saw Ayano-koji Kiyotaka quickly shake his head. I like this place very much. Here, I can enjoy the campus life that I have never experienced before. I have no intention of dropping out of school at all, but that guy has a lot of power outside, and he is not on the same level as Tsukishiro at all. Miyako-san, are you really ready? Ayano-koji Kiyotaka's worries were not unnecessary. If it was just Tsukishiro, there would be many ways to deal with him. Although he symbolized a certain will of Ayano-koji Atsuomi, he was not the person himself after all, so some people with family backgrounds could easily deal with Tsukishiro. But if you mistakenly thought that Tsukishiro was nothing more than that, then you would be very wrong. As Ayano-koji Atsuomi's shadow, that guy would not have a fair duel with you. Of course, if there is anyone in this school who can stop your father, it is probably me. Otherwise, do you think my Miyako surname is just for show? Of course, I can't help you for nothing. We can make a deal. Amane showed a triumphant smile. Ayano-koji Kiyotaka didn't react. He knew that the price of freedom was high. There was no free lunch in the world. If you wanted to be free, you had to pay some price. He was no match for Ayano-koji Atsuomi now. If the other party used pressure on the school's higher-ups to make Ayano-koji Kiyotaka drop out of school, he would have no choice but to follow that guy obediently. Therefore, without knowing what Chairman Sakayanagi could do for him, he could only choose to bet on Amane. Tell me about your deal. I don't think I have any special value. Whether it was academic ability or physical ability, from Ayano-koji's existing stats, Ayano-koji could be classified as a worthless student. Faced with such a student, everyone would want to choose to give up. But only Amane knew that Ayano-koji Kiyotaka was not as simple as he seemed. The deal is very simple. I will help you block all external threats from Ayano-Atsuomi so that you can enjoy campus life here. In return, I hope you can take action and work hard with the class to aim for Class A. Amane's conditions sounded familiar to Ayano-koji Kiyotaka. Chabashira-sensei has also said similar things to me. It seemed that Chabashira-sensei had already started tricking this unlucky guy. Whose guarantee is more credible, Chabashira-sensei's or mine? I believe Ayano-koji-kun already has the answer, right? Amane had absolute confidence in her promise. If even she couldn't stop Ayano-koji Atsuomi, then no one else could. Ayano-koji Kiyotaka pondered for a moment. Finally, he chose to believe Amane. Deal. Now that the deal has been reached, I happen to have some small things I want to trouble Ayano-koji-kun with. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 165, Chapter 163, Kuenji Rokusuk. Brilliant lights, deafening music. Graceful girls in school uniforms or cool casual clothes were dancing in the dance floor. If it weren't for occasionally seeing a few familiar faces. Amane found it hard to imagine that these people were really female high school students. Men in waiter suits were carrying all kinds of exquisite desserts and drinks back and forth in the corridor. Ordinary people probably couldn't imagine that this kind of place would actually be an entertainment facility inside the school. 0213, this is it. Amane checked the room number and confirmed that the person she needed to find was in this private room. Amane knocked on the door. Come in. A heroic voice sounded from the private room. Amane opened the door and walked in. Two girls were holding microphones and singing. A muscular blonde man was lying disheveled in the arms of a purple-haired girl, enjoying the latter's soft body and shoulder massage. Kuenji-kun is really enjoying himself. Amane's voice quieted the originally noisy private room. Kuenji-kun, this little one seems to know you. The purple-haired girl looked at Kuenji in her arms with a puzzled expression. Oh, I seem to have some impression, but I forgot her name. Let's just say she's a classmate. As soon as they heard that she was a classmate, the expressions on the girls' faces changed to teasing. What, I thought she was Kuenji-kun's girlfriend. Although she has a good figure, her expression is so fierce. Kuenji-kun wouldn't like you. Little sister, if you want to get Kuenji-kun's love, being just a classmate isn't enough. Seeing these women say sarcastic remarks. Kuenji, who should have been silent, suddenly spoke. Babies, the little guy standing in front of you is a very powerful person. Although she is not as good as me, she is not someone you can slander. Before the lovely her gets angry, I think it's better for you to leave. Kuenji's words made them look at each other. You must know that Kuenji is the only son of the Kuenji conglomerate. Coupled with his arrogant personality, how could he admit that a girl is very powerful? There was obviously something wrong. These girls were only so attentive because they valued Kuenji Rokusuk's identity, but those who could get close to Kuenji were all shrewd people. If you asked them to solve problems or lead the class forward, it would be like taking their lives. But when it came to skills such as reading people's faces, these people were undoubtedly residents of the clouds. They saw Amane's unusualness, and with Kuenji's endorsement, they could basically confirm that Kuenji treated her as a friend. What kind of person could be a friend of the son of a conglomerate? I'm Sasaki Yui from 3rd year Class D, little sister, what's your name? Although she was only about 2 years older. But the makeup she wore was too mature, and she looked like a mature woman in her 20s or 30s. So even if she was called little sister, Amane didn't feel anything strange. Miyako Amane from 1st year Class D. Miyako. Sasaki quickly went through the surnames of famous entrepreneurs in her mind, and after finding that there was no Miyako surname at all, her attitude immediately became unkind. Yui. Isn't the Miyako surname that one? A girl shouted to remind Sasaki. Miki, it's hard for me to understand what you're saying. Have you forgotten? Isn't that master who has been buying points in the 3rd year recently Miyako? Sasaki immediately remembered the major event that shocked the entire 3rd year back then. She was introduced by a classmate and signed a point transfer agreement with a white-haired agent, paying a large number of points to the other party every month in exchange for a check of equal value. No matter how many points there were in the school, they could not be brought into society. And real money was different. You only needed to pay the master points that were just numbers to turn personal points into checks that could be exchanged for money. Sasaki had even calculated that if it continued like this, when she graduated, she would have more than $1 million in cash, which would be a very cost-effective thing whether it was to start a small business or subsidize her family. When they were bored, they would also discuss who this first-year student, codenamed Master, really was. According to the check given by the agent, Kiryuin Fuka, all the endorsements bore Miyako's signature. So everyone became interested in Miyako. At first, some people also noticed Amane, but Amane's appearance simply couldn't make anyone associate her with a young lady. After all, the place where the check was cashed was the residence of Miyako Bangdian, the recently appointed prime minister. If someone was connected to such a prominent figure, it would be impossible for them to look ordinary. This could be seen from Koenji's behavior. Originally, everyone was still somewhat skeptical about whether the check could be cashed. However, in a recent baseball game, a third-year student obtained permission to leave the school because they needed to compete with an outside school. During the game, she managed to mail the check and a pre-prepared letter to the Miyako family. After the 3-day game ended, as she was about to return to school, she learned from her parents that the family had received the payment. This directly made the check's credibility sky high. More and more people even proactively found intermediaries, hoping to increase the monthly point exchange. The codename Miyako also became well known among the third years. Sasaki never expected that the master and Miyako would actually be Amane, who was right in front of her. "It seems I'm quite famous among you third years," Amane said with a faint smile. At this moment, no one dared to speak to her. The most powerful or wealthiest family background they had seen in their 3 years here was merely the Koenji Zaibatsu. But now, Miyako Amane, who was at the very top, suddenly appeared before them. For a moment, they didn't even know what expression they should make. "Miyako-san, your sudden visit has scared my babies. Now they have no interest at all. In that case, let's end today's entertainment. Miyako-san, if you have something to discuss with me, just say it here." Koenji waved his hand, and the dazed girls all left the private room. Each one was as docile as a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. This made Amane show a slightly displeased expression. "I didn't expect, Koenji-san, that you would receive treatment here comparable to an emperor." Amane's voice carried a hint of envy. She also wanted to live a decadent life at school, being embraced by all kinds of older sisters. However, after Amane thought about her own situation, she could only sigh helplessly. It seemed she was hoping for too much. No, not just here, but wherever I go, I am entitled to the service of these wonderful girls, because I am an exceptionally excellent person. Getting back to the point, you came here to find me, risking being devoured by me. What is your purpose? I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 166, Chapter 164, Empty-Handed Wolf. Amane ignored parts of Koenji's words and sat down on the sofa opposite him. "I came to see you today because I have some matters I'd like to trouble Koenji-san with." Amane's words brought a hint of surprise to Koenji's face. Although he knew that Amane wouldn't come to him for no reason, when Amane actually said she needed his help, he still felt a bit curious. He usually had almost no contact with Amane, so how could she come to him for help? "Miyako girl, if I remember correctly, our acquaintance is limited to classmates only, and we usually have no interactions. How did you think of asking me for help? I don't believe there's anything I can do to help you." Koenji's words immediately made Amane label him as an old fox. It seemed Koenji's attitude was that he didn't want to help Amane. However, Amane hadn't even said what she needed help with. Koenji's approach wasn't a refusal, but rather preparation for the subsequent bargaining. By immediately adopting a rejecting attitude, if Amane wanted his help, she would have to offer a higher price to get him to move. As expected of a child from a Zaibatsu family, he immediately displayed skilled business negotiation tactics. If he encountered an ordinary person, they might fall into the trap Koenji had set, eventually turning from proactive to passive, and then being led by the nose by Koenji. But Amane wouldn't fall into the trap so easily. "Indeed, I was presumptuous. Then let's end our conversation today. I really troubled Koenji-san to specially clear the room," Amane said, standing up and preparing to leave. "What do you want me to help with?" Koenji's somewhat helpless voice sounded from behind Amane. Amane's face broke into a smile, then instantly returned to calm as she turned around. "I need you to keep an eye on those guys in Class B and see if there are any antisocial individuals among them." Amane's request left Koenji a bit dumbfounded. It wasn't that Koenji was unwilling to help with such a favor. Rather, even if he wanted to help, he didn't know where to start. "Miyako girl, have you had any conflicts with Class B recently?" Since the meeting regarding the Ishizaki incident wasn't announced to everyone, Koenji didn't yet know about the many major reversals that occurred at the meeting. Amane could only first recount everything that happened at the meeting to Koenji. As Koenji listened, his brows furrowed tightly. "With all due respect, Miyako girl, your target was completely wrong from the start. Class B's attitude might be described as fence-sitting, but the reason they became fence-sitters was because Class C intervened at a huge cost. Your real enemy should be Class C." Koenji directly pointed out the essence of the incident. "Of course I know Class C is behind it, but I'm a bit petty, so I still need Koenji-san to help me. A betrayal with no cost, just by moving their lips, they can gain class points. Isn't that too comfortable for them? Amane's eyes shimmered with an unusual light. Koenji subconsciously kept his distance from Amane. Then he immediately returned to his original distance. He wasn't sure why he had felt such a high level of vigilance towards Amane just now. As a girl, Amane was already an exceptionally outstanding existence. But from his perspective as a male, Amane was lacking in both combat ability and strategy. For example, this time, if Amane could put aside her prejudices and focus her firepower on Class C, taking a do-or-die stance to expel the Ishizaki trio, Koenji could guess the outcome without even thinking. Class C would definitely appease Class D to save their people. At that time, what conditions couldn't be set? But Amane only cared about her personal preferences and pointed the finger at Class B. Class C's leader probably couldn't wait to see the two classes fight each other like dogs. In that case, Class C might be able to escape this punishment with minimal cost. It was clear that Amane's approach was unwise. However, Koenji liked people who held grudges. Generous. Tolerant. All nonsense. If someone was slapped in the face and still kept silent, that wasn't generosity and tolerance, but utter cowardice. A man should slap back, even if he gets beaten to a pulp. He shouldn't let the other party gloat and mock him behind his back. Amane's approach clearly suited Koenji's taste. However, Koenji truly had no clue about Amane's request for help. That being said, for me to monitor Class B or something like that, it really doesn't suit my personality. It's not that I can't do it, but it's a complete waste of my time. Koenji gave his answer from his own perspective. If you go to monitor them, it would be too obvious. I heard that Class B likes to have parties, and you know quite a few older female students. Perhaps having them do the monitoring would be more suitable. Koenji witnessed Amane's mischievous side for the first time. He could already guess how Amane planned to disgust Class B. For a moment, he even developed a slight interest, wanting to see if Class B could escape Amane's calamity. Oh, I see. Persuading my lovely girls isn't a problem, but I can't bear to let them be too far from me. I'd feel very lonely then. Koenji's gaze was fixed on Amane. He was waiting for Amane's offer. I will lift the restrictions on your acquisition of third-year private points. Koenji and Amane were both pursuing the same strategy. That was to collect the private points of graduating students. As they were about to enter society, they valued tangible benefits more than eating, drinking, and entertainment at school. Money was an indispensable thing for them after graduation. Not long after Amane entrusted Kiryuin to start acquiring points for her, Koenji also used the Koenji Zaibatsu's reputation to acquire private points. However, what he didn't expect was that the Kiryuin family was also a Zaibatsu no less prominent than the Koenji family, and they even presented checks signed with the Miyako surname and the Miyako family seal. Thus, Kiryuin took over the entire third-year private point acquisition in a very short time. Koenji could only take a different approach, acquiring points from the older female students who revolved around him, but these points were merely a drop in the bucket for him. Koenji's eyes lit up when he saw that Amane actually intended to give up her monopoly. I want at least half the share. Dream on. If you want a share, you have to earn it yourself. I'm just not going to restrict you. Whether you can poach any depends entirely on your personal ability. Koenji pondered for a moment. Collecting 20 million private points by acquiring points and then directly rising to Class A, this seemed like an absolute shortcut to Koenji. Anyway, he didn't believe that the current Class D could reach Class A. Instead of waiting for Class D to climb up step by step, he might as well take a gamble. Deal. But let's be clear, if I swallow the entire share then, don't you dare cry, ha ha ha. Koenji laughed heartily. Amane also smiled. Empty-handed Wolf probably described this situation. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 167, Chapter 165, Delicious Little White Rabbit. Sakayanagi Arisu, who had just finished showering, picked up her phone while blow-drying her hair. Aside from Kamuro's few complaints and grumbles, it was rare for no one to bother her at this time. Recently, she had been busy clashing with a guy named Katsuragi Kohei in her class for the position of class leader. Due to his physical disadvantage, Katsuragi Kohei was gradually gaining the upper hand in Class A. Although Sakayanagi had also rallied a group of confidants, it was clear to the naked eye that these confidants of hers were not very reliable. The reason they gathered around her was either because she held something over them or because they sought greater benefits from her. Sakayanagi Arisu understood each of their thoughts. Therefore, she had to find a way to quickly increase her influence in Class A. Currently, the person with more say in Class A was Katsuragi Kohei, and Katsuragi alone was handling some of the class affairs. In the long run, this would only make the people in the class trust and rely on Katsuragi Kohei's invisible influence even more, ultimately confirming his complete dominance over Class A. If Sakayanagi Arisu wanted to come from behind, she had to achieve something. However, Class A was different from Class D. Their performance was very stable. Before any event that could significantly boost class points occurred, even a genius like Sakayanagi Arisu had no way to shake Katsuragi Kohei, who adopted the most secure tortoise strategy. His approach of not seeking merit but avoiding mistakes was indeed more suitable for Class A at this stage. But Sakayanagi Arisu believed that such a peaceful life wouldn't last too long. It was said that Classes B, C, and D were already in a chaotic mess. She didn't believe Class A could remain uninvolved. Just then, a knock came from outside the door. Sakayanagi Arisu picked up the cane beside her and slowly came to the door. Who is it? Who would be looking for her at this hour? Sakayanagi Arisu glanced at the time on her phone. Then she shook her head almost imperceptibly. Who would visit a girl's dorm when she's about to sleep? If it were Kamuro, she should already be asleep. It's me. Sakayanagi Arisu felt the voice was somewhat familiar, so she cautiously opened the door a crack. A familiar face appeared in her line of sight. Amane, holding a bento box, looked at Sakayanagi Arisu with a silly grin. Then, under Amane's gaze, the door slowly closed, leaving Amane stunned outside the door. Knock, 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 knock. Arisu, open the door quickly. Don't pretend you don't see me. Listening to Amane's shouting from outside the door, Sakayanagi Arisu sighed deeply. The moment she saw Amane, she knew nothing good would come of it. The first time they met, before they could even catch up, her first kiss was gone. The second time they met, before she could get revenge, her father hinted that she should proactively maintain a relationship with Amane. This was their third meeting, and she didn't need to think twice to know it wouldn't be anything good either. However, letting this idiot shout loudly outside the door was also a problem. Sakayanagi Arisu had no choice but to open the door again. Everyone is asleep at this hour. Before she could finish, Amane had already slipped into her room. I didn't expect Arisu's room to be decorated quite cutely. The rabbit pillow is also very cute. If she could, she really wanted to punch Amane in the face. That was clearly a white hamster pillow. What do you want, coming to see me so late? Sakayanagi Arisu poured herself and Amane a cup of hot coffee, then looked at Amane with a look of disdain. I missed Arisu. Amane's single sentence left Sakayanagi Arisu speechless. Why doesn't this person follow the script? Amane sat next to Sakayanagi Arisu, gently rubbing against Sakayanagi Arisu's slender arm. I feel like it's been a long time since we chatted this closely, just the two of us. Hearing Amane's words, Sakayanagi Arisu couldn't help but pat Amane's head. Now that she thought about it, it really seemed to be the case. After Amane left home, she was invited to stay at the Sakayanagi household for a year. This year was an unforgettable year for her and Amane, spent together day and night. In her life so far, the beautiful memories created during that time were more than all the previous ones combined. Looking at the starry sky outside the window, she couldn't help but recall the first night Amane stayed at her house, shamelessly running into her bed and demanding to sleep together. What was Amane's reason back then? I can't sleep without something to hug. Since you are the owner of this house, you have an obligation to meet the guests' needs. Then she hugged herself just like now. She was almost suffocated by Amane's two annoying lumps of flesh back then. Thump. Sakayanagi Arisu tapped Amane's head with her cane. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sakayanagi Arisu, why do you turn hostile so quickly? I haven't even started reminiscing yet. Amane covered the spot where she was tapped, looking indignant. No one cares about your memories. Quickly state your intention for coming here, then leave. I'm going to sleep. Sakayanagi Arisu saw through Amane's intention to ask for a favor at a glance. The more Amane acted like this, the more Sakayanagi Arisu liked to put on a tough facade, so that Amane would pester her and ask for her help. Although she seemed to have a peculiar taste, this was indeed her peculiar taste. It would satisfy her even more if Amane could beg her for help with the previous noblewoman's demeanor. I heard there's someone named Katsuragi Kohei in Class A who's very capable. Amane's words made Sakayanagi Arisu frown. Although she wasn't that hostile towards Katsuragi Kohei, she also didn't want to talk about this guy in private. Something like that. Sakayanagi Arisu somewhat acknowledged Katsuragi Kohei's ability. Amane smiled and opened the bento box. Inside were mousse cakes shaped like cute animals. Amane had specially rushed to make these at the bakery before it closed, as a gift for Sakayanagi Arisu. Are you trying to bribe me with food? I am Sakayanagi Arisu, Amane, don't you dare underestimate. Ah. Amane carefully used a plastic fork to pick up the little rabbit-shaped mousse cake from the bottom of the small cake, holding it up with one hand and offering it to Sakayanagi Arisu's mouth. Seeing this, Sakayanagi Arisu had no choice but to take a bite. The white cream actually had a strawberry flavor. Girls' resistance to sweets, one couldn't say it was non-existent, only that their resistance wasn't high. Sakayanagi Arisu couldn't resist taking another bite. Eat slowly, you see, the cream has gotten on your face. That's quite wasteful. Hearing Amane's words, Sakayanagi Arisu's face immediately flushed crimson, and she then awkwardly tried to reach for a tissue to wipe her face. But the next second, the cream on her face was wiped away by something soft. Eh. Amane, you. It tastes delicious, both the cream and you, Arisu. I get it. I get it. Can we talk about serious matters now? Seeing Amane's ambiguous expression, Sakayanagi Arisu immediately gave up on continuing. God knows if she let her keep feeding her, whether she would be eating cake or Amane would be eating her. Wouldn't it have been better to just do that earlier? Amane ate the last tiny bit of cake in one bite. Then she looked at the somewhat wary Sakayanagi Arisu with a beaming smile. Compared to the little rabbit-shaped mousse cake earlier, Sakayanagi Arisu at this moment resembled a startled little white rabbit even more. It must taste very delicious if one were to savor it, right? I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 168, Chapter 166, Can I Trust You? I heard you, Arisu, haven't been getting along very well with that Katsuragi guy recently. Amane's words made Sakayanagi Arisu feel a little helpless. Good news doesn't travel far, bad news spreads like wildfire, that's probably it. It was clearly an internal Class A matter, yet it ended up becoming almost common knowledge among the first years. Now, she didn't even know how many people were constantly observing Class A's movements from the shadows. After all, as the leader of the first years, any slight movement in Class A would directly or indirectly affect the other classes. There is such a thing, but with my abilities, I can handle Katsuragi. Sakayanagi Arisu was full of confidence that she could defeat Katsuragi Kohei. She firmly believed that with just the right timing, she could make Katsuragi fall from his current leadership position into the dust. Amane didn't refute. Although she wasn't clear about Katsuragi Kohei's strength, she had a very clear understanding of Sakayanagi Arisu's strength. Once pushed to the brink, abandoning her moral bottom line, that's when Sakayanagi Arisu would truly display her terrifying power. However, it seemed she herself felt that she should always remain composed no matter what crisis, which was why she lost the initiative in this class infighting. But I heard the situation is very unfavorable for you right now. As soon as Amane finished speaking, Sakayanagi Arisu rolled her eyes at Amane. Are you here to see me make a fool of myself? If so, Amane, you're going to be disappointed. I'm just temporarily biding my time. Once the right opportunity arises, I can easily change the current situation. Amane blinked. Translated, didn't that just mean she was waiting for a favorable moment? It seemed Class A was indeed different from Class D. In Class D, as long as there was a way to earn points for Class D, their class status and influence would increase accordingly, making them strong contenders for class leader. But in Class A, those honor students were already accustomed to the natural growth of class points. Only a sudden surge in class points might cause Class A students to react. And a sudden surge in class points, in Amane's opinion, was unrealistic. At least, no one could achieve a sudden surge in class points right now. Besides that, wanting to expand one's influence in Class A was almost as difficult as ascending to heaven. Coupled with encountering Katsuragi Kohei, who was cautious, adhered to a defensive class strategy, and did not interfere too much with other classes' affairs, the difficulty was undoubtedly greatly increased. It was possible that Sakayanagi Arisu would face her first failure in Class A. Amane, you didn't come here just to see my awkward state of being at a disadvantage in the class leadership struggle, did you? Sakayanagi Arisu took a small sip of coffee. She didn't believe Amane was such a boring person. Amane must have another purpose for being here. Of course not, I'm here to help you defeat Katsuragi Kohei. Amane's words made Sakayanagi Arisu freeze. Defeat Katsuragi Kohei. Sakayanagi Arisu had absolute confidence in defeating Katsuragi Kohei. But she knew it definitely wasn't now. Now was when Katsuragi Kohei was at his peak. Even with Amane's help, unless violence was used, Sakayanagi Arisu couldn't see any chance of winning. Do you have some special method? Although she felt it was unrealistic, Sakayanagi Arisu still wanted to hear what Amane had to say. After all, she had absolute trust in Amane. What you and Katsuragi Kohei lack is nothing more than prestige and influence over the class. In a peaceful environment, no matter how outstanding your ability, you have no room to display it. Katsuragi can easily suppress you with peaceful tactics, but what if you can prove you have the ability to surpass other class leaders? Amane's suggestion was seen through by Sakayanagi Arisu at a glance. She had also considered such a method, but the risk was too great. Without clear information about each other, trying to crush a class with the people she had was truly difficult. For example, Class B, led by Ichinos, was even called an impenetrable defense because of its excessive unity. She had made Ryuen suffer defeat multiple times. Sakayanagi Arisu had no intention of rushing into trouble. Are you making such a suggestion to drag Class A into this? I've heard some rumors that are not very friendly towards Class D. Sakayanagi Arisu said, hinting at something. She learned from her own channels that Class B and Class C had secretly joined forces, causing Class B's testimony in the Ishizaki incident to change. Without a doubt, Class D had been backstabbed by its allies. If Class D lost this gamble, Amane would go from being a good Samaritan to committing intentional harm. In that case, even Amane would face the risk of expulsion. Sakayanagi Arisu was well aware that if Amane was truly to be expelled, her father probably wouldn't intervene. Amane's decision to bring Class A into the fray to break the current deadlock, her feelings and thoughts, Sakayanagi Arisu could understand them all. However, class affairs were not child's play, and irrational choices could not be made because of personal friendships. What if I told you? I could let you severely damage Class B. Amane confidently uttered words that sounded like a fantasy. For a moment, Sakayanagi Arisu seemed to see the girl who once played chess alone in the snow. What do you need me to provide? Help. My manpower is insufficient. To complete my plan, I need more helpers, such as your subordinates, and Arisu herself. Amane's opening statement immediately shocked Sakayanagi Arisu. You're not planning to use violence, are you? Asking for so many people at once, Sakayanagi Arisu was a bit uneasy. If victory was achieved through violence, her standing in Class A might not only fail to rise but could even decline due to public criticism from the Katsuragi faction, led by Katsuragi. I'm not that foolish. The more meticulously planned an action, the easier it is to leave flaws in inconspicuous corners. By grasping a corner of a flaw, the entire chessboard can be easily overturned. Amane said, standing up excitedly, looking completely like a passionate idiot. Then have you found Class B's flaw, or do you want evidence? Sakayanagi Arisu chose to give Amane an excuse to persuade her, even if it was just a fabricated excuse and reason. She could blindly trust Amane, but she also needed to give those willing to follow her a reasonable explanation. As long as Amane said she had evidence, she could use that to promote the possibility of victory in this move, thereby persuading those people to assist Amane. No. Amane's answer left Sakayanagi Arisu speechless. This idiot, she wouldn't even give her an excuse. Did she really have to make a choice without any basis? Silence spread through the room for a moment. After a long while, the two, harboring their respective ambitions, looked at each other simultaneously. Can I trust you? Can I trust you? Amane and Sakayanagi Arisu, hearing each other ask the same question in unison, both laughed. I never thought I'd have a day working with an idiot like you. Sakayanagi Arisu admitted that she indeed needed external help to reverse her disadvantage in Class A, and even needed Amane to help her defeat Katsuragi and become the de facto leader of Class A. Don't worry, I will tip the scales of victory. Amane, on the other hand, had already begun to lay out the final plan. The necessary people and items were basically in place. But the most crucial link was still missing. That was someone who could quickly help Amane pinpoint targets. Some evidence could not be obtained as a student. With teachers not participating in class struggles, there was only one place left that could access students' private backgrounds and obtain the most direct evidence. That was the Student Council. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 169, Chapter 167, Senior's Introduction. Amane's next target was the Student Council. Obtaining help from the Student Council was a very difficult task, even if Amane had some contact with President Horikita. But Amane, knowing President Horikita's character, knew that President Horikita could never agree to what she was asking. Unless... Is there something on my face? Horikita Suzune looked at Amane strangely. If Suzune were used as an intermediary, President Horikita would most likely refuse on the surface but make an exception privately. However, such an exception would definitely be limited. What Amane needed was almost comprehensive support, which President Horikita could not provide. Therefore, to get the Student Council's assistance, she had to find another way. After school, downstairs at the Student Council building. As time passed, Amane finally waited for the person she wanted to see. She is Miyako Amane. She said she wanted to meet you, Asahina, about something. Kyuko brought a girl to Amane, pointing at Amane and introducing her to the person beside her. Hello, I'm Miyako Amane from first year Class D. Please take care of me. Amane smiled and extended her hand. The other person hesitated for a moment but still shook it. Second year Class A, Senior Asahina. Kyuko had briefly told her about Amane's situation. Originally, she thought it was quite rude for a first-year Class D student to come looking for her without any prior social connection. Even though her good friend Kyuko had been speaking highly of Amane all the way, she still felt somewhat dismissive in her heart. Being placed in Class D from the start itself indicated some issues. But when Senior Asahina saw Amane, all her contempt immediately vanished. Even when meeting a second-year student and having something to ask for, Amane remained composed, and her beautiful eyes were practically overflowing with confidence. An interesting kid. You specifically asked Kyuko to arrange a meeting with me. Is there something you need my help with? The straightforward Senior Asahina had no intention of exchanging pleasantries first and chose to get straight to the point. Seeing Amane's practiced business smile, Senior Asahina also knew that if she played those social etiquette games and tried to use evasive language, she would definitely not be Amane's match. Instead of pretending to be reserved and flaunting Class A superiority in front of her as a second-year senior, she would surely be treated like an idiot and leave in embarrassment. Senior Asahina directly chose to skip the pleasantries. She actually had some guesses about Amane's intentions. After all, meeting at the student council office building, besides a request related to joining the student council, Senior Asahina couldn't think of any other possibility. And if she were to use her connections to join the student council, this girl named Miyako Amane, her goal must be Nagumo Miyabi, no doubt. It's like this. Earlier, at the beginning of the school year, I hesitated for a long time between the student council and clubs, which caused me to miss the student council recruitment period. But I really want to join the student council and contribute to this school. However, my application would definitely be rejected at this time, so I hope Senior Asahina can introduce me to Vice President Nagumo Miyabi. Seeing that Amane's objective was roughly what she had guessed, Senior Asahina finally relaxed. The fact that she could guess the other party's objective meant that the other party was not one of those monster-level geniuses found in every grade. This way, Senior Asahina didn't have to worry that Amane was trying to use her to achieve certain goals. However, she still had some questions. Why Miyabi? If I'm not mistaken, among the first-year students, President Horikita is the most influential figure in the student council, right? And I seem to have heard that his sister is in your class. In that case, why would you go the long way around? Facing Senior Asahina's suspicious gaze, Amane raised an eyebrow. Originally, she thought Senior Asahina was just an insignificant pretty face. Someone who could be easily dismissed. Now it seemed that anyone who made it to Class A had some skills. President Horikita is very capable, but I heard he's about to graduate. Following a student council president who is about to graduate versus following a designated next student council president, which one can bring greater benefits, I believe Senior Asahina knows better than I do. At the mention of benefits, Senior Asahina nodded. President Horikita was indeed capable, but in this school, no matter how capable you were, you would eventually graduate. Nagumo Miyabi was already the designated next student council president. Following Nagumo Miyabi offered far more future development opportunities than following President Horikita. Your answer is fine, but I have one last question. As you can see, Miyabi's office is only 2 floors away from here. Why don't you go find Miyabi yourself? You should know that even if I recommend you, it's just giving you an interview opportunity, which is almost no different from you applying yourself. Senior Asahina smiled, because if Amane followed a normal line of reasoning, she would surely praise her profusely, as if her recommendation could work miracles. If Amane was also such a glib person, Senior Asahina planned to directly refuse to introduce her to Nagumo. That depends on Senior Asahina's standing in Vice President Nagumo Miyabi's eyes. Amane's seemingly ambiguous answer perfectly avoided Senior Asahina's trap of directly rejecting an answer that was flattery. Upon realizing that Amane's answer had a clever twist, even Senior Asahina began to feel some regret. But a promise made had to be kept. However, she kept emphasizing along the way that even her recommendation might not be enough. Amane readily accepted this. Nagumo Miyabi, who was skillfully handling official duties, subconsciously showed a surprised expression when he heard that Senior Asahina was coming to see him about something. From the time he joined the student council, he had invited Senior Asahina to join numerous times. Without exception, all were rejected by Senior Asahina, who even said that the student council was just a place where a bunch of kids played make-believe adults. What could have happened to make Senior Asahina personally come to him? Knock, knock, knock. Come in. After Amane and the others entered, they found Nagumo Miyabi facing away from them, seemingly admiring the beautiful view outside the window. When Nagumo Miyabi made what he considered his most dashing turn, the smile on his face immediately froze. Senior Asahina, you've come to see me. Miyako Amane. Nagumo Miyabi's voice was a bit off-key. He had absolutely not expected to encounter Amane in such a place. After all, if there was something, people usually went to the president. Who would remember that there was also a vice president gathering dust in a corner? You two know each other. Senior Asahina's probing gaze shifted back and forth between their faces. I had some communication with Vice President Nagumo about some minor matters before the start of the school year. I never thought Vice President Nagumo would still remember me. It's truly my honor. I'm Miyako Amane from first year Class D. Please take care of me. Second year Class A, Nagumo Miyabi. Nagumo Miyabi's mouth kept twitching. Which of the messes she'd been through could be called a minor matter? Keep pretending. I'll see how long you can keep it up. Nagumo Miyabi showed a smile of unknown meaning. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 170, Chapter 168, Crying doesn't solve problems, fists can. Since you two already know each other, that makes things easier. This child came to me saying she wanted to join the student council, but the student council has already passed the time for recruiting new members. She just wanted to try her luck with you. What do you think? I think she's quite clever, so why not keep her and give her some good training? Who knows, we might even cultivate someone who surpasses President Horikita. Since Kyuko had promised her friend, she had to help say good things. Asahina, who usually couldn't wait to turn and leave whenever she saw Nagumo Miyabi, could only suppress her temper and showered Amane-san with praises. Nagumo Miyabi, on the other hand, observed Amane-san without a change in expression. Join the student council. Such a ridiculous excuse would only fool Asahina. One must know that Horikita Manabu had reserved a vice president position for her, just thinking about it made people envious. However, what was strange was that, to his knowledge, Amane-san had never agreed to join the student council with Horikita Manabu. Not even for his own younger sister, that brat named Horikita Suzune, had Horikita Manabu offered such good treatment. If he hadn't known that Horikita Manabu managed his private life very well, he would have even suspected that Horikita Manabu had some special relationship with Amane-san. Hey! Are you even listening to me? Asahina had been talking for a long time, but then she saw Nagumo staring intently at Amane-san, and Asahina's temper flared up instantly. They were all in the same class, and he was even the vice president of the student council. To show such an embarrassing demeanor in front of a first-year junior, truly, hiss. The pain in his waist made Nagumo Miyabi shiver. Then he looked at Asahina beside him with confusion. Nagumo-san, what's wrong? Wasn't he just a little distracted? Did Asahina really need to get so angry? Besides, Nagumo would bet that Amane-san definitely intended to use Asahina to achieve something, and Asahina, being kept in the dark, was unknowingly acting as Amane-san's pawn. The student council has its rules. Even if you, Asahina, strongly recommend her, we can only know the result after an interview, isn't that right? Nagumo's words left Asahina speechless. Don't worry, Senior Asahina, I will try my best to earn Vice President Nangong's approval. Seeing Amane-san smiling very gently, Asahina sighed. She's a newcomer, Miyabi, so please show some restraint. Kyuko, I suddenly feel like having milk tea. It just so happens that Miyabi also needs to interview Miyako-san, so why don't we go back first? Asahina greeted Kyuko. Kyuko glanced at Amane-san. Thank you very much, Senior Kyuko and Senior Asahina. If I have the chance, please allow me to treat both of you to my cooking as a token of my gratitude next time. Amane-san's words made Asahina's eyes light up. Is Amane-san very good at cooking? I suppose so. After receiving Amane-san's affirmative reply, Asahina's expression was a bit hesitant. Actually, I also want to learn how to cook and such, but it feels like too much trouble. Next time, just let me try your cooking. After Kyuko and Asahina left, Nagumo Miyabi slowly walked to the small refrigerator nearby. What do you want to drink? The student council vice president's office actually has a refrigerator, how truly luxurious. Do you have tomato juice? Nagumo's hand, reaching for a drink, paused in midair. Can you choose something else? Then watermelon juice. Which rich young lady are you from? Nagumo Miyabi complained while tossing a can of orange juice to Amane-san. The can, flying through the air, carried considerable force. If one were to be hit by it accidentally, it would swell up for at least half a day. He had heard that Amane-san's physical abilities were exaggerated. The swimming club had repeatedly asked Chabashira SAE to let Amane-san join their swimming club, making unreliable promises about cultivating a new world champion or something. But no matter what, it indirectly showed that besides her malicious intent, Amane-san's combat power was also quite considerable. Nagumo Miyabi decided to take a gamble, risking being accused of bullying a freshman. With a bang. The orange juice in the can splattered everywhere. The immense impact even caused the pull tab to burst open directly. Apologies, I used a little too much force. Amane-san took out a tissue from her shirt pocket and meticulously wiped the orange juice from her face and clothes. Nagumo Miyabi took another can of orange juice and placed it in front of Amane-san. Don't worry about the spill on the floor for now, I'll handle it later. Nagumo Miyabi's pupils suddenly constricted sharply. He saw 5 clearly visible finger holes on one side of the crushed can. Are you kidding me? Even under normal circumstances, trying to make a hole in a can with fingers would require years of hard practice to achieve. And it wasn't even practicing mere showy moves, yet Amane-san was able to instantly crush it in midair without any prior buildup of force. Such a ruthless and terrifying technique was not something an ordinary high school girl could accomplish. Is Vice President Nangong very concerned about this? Amane-san picked up the can from the floor. That's truly terrifying. How did you, a girl, manage to do that? I can also crush a can with my bare hands, but to be able to simultaneously pierce the can's body with 5 fingers at the moment of crushing. Miyako-san, you aren't a killer, are you? Nagumo Miyabi asked with a smile. How could that be? If I were a killer, I'd be too easily exposed. Amane-san showed a harmless smile. Only then did Nagumo Miyabi relax. At the same time, he began to ponder whether he should agree directly or run away if Amane-san made an excessive demand later. However, the teacher who taught me seemed to be a killer, and quite formidable at that. Miyako-san, you're quite the joker. Amane-san shrugged and said nothing more. After a quick tidying of the office, the two finally had time to talk. Tell me, is there something you need my help with here? When Nagumo Miyabi said this, he himself found it a bit laughable. With Horikita Manabu around, did Amane-san really have something that only he could help solve? I want to check someone's back-end points. No. Nagumo Miyabi rejected Amane-san's request without even thinking. Is there no room for negotiation at all? Amane-san never believed that anything was absolute. Just as Horikita Manabu wouldn't agree to her, it didn't mean she couldn't find other ways to bypass Horikita Manabu. It's not that it's impossible, but the risk is very high. Because every time the back-end is queried, it leaves a record of the visitor. If this is discovered, even I would face the risk of expulsion. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 171, Chapter 169. The importance of this data goes without saying. Once leaked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Nagumo Miyabi was not exaggerating. Even homeroom teachers only had partial viewing access to the back-end system. Only the student council had the ability to view all of a student's data. The importance of this data goes without saying. Once leaked, the consequences would be unimaginable. At best, it would affect the student council's reputation. At worst, the entire student council might be expelled, and a new batch of people would take over. Therefore, even Nagumo Miyabi dared not take such a great risk. Then what if I only check transfer records? Amane-san changed her approach. If she couldn't arbitrarily view the other party's current points, then having transfer records could also help her pinpoint a target she wanted to find. Transfer records could be considered, but you can only check one person's, and only within the last 30 days. Nagumo Miyabi spoke in such detail, suggesting that transfer records likely get overwritten about once a month. However, the fact that there was a separate option to view transfer records showed that the school probably already anticipated students doing irregular things in private and had prepared defenses and evidence collection beforehand. 30 days is enough. Thank you very much, Vice President Nangong. Amane-san stood up, just about to express her gratitude, when she saw Nagumo cross his legs. You should thank me, but you're celebrating too early. I can check, but what if I don't agree? Nagumo Miyabi had mastered the art of price gouging. Then what do you want? Amane-san motioned for Nagumo Miyabi to name his price. This was inherently a business deal. As long as interests aligned, many things could actually be easily resolved. I want you. Such a cute girl like you, it would be a pity not to get a taste of your beauty. How about being my girlfriend and dating me? Nagumo Miyabi deliberately threw out the most difficult choice for a woman. To make a choice between interests and morality. But for Amane-san. Of course, if you dare to go through the formal process and confess to me, I'll agree. How about that? Amane-san opened the orange juice, took 2 big gulps, and then looked at Nagumo Miyabi with a playful expression. What would happen if I confessed? Who knows? Want to give it a try? Some rumors from the 3rd year made Nagumo Miyabi quite wary. Such matters involving life, Nagumo Miyabi dared not joke about rashly. Ha 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 ha, I was just kidding. As for the price, I'm not short on points. Since Miyako-san, you're here to apply for the student council, how about I give you a position in the student council? Will you join? It must be said that Nagumo Miyabi's reaction was quite swift. After realizing that Amane-san's identity could be very useful, he immediately chose to pull her into his camp. I'm very afraid of trouble. If it's just a nominal position without actual work, I can consider it. Amane-san's words made Nagumo Miyabi's mouth twitch a few times. If you don't do any work, what do I need you for? However, he currently had no subordinates. If he couldn't bring in some powerful people, the future student council policies would be impossible to implement. Nagumo had his own ambition. It was to make this school more competitive. Survival of the fittest, attempting to create a thoroughly Darwinian campus. That's my only condition. If you don't agree, then forget about it. Seeing that Amane-san was unwilling to join, Nagumo Miyabi simply resorted to being a scoundrel. Anyway, Horikita Manabu would never give Amane-san a green light. This way, the pricing power was entirely in his hands. Alright, I promise. Just make sure it's a relaxed position for me. Amane didn't want to argue anymore, so she just agreed directly. Welcome, Miyako-san, to our team. Nagumo Miyabi smiled very happily. This guy probably hasn't heard of something called resignation. Can I check now? Come with me. Remember, you can only check one person per day. That way, there won't be any back-end login records. You'd best decide now whose records you want to check. Nagumo Miyabi introduced as he led Amane to a place full of files and documents. Inside, there were 2 rows of computers constantly kept on. Nagumo Miyabi walked to one of them, performed a few operations, and unlocked the access permissions after entering his ID. Then I'll start with him. Welcome. A middle-aged man habitually greeted the door. Today, he was the only one minding the shop, so even the customer service and sales he disliked the most had to be handled by him. What would you like to see? We have a complete range of appliances here, and recently, new microwave ovens. You're Kusada, right? Looking at the white-haired girl in front of him, Kusada was a bit flustered. Why yes, that's me. What can I do for you? After being beaten by Ryuin, he would panic and feel fear whenever he saw a student who looked very strong. What's the matter? Uncle, you're actually getting aroused by a high school girl. That's quite disgusting, isn't it? Don't you know what you've done? Amane took several letters from the boy beside her and threw them at Kusada's face. Seeing that his actions were exposed, Kusada didn't even bother with the shop, turning around and running away. Amane immediately pointed at Kusada. Ayano-koji, chase him. What about you? Ayano-koji, who had run only 2 steps, suddenly turned back to look at Amane. I'm too lazy to move. Sigh. Ayano-koji sighed and turned to continue the chase. Perhaps for an adult, running several hundred meters in a few tens of seconds was something to boast about. But the hunter chasing him was named Ayano-koji Kiyotaka. I see you're exhausted. How about you just give up resisting? Ayano-koji Kiyotaka slowly followed behind the men. On one hand, he was afraid the men might suddenly go berserk and carry a weapon. On the other hand, Ayano-koji was certain that the other party had no hope of escaping, so he didn't need to chase him so desperately. Huff. You, Huff, who are you? Why, Huff, why are you targeting me? I was just expressing my love to the woman I like. What did I do wrong? Facing Kusada's hysterical roar, Ayano-koji's expression didn't change at all. But the person you like is just a high school girl, and it's a harassing kind of liking. I found all your letters in the trash can. Ayano-koji's words made Kusada's eyes widen. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Shizuka loves me. She must love me. I understand, it's all of you. That red-haired guy last time, and now you guys, you all want to take Shizuka away from me. I'll fight you all. Kusada grabbed an iron rod nearby and swung it hard at Ayano-koji. Ayano-koji dodged the iron rod with a quick movement. Kusada, unwilling to give up, continued to swing, but Ayano-koji easily avoided all his attacks. Finally, Kusada even broke down and cried loudly. Crying won't solve the problem. Ayano-koji's voice was cold, but its content made Kusada successfully stop crying. Then, what can solve the problem? Please tell me, how can I make Shizuka like me? Ayano-koji shook his head. You can't either. Sigh, I knew it. No, what I mean is you misunderstood. What I wanted to say is that crying won't solve the problem, but violence can. Huh. Before Kusada could react, Ayano-koji knocked him down with a punch. I'm starting to find this a bit troublesome. It should be fine to leave the rest to the security department, right? I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 172, Chapter 170, I am not a villain. Yo, I didn't expect you, Ayano-koji, to handle it so quickly. Just as Ayano-koji was about to call the security department, Amane finally arrived, leisurely holding a cotton candy. Next time this happens, it would be better to resolve it on the spot. Although Ayano-koji was much faster than Kusada, Kusada was very familiar with the layout of the storage area, which caused Ayano-koji some minor difficulties during the chase. If we resolve it on the spot, it will become our responsibility. This place is good, it's secluded and has no surveillance. Amane smiled and squatted beside Kusada. Surveillance? Are you trying to avoid surveillance? But how did you know this guy would run to a place without surveillance? Ayanokoji knew that when doing something special, avoiding surveillance was the most reasonable choice. But he didn't understand why Amane was so sure that this clerk would abandon the shop and flee to a place without surveillance. A guy who even has to secretly slip love letters under someone's door, how could he be a straightforward person? Rats accustomed to darkness, when they encounter light, will instinctively flee to the darkest, dampest place they consider safest to dot. Amane handed the cotton candy to Ayanokoji, then grabbed Kusada's hair. Hey, uncle, still alive? I have some questions for you. Cough, cough, just hand me over to the police. I won't say anything. You must be guys with ill intentions towards Shizuku. I won't let you succeed. Kusada looked as if he was ready to die for a cause. It made one can't help but sigh, his behavior was truly a benchmark for a man. But Amane snorted coldly. What kind of good guy are you pretending to be? Saying such righteous words makes me look like the villain, but in reality, aren't you the one with ill intentions towards Shizuku? Amane took out a letter. Dear Shizuku. TSK, how nauseating. Why don't you reply to my letters? Every night before I sleep, I put your photo beside me. No. Please, don't read any more. Kusada knelt on the ground, begging repeatedly. Do you want to know why she doesn't reply to your letters? Amane asked a strange question. There were only a few reasons for not replying to a letter. Although every reason could be quite hurtful, Kusada had probably already prepared himself psychologically after sending so many letters. It seemed a bit forced to rely on this to humiliate him and break through his psychological defense. Ayanokoji reached out, tore off a bit of cotton candy, and tasted it. It was very sweet. But its nutritional value was extremely low. However, girls seemed to really like such things that only satisfied their cravings. Ayanokoji watched Kusada and Amane with cold eyes. He could already foresee the tragic things that would happen to this man next. Perhaps, she's a bit shy, I know, she probably looks down on me for just being a repair shop clerk. Is that why she doesn't reply to my letters? I'll work hard and then. Kusada's words stopped abruptly. Because he saw the mocking expression on Amane's face. Uncle, you're really full of yourself. We found these letters in the trash can, you know. They were still unopened when we found them. Do you understand what I mean? Amane's words left Kusada stunned. After a long while, he said somewhat numbly. Is that how she treats my love? Indeed, trying to get close to an idol like her is an unattainable thing. Kusada lay on the ground in despair. Unattainable. Uncle, look at this. Amane took out a photo she had taken with Eri. Why would? She simply dislikes you. No. She never took such photos for me, nor did she upload various photos like this online. Why can't you get them? This isn't fair. As soon as Kusada finished speaking, Amane stepped on his face. Fair? There is no absolute fairness in this world, uncle. You're an adult, be realistic. Come on, tell me if you've met anyone recently, or if you've made any deals with certain people. Kusada wanted to resist, but after struggling a few times, he remembered Amane's words. We found them in the trash can, you know. Seeing Kusada completely stop resisting, Amane finally lifted her foot. Oh, my, if you had cooperated like this from the start, you wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Come on, tell me, who have you cooperated with? Amane's gaze sharpened. I haven't cooperated with anyone. Oh. Then have you met anyone? Someone related to Shizuku. Amane changed the direction of her questioning. If there was no cooperation, it meant that this clerk didn't even qualify as a pawn in the other party's eyes. I met a red-haired boy and a blue-haired girl. The red-haired boy seemed to be called Ryuan. I remember now. That day it was you. I was following you and Shizuku when you were shopping, and he found me and beat me up, tearing up all the love letters I wrote. Kusada accused the other party of his crimes. Amane, however, frowned. How to put it, the information she got was somewhat useful, proving that Ryuan was indeed involved, but there was no direct evidence. This made Amane feel a bit disappointed. Evidence that was useless to eat, but a shame to discard. Eri had never replied to this guy's letters, so no matter how he thought about it, this guy couldn't possibly have Eri's handwriting. She didn't expect to encounter such a difficult obstacle so early in the investigation. Amane, I think the most likely thing he holds is not Sakura-san's reply, but rather signed photos or something similar. If he has that, it might be exploited. Hearing Ayanokoji's reminder, Amane's eyes lit up. Yes, I put a signed photo of Shizuku in one of the letters. That was my favorite one, and that guy took it too. After hearing Kusada's description, Amane finally showed a satisfied smile. You did well, uncle. The rest will be handled by the security department. Amane said, then picked up the phone, intending to contact the security department. Wait, please give me another chance. I won't like Shizuku anymore. Although I came here for her, I've come to like my current job. No, you can't. Watching Kasada being taken away, Amane crossed her arms, seemingly deep in thought. We've already had a good start. Why are you still frowning? Isn't this something to be happy about? Ayanokoji looked at Amane, puzzled. I'm wondering if our previous approach was a bit flawed. From the beginning, we assumed there was someone who could imitate others' handwriting, and that person was in Class C. But what if that person isn't from Class C? Amane looked up, her gaze fixed on the brightly lit distance. You mean Ryuin sought help from people in other classes, or even other years? Ayanokoji provided the answer for Amane. His point transactions didn't show any large payments to a specific person, which means he likely paid with other means, or even used IOUs to prevent leaving recent evidence. Hey! Ayanokoji, where's my cotton candy? I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 173, Chapter 171, I'll drain you tonight. In the evening, Amane and Ayanokoji arrived at the open space next to the dormitory building. Amane immediately ran to the long bench and sat down, then happily ate the cotton candy she had bought with her own money. Although the hateful Ayanokoji had stolen her cotton candy, she wouldn't go so far as to extort Ayanokoji's already dwindling points. Seeing that Amane found even standing difficult, Ayanokoji shook his head helplessly. After spending these days together, he had a rough understanding of Amane's personality. When dealing with serious matters, Amane was quite proactive. Despite complaining about the trouble and fatigue, she ultimately resolved things quite beautifully. For example, finding Kasada was Amane's doing, based on the scattered words in the confession letters, the indentations on the letters, and the pressure marks from repair tools. She deduced that the letter was slipped under the door and that the sender carried various repair tools. She then followed the clues to find Kasada. Next, they were going to meet a club president whom Amane had asked a second-year friend to invite. It seemed there was some kind of request. They're here. Amane quickly finished her cotton candy, then wiped her fingers and mouth with a wet wipe, and checked herself in a mirror. Very cute. Hello, I'm Miyako Amane from first-year Class D. You must be President Hojo, right? Nice to meet you. Hello, I'm Hojo Nai from second-year Class C, and I'm the president of the Calligraphy Club. I heard from President Horikita Manabu that you want to commission the Calligraphy Club to organize an event. Hojo Nai's expression immediately became somewhat unnatural when she heard Amane introduce herself as from first-year Class D. Due to the small number of members in the Calligraphy Club, the Student Council had repeatedly cut the club's subsidies, even proposing to disband the club. The previous president resigned due to the Student Council's unfair allocation, leaving her with a mess. Although the club members were all contributing their points to maintain the club's operation. However, due to the extensive impact of the previous decisive battle between Nagumo Miyabi and the former second-year Class A, all second-year classes' points had shrunk considerably. If they continued to rely on members to sustain the club, it would likely affect everyone's lives. So, when Hojo Nai heard that someone was willing to organize an event, she immediately rushed over, but she didn't expect the other party to be from Class D. She had heard of first-year Class D, a class with no point income. Even if they wanted to support the Calligraphy Club with funds, how much could they actually provide? Alas, a drop in the bucket is better than nothing. It's like this, I'm quite fond of copying. I plan for the Calligraphy Club to host a 3-day submission event. Whoever can perfectly replicate the handwriting will receive a generous point reward from my side. There will only be one winner, and that person will receive a personal point reward of 50,000 points. After the event, I will personally donate 50,000 personal points to the Calligraphy Club to support it. Amane's words shocked both Hojo Nai and Ayanokoji. Hojo Nai was astonished that Amane could suddenly produce 100,000 personal points, which was equivalent to a month's income of 1,000 class points. Ayanokoji also couldn't help but look sideways. If she could casually produce 100,000 personal points, how many points did Amane currently have? Miyako-san, do you have any other requirements for the event details? Such as the font, or which famous calligrapher's work will be copied? Hojo Nai asked excitedly about the specifics. Any font can be used, even any pen. But the prize will only go to the person who imitates it the most accurately. As for the work to be copied, Amane, blushing, pulled out a crumpled small piece of paper. It read, I like Miyako-san. Hojo Nai was instantly dumbfounded. The handwriting looked somewhat like a girl's, but wasn't the client also a girl? Do you have any objections? No, please leave it to me. Including the time for promotion and judging the results, we can give you a perfect answer by this Friday. How does that sound? Hojo-nai rubbed her hands. The student council's subsidy for the calligraphy club was 8,000 points per month. Because there were no competitions or the like, the allocated amount was truly abysmal. Compared to the sports clubs next door, which received 200,000 to 300,000 points at the drop of a hat, it was like heaven and earth. Amane's 50,000 points were directly equivalent to 4 months of allocation, which could be used to renovate the club's activity space and tools. Hojo-nai had already started calculating how to reasonably use these points. Then I'll trouble you, Hojo-senpai. Leave it to me. Seeing her confident demeanor, Amane smiled. The bait had been cast, now all Amane could do was wait. I'm home. Amane first poked her head in. After seeing Horikita's back as she read, she confidently walked into the room. What have you been busy with lately? You always come back so late. Horikita got up, took Amane's school uniform, hung it up for her, and then poured her a cup of tea. Still the same troublesome matter as before. Amane knew that Horikita was very disgusted by Ichino's and Eri's last-minute defection. So she didn't intend to say much more. Can things really turn around after something like this happened? Ichino's has a very high prestige in Class B, and coupled with the fact that choosing to betray Amane was a decision made by their internal vote, I don't see how anyone would cooperate with your actions. Instead, while Amane, you haven't sunk too deep, agreed to their mediation. Horikita hugged Amane and sat down next to the table. Amane naturally lay directly in Horikita's arms. Mediation. I don't think they came with sincerity to mediate. Amane pouted. After Amane left the meeting, Shina Hiyori, representing Class C, came to Amane to propose Ryuan's plan. Classes B and C would compensate Amane with a certain amount of personal points. Amane would no longer pursue the responsibility of Ishizaki and others from Class C. Similarly, Class C would no longer pursue Amane's responsibility for hitting people, and Amane had to admit it was a misunderstanding. This mediation plan seemed reasonable and fair to both sides, but such conditions reversed the essence of the matter. Misunderstanding. How could Ryuan even think of that word? Then what do we do next? Do you need my help? I can contact my brother. Seeing Horikita about to contact Horikita Manabu, Amane quickly stopped her. She knew that Horikita Suzune was a strong-willed person and would almost never back down in front of Horikita Manabu, but in the current situation, if the student council didn't intervene, the outcome would only lean towards mediation. To help Amane, Horikita Suzune felt that even bowing or kneeling to her brother was fine. She couldn't accept Amane suffering such unfair treatment. To her, the current Amane was her everything, her beloved. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Amane's phone vibrated. Amane picked up her phone and saw that it was Sakayanagi calling. It seemed there was some progress with Class B's matter. Hello. Arisu, do you have any new developments on your end? Of course, and look who I am. Come to my room. Tonight, I'm going to drain you, you guy. Sakayanagi hung up after speaking. Amane blinked. Did Arisu just say something outrageous? So this is what you've been busy with lately. Horikita's resentful voice sounded from behind Amane. Suzune, wait, wasn't I also stunned just now? I really don't know what happened, you have to believe me. Amane pounced and hugged Horikita's thigh, trying to stop her from going to the kitchen. She's already said that much, do you think I'm an idiot? You horny idiot, today I must teach you a lesson. No. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 174, Chapter 172, The Benevolent Amane. After hanging up the phone, Sakayanagi began preparing for Amane's arrival. Amane's taste preference was for black tea. For dessert, matcha cake would be good. After everything was prepared, Sakayanagi sat by the table, waiting for Amane to arrive. Not long after, Sakayanagi's door was knocked. Honestly, it's only a few floors apart, and she's still so slow. Amane is getting lazier and lazier. Sakayanagi Arisu picked up her cane and walked to the door, habitually looking out through the peephole. Amane, whose clothes were a bit disheveled, blocked the peephole. With her hands behind her back, she seemed to be holding something. Could it be a gift? Just come, why be so polite? Before she finished speaking, a large brown bear pillow was thrown at Sakayanagi's head. Sakayanagi stumbled from the sudden attack and sat down on the floor. What is it? Soft. A pillow. Amane, your taste is terrible. Come in. Although she said that, Sakayanagi still picked up the pillow and walked into the room. After a few steps, she realized Amane was still standing at the door. What's wrong? How can you even ask what's wrong? You bastard, Arisu. I knew you did it on purpose. Amane walked into the room, fuming. What's on purpose? Sakayanagi, holding a pillow taller than her, tilted her head in confusion. Don't play innocent there. I won't let you get away with it. Amane took out her phone, first took a picture of Sakayanagi, then said righteously. Sakayanagi blinked, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. Ah. Amane, do you think there's a possibility that I genuinely don't know what you're talking about? Sakayanagi shrugged. She really did look like an innocent little girl. But, when that expression was on Sakayanagi, the little devil, anyone would be suspicious, right? Don't you know that I'm currently staying in Horikita's dorm? To prevent Sakayanagi from not knowing who Suzune was, Amane specifically emphasized Horikita's surname. Horikita Manabu. The pillow in Sakayanagi's hand slipped to the floor. Horikita Suzune. It's Horikita Suzune. Who's that? Phew, as long as it's not Horikita Manabu, I was so scared just now. I thought you finally stopped harassing girls. Sakayanagi picked up the pillow and carefully patted off non-existent dust. Then she placed it on her bed. I feel like there are so many things to retort. I don't know where to start, but that's not harassment, it's just that I'm more benevolent. Amane hung her school uniform on a hanger, then naturally sat down by the table. Benevolent. Humph, that sounds exactly like something you'd say. Sakayanagi snorted softly and picked up a small piece of matcha cake, putting it into her mouth. The taste of matcha mixed with the sweetness of cream, filling her mouth with a cloying sweetness. It was a bit too sweet, wasn't it? Sakayanagi took another sip of black tea, which finally diluted some of the sweetness in her mouth. Don't forget, you were the one who opened this big door, my first kiss. Amane raised her eyebrows. Teaching always requires tuition, doesn't it? Sakayanagi smiled and shifted her gaze. That was her first time kissing a girl. Amane's naive yet aloof expression at the time was too tempting. Unable to resist seeing Amane, who always maintained her elegance and composure, fall, she tried to overstep the rules for the first time. She thought this would brand Amane as hers. But she never expected that Amane, who was self-taught, did fall. However, from heaven to hell, you still need a process. Amane just fell completely with a plop. The physical inconvenience gradually put Sakayanagi at a disadvantage. It was truly infuriating. Besides, didn't you also take mine? Was that even your first kiss? I don't even know how many cute girls you've secretly kissed. Amane pouted. As a result, Sakayanagi directly tapped Amane's head with her cane. Do you think I'm like you? Amane, you are the only one I fancy. After Sakayanagi finished speaking, her smiling face immediately turned crimson. What I mean is, you're the only one who meets my friend's standards. Sakayanagi quickly added. Amane, however, leaned her face closer. Why does that not sound like it? If you're talking about friends, then what about Fuka? Kiryuin also grew up with Amane and Sakayanagi since childhood, and their relationship was quite good. If she was talking about friends, it was impossible not to include Fuka. So, Sakayanagi's true meaning was, Fuka counts as half. Sakayanagi's perception of Kiryuin was not only as a friend but also as a competitor. However, Amane, the idiot, hadn't noticed yet. Or rather, the way Amane used to think was too strange to understand her thought process. Just as others couldn't understand her, Amane also couldn't understand the behavior of others. Although she's still quite erratic now, at least she's more human-like. Much better than the previous robot mode. Fuka is really pitiful, huh? Amane picked up a matcha cake and took a bite, suddenly remembering something. Oh right, did you call me over because there's been progress? Amane suddenly remembered that Sakayanagi had called her over for something important. You're only just remembering to ask now. Sakayanagi was a bit helpless. Amane always got distracted by strange things. Hee hee. Seeing Amane's silly grin, Sakayanagi said no more and directly opened her phone to pull up a photo. The scene in the photo seemed to be a gathering. But everyone looked very happy, so it should be a gathering of friends. However, there were too many people and all of them were girls, so this must be a group activity for girls. The most conspicuous person was Ichino's Hanami, sitting in the very center. Is that a Class B gathering? Who is that girl standing up? Everyone sitting was smiling very happily. Only one girl stood up. From her gesture, it looked like she was saying goodbye. Her dead fish eyes weren't very lively and looked lifeless. She was clearly somewhat annoyed by such activities. Very much in line with Amane's standards. This girl is named Hirono Yuki. The photo was provided by Kamuro. According to Kamuro, Hirono Yuki left due to feeling unwell, but she went directly to a nearby restaurant to eat. It seems, she's a bit of an outcast. Amane's lips curved slightly. What she needed now were such outcasts. She refused to believe that Class B was a solid block. Even if Ichino's assimilated the entire Class B with her inclusiveness, there would always be dissatisfied people. Are people whose individuality has been erased still considered people? Because everyone laughs, she must also laugh. What kind of bullshit theory is that? She's the one. Aren't you going to test her first? And, what if she refuses and tells Ichinos about this? I'm afraid Ichinos might take precautions. Sakayanagi spoke worriedly, but her face was full of confidence. It was as if she was just waiting for Amane to beg her. Watching Sakayanagi's somewhat childish actions, Amane suppressed her laughter. Tell. What can she tell Ichinos? That I want to poach her, and she refused. Some things, once they happen, the outcome doesn't matter, right? My dear little Arisu. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 175, Chapter 173, Draining in Progress. Sakayanagi glanced at the time. It was indeed getting late. It would be a bit reckless to look for someone at this hour. Although she felt a slight regret that Amane hadn't asked for her help, her mood had improved quite a bit after feeding Amane just now. If there's nothing else, you should go back. I'm going to take a shower. Go back for what? I'm staying here tonight. Sakayanagi stopped what she was doing. Amane rubbed Sakayanagi's head. It was very soft and smelled nice. She must clean herself thoroughly every day. Wait, what did you just mean? Sakayanagi looked as if she had heard something terrifying. It means exactly what it says. I'm staying here tonight. Amane said, already unbuttoning her skirt. No, I'm not asking about that. Why are you staying here? Sakayanagi covered her eyes while loudly questioning Amane. I can't help it. Suzune locked me out, and it's because of you, so it's normal for me to stay here tonight, right? Amane naturally slipped into Sakayanagi's bed. It's not normal at all. If a girl doesn't let you into her dorm, why don't you go back to your own dorm? Sakayanagi's words made Amane pause. Oh, right, I have my own dorm, but I'm already in here. Look. Amane gently patted the empty space beside her. Sakayanagi quickly backed away a few steps. I'm not sleeping on the same bed with you again. Didn't we often do this before? I can't sleep without something to hug, so just one night. Arisu, when did we become so distant? Amane's lost expression made Sakayanagi's heart soften. Only for tonight. Sakayanagi said, then took her change of clothes and went to take a shower first. Listening to the faint sound of water splashing from the bathroom, Amane's ears twitched. Ahem. Arisu had been in there for too long. What if she fell inside? Perhaps Arisu needed help right now. Amane tiptoed to the outside of the bathroom. Then she saw the words, no peeking, written on the door. Damn it. A quick peek wouldn't hurt. Just as Amane was about to turn back, the bathroom door suddenly opened. Sakayanagi, wrapped in a towel, and Amane stared at each other. Amane, you weren't trying to peek, were you? Sakayanagi leaned close to Amane, her fair fingertips tracing from Amane's cheek to her neck. Amane's breathing fluctuated slightly. Sakayanagi chuckled and released her other hand, letting her cane fall, while she herself collapsed into Amane's arms. Her other arm wrapped around Amane's neck. What do you want to do to me? Sakayanagi lightly tapped her toes, asking Miyako Amane in the softest voice right next to her ear. The scent of shower gel wafted into Amane's nostrils. Sakayanagi's loosely tied bath towel faintly revealed two small, milky white mounds, a captivating size that seemed to fit perfectly in one hand. Can I? Amane wrapped her arms around Sakayanagi's waist. Of course, you can't. Is idiot Amane thinking perverted thoughts again? You're hopeless. I won't let you have your way so easily. Wait, what are you doing? Sakayanagi saw Amane directly pick her up by the waist, and she immediately became flustered. She had only meant to tease Amane. At least for now, she wasn't ready for that step. You tease me and then try to run. Amane's voice was a bit hoarse. Her expression had also become one of impatience. She looked just like those people in some study materials she had secretly read, those who were consumed by desire. Amane, let go. We can't, the light. The light isn't off yet. The next second. Snap. After a crisp sound. The light switch near the door miraculously turned off. The room plunged into darkness. Only Amane's increasingly heavy breathing could be heard. Amane. Her bath towel was untied. By the moonlight, Amane could see Sakayanagi's elf-like delicate face still carrying a hint of panic. Even Sakayanagi, known for her composure, was caught off guard by Amane's sudden attack. Amane gently embraced Sakayanagi's petite body. I don't have experience in that area. Later, if it hurts a lot later, please be gentle. Sakayanagi timidly pleaded with Amane. She wasn't a girl who was easily scared, but facing the unknown process, Sakayanagi was still a bit uneasy. What are you talking about? Amane rubbed Sakayanagi's cheek. You weren't going to take it today. I just need a soft pillow. Although it's a bit small and not as comfortable to hug as Suzune, your skin is super smooth and feels amazing. Amane's words plunged Sakayanagi into silence. Miyako Amane. Are you an idiot? I was all prepared, and you actually. I actually what? Amane's mischievous chuckle made Sakayanagi's face turn crimson. Go to hell. Sakayanagi grabbed the brown bear pillow and threw it at Amane. However, Amane caught it with one hand. As for the other hand. Amane, isn't your hand in the wrong place? Sakayanagi's mouth showed signs of twitching. If it were just resting there, it would be fine, but the key was that Amane wasn't being well behaved. I remember someone saying they'd drain me. How come we've barely started and you're already giving up? TSK, Arisu, you're not very good. At the mention of this, Sakayanagi Arisu frowned in confusion. Do these two things have any relation? Why wouldn't they? Are you regretting it now and want to take back what you said? All you need is one, I love Amane the most, and then a little kiss, and this matter will be over. How about it? I'm very understanding. Amane tossed the pillow aside, propping her head with one hand to admire Sakayanagi's expression, while continuing to toy with the softness. Sakayanagi took a deep breath. What I meant was, I'd give you information, and you'd have to play chess with me all night, draining your time. Sakayanagi's voice was icy cold. Eh? If you say it like that, anyone would misunderstand, right? Only Amane, whose head is full of perverted thoughts, would misunderstand, right? Sakayanagi directly pinched Amane's cheek. Ow ow ow, it's a misunderstanding, just a tiny misunderstanding. Misunderstanding my foot, go to hell, Amane. The next morning. When Amane opened her eyes, her first reaction was to touch her shoulder. Hiss. Amane couldn't help but gasp. Clearly visible teeth marks. Yesterday, Sakayanagi had abruptly bitten her shoulder. She hadn't expected the teeth marks to still be there in the morning. She looked down. Sakayanagi Arisu, who had been wild and completely uninhibited yesterday, was now quietly lying in Amane's embrace. She was as docile as a sleeping kitten. Perhaps, she was different from herself. Amane had enough capital to choose to abandon everything from before and live a new life at Koiku. But, not everyone gets a chance to start over. The last time Arisu was so happy seemed to be during the snowball fight. Even though Arisu had difficulty with her legs, she laughed loudly from beginning to end, even when Amane almost buried her in snow. Yet, her face was still beaming with joy. But, ever since the day Sakayanagi Arisu went back and was scolded by her mother. In Amane's memory, she hadn't seen her smile once in almost 6 years. Yesterday, perhaps Sakayanagi Arisu had simply used Amane's name to vent freely for once. The real idiot was Sakayanagi Arisu. Fool. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 176, Chapter 174, The Class Outcast. Sleepyhead, wake up. If you don't get up soon, the sun will be on your butt. Amane gently patted Sakayanagi's bottom. Sakayanagi groggily opened her eyes. Someone seemed to have called her just now. As soon as her eyes opened, two terrifying things came into view. Cow. What cow? It's Amane, Amane. Amane angrily pinched Sakayanagi's nose. Why are you here with me? Sakayanagi rubbed her face, trying to clear her head. The pain in her head seemed to make her recall something. Last night, Amane, who she had pinned down, suddenly got up and bumped her forehead against hers. Sakayanagi waited for a long time, but no new memories appeared. It seemed she had been knocked out yesterday. No way. Arisu, did you lose your memory? That's great, ahem, I mean, what a pity. My name is Miyako Amane, Sakayanagi Arisu's most important person. So important that I'm allowed to do anything to you, like cuddling, kissing your little mouth, holding your little hand, and perverted things. I haven't lost my memory yet, no need to rush to turn me into a tool for your desires. Sakayanagi Arisu tapped Amane on the head. Honestly. What strange things were in Amane's head? All she thought about were perverted things all day long. Arisu, you're not a tool. Amane immediately pounced on Sakayanagi and started rubbing against her. Get up. Get up right now, idiot Amane, did you forget we're meeting that girl today? At the mention of serious business, Amane finally reined herself in a bit. Then let's take care of business first. Looking at the serious-faced Amane, Sakayanagi patted her chest. She had almost been suffocated just now. Although usually unreliable in many ways, when it came to serious matters, she was still, Amane gently laid Sakayanagi flat. Wait, didn't you say you were going to take care of business? Sakayanagi stared blankly at Amane, who was pressing against her again, her head starting to throb. This is business. Amane blinked, smiling very happily. This is not. After much more playful bickering, Sakayanagi, having been taken advantage of in various ways, finally escaped her clutches. What a clingy person. Do you need me to go with you? Eating the breakfast Amane made, Sakayanagi asked casually. In her opinion, Amane should be able to handle such a small matter alone, but she still hoped that a certain idiot would ask her to go along. Even if she couldn't provide violent support, she believed she was no less capable than Amane in negotiations and other areas. I can go by myself. I don't think it'll take much effort to win her over, but how do I prove my strength? Amane stopped eating. Try to restrain yourself from using violence. What you learned isn't for fighting. If you hit too hard, there will be big problems. Sakayanagi couldn't help but remind Amane. Amane had a tendency to resort to violence to solve problems in the past. Because Amane's way of thinking was very strange at the time, she couldn't understand others, leading to frequent conflicts. To resolve these conflicts and disputes, Amane began to use the simplest method to make people empathize: pain. Originally, Sakayanagi was somewhat dismissive, believing that violence couldn't solve all problems, and that those who used violence would eventually be consumed by its negative consequences. The result. Amane used her fists to tell Sakayanagi that if you can't solve violence, solve the person using violence. While still in elementary school, she could already knock down over a dozen adults, including Sakayanagi's bodyguards. Such extreme and pure violence made Sakayanagi realize for the first time that even a genius can have weaknesses they are not good at. Arisu, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Let me rub it. No, let me see. Amane grinned mischievously, ready to make a move. Sakayanagi calmly picked up the cane she had placed nearby. Thump. 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 3 consecutive taps successfully made Amane a little more serious. If you don't want me to, then don't. Why resort to hitting? Look, there's a big bump here. When one trick failed, Amane immediately switched to another method. Sakayanagi naturally saw through Amane's thoughts. If you come any closer, I'll have to really mess with you, you know. Sakayanagi tapped the table with her cane, signaling Amane not to play tricks, but to her surprise, Amane's eyes lit up. There's such a good thing. At noon, lunch break finally arrived. Hirono Yuki of first-year Class B, however, faced a problem. That is, everyone in Class B was a collectivist. They always acted together, no matter what they did. Even going to the restroom involved group trips. On the surface, everyone seemed like a true collective, a truly loving family. But only Himino knew that many were forced into this state. Under Ichino's leadership, Class B showed unprecedented unity, but behind this unity were countless people's silent dedication and sacrifice. While contributing their strength, they personally extinguished all their individuality, eventually successfully integrating into the Class B collective, becoming a part of the collective, but she was no longer herself. Himino, shall we go to lunch together? A female classmate greeted Himino. Himino, who had deliberately delayed, planning to leave last, showed an unsurprised expression. Then she quickly returned to her original demeanor. I'm very sorry, I had too many leftovers from last night, so I made them into a bento. I won't be eating in the cafeteria today. Himino said apologetically, holding up her bento box to show her classmate. It's fine, really. If you brought a bento, then there's nothing we can do. Shall we go to the cafeteria with Hanami now? Do you need us to bring anything back for you? Everyone was so gentle and considerate. Himino, however, was terribly nervous. She wasn't good at dealing with people who were overly concerned about her. And no, it's fine. Just enjoy your meal. Buffed, Miss Jie is so funny. Eating is certainly a happy thing. Well, we're off then, bye-bye. The other person also noticed Himino's nervousness but didn't take it seriously. She just said a casual goodbye and was about to leave. Bye-bye. Himino waved her hand with a smile, bidding farewell to the other person. After seeing the other person leave, Himino, carrying her bento box, quickly left the classroom and went up the stairs to the rooftop. It was the height of summer, and few people chose to eat on the rooftop at noon. If she timed it right, the place would feel like it was reserved just for her. The reason she rushed out of the classroom was that if others who also brought bentos appeared, they might ask her to eat with them. Eating together was even harder for Himino to accept than going to the cafeteria together. Seriously, why does everyone have to be so close, like they're wearing the same pants? It's so annoying. Hirono Yuki opened her bento box. Inside, there was no bento at all. Instead, there was bread and juice. This was her real lunch. I'm eating. Himino tore open the packaging, just about to take a bite. She suddenly noticed a shadow on the ground that hadn't been there before. Himino couldn't help but look up in the direction of the shadow. On the highest terrace, which required a ladder to climb up to, a white-haired girl was eating junk food while looking down at her from above. It seemed she noticed Himino's surprised gaze. The girl extended the burger in her hand as if offering it. Hey, want some? I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 177, Chapter 175, Kenzaki, you really deserve to die. Hey, want some? The girl's figure was silhouetted against the sun. Himino merely looked up and was immediately stimulated by the dazzling sunlight, quickly lowering her head, unable to properly see the girl's face. No, thank you. Even though answering without looking at the other person was very rude. But with her eyes still aching, she couldn't worry about that. Ignoring her would be the greatest rudeness. That's a shame, it's really delicious. The girl's voice suddenly sounded by her ear. Himino was startled. The white-haired girl had, at some point, appeared beside her without her noticing. Eh? How did you get down? Because she wasn't sure if the other person was a peer or an upperclassman. So, even in her panic, Himino used an honorific. I jumped down. The girl pointed to the terrace behind her. Jumped down. So that's how it was, but does that make it any less surprising? No, on the contrary, after knowing how she got down, Himino was even more shocked by the girl's physical abilities. Gulp. Saliva was swallowed with difficulty down her throat. The terrace was a full 4 or 5 meters above the ground. If many people could jump from that height, then how could one land without making any sound at all? Falling from 4 or 5 meters high, silently. This was a bit beyond Himino's common sense. I am Hirono Yuki of first year class B, may I ask who you are, senior, and what you need from me? Seeing the other person's demeanor, even Himino, with her slow reactions, could guess that the other person had come prepared, and specifically for her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have started with such an attention-grabbing move. You're quick to react, but unfortunately, I'm not an upperclassman. I'm Miyako Amane of first year class D. After hearing that the other person wasn't an upperclassman, Himino finally breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure of facing an upperclassman could be quite uncomfortable, especially after the other person had demonstrated unusual physical abilities to emphasize her dominant position, making the sense of oppression even stronger. If the other person had admitted to being an upperclassman, Himino had already planned to immediately find an excuse to leave. Fortunately, she was a first year, and from class D. This would make the pressure the other person exerted on her much less when talking. Suddenly, Himino realized Amane's name. You wouldn't happen to be the one who took down 3 boys from class C, would you? Amane was very pleased that the other person recognized her and that her reputation was spreading among girls. Oh. You've heard of me too. Yes, classmate Kenzaki said that there's an idiot in class D who turned something that could have been handled perfectly into a violent incident. Classmate Kenzaki, you really deserve to die. So that's how you know me. Amane's lips twitched. In her mind, she had already crossed Kenzaki off her list. This guy was actually spreading her story in reverse. No wonder many people had been looking at her strangely lately. Are you looking for me for something? Himino guessed it was related to the Ishizaki incident, but she thought for a long time and couldn't figure out what Amane wanted from her. It could be said that compared to Kenzaki, Shiraha, and Shibata, Himino herself was an outsider. If Amane wanted any information or cooperation, she would get more by going to those important figures. I'm here to see you about the Ishizaki incident. Both classes could have achieved a final victory together, but Class B suddenly bit back. Such betrayal is hard to accept, so I'm curious if Class B and Class C reached some kind of deal behind the change in testimony. Do you have any idea, Miss Jie? Amane's gaze wasn't directly on Himino, but Himino suddenly felt a chill down her spine. How could I possibly know about something like that? You'd best ask Ichinos and them. Perhaps Kenzaki and Shibata also know something. Himino finished speaking and planned to turn and leave. Amane gave her a bad feeling. What, so you didn't know? I thought Class B was a united class, where everything was decided by everyone's vote, but Miss Jie didn't know if the 2 classes had made a deal. It turns out I was being too idealistic. Amane's sarcastic words made Himino stop. She knew Amane was trying to provoke her with words. She had no interest in continuing to entangle with Amane, but as a member of Class B, there were some things she had to clarify. Our Class B isn't like your Class D. I've heard that your class has had violent conflicts more than once, and one time almost 15 people were expelled. Honestly, I can't imagine how bad things must be to almost expel 15 people. Although our class has some minor flaws, under Ichino's leadership, it's only a matter of time before we surpass Class A. This was indeed Himeno's true thought. She had always looked down on Class D. A class that still had 0 points 2 or 3 months after school started was already in a state of elimination in her eyes. And although Class B, led by Ichino's, had some situations that made people uncomfortable in various aspects, there was no doubt that Class B was the closest to Class A, and in time, it would certainly be the only one to surpass Class A. It seems you have a lot of opinions about our Class D, but you're not wrong. Class D has many idiots and worthless people. However, it was I, from the worthless class you spoke of, who protected your noble Class B students. Is this how you treat me? Amane took a step ahead and stood at the entrance to the stairs. Himeno's eyelids twitched violently. Her gaze began to search for the surveillance cameras. The cameras were operating, but for some reason, there was black spray on them. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 178, Chapter 176 was the other party choosing to hunt down lone Class B members because she had been treated unfairly. In other words, Amane could launch a violent attack here at any moment. Run. Himeno didn't think her physical fitness would allow her to escape from under Amane's nose. Was the other party choosing to hunt down lone Class B members because she had been treated unfairly? Damn it, I should have known not to eat here today. What do you want to do? Even if you've messed with the surveillance, if you hurt me, there will still be evidence, no matter what. Himeno shouted, forcing herself to stay calm. That's right, I'll be punished, but what good will that do? Won't you be the one hurting? Getting beaten for Ichino's for no reason. Miss Gia, can you understand my situation now? Himeno gritted her teeth. She desperately thought of every possible way to be rescued. But all the feedback she received was that it was impossible. Amane had a solid record of taking down 3 boys. Such a violent person was not someone she could handle. If she took out her phone to call for help, the other party would probably attack immediately. There was at least half an hour until everyone came back from eating. She couldn't imagine what she would have to go through in that half hour. You bastard, if you have the guts, go find Ichino's and Kanzaki and those guys for revenge. Although we voted, it was all according to what those guys wanted. Why do you have to target me? Himeno didn't understand why Amane was fixated on her. Because I like to bully the weak and fear the strong. Amane's words left Himeno speechless. It was the first time she had seen someone say they liked to bully the weak and fear the strong with such righteous indignation, but bullying the weak and fearing the strong was the norm for most people. Therefore, Himeno couldn't say anything to her. Amane stretched her wrists and limbs. The cracking sounds from her body made Himeno's face turn pale. Run. This word kept appearing in her mind, but the reality was that Amane had already arrived in front of her. She had no escape route. With her back against the wire mesh, she was in a desperate situation. Is there really no room for discussion? Your class points have always been 0, so you must be very short on individual points, right? I'm willing to exchange points. Although Himeno was heartbroken about the points, she knew that if she continued to be a miser now, she might really get beaten. Points. Sorry, I don't really need that right now. Amane smiled and extended her finger. Her fingertip continuously slid along Himeno's nape. Himeno's body visibly tensed up. It seemed she had already noticed the imminent danger. Then what do you want? I really don't want to get beaten for those guys. No choice. Himeno could only hand over the initiative to Amane. Amane first pondered for a moment. I'm still somewhat interested in the agreement between your 2 classes, but you're unwilling to show me your chat records discussing it. Other than that, I'm not interested in anything else. Amane's single sentence shattered Himeno's last illusion. Did she have evidence? Of course she did. Back then, the class was enthusiastically discussing whether to cooperate with Class C to gather opinions. Initially, everyone thought cooperating with Class D was a safe bet, because Class D wanted to climb up, and Class C was Class D's primary target. They would surely put in a lot of effort against Class D. So, at first, Class C intended to simply conduct business as usual. But then Ryuan proposed exchanging 100 class points. Almost overnight, the entire Class B immediately began to switch sides. If you ask why, of course, it was based on value analysis. Obtaining 100 class points was more important than investing in an uncertain Class D student. Himeno Yuki knew all of this. But what could she do? Even though she also felt that backstabbing was too devious, with everyone choosing to deal with Ryuan. Her vote was completely useless. Despite this, she still had to keep Class B's secret. It seems I can't get anything useful out of your mouth. I prepared for so long for nothing. Well, let's end things here today. Remember, you didn't see anyone today, understand what I mean. And by the way, add my contact info. Himino visibly breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the changed conditions. Not saying anything, that depended on the situation. As for adding a friend, that was no problem at all. An acquaintance's contact to avoid a beating, in her opinion, there was nothing more cost-effective than that. A friend. No problem. Himino instantly noticed something was off, but after thinking for a long time, she couldn't figure out what Amane could do with her contact information. After Himino left, Amane looked at the chat box on her phone, a smile appearing on her face. Checkmate, Miss G. Yeah. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 179, Chapter 177, If you have the guts, bite me. So, you just went and asked for her contact information. What are you playing at? Kiryuin looked at Amane, who was gulping down bubble tea next to her, with a puzzled expression. She was the one who paid for the bubble tea. While she was paying at the Palette Cafe, an Amane suddenly appeared next to her, ordering a super luxurious bubble tea with extra toppings that made even Kiryuin envious. Then she said to put it on Kiryuin's tab. Kiryuin immediately wanted to smash the cheapest bubble tea in her hand onto Amane's harmless face, but there was a long queue, and under everyone's gaze, Kiryuin had no choice but to begrudgingly pay for Amane's drink too. Getting her contact information is a victory. Ryuin once plotted against Horikita Manabu and Shiraha, but after I saw through it, I had Horikita Manabu call a teacher to notarize it, which broke the deadlock. This matter also started because of Ryuin, so it's like using his own methods against him. Amane said, scooping a large spoonful of toppings into her mouth with a spoon, her face immediately showing a blissful expression. But you're targeting that innocent little girl. Eat so fast, you might choke to death. Kiryuin said through gritted teeth. When an avalanche happens, no snowflake is innocent. The individual points I exchanged for, did she really not use any? Whether she supported it or not, she gained real benefits. Since she's a beneficiary, isn't she on the same side as Ryuin? Amane's excuse left Kiryuin somewhat speechless. It sounded somewhat reasonable, but something just felt off. So what are you going to do next? First, transfer 30,000 points to Miss Gia. What? 30,000? Hurry up and pay me back for the bubble tea. Kiryuin saw that Amane had actually transferred 30,000 points to Himino, and quickly seized the opportunity to demand her bubble tea money back. I drank it by my own skill, why should I pay you back? Amane rolled her eyes at Kiryuin and continued with the transfer. You shameless fellow. If you don't pay me back, do you believe I'll bite you? You know I'm a spendthrift, yet you still extort me, damn it. Kiryuin's beautiful features were somewhat distorted with anger. She looked quite cute. Naya, I won't give it to you. If you have the guts, bite me. Seeing Amane even stick her tongue out at her, Kiryuin bit down without thinking. Both of them froze there, staring wide-eyed at each other. Kiryuin's face instantly turned red. Just as she was feeling a bit flustered, Amane's phone rang. To check the message, Amane took a step back, and Kiryuin also took the opportunity to separate. While Amane was looking down at her phone, Kiryuin quickly turned her back and covered her face. Kiryuin Fuka. What did you just do? Why did you, that guy? Although sweet, soft like pudding, but since. Just as Kiryuin Fuka's head was about to smoke. What? Points. Of course, they're points to buy information from you. You don't have any. You don't have what? Do you think others will believe I'd innocently transfer so many points to you? If you want to talk, come to the back of the dorm building. You'll get the answer you want there. Amane hung up the phone. Let's go, the fish has bitten. Eh? Oh. Kiryuin answered, as if possessed. Neither of them mentioned what had just happened on the way back, but Kiryuin kept stealing glances at Amane the whole way. This idiot, how can she act like nothing happened after something like that? Is it a feigned retreat to lure me in? What a cunning strategy, this woman is truly vicious, but I like it. Ahem, I like it a little bit, just a tiny bit. When the two arrived at the open space behind the dorm building, Himino was already anxiously waiting there. Yo, that was fast. Amane gave Kiryuin a look. Kiryuin, who had grown up with Amane since childhood, immediately understood what Amane meant. She immediately began to stretch her wrists. What are you doing? Amane looked at Kiryuin strangely. Didn't you tell me to? Kiryuin gestured towards Himino with her eyes. Then she made a throat-slitting motion. Sigh, next time let's just talk. Fuka, could you please watch the intersection and make sure no one comes in? Amane rubbed her forehead. Their coordination could only be described as non-existent. What secrets are you two whispering? Why won't you let me hear? Himino saw Kiryuin's throat-slitting gesture and immediately became wary, so she loudly questioned her. Since you want to talk, how about you turn off the recording first? Normally, when two parties communicate, even if the volume of their voices changes drastically due to emotional shifts, the change in emotion would still be discernible. However, someone like Himino, whose voice is very loud but shows no emotion, sounds very fake, almost as if it's intentional. The reason for such behavior is likely to prevent any vacuum period in the recording. What recording? I don't know what you're talking about. Immediately after, the sudden vibration of a phone caught Himino off guard. Then how about we talk like this? Amane showed the screen of her phone. It was Amane who was calling Himino. The biggest drawback of recording with a phone is that the recording function turns off when an incoming call is received. If one wants to record a call, they only need to click the record button again on the call interface. This small function perfectly countered Himino's actions. Himino reluctantly took out her phone, and in front of Amane, first hung up the call, then turned off the recording. That's a good girl, Miss Gia. You should know what I want. Give me what I want, and 30,000 points are yours, and you won't hear any rumors about it in school. Amane laid out her conditions. Himino did not immediately object nor agree. What if I refuse? You can't refuse. Amane said confidently. That seemingly innate confidence made Himino feel inferior. But sometimes, one cannot rely solely on intuition to make decisions. You're too confident. The initiative is in my hands. Even if I refuse, you have no other choice but to spread rumors, don't you? Although Himino was afraid of Amane and the white-haired girl. But after thinking it over, she still felt that Amane would not use violence, otherwise, she could have just directly coerced her with violence. There was no need to play so many games. If she really thought that, Amane would certainly mock her mercilessly if she knew. The prerequisite for using violence is that Amane cannot resolve Himino through conventional means. But in Amane's eyes, a rumor would be enough to give her a hard time. Words can be truly fearsome. Rumors can easily devour a person completely. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 180, Chapter 178, The Naive Fish is Eaten. If a person has no confidence in themselves, then she is too pitiful. Regardless of whether one's decision is right or wrong, the confidence when making a decision is the most precious thing. People with weak minds will have their confidence eroded little by little with each failure. Only those with strong wills can maintain confidence until the moment of victory. After Amane finished speaking, she bent down and picked up a small stone. The next second, a lightning-fast strike grazed Himino's hair and hit the brick wall behind her. Also, you're too careless. Not to mention that rumors alone can make you obedient. Did you really think I wouldn't use violence? Himino, startled, sat blankly on the ground. For a moment, she even had the illusion that her head had been pierced, and she even touched her forehead with a bewildered expression. Yet, even though Amane had already demonstrated overwhelming violence, this stubborn person still believed in her own judgment. Amane dared not use force against her. You're just bluffing, aren't you? There are cameras everywhere on campus. Once you use violence, you'll be expelled. Then you should look at where the cameras are here. The burgundy blazer draped over her shoulders danced in the evening breeze, and Amane, in a black shirt, stood with her arms crossed, her face full of mockery. She looked just like a villain boss. How could this be? There's no surveillance here. Himino's eyes widened after looking around. As if she couldn't believe there was a blind spot for surveillance right in the dormitory building. Amane stepped forward and pinched Himino's chin. Do you still think I won't use violence? It's just that right now, I'd rather resolve the problem peacefully than violently. After all, we'll have opportunities to cooperate in the future. Amane regarded her cooperation with Himino as a long-term business. In the future, Himino's cooperation would inevitably be needed, so she did not intend to make the relationship too rigid. I will never cooperate with someone who intends to use violence. Although some of Ichino's actions may not satisfy everyone, your violent acts will also be scorned. Himino was a little scared, but she still chose to stick to her principles. You still don't understand, Miss Gia. You have no way out. Amane released Himino. All I need to do is spread the word that you accepted my points and betrayed Class B. What do you think will happen? Amane's words made Himino's face turn ugly. Ichino's won't believe such rumors. And I don't want your points either. Himino was still arguing defensively. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Do I need Ichino's to believe it? It's enough for everyone else to believe it. While Ichino's is tolerant of you, she will also be influenced by you. As long as someone believes you betrayed Class B, a chain reaction will form. This is what's called mudslinging. Even if you return the points to me, can you prove your innocence? My dear Miss Jie, you underestimate the evil in human nature too much. Amane's words made Himino so angry that she wanted to grind her teeth. Her usual calm expression turned into a furious glare. But she remained speechless. Because even though she was saying all sorts of impossible things, she knew very well in her heart that Amane's words were true, and rumors would definitely be believed by some. In a highly unified class, once the fact of her betrayal was established, she would immediately be ostracized and even excluded by the class. Even if her class was Class B, it would be the same. Ichino's believing her alone was simply useless. I agree. I have screenshots of the chat Ichino sent in the group at the time, but, when you submit these things, you cannot expose my name, and this transaction is only once, no exceptions. Himino made her final demands. Of course, I can satisfy all your requests. Amane agreed readily. Not long after, Himino sent Amane what she wanted. And she returned Amane's points, seemingly not wanting to accept those dirty points. Watching Himino's retreating back, Kiryuin sighed. Amane, isn't it a bit much to bully an idiot like that? Kiryuin had never seen anyone so foolish. This was no longer a matter of ability, but a flaw in character and common sense. I didn't bully her, she was just that naive. Amane glanced at what Himino had sent, not expecting Ichino's to be quite so bold. However, this now confirmed that she had privately traded class points. Unlike individual points, class points cannot be transferred or purchased, and Ichino's signing such a contract indicated that Ryuin indeed had a way to achieve this. First, there's equivalent compensation, which means paying each person in Class B 10,000 individual points every month. This could be implicitly considered as Class B gaining an additional 100 class points. However, Class B was not lacking in individual points at all. This indicated that Ryuin intended to use another method. That is, using the Ishizaki incident as an opportunity to proactively propose compensating Class B with class points. This could be understood as Class B and Class C reaching a mutual settlement. During the compensation process, Class B, in order to gain more benefits, chose to bypass Amane directly. Class B directly forgave Ishizaki and his group, thereby obtaining greater benefits. If such an approach were truly implemented, even the student council would have nothing to say, as it's a case of two willing parties. But the key is, what if this was prearranged? Once there is proof that Class B and Class C had prearranged to exchange class points using the Ishizaki incident as a pretext, this would violate school regulations. It would even cast doubt on the authenticity of the Ishizaki incident. Himino probably still doesn't realize what kind of evidence she gave Amane, does she? As for things like, only one transaction, Amane completely ignored them. Only one transaction. How could that be? As long as Class B is severely weakened this time, Himino will become a traitor, and the leverage will be in Amane's hands. If she doesn't want to be abandoned by Class B, she can only become Amane's puppet. What a pity. Himino had no idea how serious the situation was. From the moment she compromised and agreed to give Amane her contact information, she had fallen into the trap Amane had set. And this trap was initially prepared by Ryuin for Shiraha, but unexpectedly, it ended up being used on Class B. Truly, fate works in mysterious ways. How is the point collection going now? Amane asked Kiryuin about the recent point acquisition situation. Kiryuin frowned slightly upon hearing this. Frankly, it's not optimistic. Most people in the third-year Class A, C, and D have already started selling points to us, and some have even signed long-term monthly payment contracts. Only Class B remains unyielding. They are only 30 points behind Class A, and they still believe they can defeat Horikita Manabu and become Class A. This means our acquisition plan needs some modification. Kiryuin said, her expression becoming strange. Recently, a guy named Koenji seems to be in contact with Class B, I'm afraid. Kiryuin knew Amane's plan. Although she had a need for points, it wasn't to Amane's insane extent. Moreover, buying with cash and such, she didn't have that status in the Kiryuin family, only a rich person like Amane could do it. Don't worry about Koenji. I made an agreement with him to allow him to participate, but there's been no news for so many days, it seems necessary to go see how his mission is progressing. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 181, Chapter 179, The Last Calm Before Despair. Unbeknownst to them, the midsummer days of June quickly passed, and it was already nearing the end of the month. Half a month has passed since the Ishizaki incident. During this period, the arbitration meeting, which had been interrupted by Miyako Amane's absence, was convened 3 more times. However, each time it was postponed because Amane refused to attend. Her reason for refusal was that she felt she was being treated unfairly. During this time, Horikita Manabu also personally went to ask for Amane's opinion. Amane believed that if the student council could not give her justice, then a school-wide public trial should be held at Koiku, involving all classes from all 3 grades, to evaluate who was right and who was wrong in the incident where Amane's act of bravery ultimately led to her being betrayed and it turning into a malicious assault. Horikita Manabu immediately saw through Amane's intention to stall for time, but he did not expose her. When he conveyed Amane's request to classes B and C, both classes, with a tacit understanding, rejected Amane's demand. Amane immediately used this as a reason to declare that classes B and C knew they were in the wrong and dared not face a public trial, which made it difficult for Ryuen-san and Ichinos to immediately urge Amane to agree to attend the arbitration meeting. Privately, Shina Hiyori, Ichinos Hanami, Shiraha Chihiro, and even Hashinomiya-sensei and Chabashira-sensei had all tried to persuade her. Hashinomiya-sensei even hinted that Ichinos could agree and even sign a written agreement. If Class B could advance to Class A, Ichinos would raise 20 million points to help Amane transfer classes. But faced with such seemingly generous terms, Amane directly chose to refuse. Her goal was not as simple as wanting to advance to Class A. For a time, the Ishizaki incident fell into a stalemate, and as more and more people learned about it, public opinion gradually began to turn against Class B. Ichinos fell into anxiety. To find a solution to the problem, Ichinos decided to meet with Ryuen-san privately. Out of caution, Ichinos brought Kanzaki and classmate Shibata, her 2 most capable companions. On Ryuen-san's side, there was the Ishizaki trio, Ishizaki, Kondo, Komiya, plus Kaneda, Shina, Ibuki, and Yamada Albert. It could be said that the elite of Class C had come out in full force. It's just a regular meeting, you're making too much of a fuss. Kanzaki stood in front of Ichinos, seemingly wanting to give her some sense of security. Ryuen-san snorted coldly. Albert simply took a step forward and pushed Kanzaki aside. A regular meeting. There are only 4 days left until July, and August is the summer vacation. This means that if the agreement in the contract isn't completed before July 1st, everything we discussed will become a piece of waste paper. Besides, the only reason you're here to see me is because you're helpless in this situation, isn't it? Ryuen-san looked at Ichinos with disdain, his hands in his pockets. But if the agreement cannot be fulfilled normally, classmate Ishizaki and the others will also face expulsion. Ichinos intended to use the Ishizaki trio as a bargaining chip. Hey, is this the leader of Class B? I used to think it was quite remarkable for a young girl like you to unite Class B, but now it seems I might have misjudged you. Ryuen-san's sarcastic words made classmate Shibata somewhat displeased. Ryuen-san, if you have something to say, just say it directly. There's no need to beat around the bush. TSK, Ichinos, your dog is barking at me without its master's command. Do I need to help you discipline it properly? Ryuen-san waved his hand, and the Ishizaki trio surrounded classmate Shibata. Please wait, classmate Shibata, please step back first. Even with conflict on the verge of erupting, Ichinos remained calm. After ensuring classmate Shibata was in a safe environment, she looked at Ryuen-san. First, I need to correct something. Classmate Shibata is an important partner of mine, so I implore Ryuen-san to be careful with his words. Secondly, I don't understand what I said wrong. Do you have a way to prevent the 3 of them from being expelled? Ichinos frowned slightly. She couldn't think of any way to make Amane stop pursuing the responsibility of Ishizaki and the others. Privately, she had almost used every method she could think of. However, Amane was currently completely unyielding and refusing to communicate. Ichinos didn't believe Ryuen-san could offer Amane better terms than she could. Of course there's a way. If I can reach an agreement with you, I can naturally reach an agreement with Class D. Miyako, that fellow, no matter how strong, is still just a member of Class D. Ryuen-san said, hinting at something. Hearing this, Ichinos finally smiled. I thought Ryuen-san might have some good method, but your move might work on others, but it's completely ineffective on Amane, because she might be even more self-centered than you, Ryuen-san. Through her experience dealing with Amane, Ichinos was confident that someone like Amane would never compromise with Class D or anyone else. Oh. Is that so? Then, shall we give it a try? Ryuen-san seemed to stick to his idea. What do you want to do? Force her to attend the arbitration meeting. As soon as he finished speaking, Ryuen-san led the people from Class C towards Class D. Seeing Ryuen-san's aggressive demeanor, Ichinos was a bit worried about Amane's safety. After much hesitation, she decided to warn Amane first, then immediately contacted Horikita Manabu, hoping to stop Ryuen-san's attempt to escalate the situation. At this moment, Amane, who was eating her bento in class, received the warning from Ichinos. It seems someone finally couldn't hold back. Amane was not at all surprised by Ryuen-san's arrival. In fact, she thought it was quite remarkable that Ryuen-san had endured until now. Someone must have been advising him, otherwise, given Ryuen-san's personality, he would have probably shown up much earlier. What happened? Horikita Suzune couldn't help but ask when she saw Amane smiling while eating. Before Amane could answer, the sound of dense footsteps echoed in the corridor outside Class D's door, drawing attention. Hey! Look! Is that dark-skinned guy a foreign student? Why is he so tall? Two passing girls excitedly watched Albert, who was leading the way, discussing in what they thought was a quiet voice. Albert was already used to people pointing and whispering about him, and he had also learned how to silence those who only dared to gossip about him behind his back. Get out of the way. Albert directly used his large black hand to push the two girls in front of him out of Ryuan-san's path. It was as if he was simply dispersing some insignificant trash. The other party seems to have ill intentions, Amane. Are you ready? Horikita Suzune saw Albert's domineering figure through the window. She felt a faint sense of unease. Don't worry, I've prepared everything. Even if they don't come for me today, I was planning to go to President Horikita to propose another meeting. Miyako Amane, get out here. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating. Chapter 182, Chapter 180, The Prologue of Despair. Albert's voice instantly silenced everyone in Class D. What's going on? Ryuan-san, what are you doing here with them? Hirata Yusuke's face was somewhat grim as he looked at Ryuan-san. He could naturally tell that the other party had ill intentions. Although Class D's strength was not a match for Class C's right now, for the other party to brazenly block the classroom door and demand someone come out was undoubtedly a slap in Class D's face. Hirata, I'm not here for you today. Tell Miyako Amane to come out. I have something I want to talk to her about. Ryuan-san spoke in a direct, commanding tone, giving Hirata no room for face. Hirata was not worthy of him giving him face. Such unreasonable behavior immediately sparked indignation among the girls. But all of them were intimidated by Albert's imposing presence, and each one, like an ostrich, dared not speak. Kushida Kikyo, seeing this, showed a cunning glint in her eyes. Her influence had recently declined due to Ichihashi's departure, and she had even been steadily overshadowed by Karuizawa Kei. She was now eager to find an opportunity to quickly boost her influence. At this moment, when Hirata was being humiliated by the other party, no one stood up to speak for him. If she could act as a mediator, it would surely make more people in the class recognize her value again. Please wait a moment. Kushida Kikyo stood up. Ryuan-san had no impression of this woman, so he turned to Shina Hiyori, who had only followed along and had no intention of getting involved in the dispute. She is Kushida Kikyo. She has a certain popularity among both male and female students in the first year and is a social type of girl. Hearing Shina's introduction, Ryuan-san sneered. Kaneda, take Shina back first. Ryuan-kun, even if I can't help Class D with this, I still want to stand with everyone. I appreciate your sentiment, Ryuan-san, but I remember you don't like class struggles, do you? If you don't like it, just stay out of the way. With me here, the sky won't fall. Since we're in a school like this, there are always some dirty jobs that need to be done. Ibuki. Ryuan-san gave Ibuki a look. Ibuki glanced at the surveillance camera but still stepped forward and gave Kushida a resounding slap. This slap shocked everyone, who stared at Ryuan-san. Even Amane was included. She never expected Ryuan-san to resort to violence. She completely didn't understand why Ryuan-san would choose to act at this moment. Want to be an intercessor? You're not qualified enough. Kushida Kikyo was about to retort when Ibuki raised her hand for another slap. Kushida immediately closed her eyes. But after a long wait, the slap never came down. Ibuki felt a chill in her heart as she looked at the silent Hirata. Hirata was gripping her wrist tightly, and even without struggling, Ibuki could feel the immense strength coming from his wrist. Hirata forcefully flung her, and Ibuki was directly pushed to the ground. Don't go too far, Ryuan-san. Hirata was very angry. No matter how classes fought among themselves, Hirata could accept it, but fighting should not involve violence. Because if victory and defeat were decided by violence, only the so-called strong would remain in the end, and he, Hirata Yusuke, no longer wanted anyone in his class to be hurt. Not a single person. Oh. Too far. I don't think so, Albert. As soon as he finished speaking, Albert's steel-like body came before Hirata. An arm made of solid, iron-like muscle slammed heavily towards Hirata's head. No one would doubt whether Hirata would dodge. Because if he dodged, this punch would undoubtedly hit Kushida behind him. Just as Hirata was already prepared to take the hit. Thud. A dull thud made Albert stagger back a few steps. Oh, sorry, I just wanted to leave here to go to the restroom. Could you please make way for me? Koenji Rokusuke's relaxed expression made people even wonder if Albert was just a show-off. You. Just as Albert was about to step forward again. Albert, make way. Ryuan's order made Albert unwilling, but he still perfectly executed Ryuan's command, clearing a path for Koenji. Hirata boy, you've done enough. Although your strength isn't enough for you to reach the same perfect level as me, it still gives you the power to choose. If you encounter an opponent you can't beat, just avoid them. No one will laugh at you. If you keep pushing yourself, you'll eventually collapse. After Koenji Rokusuke finished speaking, he glanced back at Amane with a meaningful look. Amane stood up from the very back. Those who carry firewood for others should not be allowed to freeze to death in the wind and snow. Even if she didn't want to deal with Kushida's matters, she absolutely couldn't ignore Hirata, who had stepped forward. Ryuin, aren't you eating or resting at noon? What are you barking about over there? After Koenji Rokusuke left, Amane stood in front of Hirata. Her slender figure, surprisingly, gave a sense of security. Yo, the main character has finally appeared. When Ryuin saw Amane finally appear, he felt a little more at ease. As long as she was willing to show up, the rest would be easy. The Ishizaki trio's calves twitched when they saw Amane. Especially Ishizaki, even now, he still dreams of Amane's unstoppable punch at night. Why are you staring at me? I'm not the one who hit you. Amane glared at Ibuki, who was looking at her with resentment. Ibuki quickly stood up and backed away, maintaining a distance from Amane at all times. Although Albert was a bit unconvinced, Koenji Rokusuke's strength just now made him feel a sense of self-doubt. So much so that in his moment of distraction, Amane easily broke through his defense and arrived in front of Ryuin. I know what you want. You just want me to attend the arbitration meeting, right? Go notify the student council now. I'll play along with you guys today, but I hope you won't cry in the end. Amane's confident demeanor made Ryuin unsure for a moment whether Amane was truly prepared or just bluffing. Regardless, getting her to attend the meeting was the priority. Then it's a deal. I'll just. No need to look, I'm right here. Since you all have time, let's hold the arbitration meeting during your lunch break. All personnel involved in the meeting, gather in the student council meeting room in 15 minutes. Horikita Manabu finished speaking and turned to leave. He didn't spare a glance for anyone present. Amane-san, do you have confidence? If it's really not possible. Hirata was more inclined towards a peaceful resolution. Because that would allow Amane to withdraw unscathed while also getting a large sum of points, which could be said to be a sure-win deal. Amane also knew Hirata was well-meaning, but she couldn't directly refuse Hirata, so she cleverly changed her wording. Hirata, do you trust me? I trust you. Then that's all there is to it, isn't it? Relax, relax, go get some good sleep. When you wake up, I might have already resolved this matter. Seeing Amane's optimistic demeanor, Hirata finally felt a little more at ease. June 26, 12:35 p.m. The Ishizaki Incident Arbitration meeting officially commenced. I regularly post chapter previews there, so you'll always be up to date and won't have to wait too long. And if you enjoy the story, don't forget to give me a power stone. Your support really motivates me to continue translating.